As soon as 12-year-old Chen Qubing opened his eyes, his head throbbed with excruciating pain, as if it had been split open, while someone outside was already urging him to go eat. The moment the pain subsided, unfamiliar memories flooded his mind like a torrent. He had transmigrated and become the young master of a small town in a chaotic world. It sounded like a windfall, but the Qiuye Territory he took over had less than 20,000 people left and less than 2,000 soldiers who could fight. Even more devastatingly, this northern wasteland had been suffering from drought for 2 consecutive years, resulting in a complete crop failure and more people starving to death than fleeing. 2 years ago, there were 50,000 people here. Now, less than half of them have survived. Outside, the Taisho dynasty, which had lasted for 800 years, had long since collapsed. The feudal lords declared themselves kings, hoarded grain, and trained their armies, each wanting to step on others to become the ruler of the world. Chen Qubing came with memories of his previous life. He could clearly recall the knowledge he had learned and the things he had seen, even if he had only glanced at them briefly. In peaceful times, he might have amassed great wealth and even become a warlord based on his knowledge gained thousands of years later. But in this chaotic world where human life is less valuable than food, a small town lord without soldiers or provisions would only become easy prey for others. And what he lacks most right now is precisely food. The door opened, and the old steward of the city lord's mansion entered carrying food, his face beaming with joy as he looked at the awakened young master. The old man had served Chen Qubing's father for decades, treating him like his own nephew. Seeing him sitting by the bed in a daze, he immediately guessed his thoughts. "Young master, are you worried about the territory?" Chen Qubing nodded. The old steward whispered a word of advice. "Drought is beyond human control, but if the young master falls first, Qiuye Territory will truly be hopeless." These words struck Chen Qubing like a blunt object, making his heart sink. He immediately asked the most devastating question. How much grain does the city lord's mansion have left? The old steward remained silent for a long time before finally speaking with a grim expression. "At most, we can still distribute grain to the people twice more." Twice. In other words, even if grain is distributed every 5 days, Qiuye Territory will be completely starved after 10 days. If the relief efforts are stopped, the city lord's mansion's grain reserves could last for a year, but the people in the territory would starve to death first. Chen Qubing hadn't even considered this option. Not giving the people food would be tantamount to abandoning the city, and it would also mean letting those who still believed in the city lord's mansion starve to death outside the gates. The old steward sighed and left, gently closing the door behind him, leaving Chen Qubing alone, sitting by the bed. He wanted to buy grain, but drought had swept across the entire north, and Liangzhou was the hardest-hit area. Even with money, he might not be able to buy a single grain of rice. Even if they were lucky enough to buy some, the grain carts might not return. Those lords who lacked food, the warlords who carved out their own territories, and the bandits who roamed the land would all rob the grain along the way. It was a dead end with no solution. Chen Qubing stared at the empty room, only one thought remaining in his mind. If only he could grow food. The next second, everything went black before his eyes, as if his consciousness had been pulled out of his body by some force. When he opened his eyes again, he was no longer standing on the ground of the city lord's mansion, but in a gray and unfamiliar space. The space was not large, about 10 acres, and was surrounded by thick fog, like an invisible wall, completely isolating it from the outside world. Chen Qubing tried to approach the fog, but found that the resistance grew stronger the further he went, making it impossible to pass through. He retreated to the center, looked down, and saw that he was standing on a patch of dark black earth. Black soil, a mysterious space, consciousness entering. Chen Qubing's heart leaped. Could this be the legendary portable space? The thought had barely formed when countless pieces of information flooded into his consciousness. The space is bound to his soul. Currently, only his consciousness can enter, his physical body cannot. However, this land can grow all kinds of crops, and they mature at an astonishing speed. Grains that take months to mature elsewhere can be harvested overnight here. Crops that take a month to mature elsewhere can be harvested in just 2 or 3 hours here. More importantly, he doesn't need to personally turn the soil, sow seeds, or harvest. He can complete planting and harvesting with a single click using only his mind. Chen Qubing stood in the center of 10 acres of black soil, his breathing becoming increasingly rapid. His territory was saved. The moment Chen Qubing acquired his personal space, a line of text appeared before his eyes. Develop farmland? He had no seeds, no food, and didn't even know if he could survive the famine. Yet he chose yes without hesitation. The next second, the space, which was originally only the size of a football field, was transformed into 9 neatly arranged plots of farmland, each about an acre in size. A stone house suddenly appeared beside the farmland, with only 2 words on the door: warehouse. Chen Qubing stared at everything before him and instantly recognized that this was no ordinary space, but a spatial farm. The light screen refreshed again. Farmland level 1, upgrading requires experience, and the only thing that can be planted at present is millet. Plant! With this thought, countless millet seeds fell from the sky, as if controlled by an invisible hand, precisely landing in the 9 acres of farmland. Without tilling, watering, or manual labor, 9 acres of land were planted in the blink of an eye. 1 minute later, the light screen displayed the result. Millet planted successfully, maturing in 12 hours. 12 hours. Ordinary millet takes at least several months from sowing to harvest, but his space has shortened that time by a full 180 times. Even with a low yield per acre, 9 acres can be harvested continuously, finally offering a glimmer of hope for the most critical food crisis. Moreover, with each crop of millet, the farmland accumulates experience and can continue to upgrade. Looking at the 9 plots of black soil, Chen Qubing felt a sense of confidence for the first time. This territory, on the verge of collapse due to famine, might still be saved. He exited the space and entered and exited more than 20 times, without feeling any discomfort. But just then his stomach suddenly rumbled, and the intense hunger almost made him faint. He then realized that he hadn't eaten for a full day and night. On the wooden table were 3 bowls, one of yellowish millet rice, one a meager amount of meat and vegetables, and one of plain water. For a lord of such stature to have such meager food, one could only wonder how the people in his territory fared. Chen Qubing grabbed a mouthful of millet rice, and just as he wolfed it down, a coarse grain got stuck in his throat, almost choking him to death. He quickly gulped down a mouthful of water, gasped for breath for a while, and finally managed to swallow the rice. A quarter of an hour later, only 3 empty bowls remained on the table. Chen Qubing sat for a moment, then suddenly called out to the door, "Someone come here." The door to the outer room was pushed open, and a young girl dressed in a blue cloth robe walked in quickly, bowing respectfully, "Young master." Her name was Chen Si, the old steward's daughter, only 13 years old this year, and she had served Chen Qubing since she was a child. Chen Qubing waved his hand, telling her not to be so polite, saying that they had grown up together and shouldn't make their relationship awkward. Chen Si chuckled. "I'm not afraid of becoming estranged from the young master. I'm just afraid my father will punish me if he finds out." But after laughing, she immediately became nervous and stared at Chen Qubing's face, asking, "Young master, are you really all right? You suddenly fainted yesterday. It almost scared me to death." Chen Qubing said he was just overworked and will be fine after a rest. Chen Si breathed a sigh of relief, but couldn't help muttering that her father hadn't slept all night, fearing that the young master would be like the old master and never wake up again. Seeing the girl's undisguised worry, Chen Qubing felt a warmth in his heart. In this city lord's mansion that was on the verge of collapse, at least there were still people who genuinely hoped he would survive. After Chen Si finished speaking, Chen Qubing said, "Get ready. Come with me for a walk." Chen Si's face changed instantly, and he waved his hands repeatedly. "Young master, you mustn't. You've just woken up. If you faint again, my father will definitely beat me to death." Chen Qubing was both amused and exasperated. "Are you worried about me or afraid of your father?" "I'm afraid of both." Chen Qubing smiled helplessly. "Don't worry. I'll just take a walk. If I feel unwell, I'll come right back." Chen Si hesitated for a long time before finally nodding cautiously. "All right then, but you can't stay away for too long. If you feel unwell, you must come back immediately." As soon as Chen Qubing stepped out of the city lord's mansion, he felt a scorching heat hit him in the face. The harsh sunlight stung his skin slightly. Looking around, the entire city was a desolate expanse of withered yellow, a barren wasteland devoid of any sign of life. Ahead stood a large tree, as thick as a water bucket, its leaves long gone. 2 men, around 30 years old, were frantically peeling away the few remaining bark leaves. Chen Qubing stepped forward and asked, "What are you doing? Are you peeling bark?" The two men turned around and, seeing him, immediately stopped what they were doing, standing awkwardly in place, and called out in unison, "Young master." Seeing their pale faces and emaciated bellies, Chen Qubing already knew the answer. 2 years of severe drought had resulted in a complete crop failure. When people were starving, even tree bark could be eaten. One of them answered in a low voice that they were indeed peeling bark from trees, intending to take it back to cook. Chen Qubing asked for their names and learned that the elder brother was named Li Tai and the younger brother was named Li Zhu. He didn't say much, but simply led Chen Si past the two men and continued walking forward. After he walked away, Li Zhu couldn't help but ask his brother why they had originally come to inquire about when the grain would be distributed, but instead changed it to peeling tree bark. Li Tai sighed and said, "The young master has already had it hard enough. A year ago, the city began to run out of food, and the young master has been constantly opening the granaries to provide relief, from once a day to once every 2, 3, and 5 days. 6 days have passed since the last grain distribution, and the city lord's mansion has yet to respond, clearly indicating that their grain reserves are also running low." Li Zhu sighed, recalling how the old city lord reduced taxes by 30% back then, allowing everyone to survive the first year's severe drought by relying on their stored grain, and how they have survived until now entirely thanks to the young master's distribution of grain. Since that's the case, they shouldn't cause any more trouble for their young master. Tree bark can at least provide a meager meal. Chen Qubing was unaware of this. He led Chen Si along the main road. Qiuye City expanded around the city lord's mansion, with 2 main roads running horizontally and vertically through the city, dividing it into 4 sections: east, west, south, and north. Stone houses gradually appeared on both sides of the road, their roofs thatched, varying in height, dilapidated and desolate. Chen Qubing asked why there was no one around, and Chen Si told him that 3 months ago, everyone here had been moved to the east city. He searched his memory and realized that this was the very order he had given. The eastern part of the city was wide and flat, making it convenient to gather all the people together and distribute grain uniformly. Chen Qubing then said, "Take me to the east to have a look." Chen Si led him back, past the big tree, and after walking for about 15 minutes, the two finally arrived at the east city. At first glance, Chen Qubing felt as if he had entered a slum, but upon closer inspection, it was even worse than a slum, more like a refugee settlement. Several thatched huts stood close together, less than a meter apart. A dozen or so people, men, women, and children, were gathered outside. They were all dressed in tattered clothes, their faces pale and sickly, leaning weakly against the wall or lying directly on the ground. A little girl about 7 or 8 years old was curled up in her mother's arms. Her hair was dry and yellow, and she was so thin that her facial bones were clearly visible. She said weakly, "Mother, I'm hungry." The woman patted her daughter gently and coaxed her, "Arya, be good. The young master will distribute the grain soon, and you'll be able to eat your fill." Arya kept repeating, "But I'm so hungry." The woman could only let her sleep, saying that when she woke up, there might be food to eat. Chen Qubing stood at a distance, listening to all of this, his heart feeling as if it were being squeezed tightly. 2 conflicting thoughts clashed in his mind. On one hand, there was the pity that those in power were accustomed to. On the other, there was the compassion he felt as an ordinary person. In the end, the latter prevailed. Chen Qubing took a deep breath and was about to step forward when Chen Si grabbed his sleeve tightly. The young girl reminded him that these people were starving and might do something extreme at any moment. 2 months ago, when he came to inspect the East City, 2 extremely hungry people almost attacked him. That memory was awakened, and Chen Qubing could only give up approaching, standing still and continuing to look ahead. At the end of his vision were countless thatched huts and piles of starving people. On the outermost edge, an old man with white hair knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing and kowtowing, muttering words related to rain. Chen Qubing recalled that it was the city's only priest currently praying for rain. Looking at the blurry yet continuous mass of disaster victims in the distance, he knew that the entire eastern city was probably like a refugee camp. After a long silence, he said, Let's go back." Chen Si was taken aback and couldn't help but ask, "We're going back already?" Back at the city lord's mansion, Chen Qubing's mind remained unsettled. 2 conflicting thoughts clashed, but ultimately, the modern perspective prevailed. In his view, People should have enough to eat and wear, and a house to shelter them from the wind and rain. No matter how hard life was, it was simply about busying oneself to make a living and getting through each day. But after arriving in this world, drought, hunger, desolation, and dilapidated cities constantly assaulted him. In particular, the scene he witnessed in the East City completely overturned his understanding. Those people had been starving for a long time, and they were all emaciated, their skin clinging to their bones. Some were so thin that their bellies were sunken into their chests, and their eyes were numb, devoid of any hope. Chen Qubing did not know what it felt like to be starving to the extreme, but he had experienced a day and a night without food, and the burning hunger that caused his stomach acid to churn was still vivid in his memory. After a long silence, he suppressed his emotions and asked himself in a low voice, "What should I do?" Soon, he made a decision, and his consciousness entered his personal space. The ripening time on the panel had been shortened to 10 hours, and all 9 farmlands were covered with green plants. He approached for a closer look and saw that the millet in the field had grown to a foot tall, with main stems as thick as chopsticks and leaves about a finger's width and as long as a palm, resembling small swords at first glance. Gazing at the 9 lush green fields, Chen Qubing couldn't help but exclaim, "Sow 1 millet in spring, reap 10,000 caddies of grain in autumn." The spatial farms disregarded the conventional spring planting and autumn harvesting. In just 10 more hours, all the millet would be ripe. He exited the space and immediately called out, "Someone come here!" The door opened, and instead of the young girl, the old steward entered. The old steward stepped forward and bowed. "Young master, what are your orders?" Chen Qubing, disregarding formalities, asked urgently, "How much grain is left in the manor? I need the exact weight." The old steward hesitated for a moment before replying, "Less than 50 sure." Chen Qubing immediately remembered that 1 sure equals 100 jin, so 50 sure would be 5,000 jin of grain. Assuming an adult eats 1 jin, 500 grams, per day, 5,000 jin would only be enough to feed 5,000 people for 1 day. However, the government's grain would be distributed twice, with each of the 20,000 residents of the eastern city receiving only a little over 1 liang, 50 grams, each time. This little over 1 liang of grain was not even enough to fill their stomachs. It was their ration for 5 days. Chen Qubing stared at the old steward and said in a deep voice, "Uncle Zheng, tell me the truth. How much grain is left?" The old steward met his gaze and said truthfully, "There are nearly 70 sure left in the manor, but at most 50 sure can be distributed. The remaining 20 sure must be kept in the manor for emergencies." Chen Qubing understood that this so-called unexpected need meant that if the situation completely spiraled out of control, he would abandon the people of the eastern city to save the city lord's mansion and himself as the lord. After a moment's thought, he directly ordered, "Arrange for manpower to distribute all 70 sure of grain." The old steward stood motionless. Only when Chen Qubing called out again did he speak. "Young master is concerned about the people, and this old servant agrees with distributing the grain. But we must at least wait for Awu and the others to bring the grain back." Upon hearing Awu's name, Chen Qubing immediately recalled that a month ago, the original owner of this body had organized a grain purchasing team to go to neighboring Qingzhou, hoping to weather the crisis with this batch of grain. However, a month had passed, and the team had not sent back a single message. Qiuye Territory was too far from Qingzhou. They might not even have left Liangzhou yet. Chen Qubing shook his head and said, "We don't have time to wait, and the people of Dongsheng have even less time to wait." Then, he added firmly, "I have already thought of a solution to your concerns. At the latest, I can get 50 sure of grain by tomorrow." Upon hearing this, the old steward was first delighted, then hesitated and asked, "Is the young master's statement true?" Chen Qubing replied with absolute certainty, "When have I ever lied to you?" The old steward was finally somewhat relieved, but still insisted on keeping 20 sure, a unit of dry measure, for reserve, only agreeing to distribute 50 sure first. Chen Qubing thought for a moment and finally nodded in agreement. He knew that the old steward was unaware of the secret of the personal space, and his caution was simply to protect the city lord's mansion. The fact that the old steward was willing to agree based on just one promise was enough to show that the old man was indeed loyal to him. Then, the old steward began arranging for people to move the grain. The city lord's mansion had been distributing grain for a year, and the process was already well established, Chen Qubing only needed to stand outside the granary and watch. One by one, sacks full of grain were carried out of the warehouse, and the men carrying them, upon seeing him, all shouted, "Young master!" Looking at these tall men, all bearing the marks of hunger, Chen Qubing's memories resurfaced. They were former city guards, the regular army of Qiuye Territory. 2 years ago, the city guards numbered 2,000. However, after the drought, the city lord's mansion lost its food supply and could not support so many people, so it had to keep reducing its numbers. After 2 years, the 2,000 city guards were reduced to less than 200 men, and the men carrying grain in front of them were all former soldiers who had been laid off. As for why the old steward had asked them to move the grain, Chen Qubing remembered that it was originally his idea. Every time the grain was distributed, the city lord's mansion would cook an extra meal for these dismissed city guards, as a way of taking care of them. In the eastern part of the city, someone suddenly shouted, "The grain is being distributed." The previously lifeless thatched hut area instantly came alive, and everyone perked up. "Who said we're distributing grain? You can't just say that." The starving villagers searched everywhere for the source of the voice, but they couldn't find the person who had shouted it first. Immediately afterward, someone shouted that there was movement at the grain store. Not only were people carrying grain inside, but city guard were also stationed there. These words were like a boulder thrown into a lake, and the starving people immediately surged towards the grain store. At first, there were only a few dozen people, but in the blink of an eye, they had gathered into hundreds, and finally, everyone in the thatched hut district of the East City was mobilized. At the forefront of the crowd, 2 tall men ran the fastest. They were Li Tai and Li Zhu. Li Zhu was filled with doubt. Wasn't the city lord's mansion out of food? Why was the young master suddenly asking for more? Li Tai guessed that it was probably because his 5th brother and the others had bought food from Qingzhou. Although Li Zhu thought it was impossible. After all, the journey from Liangzhou to Qingzhou was long, and a month was simply not enough time for a round trip. But he never doubted his brother, only feeling that if Qiuye Territory was no longer short of food, the brothers could return to the city guard. At the grain depot, a dozen or so men were carrying 50 bushels of grain back and forth into the granary, specifically for distributing it. Chen Qubing stood at the entrance of the grain depot and saw the people surging towards him like a tide. The old steward, worried about his safety, asked him to take refuge on the city wall. Chen Qubing did not refuse and followed Chen Si to the east city wall, overlooking everything below. The first citizens to arrive were about to rush over the makeshift fence when they were stopped by fully armed city guards. "Halt! No one is allowed to cross the fence without permission." A city guard leader raised his voice to warn anyone who dared to push forward, warning that his knife would not be merciful. The nearly 20,000 starving people immediately fell silent, only daring to peek through the fence. Chen Qubing understood that they were not afraid of the city guards, who numbered less than 100, but rather trusted the city lord's mansion. When his father was alive, he only collected half of the grain from the people under his jurisdiction, which was much more lenient than other lords who collected 70, 80, or even 90%. In addition, the severe drought a year prior, coupled with the city lord's continuous distribution of grain, gave the people hope for survival. This accumulated trust made them willing to consciously abide by the rules, even when they were starving. At a command, the city guards lined up on both sides, allowing the people to enter the granary in groups of 100. The first group to enter was an elderly man in his 60s, supported by a thin young man. The old man, carrying a patched cloth bag, walked to a large wooden barrel filled with millet. After confirming the number of the 2 men, the city guard scooped out 2 portions of millet with a wooden bowl and poured them into the old man's bag. The old man clutched his cloth bag tightly, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. But the city guards told him that the one who should be thanked was the young master on the city wall. Following the direction of the guard's fingers, the old man saw Chen Qubing, immediately pulled the young man to kneel down and shouted his thanks to the Lord. Chen Qubing told them to get up quickly, but the 2 men continued to thank him, then returned to their thatched hut with the grain. The other people did the same. After receiving their grain, they all knelt and bowed to Chen Qubing on the city wall in gratitude. Seeing this, Chen Qubing suddenly thought, why not cook the millet into porridge before distributing it? He was even more worried that if the elderly and weak took the food back, the young people might snatch it away. He asked Chen Si if there had been any instances of grain looting among the people before. Chen Si replied that there had indeed been a few instances at the beginning, But the young master immediately executed those who looted the grain and sent the disbanded city guards to maintain order. From then on, virtually no one dared to plunder the grain. Chen Qubing was relieved and continued to stand on the city wall, watching as groups of people orderly received their grain. The first batch of 100 people quickly finished receiving their grain, and the second batch then entered the grain shed. In the crowd, Chen Qubing spotted Li Tai and Li Zhu, whom he had met an hour earlier. His memories told him that the two brothers were originally part of the city guard. Only then did he understand why the other citizens called him Lord, while only these two brothers always called him Young Master. It's that mother and daughter. The first two batches, totaling 200 people, all received millet. When the third batch of 100 people was led into the enclosure, Chen Qubing immediately spotted the middle-aged woman and the little girl called Arya. Coincidentally, the city guard responsible for scooping the grain for them was the same one who had first distributed grain to the elderly. After the two women received 5 ounces of millet, the woman's despairing eyes finally lit up, as if she had grasped a lifeline in her desperate situation. This amount of grain might not seem like much to Chen Qubing, but for these people who were on the verge of starvation, it was a truly precious food that could sustain their lives. The woman packed the millet into a tattered cloth bag, tucked it tightly into her bosom, and only after making sure it wouldn't fall out did she pull Arya down and kneel before the city guards. The city guard were already used to this, and quickly helped the two up, then pointed to the city tower behind them. "No need to thank me. Thank the young master." The woman didn't even glance at the city tower, immediately pulling Arya to kneel in that direction, kowtowing repeatedly. "Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Get up." After the initial discomfort, Chen Qubing had gradually grown accustomed to the people's way of expressing gratitude. The distribution of grain continued. With the cooperation of 10 city guards, each batch of 100 people was distributed in about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. By the time the sun had completely set, the grain for nearly 20,000 people had finally been distributed to them. Let's go back. Back at the city lord's mansion, the servants had already prepared a meal: a bowl of millet rice, a bowl of stewed cured meat, and a bowl of water. Chen Qubing, who had been starving all afternoon, devoured all 3 bowls of food in a flash. Just as he put down his chopsticks, the old steward, Uncle Zheng, entered the room and stood respectfully before him. "Young master, the grain has been distributed to every resident. I have also instructed the city guards to keep a close watch on the situation and to execute anyone who tries to steal the grain immediately." "Thank you for your trouble, Uncle Zheng." Chen Qubing had now fully adapted to his role as the young master, and knew that Uncle Zheng was thorough in his work and could always fill in the details he hadn't thought of. However, he noticed that Uncle Zheng's expression wasn't good, so he assumed that the other party was still worried about the food. "Uncle Zheng, are you worried about the food?" "There's no need to worry. Since I said there would be food tomorrow, there definitely will be." "Young master, I never question your words." After a moment of silence, Uncle Zheng said in a low voice, "What I'm worried about is not the grain, but the fact that after the grain was distributed, the number of people in the territory was counted and found to be more than 400 fewer than last time." More than 400 people. Chen Qubing didn't need to think too much to know that most of these people had starved to death. He had only seen people starving to death during droughts in history books and movies before, but when he was actually in the midst of it, he felt pity, sympathy, and fear of this sense of powerlessness. After a long silence, he said in a deep voice, "Things will get better." "I hope so." Uncle Zheng replied, his expression complex. What he was truly worried about was how long the city lord's mansion could hold out if the drought continued. Once the city lord's mansion collapsed, the entire Qiuye Territory would cease to exist. After a moment, Uncle Zheng bowed and took his leave. "It's late. Please rest early, young master." Chen Qubing waved his hand, and after the door closed and the footsteps faded away, he sat quietly for a moment and then immediately focused his consciousness into his personal space. Upon entering the space, he first checked the ripening time of the millet. Millet ripening time: 4 hours and 59 minutes. Only 5 hours left. Chen Qubing was overjoyed, his consciousness floating back and forth above the farmland. Then, he suddenly wondered if the farmland in his spatial dimension would get infested with insects, and whether it would need watering. No sooner had this thought crossed his mind than information came from the space. The farmland wouldn't get infested with insects, and it didn't need watering. What a pity. He had originally planned to shorten the ripening time by catching insects and watering the fields, but now it seems that his plan was futile. However, he also received an unexpected piece of information. There was an endless water source in the space, and the water was no different from the river water outside. Because of this, the farmland did not need to be irrigated. However, this water source can only be used for farmland at present. To truly unlock it, the space needs to be upgraded. Chen Qubing didn't consider upgrading for the time being, but instead floated to the farmland he had marked. He numbered the 9 farmlands in the direction of the warehouse gate, with numbers 1 to 3 in the first row, numbers 4 to 6 in the second row, and numbers 7 to 9 in the third row. At this moment, the millet in farm number 1 had grown from 1 foot tall 5 hours earlier to 3 feet tall, with foxtail-like spikes sprouting from the top. The spikes were about the size of a little finger, containing small green kernels. Is this millet? Chen Qubing plucked a millet stalk, exited the spatial dimension, and then used his mind to retrieve it into his hand. In the blink of an eye, the millet stalk appeared out of thin air in his palm. He peeled off a grain, put it in his mouth, chewed a few times but couldn't taste anything. But this attempt confirmed to him that he could freely retrieve items from the space with his mind, just like entering the space with his consciousness without any restrictions. Afterward, he tried several more times, and before he knew it, it was already dawn. The countdown to the millet's ripening had only 1 minute left. Chen Qubing's consciousness froze in midair, staring intently at the numbers on the screen, counting them down one by one. 1 minute later, the countdown was completely reset. The millet ears in all 9 fields had turned a dazzling golden yellow. At the same time, the information on the light screen changed accordingly. The millet is ripe, please harvest. Harvest. Chen Qubing immediately clicked on the 2 words on the light screen. An invisible force instantly appeared, pulling the ripe millet from the plant and guiding it towards the warehouse door. 1 stalk, 2 stalks, in the blink of an eye, countless millet grains floated up like streams flowing into the sea, all pouring into the warehouse. The space successfully collected millet, totaling 9,000 caddies, and 9 experience points were added. Plump, glistening yellow millet grains hung in midair, like streams flowing into the sea, and instantly poured into the spatial storage. This scene greatly shocked Chen Qubing. After the initial shock, he was overjoyed. With this space, he can save countless manpower and time, and he can also gain some experience points after harvesting each plot of farmland. Currently, the space is still at level 1, and he is still 9,100 experience points away from upgrading. But if level 1 has this ability, level 2 is obviously more worth looking forward to. Chen Qubing suppressed his emotions and focused his consciousness on the warehouse, where he was once again surprised by what he saw. He had expected the millet to be piled directly on the ground, but instead, there were 90 neatly arranged sacks in the warehouse. A notification appeared on the screen, 90 bags of millet, each weighing 100 caddies. The space not only collected the grain, but also bagged it for him, saving him a lot of trouble. Afterwards, Chen Qubing returned to the sky above the farmland, only to find that the millet-harvested plants were now just branches and leaves. With a thought, the plants in fields 1 through 9 all sprang up from the ground and floated in midair. Then, the plants broke apart, first into small pieces, then ground into powder, and finally scattered back into the fields. Chen Qubing was both surprised and delighted. This space could actually shred straw and return it to the field for recycling. Without delay, he immediately replanted millet, and all 9 plots of farmland were successfully planted at the same time, maturing 12 hours later. But the light screen immediately followed with a notification, deducting 9 bags of millet. Chen Qubing then realized that the seeds didn't appear out of thin air, but were provided by the harvested millet. As for the first batch of seeds, they were mostly a newbie perk given to him by the space. The next morning, as soon as Chen Qubing got up, the little maid Xiaoxi was already waiting for him in the outer room, having prepared water for washing and breakfast. On the table were millet porridge and a dish of pickled vegetables. Xiaoxi was a little embarrassed and said that 50 sure of grain had been distributed yesterday, and the grain in the mansion had to be used sparingly. She would prepare meat and vegetables for him at noon. Chen Qubing didn't mind. He finished his porridge in a few gulps and then asked her if there were any vacant and spacious houses in the city. Xiaoxi thought for a moment and said that there was an abandoned storeroom in the backyard of the city lord's mansion, which was larger than several grain sheds combined. Chen Qubing immediately asked her to lead the way. After a short while, the two arrived at the warehouse, which occupied about an acre and was roughly the same size as the spatial warehouse. Chen Qubing also remembered its origin. It had originally stored all the supplies of the city lord's mansion. After 2 years of drought, supplies were continuously being distributed out of the manor, and the warehouse was gradually emptied and is now almost abandoned. The two pushed open the door and entered. The interior was very spacious. Although there were several rows of wooden shelves on both sides, they were already empty, with only some weapons piled up in the corner. Chen Qubing observed for a moment, then made up his mind. He told Xiao Si to go back and fetch the old steward, Uncle Zheng. Before leaving, Xiao Si reminded him not to go to the East City alone. Chen Qubing smiled and agreed, saying he wouldn't go. After Xiao Si walked away, Chen Qubing went to the warehouse door and, taking advantage of the empty space, took out the remaining 81 sacks of millet from his storage space. He piled the sacks by the door, looked them over, smiled with satisfaction, and then went outside to wait. A short while later, Xiao Si arrived with the panting old steward. Before the old steward could even catch his breath, he hurriedly asked what urgent matter he had. Chen Qubing told him to rest first, then pointed to the storeroom door and said, "The grain you promised yesterday is already inside." The old steward immediately became excited and repeatedly asked if there was really grain. Chen Qubing stepped aside, saying that he would know once he went in and took a look. The old steward spotted the pile of sacks by the door and rushed into the storeroom, his hands trembling as he opened one of the sacks. When he grabbed a handful of glistening, plump, yellow millet, he trembled. It's millet, and the best millet at that. After 2 years of drought, the old steward had finally seen new grain again, and the plumpness of the millet was something he had never seen in most of his life. After a long while, he managed to calm himself down, but his voice still trembled as he asked Chen Qubing where the grain had come from. Chen Qubing glanced at Xiao Si, who was staring in disbelief, and smiled as he countered, "Where in the entire Liangzhou can you buy grain now?" The old steward shook his head without hesitation. The grain in Liangzhou was all held by powerful lords and would never be sold. If you want to buy grain, you could only go to Qingzhou. Seeing his hesitation, Chen Qubing remained silent for a moment before saying, "If I said that this grain was a gift from the gods, would you believe me, Uncle Zheng?" The old steward walked around the grain pile and found that the young master hadn't mobilized any manpower today, and there were no signs of trampling around it. This pile of grain seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Only a deity could possess such power. Chen Qubing had only meant it as a joke, but the old steward took it all in stride, his expression incredibly serious. But that was fine too. The origin of the grain no longer needed explaining. In the future, when he took grain from his spatial storage, he could simply attribute it to a deity. The old steward immediately warned him sternly that this matter must never be known to outsiders. Otherwise, if news spread that the young master had obtained grain from a deity, it would surely bring disaster. Chen Qubing naturally understood the danger of possessing a treasure, and was even more aware of the consequences of exposing such a method. He dared to take out the grain in front of the old steward and his daughter, because his memory told him that the father and daughter were servants of the Chen family, sharing his fate and ruin, and would never betray him. The little girl also recovered from her shock and patted her chest, promising that she would never reveal anything about the immortals. Chen Qubing didn't say much, only instructing the old steward to distribute the grain to the people as soon as possible. The old steward had anticipated this, but still tentatively asked if it would be possible to buy grain from the gods in the future. Chen Qubing smiled and corrected him, saying it wasn't a purchase but a gift from the gods, and that there would be more in the future. The old steward immediately became excited, repeatedly saying that it was good to have more. With the grain matter entrusted to him, Chen Qubing no longer had to worry about it. Back in his study in the main hall, Chen Qubing began to consider how to resettle the nearly 20,000 people in the eastern part of the city. The space could grow a large amount of grain, but he couldn't continue distributing grain for free indefinitely. The previous grain distributions were to help everyone get through the drought. The most pressing food problem has been temporarily solved, but if 20,000 people are not under pressure to survive and are all gathered together, they could easily cause trouble. He must find work for these people, get them moving, and then exchange food for labor. The people will certainly be willing. At this moment, the little girl hesitated, wanting to speak but holding back. When Chen Qubing asked, she shyly admitted that she was curious about what immortals looked like. Chen Qubing pondered for a moment, then solemnly told her that immortals did not have a fixed appearance. If people imagine immortals as venerable and otherworldly beings, then they will see those immortals. If they imagine them as filthy beggars, then they will see beggars. The saying, appearance reflects the mind, is merely how mortals describe immortals. The little girl was skeptical and asked again if immortals were really that powerful. Chen Qubing countered, if they weren't powerful, would they be called immortals? As for how to meet an immortal, he only left one sentence. If you are destined, you will meet them. After his explanation, the little girl was completely fooled and ran to the side to start fantasizing about what immortals looked like. Chen Qubing, on the other hand, spread out paper and pen and wrote down his plan. The first step was to improve the living conditions of the people under his jurisdiction, build new houses, and mobilize the population. The second step was to improve the city's environment, repair the city walls, and then expand the city. But he stopped writing here. The buildings in Qiuye Territory were mostly made of stone, so building stone houses first required quarrying stone. The nearest quarry was in the Barren Mountains 3 miles away, a 6-mile round trip. To resettle 20,000 people, at least 5,000 stone houses would need to be built, conservatively estimated. 5,000 houses, all constructed of stone, was indeed an astonishing undertaking. But Chen Qubing quickly calmed himself down. Even the food problem was solved, so the issue of the stone houses could be addressed gradually. He was just about to refine his plan when a young maid suddenly came in to report that Mr. Li requested an audience. Chen Qubing put down his brush and told her to bring the man in. Soon, a middle-aged man who looked like a scholar entered the study, bowed, and introduced himself. Li Yuanji greets young master. Chen Qubing then remembered the man's identity. Li Yuanji was a scribe in the city lord's mansion, responsible for recording important affairs of the territory and reporting them promptly. He gestured for Li Yuanji not to be so polite, but Li Yuanji did not sit down. Instead, he said anxiously that the water in the ancient well in the East City was about to run out. Chen Qubing's expression immediately changed. The drought had brought not only crop failure, but also the depletion of water sources. There were no large rivers near Qiuye Territory, only a few man-made canals, which had long since dried up. The territory has only 2 water sources left, one in the backyard of the city lord's mansion and the other 2 ancient wells in the East City. Now that the ancient wells are showing signs of drying up, it means that the territory's last water source will also be cut off. Li Yuanji explained that he had been worried about the well drying up for a year, but the water level remained unchanged. Until half a month ago, the water level dropped by about an inch, and today it has dropped by a full 6 feet. If it continues to drop at this rate, the water level will completely drop in 5 days at most, and the water source may even be cut off. Chen Qubing followed Li Yuanji to the ancient well in the East City and found that more than 50 city guards were stationed there, and some villagers had come to fetch water. When a villager saw him, he excitedly called out, "Lord," but was stopped by the city guards as soon as he tried to approach. He was so frightened that he knelt down and begged for forgiveness. Chen Qubing wasn't used to these people kneeling so readily, so he gestured for him to rise. The people thanked him repeatedly and hurriedly left with the water they had received. Only then did Li Yuanji step forward to report that the ancient well had been cordoned off and no one would be coming to fetch water for the time being. Chen Qubing didn't say much, only telling him to check the situation first. He walked to the well and peered inside. The well opening was wide, and the sides were built of stones. Li Yuanji quickly reminded his young master to be careful. He learned that there were 2 wells, one deep and one shallow, the deepest being 15 feet and the shallowest being 13 feet, but now the water level in both was less than 6 feet. Li Yuanji deduced that the 2 wells had survived 2 years of severe drought thanks to an underground spring. However, the continuously dropping water level indicated that the spring might soon run dry. Once the underground spring was depleted, the 2 ancient wells would eventually dry up completely. At this point, Li Yuanji's face was filled with worry, and the city guard beside him also seemed uneasy. Chen Qubing, however, said with certainty that even if the 2 wells in the East City dried up, there was still a well in the backyard of the city lord's mansion. He told Li Yuanji that the wells in the East City were not deep enough, but the well in the city lord's mansion was a full 35 feet deep and could connect to a deeper underground current. Moreover, the water level in that well had never dropped in the past 2 years, so the water source below should still be plentiful. If you don't believe me, Just go and see for yourself. The two returned to the backyard of the city lord's mansion, and sure enough, there was an even larger ancient well there, with a diameter of 6 feet. Li Yuanji peered into the well and saw that the water level was only a foot below the wellhead, and there were no signs of a drop in water level on the well wall. This meant that the city lord's well had never run out of water, and Li Yuanji finally breathed a sigh of relief, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Chen Qubing then inquired whether any of the people in the eastern city had noticed the well water level dropping. Li Yuanji nodded, explaining that he had rushed to report this precisely because he was worried about causing panic. After a moment of thought, Chen Qubing said, "The people are already desperate due to food shortages. If they were to also believe that there is no water, the eastern city would surely descend into chaos." He instructed Li Yuanji to convey the message that the well in the city lord's mansion would never run dry, and that if the ancient well in the east city dried up, the city lord's mansion would provide water. Li Yuanji immediately understood that this would both reassure the people and prevent unrest in the east city, and he promptly accepted the order and left. Chen Qubing returned to his study, his face still etched with worry. In truth, he wasn't sure how much longer the groundwater could last. His real confidence lay in the endless water source that might be unlocked in his personal space in the future. However, the space needed to be upgraded, and he didn't know which level it would require. Fortunately, the ancient well in the backyard was deep and large, and showed no signs of drying up for the time being. Even if the two wells in the east city dried up, it could sustain them for a while. At noon, Chen Qubing hurriedly finished the meal that the little maid had brought him, and then entered his personal space. The light screen showed that the millet would be ready in 5 minutes. He simply got up and headed to the warehouse, where the millet had already ripened halfway. He tried controlling it with his mind without entering the space, and it worked. The millet from the 9 fields was instantly harvested into the warehouse, totaling 9,000 caddies, for which he gained 9 experience points. Then the millet plants were converted into nutrients, and the 9 fields were replanted. Upon arriving at the warehouse, he discovered that the morning's grain had already been moved away by the old steward, and couldn't help but admire the man's efficiency. Chen Qubing had a sudden thought, and 80 brand-new sacks of millet appeared on the open ground. Originally, there should have been 81 sacks, one of which had been deducted from his spatial storage as payment for the sacks. He left the storehouse, completely unconcerned about the grain leaking out. Located within the city lord's mansion, it was only accessible to him, the old steward and his daughter, and a select few trusted confidants. Back in his study, Chen Qubing continued to contemplate the development of his territory. The drying up of the ancient well in the eastern city was, in fact, more beneficial than harmful to him. Currently, the only means of survival for his people are food and water. If he can control these two resources, he can further consolidate his control over the entire territory. He doesn't want to use this to manipulate the lives of his people, but he can certainly use food and water to mobilize everyone to develop the city. Just then, the old steward knocked on the door and came in to report that all the grain in the storeroom had been moved into the granary. Chen Qubing first thanked him for his hard work, and then said that there was still 80 sure of grain in the storeroom in the backyard, and he would have to trouble him to make another trip. The old steward was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly ran to the door to make sure no one was nearby. After closing and bolting the door, he asked in a low voice, "Young master, has the deity bestowed upon you grain again? Young master, have you bought grain from the deity again?" "It wasn't bought. It was a gift from the gods." Chen Qubing smiled as he looked at the old steward's cautious manner. He told Uncle Zheng that there were already 80 sure of grain in the storeroom, and he would have to trouble him to continue distributing it to the people. But the old steward hesitated. He had just distributed 80 sure of grain, and now another 80 sure were about to be distributed. This was too conspicuous. The city lord's mansion had almost run out of food yesterday, and now, suddenly, 160 sure of grain had appeared in one day. Anyone would suspect that something was amiss, especially since Red Leaf Territory has always relied on plunder for a living. Once they set their sights on this batch of grain, the city lord's mansion would be powerless to resist. For years ago, an iron mine was discovered in the north of the territory. When Red Leaf Territory learned of this, they immediately sent troops to attack. Although they managed to defend their territory, the iron mine was ultimately seized by Red Leaf Territory and has not been recovered to this day. Chen Qubing remained silent for a long time before finally shaking his head. We cannot withhold food from the red leaf territory just because we are afraid of it, nor can we hide the food and let the people of the territory continue to starve. The old steward quickly explained that he wasn't against distributing grain, but he couldn't help asking again, "Young master, if we continue to receive grain from the immortals, what price will you have to pay?" Chen Qubing was stunned for a moment, then laughed and cried at the same time, and could only continue to keep up the lie. He told Uncle Zheng that how could immortals care about worldly wealth? He was chosen by the immortals because of his talent, and they wanted to take him as a disciple. However, he had not yet settled his affairs in the mortal world, so the immortals bestowed food to help him solve the predicament of his territory. The old steward immediately believed it without a doubt, thinking that in the eyes of gods, even mountains of gold and silver in the mortal world were nothing but dust. Seeing that he was becoming more and more convinced, Chen Qubing quickly stopped him, telling him that it was enough for him to understand. At this moment, the old steward took the opportunity to suggest that since there was already a surplus of grain, why not recall the disbanded city guards? Chen Qubing's eyes lit up. This was exactly what he had been thinking. He immediately handed over the plan he had already written, asking Uncle Zheng to take a close look. The old steward read it once, his expression grave. He read it again, his eyes filled with shock. Chen Qubing's plan was to use grain as wages to get the people involved in labor. This would ensure everyone had food to eat and also allow for the repair of the city walls and the expansion of the city, a win-win situation. However, the old steward didn't understand why it was necessary to build new stone houses for the people outside the East Gate. The people originally had their own houses, but now they were gathered in thatched huts outside the East City only for the purpose of unified grain distribution and for easy management. In his view, it was enough to renovate the city walls and expand the city. There was no need to waste grain and effort building stone houses. Chen Qubing didn't answer directly, but instead asked him whether it was easier to manage people when they were gathered together or scattered. The old steward naturally replied that it was definitely easier when they were gathered together. Chen Qubing then asked whether those thatched huts in the east of the city were suitable for long-term living. The old steward shook his head, saying that thatched huts could only provide shade, not protection from wind and rain, and were not suitable for long-term living. Chen Qubing then said that since centralized management is better and thatched huts are not suitable for long-term living, why not build stone houses outside the East City? Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? He then went on to explain his city plan, which would divide the entire city into 4 areas in the future. The eastern part of the city served as the residential area, the southern part was responsible for agriculture, the western part for industry, and the northern part as the military zone. This division would make the city more organized and would not hinder its continued expansion. The old steward was stunned. He had never heard many of these explanations before, but he could see that the young master's determination to build the stone house was unquestionable. So he stopped objecting and instead asked when the city guards were scheduled to be recalled. Chen Qubing set the date for tomorrow and also gave several instructions that needed to be done as soon as possible. First, a complete count of the total population of the territory must be made, distinguishing between men, women, young, and old, and detailed data must be obtained. Second, craftsmen skilled in quarrying and building stone houses must be selected from among the population. Third, some women who know how to cook must be found to cook for these craftsmen. The old steward wanted to speak several times, but ultimately held back. He knew that once the young master made up his mind, he wouldn't change it because of others' persuasion. Chen Qubing added that both the craftsmen and the women cooking should be paid, temporarily in millet. The elderly and children were given light tasks, such as gathering firewood, and were given food rations daily. He had originally wanted to gather the children together and find someone to teach them to read and write. However, the territory's conditions did not allow it. Most of the educated people were in the city lord's mansion, busy with their own affairs, and simply could not spare the time. After giving these instructions, Chen Qubing told Zheng Shu to go and make the arrangements, and the old steward accepted the order and left the study. The plan for the construction of the eastern city was now in its initial stages. However, he quickly realized that quarrying and building wouldn't require 20,000 people. What would happen to the remaining workers? Suddenly, an idea popped into Chen Qubing's mind: reclaim the wasteland. The drought couldn't last forever. He felt that at most a year or two, the rain would return and the people could resume farming. However, The land had been abandoned for many years and needed to be reclaimed in advance. Moreover, it wasn't entirely impossible to cultivate the land during the drought. As long as irrigation could be provided, the land could still be used for planting. Once he unlocks the endless water source in his space, his territory will no longer lack water, and he can then develop agriculture entirely through irrigation. However, land reclamation is not urgent for now. The most important thing right now is to recall all the city guards. Secondly, there is a need to replan the eastern part of the city and complete the relocation and arrangement of the people. People only have enough motivation when they first determine their direction and goals, and Chen Qubing is a case in point now. To survive in this chaotic world, he certainly couldn't do it on his own, even if the space could provide a continuous supply of food. He could have hidden away in the deep mountains, using the space to farm and level up, and then completely secluded himself once his physical body could enter the space. But Chen Qubing couldn't do that. He didn't want to shut himself off and live a life isolated from the world. He wanted to use the space to improve the environment around him and help the people around him live better lives. In the evening, the little maid brought food into the study, waking Chen Qubing from his deep contemplation of planning. Upon learning it was already the hour of 5 to 7 p.m., Chen Qubing realized that this world also used the 12-hour system, and it was currently between 5 and 7 p.m. On the table were stewed meat, water, and 2 bowls of millet rice. The millet was golden in color, and the grains were plumper than before. Chen Qubing immediately recognized it as new millet, and the little girl was filled with surprise, praising the grain bestowed by the gods as fragrant and delicious. Seeing her unusual reaction, Chen Qubing smiled and asked if she had secretly eaten. The little girl quickly covered her mouth and denied it, only saying that she had smelled it. He simply asked the little girl to sit down and eat with him, but the little girl was so frightened that she kept backing away, not daring to eat at the same table as the young master. Chen Qubing then remembered that the rules here were strict, so he had no choice but to let her go eat first. The little girl thanked him and immediately disappeared. After eating, Chen Qubing continued to refine his development plan until midnight before putting down his pen. 6 sheets of paper were laid out under the oil lamp, all outlining his plans for the future of his territory. He rubbed his aching wrists with satisfaction. Then he remembered that the millet in his spatial dimension should be ripe. As soon as his consciousness entered the dimension, a notification popped up on the light screen. The millet from all 9 farmlands was successfully harvested, totaling 9,000 caddies, and his spatial experience also increased by 9 points. He then converted the plants into nutrients and replanted the millet, completing another round of planting on the 9 farmlands in the blink of an eye. Chen Qubing didn't rush to send the newly harvested 80 bags of millet into the warehouse. Instead, he returned to his bedroom and fell asleep immediately. In his dream, he used the space-time grain system to unite his people, develop his territory, reorganize his military, expand his city, and develop the economy. Ultimately, Qiuye Territory was transformed into a paradise, where everyone had food to eat and warm clothes to wear, the elderly had support, children were cared for, and young people could still receive an education. But one day, a powerful female lord rose to power from the outside world, sweeping away all other lords and unifying the world within 10 years, establishing the Great Qian dynasty and declaring herself empress. Upon hearing of Qiuye Territory, the empress personally led an army of 500,000 to its gates, giving Chen Qubing 2 choices: either marry her or have her 500,000 iron cavalry crush Qiuye Territory. Chen Qubing hesitated for only 2 breaths before choosing the former. Afterwards, he followed the empress back to the capital of Zhongzhou, where they were married in the presence of the entire court. Just as they were about to be led to their bridal chamber, he suddenly woke up from his dream. Chen Qubing sat half upright on the bed, looking at the sunlight outside the window. His head was dizzy, and his thoughts seemed to have stopped. After a while, the discomfort gradually subsided, and the little girl came in with water, reminding him to wash up before eating. The cool water completely woke him up, and he realized that it was already past Chinshur, which was about 8 o'clock in the morning. Chen Qubing then asked where the old steward had gone, and the young maid replied that he had gone to invite Mr. Li Yuanji. No sooner had she finished speaking than the old steward led Li Yuanji into the house, and the young maid tactfully withdrew. Chen Qubing invited the two to eat together, but they had already eaten, so he quickly finished his breakfast and led them into his study. As soon as he sat down, Chen Qubing asked how the census was going, but the old steward didn't understand what census meant. Chen Qubing had to change it to a detailed and comprehensive assessment of the population, and Li Yuanji immediately understood that this expression was indeed concise and appropriate. Li Yuanji then reported that the total population of Dongsheng was 14,329, of which 5,756 were able-bodied adults, and the rest were the elderly, women, and children. He handed the compiled statistics to Chen Qubing, which were recorded in great detail. The term young and strong refers to young people and adults aged 16 to 40, while old and weak refers to the elderly and those who are frail, totaling over 5,500 people. Among women and children, there are only slightly over 1,000 women, and finally, there are children whose number is less than 1,000. Chen Qubing handed the paper back to Li Yuanji and asked if he had already selected craftsmen who could quarry stone and build houses. Li Yuanji replied that the census had just been completed and the selection of craftsmen had not yet been completed, but at the latest, they would all be ready within a day. Both Qiuye Territory and the City Lord's Mansion have been passed down for 200 years and have their own complete systems, which is why Li Yuanji dared to make this guarantee. Chen Qubing believed in his abilities, but also solemnly reminded him that this matter concerned the territory and the City Lord's Mansion, and that he must put in a lot of effort. Li Yuanji's expression hardened, and he immediately assured Chen Qubing that he would not fail in his mission. He then accepted the order and left to begin preparing for the craftsman's arrival. After everyone had left, Chen Qubing turned to the old steward, Uncle Zheng, and asked how another matter was progressing. Uncle Zheng immediately replied that everyone had already gathered at the North City training ground and asked if he wanted to go there personally to inspect it. Chen Qubing's eyes lit up, and he quickly led Uncle Zheng to the drill ground. There, over 1,000 men had gathered, all former city guards who had been dismissed. 2 years of continuous food shortages had left these men emaciated and sallow-faced, bearing the marks of malnutrition. In a corner, brothers Li Tai and Li Zhu sat on the ground. Li Zhu sighed, realizing that their words from a few days ago had come true. The young master was indeed going to conscript them back into the city guard. Li Tai was even more moved. He had originally thought that the young master had disbanded the city guard to save on food and military expenses, ensuring that the people in the city lord's mansion were well fed. But Chen Qubing did not do that. Instead, he distributed the grain that originally belonged to the city guards to the people, saving many who would have starved to death. Now that the young master has found the grain, he immediately recalled them. Only a man like this deserves the title of a wise ruler. Several acquaintances nearby echoed this sentiment. The newcomers were none other than the 3 Fong brothers from the same village, Fong Daniu, Fong Erniu, and Fong Saniu. After a warm greeting, they sat down together. Fong Daniu couldn't help but ask, "Young master, why did you suddenly recall the city guards? Could it be that the Red Leaf territory is invading and war is about to break out?" The 3 Fong brothers immediately declared that if war were to break out, they would be willing to fight for their young master. Fong Daniu said that he hadn't touched a sword in a year and had neglected his training for a long time, so he didn't know how many enemies he could still kill. But they were all retainers of the young master, ignorant of the grand principles of civil officials, yet they knew that a subject should die for his master. If the people of Red Leaf territory dared to come, they would not return alive. Li Tai quickly stopped Fong Daniu, who was becoming increasingly agitated, and told him that the young master had summoned everyone not because of the Red Leaf territory's invasion. He guessed that the young master must have found food and was going to reinstate the city guard. But the 3 Fong brothers didn't show much joy upon hearing this. Instead, they all fell silent. Fong Senyo whispered, if the young master had found food sooner, his mother might not have starved to death. Before he could finish speaking, Fong Daniu slapped him on the head, angrily scolding him for talking nonsense and daring to forget the young master's benevolence. His family was already poor. If it weren't for the young master's kindness in giving them extra food, all 4 of them would have starved to death long ago. Fong Erniu also tried to persuade his younger brother that he shouldn't speak of the young master like that. Fong Saniu shrank back, explaining that he wasn't blaming the young master. He just felt that the world shouldn't be like this. If there hadn't been a drought, Qiuye Territory wouldn't be in its current state. Before the drought, not everyone in the territory might have enough to eat, but at least they didn't have to worry about starving to death. This statement silenced the other 4. Far too many people in the territory hadn't survived the drought. Li Tai couldn't help but curse, This damned world, if only there hadn't been a drought. Just as everyone was sighing, a voice came from behind. Even without drought, there will be war, which will always drive people into a corner. So what they really need is to become strong enough to not fear drought, natural disasters, or war. The five turned around and found that Chen Qubing and the old steward had arrived at some point. They quickly stood up and clasped their hands in greeting. Chen Qubing waved his hand, telling them not to be so polite. His gaze swept over Li Tai and Li Zhu before settling on the three Fong brothers. The memories left behind by the original owner then surfaced. The city guard of Qiuye Territory had a very special organization, which was always hereditary. When the father died in battle or grew old, the position would be passed to the son and then to the grandson. Therefore, these city guards were actually Chen Qubing's private army and also his retainers. The three Fong brothers were able to each occupy one spot because their grandfather had rendered great service to the city lord's mansion. The former city lord, who was also Chen Qubing's grandfather, specially granted the Fong family 2 extra city guard positions. Seeing that the young master was watching them, Fong Daniu assumed that his third brother's words had angered him and quickly apologized. Chen Qubing simply smiled and said that it was only natural and there was no need to worry about it. Fong Daniu was then relieved and thanked him sincerely. Chen Qubing immediately said that he really wanted to thank him and that he would train hard from now on to become strong enough to fear no enemy. This was the best way to thank him and the territory. Fong Daniu immediately clasped his hands in agreement, promising to train hard, and even pulled his 2 brothers to express their support as well. Fong Erniu and Fong Saniu shouted in unison, saying the same thing. Chen Qubing exchanged a few more words with the others and then continued walking towards the command platform in the drill ground, while observing the city guards around him. Of the nearly 2,000 people who should be on the training ground, only a little over 1,000 had arrived, scattered in small groups. Some people saw Chen Qubing and quickly called to their companions to stand up and bow respectfully, to which he responded with a smile. Others were so engrossed in their conversation that they didn't even notice his arrival, but Chen Qubing didn't mind and continued forward. As he approached the command platform, 5 men ahead caught his attention. Familiar memories told him that these 5 were all officers of the city guard. The city guard had a simple organization. 5 men formed a squad, 10 men a Shur, 100 men a Zhu, 500 men a Chu, 1,000 men a Shao, and 5,000 men a Hu. Of the 5 men before them, one was Li Yuanze, the military commander in charge of the entire army, and the other 4 were the leaders of their respective units. Young master has arrived. Li Yuanze immediately led the way, clasping his hands in greeting, followed closely by the 4 unit leaders. This humble general, Li Yuanze, greets young master. Chen Qubing raised his hand in greeting and asked, "Everyone has worked hard. How many people have come in total?" Li Yuanze respectfully replied, "A total of 1,423 people." "Only 1,400 people?" Chen Qubing frowned slightly. Excluding the 200 people who were not originally laid off, only a little over 1,200 people were actually recalled. Given the city guard's loyalty to the city lord's mansion, no one would deliberately refuse a summons. Therefore, those who didn't come weren't unwilling to come, but rather unable to. Seeing Li Yuanze's hesitant expression, Chen Qubing was completely certain of his guess. 2 years of severe drought had killed or injured more than half of the ordinary citizens, and the city guards had also been reduced by nearly 600 men. In the face of natural disasters, life is never divided into noble and lowly. Chen Qubing suppressed his emotions and ordered in a deep voice, "Make up the troops." He stepped onto the command platform, with the old steward and Li Yuanze following half a step behind. The 4 battalion commanders were assigned to both sides of the platform and began to swing their drumsticks. Boom! 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 As soon as the drums sounded, the city guard scattered throughout the drill ground immediately rose and quickly gathered in front of the reviewing stand. In less than 10 minutes, 1,423 men were already lined up in neat rows. Chen Qubing was somewhat surprised. These men hadn't trained for a year, yet they were still able to assemble so quickly. Their military discipline was clearly still intact. He stepped to the front of the platform and spoke loudly. "Soldiers, a year ago, the city lord's mansion faced a food shortage, forcing you to withdraw from the city guard. Did you ever resent me?" Silence fell over the audience. No one uttered a sound. Chen Qubing smiled and continued, "You must harbor resentment. You should have shared weal and woe with the city lord's mansion. But when the crisis came, I abandoned you to protect the people of my territory. Anyone who suffered such treatment would feel resentment. We don't blame the young master, someone suddenly shouted from the crowd. Immediately, more voices followed. Some said the troop reduction was a last resort, while others said that if the young master hadn't been supporting the city lord's mansion, many more people would have starved to death. Natural disasters are beyond human control, and we never blame our young master. These responses filled Chen Qubing's ears, stirring countless emotions within him. These city guards were even more simple and loyal than he had imagined. He raised his hand, silencing the crowd below. I promised a year ago that as long as the city lord's mansion found a way to purchase grain, I would recall you. Now that the city lord's mansion has a source of grain, today I will let you return to the city guard. At this point, he changed the subject. In addition, today I will give each of you 10 caddies of grain as a small compensation from the city lord's mansion for this year. 10 caddies of grain is nothing to those who are well fed, but for those who have been suffering from hunger for a long time, it is enough to last for several days. The drill ground was initially deathly silent, then erupted into deafening cheers. Is what the young master said true? 1 dough of grain for each person. That's right. 1 dough of grain means we won't have to worry about going hungry for at least 5 days. Not only were the ordinary city guards extremely excited, but even Li Yuanzi and the 4 squad leaders were speechless with shock at the amount of grain. Chen Qubing looked at the old steward, who immediately understood and walked to Li Yuanzi's side to whisper a few words of instruction. Li Yuanzi was taken aback at first, then overjoyed, and immediately led 4 squad leaders and more than 100 city guards to the granary. 160 bags of millet had already been prepared in the granary. The old steward instructed, keep 10 bags and move the remaining 150 bags to the drill ground. 150 city guards carried 1 bag each. 100 caddies of millet was not a heavy weight for them. Half an hour later, 150 sacks of millet were neatly piled on the reviewing stand. Everyone below stared intently at the pile of grain. Some people kept swallowing, while others widened their eyes, as if the grain would disappear in the blink of an eye. Chen Qubing stepped forward and announced loudly, "Start distributing the grain now." Li Yuanzi and the 4 squad leaders immediately set to work, and the city guards also formed a long queue. The first soldier to receive 10 caddies of millet stood there, holding the grain, as if in a dream, until his comrades urged him on, and he left in a daze. 5 men used special wooden scoops, each scooping yielding exactly 1 bushel. Some took off their clothes to wrap the grain, while others took out cloth bags and put the grain belonging to their brothers and close companions together. Half an hour later, all the grain had been distributed. Chen Qubing stood by, watching the smiles on the faces of each city guard who received their grain, and seeing the gratitude in their eyes as they looked at him. He was filled with emotion. It turned out that all it took to win over the army was 10 caddies of grain. What can 10 caddies of grain do? Assuming an adult consumes 2 caddies a day, it's only enough to feed 5 people for 1 day, or 1 person for 5 days. But in times of drought and chaos, grain is lifeline, and 10 caddies of grain is enough to sustain an ordinary person for a month, or even longer. Although Chen Qubing possessed the original owner's memories, he couldn't truly empathize and didn't quite understand the weight of 10 jin of grain. However, seeing the grateful expressions of the more than 1,400 city guards below the stage, he felt that the grain was well worth the effort. "Young master, it's all been distributed." Li Yuanzi stepped forward to report. Each of the 1,423 people received 1 dough of millet. There are still 7 sure and 7 dough left. There are 8 sacks on the ground, 7 of which are full, and the other is only half full. Li Yuanzi asked whether the surplus grain should be moved back to the granary, but Chen Qubing waved his hand and said, "No need. You 5 can divide this grain among yourselves." Li Yuanzi was still hesitating, but the 4 brigade leaders immediately became excited, especially the thinnest and most clever brigade leader, who knelt down on the spot to pledge his loyalty. The other 3 hurriedly followed suit, saying in unison, "Thank you for your reward, young master. We are willing to die for you." Seeing that his subordinates had spoken, Li Yuanzi also put aside his pride and solemnly thanked Chen Qubing. Chen Qubing waved his hand. "No need to thank me. If you really want to thank me, train the city guards well. If they perform well, you'll be rewarded handsomely in the future." The four squad leaders immediately promised that they would do their best to train the city guards in the future, and then ran back to the training ground excitedly. Chen Qubing smiled and followed Li Yuanze to the barracks next to the training ground. The barracks could accommodate over 100 people, but the furnishings were very simple. Inside, besides tables, chairs, and benches, the most conspicuous item was a simple sheepskin map. Li Yuanze showed it to Chen Qubing as if it were a treasure. A circle is drawn in the center of the map, representing Autumn Leaf Territory, with the city lord's mansion at its center. 100 miles to the north lies Red Leaf Territory, and to the west is the Great Wilderness Mountain. 10 miles to the east is the Qiuye River, but it has long since dried up due to a severe drought. To the south is the rocky beach connected to the Great Wilderness Mountain. Autumn Leaf Territory resembles a leaf, longer from east to west than from north to south, with a total area of just over 30 square kilometers. The drill grounds and military camps are located in the northern part of the city, precisely to defend against the Red Leaf Territory to the north. After all, the Red Leaf Territory is aggressive and could target Autumn Leaf Territory at any time. Li Yuanze asked expectantly how the map was, and Chen Qubing thought for a moment before simply saying, "A brilliant idea." Li Yuanze immediately understood that this was hardly a compliment. Chen Qubing then told him that the map could be made even more detailed. First, the location must be clearly marked. Then, based on the actual mountains and rivers, the outline of the terrain must be drawn. Finally, the distance proportions must be clearly marked. For example, use squares to represent distances, with one square representing 1 li, a traditional Chinese unit of distance. If Hongyiling is 100 li away, draw 100 squares. If Songyuan River is 10 li away, draw 10 squares. Li Yuanze only half understood and couldn't help but ask, "Wouldn't it take a lot of effort to draw such a map?" Chen Qubing nodded and said, "Detail is the most important thing. But we can talk about the map later. Right now, the most important thing is the training of the city guards. Red Leaf Territory has always been a threat hanging over Autumn Leaf Territory, and Autumn Leaf Territory can only rely on its 1,000-odd city guards. They are few in number, and if they want to form a sufficient fighting force, they must train hard every day, at least to the point where they can fight 3 or even 5 opponents at once." Li Yuanze's expression was grave, yet he was also worried about food supplies. Since they couldn't grow their own grain, they had to buy it from outside. If the supply lines were cut off, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chen Qubing, however, was very confident. "You just focus on training the city guards. Don't worry about food. I'll ensure a stable supply chain." Li Yuanze was somewhat relieved, but Chen Qubing quickly realized that millet alone could not sustain the high-intensity training. Millet could only fill their stomachs. The city guards needed meat and vegetables to supplement their nutrition during daily drills. In the entire Autumn Leaf Territory, only the Lord is entitled to eat meat, and even then, it's cured and dried meat. As for vegetables, all green plants have been eaten by the people. The only way to obtain meat and vegetables is through the spatial dimension. However, the spatial dimension can only grow millet at present. Chen Qubing couldn't help but wonder if vegetable cultivation or even animal husbandry would be unlocked once the space level was upgraded to the next level. Thinking of this, his urgency to upgrade the space level became even stronger. After a moment, Chen Qubing snapped out of his thoughts, took out several sheets of paper from his pocket, and handed them to Li Yuanze. "Young master, what is this?" Li Yuanze was not puzzled by the paper itself, but by the contents written on it. Chen Qubing was also somewhat puzzled. The world's Gaju, a concept encompassing political and economic structures, resembled the warring states period of the late Western Zhou dynasty. Yet, the technology already included iron tools and paper, things that should have been 1,000 years ahead of their time. Just then, Li Yuanze suddenly shouted, "Kai!" Chen Qubing was startled. Li Yuanze's face was flushed, and his hands holding the paper were trembling slightly, making the pages rustle. After a moment, he suppressed his shock and bowed directly to Chen Qubing, saying, "Young master, your talent is unparalleled in the world." Chen Qubing was a little embarrassed and said, "There's no need to flatter me like that." Li Yuanze, however, was filled with admiration. "Your words come from the bottom of my heart. Population is the foundation of a territory, and the method of training soldiers is the foundation of an army. Even those powerful lords with tens of millions of people may not possess this set of military strategies, young master. With this method, I will definitely be able to train a strong army for you, young master. Chen Qubing then realized that there were no systematic military strategies in this world. Even if there were, they were mostly family secrets. The longer such a tradition was passed down, the easier it was to be lost due to accidents, which is why military strategies were extremely rare here. What he presented was merely a complete training method, yet it was enough for Li Yuanzi to regard it as a top-notch military strategy. Li Yuanzi's eyes darted around, and he tentatively asked, "Young master, could you bestow this method upon me? I will certainly study it diligently and thoroughly understand it." Chen Qubing subtly took 2 steps back and said solemnly, "This was originally meant for you. From now on, the training standard for the city guards will be implemented according to the method on paper. The faster you achieve results, the better. Some manpower will also be allocated to maintain order during the renovation and reconstruction of the eastern city. In addition, we must keep a close eye on any movements in the north." Li Yuanzi clasped his hands together and replied in a deep voice, "Yes. Your subordinate will remember your instructions, young master." After leaving the training ground, Chen Qubing, along with the old steward Jingshu, did not return to the mansion but went to the storeroom first. Upon reaching the warehouse entrance, Uncle Zheng suddenly stopped and said with a smile that the young master must be going to buy grain from the immortals again. He considered himself to have little fortune and was afraid of disturbing the immortals, so he voluntarily stayed outside to wait and even guarded the area for Chen Qubing. Chen Qubing didn't force him. After entering the warehouse, his consciousness immediately entered his own space. The millet in the 9 fields was ripe, and with a shout of "Harvest!" all 9,000 caddies of millet entered the space warehouse. The system notified him that his experience points had increased by 9, and he replanted millet in the 9 fields. Looking at the experience points for the space level, Chen Qubing calculated that he only needed to complete 7 more plantings to upgrade the space. At a rate of twice a day, 5 more days would be enough. He just hoped that no unexpected events would occur during this period. Afterwards, Chen Qubing moved the grain out of the spatial warehouse, and 80 bags of millet were neatly piled on the warehouse floor. He walked out of the warehouse, instructed Zhang Shu to send people to move the grain to the granary, and then returned to his study. After eating the food brought by the young maid, Chen Qubing led her to the east city. At the foot of the city wall, Li Yuanzi was with 2 scribes registering information about the people. Name: Niu Dazhuang. Age: 23. Li Yuanzi looked up and saw that the man's face was weathered and he was clearly malnourished. He didn't look 23 at all. He looked more like 33. But he didn't ask any more questions. He just continued to inquire, "Do you know how to build houses?" Niu Dazhuang shook his head and said he didn't. "Can you quarry stone?" Niu Dazhuang immediately perked up. "Yes. My family has been quarrying stone for 3 generations, and we can definitely get top-quality stone." Li Yuanji noted down the information, told him to wait on the left, and then waved to the long queue of people. Next! 3 long lines had already formed outside the city, with people taking turns to state their names, ages, and the crafts they were skilled in. Chen Qubing stood on the East City wall, watching this scene. The little girl couldn't help but ask curiously, "Young master, what's going on here?" Without turning his head, Chen Qubing said, "Population census." The little girl didn't understand what a population census was, so Chen Qubing patiently explained that it was a comprehensive allocation of the territory's population and each person's strengths. Only by understanding what everyone could do could future deployment and planning be more time-efficient and labor-saving. The little girl seemed to understand, but Chen Qubing smiled. "You don't need to fully understand, just know one thing. It will benefit the territory's future development." Beneath the city wall, the people, under the guidance of Li Yuanji and 2 scribes, successively completed information registration and job classification. The so-called job classification was to select those with specialized skills, such as quarrying, house building, blacksmithing, and forging agricultural tools and weapons. At this moment, a man in his early 30s stood before Li Yuanji. He wore simple hemp clothing, his arms were muscular, and his face was roughened by years of exposure to the heat of the furnace. As usual, Li Yuanji asked, "Name? Age? What craft do you specialize in?" The man replied, "I am Wang Dachui, 34 years old, and I know how to forge iron." Chen Qubing had already guessed, and upon hearing the answer, he immediately ordered the city guards, "Let him come up." Wang Dachui was stopped as soon as he finished registering. He was a little nervous at first, But when he learned that it was the Lord who had summoned him, he was both surprised and delighted, and quickly followed the city guards up to the city tower. Upon seeing Chen Qubing, he quickly bowed and said, "This humble man is Wang Dachui. Greetings to the Lord." Chen Qubing raised his hand to let him off the hook and asked directly, "How many years have you been blacksmithing?" Wang Dachui respectfully replied, "I started learning blacksmithing from my father when I was 5 years old, and now I am 34, so I've been blacksmithing for 29 years. For 29 years, he had spent almost his entire life tending the iron furnace. Chen Qubing then asked, "Can you forge armor and weapons?" Wang Dachui hesitated slightly, only saying that he knew some basic weapon forging skills and could try. Chen Qubing, however, made a direct decision. "Then you can." Then, he asked Wang Dachui if he had any apprentices or students. Upon learning that Wang had 3 apprentices who had already completed their training, and 3 more who would be ready to graduate in 2 years, Chen Qubing was very satisfied. "Go back and gather them all together. Bring them to the city lord's mansion to see me." Wang Dachui knew his chance had come, and excitedly accepted the order, turning and running towards the thatched hut to find someone. Chen Qubing watched his retreating figure, already having made his plans. After seeing the city guard's rudimentary equipment that morning, he wanted to have his weapons and armor reforged. To do a good job, one must first have the right tools. For the city guards to quickly build up their fighting strength, drills alone are far from enough. They also need decent weapons and equipment. Furthermore, the subsequent quarrying and construction of stone houses will also require a large number of tools. Now that they've found Wang Dachui, the manpower for weapons and tools is finally secured. The job assignments below the city continued until sunset, and everyone in the East City finally completed their re-registration. Li Yuanji, holding the register, reported, "Young Master, there are a total of 5,756 able-bodied men in the East City, of whom only about 300 know how to quarry stone, and less than 100 know how to build stone houses." Chen Qubing frowned. "How can there be so little?" Li Yuanji explained that although the territory's buildings were mostly constructed of stone, the people did not rely on quarrying for a living. In the past, most people farmed, while those living near the Tsungyuan River made their living by fishing. Autumn Leaf Territory is located in a remote area. Even with the Great Wilderness Mountain at its back, it's impossible to truly rely on the mountain for sustenance, so stonemasons are naturally a very small minority. However, Chen Qubing plans to expand along the eastern outskirts of the city, building at least 5,000 stone houses, each accommodating 5 people. This is a massive project, and a mere 400 craftsmen are simply not enough. After a moment's thought, he ordered that the able-bodied men skilled in quarrying and building be separated, and the remaining strong men be divided into 2 groups. 80% of them would follow the quarry workers to mine stone, with each worker taking on 10 apprentices. The other 20% would follow the building workers, with each worker also taking on 10 apprentices. In this way, the craftsmen could not only immediately start work with their men, but also quickly train more skilled workers. Li Yuanji immediately praised this method as ingenious. Subsequently, he suggested that since the city guard currently numbered less than 1,500, perhaps suitable young men could be selected to fill the ranks and expand the force to 2,000. Chen Qubing hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Li Yuanji's idea was exactly the same as his younger brother Li Yuan's. Li Juanhu had previously suggested selecting suitable young men to be incorporated into the city guard. Upon hearing this, Li Yuanji suddenly realized the significance. Chen Qubing then instructed that the 2 matters should be carried out simultaneously. Selecting manpower for the city guards would require the cooperation of Li Yuanji, Li Juanhu, and Zheng Shu. As for the expansion of the eastern city, it must begin as soon as possible. Li Yuanji accepted the order and said that he could arrange for manpower to quarry and begin construction first thing tomorrow morning. Chen Qubing suddenly thought of something else. "Have you picked out any women who can cook?" Li Yuanji replied, "Yes, we have." "That's good. Have them prepare the food before we start work tomorrow morning. Quarrying is hard work, and we can't let people work on an empty stomach. We must also prepare food for lunch and dinner." Upon hearing this, Li Yuanji was particularly shocked. "Young master wants 3 meals a day?" He quickly advised, "This is absolutely unacceptable. Firstly, it breaks the rules, and secondly, it consumes a huge amount of food. I believe 2 meals a day are sufficient." "Young master, this is inappropriate. Li Yuanji immediately tried to dissuade Chen Qubing when he heard that Chen Qubing wanted to provide the able-bodied men with 3 meals a day. Chen Qubing retorted, "Why is it inappropriate?" In Li Yuanji's view, ordinary people were not entitled to 3 meals a day. Even he, a retainer, only received 2 meals a day before the drought. In the entire territory, only the Lord received this treatment. Chen Qubing understood his concerns and said directly, "What rules? In Qiuye Territory, the rules I speak are the only rules." He also told Li Yuanji not to worry about food, as the territory's reserves were sufficient to support their needs. Seeing that his young master was determined, Li Yuanji could only agree. After explaining the details, Chen Qubing returned to the city lord's mansion with the little girl. As they passed outside the city, he saw the old priest again, devoutly performing a rain-seeking ceremony high up. Although he was too far away to hear what the old man was chanting, his focused expression clearly showed that he had placed all his hopes on heaven. The little girl gazed at the cloudless sky and felt the scorching heat and couldn't help but sigh. "I wonder when the drought will end." It will end." Chen Qubing withdrew his gaze and continued walking towards the city lord's mansion. After an incense stick had burned, the two arrived at the gate of the mansion and saw Wang Dachui waiting there with 6 men. Wang Dachui stepped forward and bowed, and the 6 men behind him followed suit, clasping their hands and greeting. "Greetings, Lord." Chen Qubing raised his hand to signal, his gaze sweeping over the group. All 6 were in their early 20s, dressed in tattered hemp clothes, their faces sallow and thin, but 3 of them had exceptionally strong arms, their muscle lines very similar to Wang Dachui's. Wang Dachui nervously introduced the 3 apprentices on the left, who had already completed their apprenticeships, and the 3 on the right, who were not yet apprenticed but would be able to stand on their own in 2 years. Chen Qubing led them into the main hall and asked everyone to sit down. Wang Dachui dared not sit, so the others stood and talked. Chen Qubing directly inquired about the Wang family's heritage. Wang Dachui's ancestors had made a living as blacksmiths for 3 generations, and his grandfather had even developed a unique iron forging technique. Upon hearing Chen Qubing ask if he had mastered this technique, Wang Dachui hesitated, clearly worried that the Lord might covet his ancestral craft. Chen Qubing laughed and said, "Don't worry, I don't want the skills passed down from your ancestors. I just want to know if you have fully mastered them." Wang Dachui blushed immediately and stammered for a long time before admitting that he had only learned the basics. Chen Qubing didn't mind and instead asked, "Are you willing to join the city lord's mansion?" Wang Dachui was taken aback at first, then overjoyed. Joining the city lord's mansion meant becoming a vassal of the lord, sharing the fate of the city lord's mansion and the entire territory. He immediately knelt on one knee, clasped his hands, and said, "Your subordinate is willing. From now on, I am willing to serve my young master to the death." Chen Qubing instructed him to select a suitable location in the eastern part of the city to establish a weapons forging workshop. From now on, all weapons and equipment needed by the city lord's mansion would be forged in this workshop. Wang Dachui solemnly accepted the order, promising to forge superior weapons for the young master, and then took his leave with his 6 apprentices. Chen Qubing watched the group leave, lost in thought. The city guard's weapons and armor had always been purchased from outside, which, while convenient, limited their quality and quantity. To truly control the power, they needed their own weapon manufacturing capabilities. This was why he had made an exception and brought Wang Dachui into the city lord's mansion. Wang Dachui has 29 years of blacksmithing experience and ancestral forging techniques, enough to at least forge usable weapons. Even if that's not enough, he still has memories from his past life. Forging, frying, and steel-making methods. He can always find a way. Thinking of this, Chen Qubing suddenly had a thought: 100 refined steel. Once this thought appeared, he could no longer suppress it. He immediately got up, went straight to his study, spread out paper, ground ink, picked up a brush, and wrote down the forging method of 100 refined steel. 100 times refined steel is made from pig iron, which is repeatedly heated and forged to remove impurities and excess carbon. The fewer the impurities, the better the quality and properties of the iron. Iron is classified into pig iron, wrought iron, and steel, mainly due to their different carbon contents. Pig iron has a high carbon content, wrought iron has a very low carbon content, and steel falls in between. Chen Qubing wrote down the method in detail, set it aside to dry, and prepared to hand it over to Wang Dachui the next day. At this moment, there was a knock on the door outside the study, and Li Yuanzi asked to see him with a happy expression. As soon as he entered, he said, "Young master's military strategy is indeed extremely profound. In just half a day, the city guards have been able to basically complete the formation and posture." Chen Qubing understood that what he had given him was not a military treatise, but a training method slightly modified from his previous life's military training, with a significantly increased workload. Li Yuanzi excitedly asserted that the city guards would be able to get the hang of it within 3 days, and at most half a month, they would be able to complete the weighted training and marching exercises. Hearing this, Chen Qubing was very satisfied. He had originally worried that military training was not suitable for this world, but now it seemed to be very effective in training the city guards. Chen Qubing instructed Li Yuanzi that the training of the city guards must not be neglected, and the sooner they formed combat capability, the safer the territory would be. Li Yuanzi immediately accepted the order, adding that the young master's daily provision of a peck of millet to each soldier had already greatly boosted morale. Now, the city guards were all training relentlessly, and as long as the food supply remained constant, they would be completely transformed within a month. But Chen Qubing was stunned after hearing this. He realized that he seemed to have overlooked a fatal problem. His personal space could grow millet twice a day, 9,000 caddies each time. After deducting consumption, he would only have 16,000 caddies left. Currently, the city guard has 1,423 men, and each man consumes 10 jin of grain per day, which means they will consume 14,230 jin. This means the space only has 1,770 jin of grain left each day, which is simply not enough to support the expansion of the eastern city. The able-bodied men in the eastern part of the city each eat at least 3 caddies of grain 3 times a day, and with more than 5,000 able-bodied men, they consume more than 17,000 caddies a day. Adding these two accounts together, Chen Qubing is now in debt for more than 15,000 caddies of grain every day. If the city guard were to be reinforced with another 2,000 men, the shortage would continue to widen, reaching at least 11,000 caddies of grain shortfall every day. Chen Qubing's face immediately turned grim, and only one thought remained in his mind. Oh no, there's inflation in the food market. Li Yuanzi saw that he was first stunned and then looked bitter, so he thought he was unwell and quickly asked him what was wrong. Chen Qubing waved his hand, saying it was nothing, but in his mind he was quickly calculating the space upgrade. The space had only been used for planting 4 times so far, gaining 36 experience points, which was 64 points short of the upgrade, meaning it would take at least 4 more days. But the daily shortage of more than 20,000 caddies of grain during those 4 days had become the biggest problem he was facing. Li Yuanzi sensed something was wrong and tentatively asked if there was a problem with the food supply. Chen Qubing no longer concealed anything and frankly admitted that there was indeed a food shortage, his face showing considerable embarrassment. After all, he had just guaranteed sufficient food supplies not long ago, and now he was about to break his promise. After a moment's thought, Li Yuanzi suggested that instead of giving the city guards a peck of millet per day, they should receive a pound per person per day. Chen Qubing hesitated, worried that changing the order so frequently would damage his authority as a lord. Li Yuanzi, however, said that everyone understood the current predicament of the territory, and the city guards and the city lord's mansion shared weal and woe, so they would surely understand. Moreover, a pound of millet a day, though not much, was barely enough to sustain daily training. Chen Qubing secretly recalculated that if everyone's consumption was reduced to 1 jin per day, the food supply could be sustained temporarily. He accepted the suggestion, but was still worried that the sudden drop from 10 jin to 1 jin might cause resentment among the city guards. Li Yuanzi was very confident that the city guards were all loyal to the young master and would not harbor any resentment because of this. Chen Qubing was slightly relieved. He wanted to promise to resume the supply of 10 caddies in a few days, but then he remembered that he had just broken his promise and swallowed his words. Subsequently, he decided to further reduce the grain rations for ordinary citizens, decreasing them from 1 jin to 3 to 5 liang per person per day. The able-bodied men in the eastern city were provided with food through canteens, with grain delivered by the city lord's mansion, processed into meals by the eastern city authorities, and then distributed to the able-bodied men who were working. After discussion, the city guard's rations were officially reduced from 1 do, a unit of dry measure, per day to 2 jin, another unit of dry measure, per day. Li Yuanzi accepted the order and withdrew. Chen Qubing watched his retreating figure and sighed heavily. His desire for the space upgrade grew stronger, but there was no use rushing it. He could only wait for time to pass. As night fell, two pieces of news spread like wildfire through the thatched roof area outside the eastern city. The city lord's mansion would select 500 young and strong citizens to be incorporated into the city guard. At the same time, several thousand people will be mobilized to quarry stone in the Barren Mountains outside the western city to rebuild stone houses for the people. Those who participate in the quarrying will be provided with 3 meals a day as payment by the city lord's mansion. The news caused an instant uproar in the entire shanty town, with countless young men crowding around the east city gate to inquire about the details. Someone asked if the conscription of the city guards was real, and someone immediately replied that it was an order personally issued by the city lord's mansion. How could it be false? Upon hearing that joining the city guard would mean receiving 2 caddies of top-quality millet daily, the crowd became even more excited. Within half an hour, hundreds of able-bodied men had gathered below the city gate, all eager to join the city guard. In addition, many more people set their sights on the job of quarrying stone, as the prospect of 3 meals a day was equally irresistible to them. Even some elderly men expressed their willingness to work in the Barren Mountains, saying they still had the strength. Of course, a few people remained skeptical, but the majority clearly trusted the city lord's mansion. While everyone was discussing the matter animatedly, the 300 stonemasons selected, led by a dozen or so city guards, returned to the quarry district. They began selecting men from among their acquaintances to form quarrying teams. A stonemason named Lu Laojian, who was in his 40s, quickly selected 10 people, including Ergo, Shi Tu, and Xiao Zhuzi, and took them to the clerk for registration. After verifying their identities and confirming that he was indeed Lu Laojian, the clerk registered the information of the 10 people one by one. After registration, the clerk officially announced that they were Team 10 of the 13 squad of the 1st Mining Brigade. Lu Laojian was appointed as the captain of Team 13 and also the mentor of these 10 men, responsible for teaching them how to mine stone. The clerk announced that whoever was the first to lead a team out of the expedition would be rewarded with 1 to 10 caddies of millet. If the mined stone was of high quality and plentiful, the same reward of 1 to 10 caddies of millet would be given. Lu Laojian's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he immediately promised to wholeheartedly teach the team members how to mine high-quality stone. The clerk did not linger and led the city guards to continue registering the information for the next squad. After everyone had walked away, someone asked Lu Laojian if they would all be following him to quarry stones from now on. Lu Laojian glanced at the 10 people in front of him and told them that starting tomorrow, they would be members of Team 13, and he would be the captain. Everyone had to learn quarrying from him, and whoever learned the fastest and best would be rewarded with millet. He also promised that as long as everyone studied diligently and completed their apprenticeships quickly, they would receive even more rewards. Once they received millet, he, as the team leader, would decide to divide it equally among all the team members. Shi Tu pressed for an answer, as he couldn't go back on his word, and the others joined in the commotion. Lu Laojian grumbled and said, "When have I ever mistreated anyone? As long as everyone studies hard, no matter how tough quarrying is, we can always earn enough to eat. With the drought dragging on indefinitely, having something to eat is better than anything else." These words silenced everyone, but Ergo couldn't help asking, why did the Lord order them to quarry stone, and why did he rebuild the stone houses? Lu Laojian raised his hand and slapped his son on the head, scolding him for being tactless. Winter was just a few months away, and if they didn't hurry and repair the stone house, who knew how many people would freeze to death this year? He recalled last winter, when those familiar faces might be gone forever, perhaps only to disappear overnight. In his eyes, the Lord was a rare and benevolent ruler. Without him, they would all be dead long ago. The same scene played out in various places outside the East City. It wasn't until late at night that the 3 scribes finished registering and took the booklets to report to Li Yuanji. Li Yuanji looked through the booklets by the light of an oil lamp, first rewarding the 3 men, and then taking out millet from a sack and giving each of them about a pound. The 3 clerks, carrying heavy cloth bags, beamed with joy and repeatedly thanked the clerk in charge. Li Yuanji waved his hand, cupped his hands in the direction of the city lord's mansion, and told them that they should thank the young master. The 3 immediately changed their address, respectfully thanked the young master, and then went back to rest. Li Yuanji, however, took the booklet, and went straight to the city lord's study. Chen Qubing was still awake, sitting under the oil lamp, constantly revising his plans. The food shortage forced him to rethink his original arrangements. The space's output had to be balanced with external consumption. Otherwise, a food shortage would have unimaginable consequences. Another issue is the progress of the East City project. He originally planned to build 5,000 stone houses within a few months, but there are simply too few stonemasons skilled in quarrying and craftsmen skilled in building. Even using a mentorship system would slow down the progress. The expansion of the East City is the first step in the development of the territory. If this step goes wrong, all subsequent plans will have to be adjusted. Just as Chen Qubing was lost in thought, Li Yuanji's voice came from outside the door, asking if the young master had gone to sleep. Chen Qubing put down his brush, rubbing his throbbing wrist, and told him to come in directly. After entering, Li Yuanji saw that Chen Qubing looked exhausted and couldn't help but urge him to rest early. Chen Qubing didn't say much, only asking him what business he had with him so late. Li Yuanji immediately presented the booklet and reported that, as the young master had instructed, every 10 people had been formed into a small team, with a skilled stonemason or craftsman serving as the team leader. There were a total of 470 squads in this force, and every 100 squads formed a battalion, with 2 city guards serving as battalion commanders and deputy battalion commanders. In the end, there were 5 battalions in total. The first 4 battalions each had 100 squads, and the 5th battalion had 70 squads. Chen Qubing finished flipping through the booklet and nodded in satisfaction. The first 4 fully staffed brigades were responsible for quarrying stone, while the 5th brigade was responsible for building stone houses. The division of labor was very clear. He then appointed Li Yuanji as the chief construction captain to lead these 5 construction teams from now on. Next, Chen Qubing inquired about the water levels in the 2 wells in the east of the city, asking if they had dropped. Li Yuanji had made prior arrangements, having sent people to monitor the wells. The news that came in the evening was that the water levels had not dropped. Chen Qubing was slightly relieved. The water level hadn't changed, so there was no need to worry about a water shortage for the time being. However, he still instructed Li Yuanji to keep a close eye on the situation and to report back immediately if the water level dropped. Seeing the crescent moon hanging high outside the window, Chen Qubing told Li Yuanji to go back and rest. Tomorrow, the construction team would officially begin quarrying stone to advance the expansion plan for the eastern part of the city. Li Yuanji bowed in acceptance and left the study. Li Yuanji turned and walked out of the study, closing the door behind him. Chen Qubing withdrew his gaze, sat down in a chair, and entered his personal space. The millet is ripe. Harvest! Harvest! With a thought, all the millet from 9 farmlands was stored in the warehouse and automatically bagged. Successfully harvested millet, totaling 9,000 gene. Experience increased +9. Chen Qubing then replanted the millet and looked at the light screen again. The space level had become Level 1, 45 out of 100. He only needed 55 more experience points to upgrade the space to Level 2. Thinking of this, he exited his personal space. Before dawn the next day, all 5,000 able-bodied men outside the East City had assembled and were divided into 470 teams. 400 teams would go to the Barren Mountains outside the West City to quarry stone. The other 70 teams would prepare to plan the foundations for stone houses on the open space to the left of the thatched huts. Below the city gate, Li Yuanji, accompanied by 3 scribes, arrived at the front of the procession. The captain of the city guard responsible for maintaining order immediately stepped forward and saluted. "Greetings, sir." Li Yuanji looked around. In the torchlight, all he could see was a sea of black heads. "Is everyone here?" "Reporting to you, sir. All able-bodied men have assembled. Is the food ready?" "It is ready." Li Yuanji nodded and ordered the food to be distributed first, and then sent the quarrying team to the Barren Mountain without delay. The sergeant immediately summoned his captains and relayed the order down the ranks. Hearing that they could receive their food ahead of schedule, all the able-bodied men became excited. Soon, 6 city guards carried a large wooden tub filled with golden millet rice, followed by several middle-aged women. By the firelight, the able-bodied men could see the food in the buckets, and a chorus of swallowing filled the air. The sergeant loudly warned, "Take your food in squad order. Anyone who disrupts the order will have their entire squad disqualified from receiving rations." The 1st Brigade went forward first, and the first squad of 11 men each received a bowl of millet rice and a bowl of hot water with salt. This food might have been ordinary in the past, but for the young and strong who had endured 2 years of drought and prolonged hunger, it was a rare treat. 1 bucket of rice was just enough for the 1st Battalion, and the 2nd bucket was immediately carried to the 2nd Battalion. Half an hour later, all 5 battalions had received their food. The men of the 1st Battalion had already finished eating, and their stomachs felt full for the first time in a long time. The sergeant gathered them together and asked in a loud voice, "Was the food good?" "Delicious," the crowd responded in unison, their voices exceptionally loud. The captain continued, "Do you know why you can eat such millet rice? It's a gift from the Lord. The Lord not only provides you with ample food, but also plans to build you new houses. And all you have to do is go to the Barren Mountains to quarry stones, and then use the stones to build stone houses. Isn't that a wonderful thing?" "Yes." The sergeant nodded in satisfaction and asked, "So what should you do next?" Someone in the crowd shouted, "For the Lord, quarry the stone." The next moment, everyone shouted in unison, "For the Lord." The other 4 detachments, who were eating at the time, were also infected and joined in the shouting, their voices echoing outside the east gate. The sergeant scratched his head, wondering to himself that this wasn't what he meant. At this moment, Qiuye stepped forward and patted his shoulder heavily. "Little 6, your skills are becoming more and more outstanding. You've already learned 7 or 8/10 of what your brother has learned." The squad leader quickly said modestly, admitting that he was far inferior to his brother. Qiuye replied that the order in the East City had always been in the hands of his brother, who had gone to Qingzhou to purchase grain a month ago on the orders of the young master. Now that Xiao Lu has taken over the responsibility, he's managed to keep Dongqing running smoothly for a month, which is enough to prove his ability. The sergeant smiled and thanked him, then lowered his voice and asked, "The city lord's mansion suddenly has so much grain. Did your brother buy some from outside?" Qiuye simply said he didn't know, and if there were any questions, he should ask the young master. He then reminded him that quarrying was the most urgent matter at hand, and absolutely no mistakes could be made. "Understood, sir." The squad leader looked up at the gradually brightening sky, said nothing more, and turned to the front of the 1st Battalion. "4 mining battalions, follow me." When Chen Qubing woke up in the city lord's mansion, it was already past 9 a.m. He went to the outer room, where a maid had already prepared water and food for him to wash up. Chen Qubing thanked her for her help, washed up, and sat down at the table. The little maid said with a smile, "This is my duty." After Chen Qubing finished breakfast, he went to his study. Before he could even sit down, Qiuye rushed over to pay his respects and report that the 4 mining teams had already set off for the Barren Mountains. It is expected that the first batch of stones will be mined and transported back to the city before noon. The 5th Brigade has also measured the location and is just waiting for the stones to arrive so that work can begin immediately. Chen Qubing nodded in satisfaction, but noticed that Qiuye was hesitant to speak, so he directly asked him if there was anything else. Qiuye then said that although there were enough quarrymen, there were far too few tools. In each team of 11, only 2 or 3 people could usually get iron tools and chisels, and some teams didn't even have a single chisel. Without iron tools, quarrying stone by hand would be extremely inefficient. Ultimately, he just wanted to ask Chen Qubing for tools. Fortunately, Chen Qubing was prepared. Yesterday, he had sent Wang Dachui with 6 apprentices to find a place to build a forging workshop. The 4 mining teams needed tools, as did the construction team, and the city guard's weapons all needed to be replaced. This shortfall was too large. It was impossible for Wang Dachui and his 7 men to fill it in a short time. The only solution was to increase the number of blacksmiths. Chen Qubing immediately inquired how many other blacksmiths were in the city besides Wang Dachui. Qiuye recalled and replied that there was another master blacksmith who had been forging for 40 years, but he was already old. There were about 10 master blacksmiths and more than 20 apprentices who hadn't yet completed their apprenticeships. Even if you included them all, there were only 40 blacksmiths in total. Chen Qubing instructed Qiuye to gather these people immediately, and then he set off for the East City. A quarter of an hour later, led by the city guards, he arrived at the place chosen by Wang Dachui and his 6 companions. The place was surrounded by stone walls and stone houses, with a space of more than 60 square meters in the middle. Including the 2 stone houses, it was a total of 200 square meters. Wang Dachui was leading his apprentices, pointing and gesturing around the courtyard, clearly having planned it for a long time. The youngest apprentice spotted Chen Qubing first, and Wang Dachui quickly came forward to greet him. Chen Qubing looked at the courtyard and nodded approvingly. The space was spacious, indeed suitable for conversion into a forging workshop. Wang Dachui just chuckled and followed behind him. Chen Qubing entered the stone house and immediately discovered that there was a furnace, a forging table, and a complete set of blacksmithing tools inside. Wang Dachui then confessed that this was actually an ironware workshop run by his family for 3 generations. Chen Qubing immediately understood why he had felt it was naturally suited for blacksmithing at first glance. The other stone house was for living in. Back in the courtyard, Chen Qubing immediately asked Wang Dachui when they could begin forging. Wang Dachui replied instantly that they could start firing at any time. So Chen Qubing ordered him to light the furnace now and forge the quarrying tools as quickly as possible. But Wang Dachui looked troubled, saying that even a skilled cook can't cook without rice. Without iron, or even the best blacksmith can't make tools. Chen Qubing slapped his forehead, only then remembering that after the Red Leaf Territory seized the iron ore, the City Lord's mansion had extremely strict control over it. Anyone who wanted to use more than a pound of iron or had to report to the City Lord's mansion. He told Wang Dachui to start the furnace fire first, while he immediately rushed back to the City Lord's mansion to find the iron ore. Just as he returned, he bumped into the old steward, Uncle Zheng, who was walking hurriedly, and quickly asked where the iron ore was stored. Uncle Zheng led him to the warehouse and pointed to 3 warehouses in front of him, saying that they were full of iron ore. The old lord had long anticipated that even if an iron ore vein was discovered, it might not be able to be held, so he had started mining and storing it in advance. The 3 warehouses together contained a full 300,000 caddies of iron ore. Chen Qubing was overjoyed upon hearing that there were 300,000 jin of iron ore. 1 jin of iron ore could be refined into 30 to 40% iron, so 300,000 jin of ore meant nearly 100,000 jin of iron. With the stockpile, quarrying tools, construction tools, and even weapons for the city guards would be secured. He immediately instructed Uncle Zheng to gather men and transport 5,000 to 10,000 caddies of iron ore to the East City and hand it over to Wang Dachui. He instructed Wang Dachui to use all of this iron ore to forge tools for mining stone. Chen Qubing asked the old steward to open the warehouse beforehand, and then the 2 of them pushed open the door to the iron ore storage area together. The moment the door opened, the warehouse was filled with yellowish-brown and brown ore, some as small as a fist and some as large as a wash basin, crammed full. Chen Qubing picked up a fist-sized piece of ore and weighed it in his hand. It was nearly 2 pounds. He immediately looked at the old steward with burning eyes. All 3 warehouses are like this. The old steward just smiled and led him to continue inspecting the remaining 2 warehouses. The other 2 quarries were also filled with iron ore, a reserve of 300,000 jin, 150 tons, enough to smelt ironware to arm an army of 10,000. But while Chen Qubing was pleased, a question arose in his mind. If the iron ore was so plentiful, why did the city guards need to buy weapons from outside? The old steward sighed and asked him if he knew where the weapons came from. Chen Qubing quickly remembered the answer: Qiuye Territory. Qiuye Territory was the only vassal-level territory in Songyuan County, with a population of nearly 5 million and a standing army of 300,000. If they were to forcibly conscript soldiers, they could even muster an army of 1 million. Because of their overwhelming strength, no territory in Songyuan County dared to provoke them. Many rules were also established by Qiuye Territory, and weaker territories had to purchase weapons and food from them in fixed quantities every year. Buying the goods would grant them the protection of Qiuye Territory. In essence, it was a disguised form of protection money. Chen Qubing remained silent for a moment before finally saying, Qiuye Territory is truly domineering. The old steward reminded him that while Qiuye Territory was domineering, it also followed the rules. If it weren't for the protection of Qiuye Territory, their territory would have been annexed by Red Leaf Ridge long ago. When Red Leaf Ridge first learned of the iron ore vein, they immediately mobilized an army of 10,000 to seize it. In the end, they only lost the vein and the surrounding territory, which was considered a preservation of their foundation. The old steward solemnly warned Chen Qubing that no matter how ambitious he was, he must never offend Iron Harvest territory before he had absolute strength. Otherwise, their territory would be destroyed in an instant if the other side made a move. Chen Qubing nodded to indicate that he understood, but immediately ordered him to arrange for men to move 10,000 caddies of ore to the East City. The old steward was somewhat troubled, however, as the city lord's mansion had only about 20 servants and maids in total, and moving so much or would require mobilizing the city guards. Chen Qubing then realized what was happening and immediately ordered 200 city guards to be dispatched. 2 hours later, the 200 city guards delivered the first batch of 1,000 caddies of iron ore to the blacksmith shop. Wang Dachui and his 6 apprentices had already lit the furnace, and as soon as the ore arrived, they began smelting it. The ore first had to be sorted, then put into a furnace to be melted into iron, poured into a container to cool into pig iron, and finally repeatedly heated and forged to remove impurities. It wasn't until the afternoon that Wang Dachui and his 7 apprentices finally forged a 2-pound chisel. Wang Dachui held the chisel and presented it to Chen Qubing as if it were a treasure. He said that although he hadn't used a hammer for 2 years, his skills hadn't become rusty. In addition, since this was made of top-quality iron ore, the material of this chisel was even better than the ironware he had forged before. Chen Qubing picked up the chisel, weighed it in his hand, and tapped it on the forging table, but he didn't know anything about blacksmithing and couldn't tell the difference between good and bad just by looking at it. Wang Dachui then suggested trying on stone. Chen Qubing casually found a stone about the size of a wash basin and 2 inches thick. Holding a chisel in his left hand and a hammer in his right, he struck the stone with increasing force, guided by Wang Dachui. Clang, clang, clang. With the 5th blow, the stone split in 2, but the chisel tip remained undamaged. Chen Qubing nodded. Not bad. Wang Dachui explained with a smile that this chisel had only been refined 5 times, making it slightly stronger than ordinary ironware, but enough to pry stones. However, to forge a weapon, it would need to be refined at least 9 times, or even 15 or 30 times, to be considered a superior weapon. Chen Qubing, however, said that weapons were not urgent. The most pressing matter was to forge enough tools. The chisels were of good quality, but it took the 7 of them a whole day to make just one. If they wanted to gather enough tools for 5,000 people, they probably wouldn't be able to finish until next year. Wang Dachui looked bitter and said that smelting, shaping, and forging were all essential steps, and even missing a few blows could affect the material. Chen Qubing interrupted him. I understand that forging cannot be rushed and mistakes cannot be made. If you want to increase production, you need to increase manpower. So I have decided to send you dozens more people to help you with the forging. Wang Dachui told Chen Qubing that there's a saying in the blacksmithing trade. It takes 3 years to even get started. A talented person can master in a year, but someone with less talent might not even get started after 5 years or more. To produce the quantity of ironware needed by Chen Qubing, simply increasing manpower would not be enough. Skilled forging experts were essential. Otherwise, the ironware produced would inevitably have numerous flaws. Chen Qubing reassured him that the people he had found were all skilled blacksmiths, and even those who hadn't completed their apprenticeships had several years of experience. Among them was a master blacksmith who had been forging for 10 years longer than Wang Dachui. Wang Dachui's expression shifted, and he immediately asked, Young master, are you perhaps referring to brother, Oyeshio? Chen Qubing was somewhat surprised, not expecting the two to know each other. Wang Dachui frankly admitted that in the entire Qiuye Territory, besides himself and his 6 disciples, only Oyeshio, who had fled here 2 years ago, and his dozens of disciples knew how to forge iron. Upon hearing the word, fleeing from disaster, Chen Qubing became interested, especially since the other party had brought dozens of apprentices with him, clearly indicating that he was not an ordinary blacksmith. Wang Dachui said that when Oyeshio first arrived in the territory, he opened a blacksmith shop in the east of the city, specializing in making farm tools for people. At first, business was slow, but later, thanks to the sturdy and durable quality of his products, he gained more and more customers. Qiuye Territory has a small population, and one blacksmith shop was enough. Now that another one has appeared, Wang Dachui naturally felt that the other party was stealing his business, so he went to cause trouble. He witnessed Oyeshio's forging skills firsthand and was completely convinced of his abilities. Furthermore, Oyeshio and his apprentice maintained a low profile, so the two didn't become rivals but rather friends. Then a drought struck, and both blacksmith shops lost their business. At first, people were still making and repairing farm tools, but later there were no customers at all. A year ago, both shops closed down and moved to the east side of the city. Chen Qubing frowned and asked Wang Dachui why he hadn't mentioned Yeshio a few days ago. Wang Dachui quickly explained that Yeshio had suddenly left with his disciples half a month ago, and he thought they had gone to another territory, but he didn't expect them to return. Chen Qubing waved his hand to indicate that he was not angry, and Wang Dachui breathed a sigh of relief. He then assured that as long as Yeshio and his apprentice were willing to join, it would not be a problem to forge 200 chisels of this material every day. Just then, Chen Qubing noticed a group of people outside the courtyard. Li Yuanji arrived with more than 40 people to report that the person had been found. It turns out that although these people were separated the day before yesterday, they were collectively rejoined the 4th Mining Brigade yesterday and went to the Barren Mountain with the team this morning, which is why they have been delayed until now. Chen Qubing looked at the group of people. The 40-odd people were all wearing coarse hemp jackets, and their arm muscles were strong, obviously because they'd been doing heavy forging work for many years. Finally, his gaze fell on an elderly man in his 50s. The man had graying temples, but was in good spirits and was even more robust than Wang Dachui. The old man met Chen Qubing's gaze without flinching or avoiding it, and proactively cupped his hands, saying, "This old man is Yeshio. Greetings to the Lord." Chen Qubing raised his hand and asked meaningfully, "I heard from Master Wang that your forging skills are more than twice as good as his. Is that true?" Yeshio humbly replied that Wang Dachui was merely flattering him, and that their skill levels were actually quite similar. Chen Qubing, however, suddenly changed his expression and asked if he meant that Wang Dachui was deceiving him. Wang Dachui was startled and hurriedly declared that he would never dare to lie. Chen Qubing ignored him, staring only at Yeshio, waiting for his reply. Yeshio frowned and said bluntly, "Lord, if you have something to say, please speak plainly." Chen Qubing immediately smiled and said directly, "I want you and all the disciples behind you to serve me." Yeshio frowned even deeper, saying that they were originally citizens of Qiuye Territory and had just completed their identity registration a few days ago. Chen Qubing, however, emphasized that his joining meant serving him. Before Yeshio could speak, a thin young man stepped forward from behind him. Yeshio's faction will never serve any feudal lord or lord. Chen Qubing chuckled. No wonder they fled. They couldn't stay anywhere else. The young man immediately blushed and retorted that the Oyi school had been established since the Taisho era and was a prestigious family with a 1,000-year history. How could they be unwelcome? Chen Qubing sized up the other person and found that she stood out among a group of burly men. She had delicate features and fair skin, and looked like a girl no matter how you looked at her. He retorted, "If you're so well-regarded, why did you come to this godforsaken place?" The man cursed and turned away, refusing to speak further. At this moment, Yeshio finally spoke, asking Chen Qubing how long he hoped they would serve him. Chen Qubing extended his hands, interlacing his index fingers, and gave his answer, 10 years. Just as the young man was about to refuse, Yeshio interrupted him, saying that he was willing to serve Chen Qubing for 10 years, but hoped that the Lord could provide sufficient food. Chen Qubing had expected the other party to refuse outright or impose harsh conditions, but to his surprise, they only wanted grain. This request was incredibly low. 40 people, no, to be precise, 41 people. Do they consume a lot of food each day? Actually, not much. Even if we calculate based on 2 jin of grain per person per day, it would only take 82 jin per day. Trading this small amount of grain for a master blacksmith with 40 years of experience, 10 apprentices, and more than 20 experienced apprentices was a worthwhile deal for Chen Qubing no matter how you looked at it, since they had decided to stay and serve. Chen Qubing immediately asked Wang Dachui and Yeshio to discuss how to increase forging output as soon as possible. Wang Dachui chuckled and pulled Yeshio aside, explaining the current task in detail. Upon learning that he would be tasked with forging 4,000 chisels and 2,000 hammers within 2 or 3 months, Yeshio's expression froze, clearly indicating that he had agreed too readily. Wang Dachui, however, was full of confidence, saying that with Yeshio joining, the construction period would definitely be greatly shortened, and he humbly asked him for more guidance. After regaining his composure, Yeshio no longer hesitated and immediately directed his apprentices to begin forging. The saying, "many hands make light work," is perfectly exemplified here. After Yeshio and his group joined, not only did the forging speed double, but the overall output also increased several times. By dusk, 20 chisels were already laid out in front of Chen Qubing. Chen Qubing inspected each item and found that the quality of the finished product was almost identical to that of the original chisel. Originally, it took Wang Dachui and 6 apprentices 4 hours to forge a single chisel. With the assistance of Yeshio and others, the time has been shortened to 1 hour. The quality remains the same, but the quantity has increased 20-fold. Wang Dachui and Yeshio felt uneasy seeing him constantly examining the chisel. Chen Qubing finally nodded. Very good, excellent. He deserves a reward. 2 city guards immediately brought out 2 bags of millet and placed them in front of the 2 men. Li Yuanji explained that the city lord's mansion had no other rewards at the moment, so they could only offer millet as a substitute, and he hoped that the 2 masters would not mind. Wang Dachui waved his hands excitedly, his eyes fixed on the millet, his throat bobbing incessantly. Yeshio was much calmer and looked away after only 1 glance. Chen Qubing explained that 1 bag contained today's rations, while the other bag was an extra reward. He added that the city lord's mansion would give them even better things when it became more financially secure. Wang Dachui immediately pledged to work even harder in the future. Chen Qubing nodded in satisfaction, then took out a piece of paper. Now that he had enough people to forge the tools, he asked 2 blacksmiths to study the paper and see if they could actually make it. On that piece of paper was the method of refining steel, which Chen Qubing had copied from memory. Wang Dachui was illiterate and couldn't understand the contents, so he glanced at it and handed it to Yeshio. When Yeshio took the paper and read its contents, he was so excited that he trembled all over, holding the paper in his hands as if it were a priceless treasure. When Yeshio saw that her grandfather was acting strangely, she rushed over to support him and glared fiercely at Chen Qubing, thinking that he had made things difficult for the old man. Chen Qubing then realized that the 2 were actually grandfather and grandson. Yeshio hurriedly scolded his granddaughter for her rudeness, and then respectfully inquired which forging master had passed down the secret method of refining steel. Chen Qubing was taken aback at first, then said that it was copied from an ancient book, and the person who left the secret method seemed to be named Yezi. Upon hearing the name Yezi, both Yeshio and Yeshio were stunned. It turns out that Yezi was actually the ancestor of Yeshio, but the Oyi family had never heard of the secret method of refining steel passed down from their ancestors. Chen Qubing never expected that the name he casually uttered would happen to be someone's ancestor. He could only continue to lie, saying that ancient books recorded that Yezi passed on this method to a closed-door disciple in his later years. Yeshio's eyes lit up immediately because Yezi's ancestor had indeed taken in a closed-door disciple in his later years. He immediately concluded that this secret technique must have been passed down from that disciple and eventually fell into Chen Qubing's hands. Chen Qubing was astonished, never expecting that the reason he made up on the spot would actually cover up the lie he had told earlier. At this moment, Yeshio spoke again, saying that he had an excessive request and hoped that the Lord would grant it. Chen Qubing replied without hesitation, I refuse. I refuse. Chen Qubing knew without even thinking what the old man Yeshio was up to. All he wanted was to see the ancient book he mentioned that recorded the process of refining steel, but that book was something he had made up, and he couldn't produce it all. Chen Qubing could only explain that ancient books were recorded on paper, and after hundreds of years they were already in a terrible state, and each page could be damaged. Once he has copied down all the contents, he will naturally hand them over to Yeshio for viewing, but he cannot easily show them to others now. Upon hearing this, Yeshio bowed and apologized, saying that he had been presumptuous, but with the secret method of refining steel, he would definitely forge a superior weapon for the Lord. Chen Qubing nodded and specifically instructed him to increase tool production as much as possible. Yeshio was thrilled and agreed on the spot. Just as they were about to leave, Wang Dachui, who had been silent all along, suddenly caught up with them and cautiously asked if he could observe the secret technique of refining steel. He stated frankly that as long as he could grasp the secrets, his forging skills would surely improve, and he would be able to forge better weapons for Chen Qubing. Chen Qubing laughed. Since he had taken this out, he had no intention of hiding it. If Wang Dachui wanted to see it, he could go ahead and see it. Wang Dachui was overjoyed. After thanking Chen Qubing, he immediately caught up with Yeshio, clearly intending to study the 100 refined steel together. Chen Qubing took Li Yuanji away, and on the way, he asked Li Yuanji to rearrange the accommodations for Yeshio and his group, and to send a few clever people to keep an eye on them. Li Yuanji immediately understood that the young master had the intention to recruit them, and wanted to truly bring Yeshio and others into the city lord's mansion. Chen Qubing did not deny it. Originally, he only intended for these refugees to serve him for 10 years, since they could leave at any time. However, after learning that Yeshio was actually a descendant of the forging master Oyezi, he changed his mind. The Oyezi of this world may not be inferior to the one recorded in history. Even if Yeshio were down on his luck, he might still possess skills passed down from his ancestors. Even without any unique skills, as long as he can master the 100 refined steel, Chen Qubing believes that this person can at least reach the level of a half-grandmaster. The two soon arrived outside the East City. As the sun set, all 4 teams that had gone to the Barren Mountains to quarry stones had returned. People were lining up to receive their share of millet rice and stone houses. The dust-covered workers, holding overflowing bowls of rice, smiled with genuine joy. Those children, who were so hungry they were skin and bones, held a full bowl of millet rice, and their faces showed joy from the bottom of their hearts. Seeing this, Chen Qubing couldn't help but smile. He then led Li Yuanji toward the planned area for the construction of the stone houses. The area was about a mile from the east side of the city. After walking for about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the two saw more than 20 people gathered together arguing in the distance. Upon closer inspection, I learned that these were craftsmen skilled in repairing stone houses, now divided into team leaders for construction. Some advocated connecting the stone houses into one area. Others suggested dividing the 5,000 stone houses into 5 areas, and still others suggested simply forming a circle around them. This suggestion was ultimately accepted by many people, who felt that building a ring around the perimeter would make construction easier and could also serve as a fortified city in case of external enemies. The more Chen Qubing listened, the more he felt something was wrong. 5,000 stone houses arranged in a circle, what kind of appearance would that be? So he interrupted everyone, saying, "Why don't you try my method?" Upon seeing their lord arrive in person, everyone hurriedly bowed. Chen Qubing waved his hand, indicating that there was no need for such formalities, and directly took out the planning map he had already drawn from his robes. He handed the blueprints to the nearest middle-aged man, telling them to stop arguing and that all the stone houses from now on should be built according to this plan. The middle-aged man was initially quite apprehensive, but his eyes widened immediately after seeing the blueprints. Although he was illiterate, he could tell that the layout on the blueprints was neat and orderly. In his eyes, this design was both beautiful and grand, as if the stone house was meant to be built this way. The blueprints quickly spread among the people, and everyone who read them reacted the same way he did, approving of the plan. Chen Qubing's method was not complicated. He simply divided the stone house area into layers using a 9x9 method. First, divide the area into 9 large regions using 4 main roads, 2 horizontal and 2 vertical. Then connect the main roads with secondary roads to further subdivide each region. Finally, the area is divided a third time by narrow paths, and the entire area can accommodate 6,561 stone houses. If each stone house occupies 60 square meters, and the main road, secondary road, and alley are included, the total area is no more than 500,000 square meters. Converted, it's only 0.5 square kilometers, which is only 1/60th of Qiuye Territory, which has 30 square kilometers of territory. Chen Qubing glanced at the surprised and shocked faces of the crowd and asked them if they couldn't understand. Everyone quickly said they understood, and no one raised any objections. Chen Qubing nodded in satisfaction. Since you can understand it, let's build it according to the blueprints. Chapter 26, Changes in the People. If only we had cement. Chen Qubing was very satisfied with his design. The only regrettable thing is the lack of cement and steel reinforcement. If you have cement and steel bars, you can directly pour concrete. Then they built the stone house higher up. The subsequent expansion of the territory will become more planned and able to accommodate a larger population. But there's no rush right now. The most urgent task is to complete the construction of the stone house. You will proceed with the construction according to the plans I have drawn. Blueprints, construction. Standing behind Chen Qubing, Li Yuanji silently memorized 2 more new words. Promise. Seeing that Chen Qubing had made the decision, the craftsman naturally had no objections. Because the two sides were not on equal footing, even if some craftsmen had different opinions, they dared not voice them. Another one. These artisans were indeed quite astonished by the content of the drawings on the paper. At this moment, I am in a state of being impacted by new things while maintaining a fixed worldview. Aside from shock, there was no further reaction. Once construction begins, we must follow the blueprints exactly. Chen Qubing gave a few more instructions, and seeing that it was getting dark, he took Li Yuanji back to the city lord's mansion. Along the way, even from a great distance, you could see thatched huts and plumes of smoke rising from the sky above that area. Such a scene was previously only seen when food was being distributed, and there won't be as much smoke from the cooking fires. Besides, because of the establishment of mining and construction teams, the city lord's mansion took on the responsibility of providing food for all able-bodied men. Although the grain allocated to the people was small, they could still manage to fill their stomachs by cooking the millet they received into millet porridge. Some young and strong people would save some of their allocated food and take it back to their families. In short, if the thatched roof area was a lifeless scene a few days ago, it is now beginning to show signs of life again. The most obvious sight is a group of small children chasing and playing with each other not far from the thatch hut area. The innocent laughter of children can sometimes touch the depths of one's heart. Chen Qubing was infected by the laughter, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his face. Young master seems to be in a good mood. Li Yuanji inadvertently noticed the smile on Chen Qubing's face and couldn't help but feel curious. I saw them a few days ago. Chen Qubing pointed to a group of children in the distance, about 15 or 16 in number, the oldest being only 6 or 7 years old and the youngest only about 3 years old. Children are actually the most sensitive. Just a few days ago, all they were surrounded by was hunger and despair. But the fact that they can now gather together, chase and play, and laugh happily means that their situation is improving and their survival pressure is decreasing. At least their surroundings no longer bring them despair. Chen Qubing calculated in his mind that only 2 days had passed since he obtained his personal space and started growing millet. Today was the 3rd day. In such a short time, he has already initially resolved the food crisis in the territory, ensuring that every resident can have a meal. While marveling at the powerful functionality of the space, one can't help but feel a sense of satisfaction and accomplishment. Young master is unparalleled in benevolence and righteousness. Li Yuanji flattered. If it weren't for the young master's insistence on distributing the grain, countless people would have starved to death during the 2 years of drought. Now, the young master has even purchased grain to exchange for the labor of the people, ensuring that every person in the territory can have a meal. This is truly a great deed. Sir, you flatter me. As the Lord, I am responsible for the people in my territory. Chen Qubing even joked, if all the people in my territory starved to death, or all flee to escape, wouldn't I be left as the only lord with no one to rely on? Looking at his young master's profile, Li Yuanji felt that his young master had changed, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what was different. A short while later, the two had already entered the East City. Li Yuanji said he had other matters to attend to and took his leave. With nothing to do, Chen Qubing wandered over to the vicinity of the blacksmith shop without realizing it. Just as he was about to turn back to the city lord's mansion, he suddenly realized that he had left in such a hurry that he had forgotten to hand over the weapon blueprints he had carefully designed to Wang Dachui and Oyeshio. So he started walking towards the blacksmith shop. A short while later, Chen Qubing arrived outside the blacksmith shop, where he could hear the continuous clanging and hammering of iron. What comes into view is a brightly lit area. The blacksmith shop was filled with bonfires for lighting, and torches were even placed on the stone walls. Everyone is very busy. Some were carrying iron or into the furnace room to smelt it. Some people pour molten iron into a container to initially form an iron billet. Some people put the cooled iron billet into a forging furnace for heating. There are also pairs. One person uses tongs to hold the red-hot iron billet and places it on the forging table. He uses a small hammer to tap the forging table to guide the iron billet, while another person holding a large hammer rhythmically taps the iron billet. After being hammered dozens of times, the iron billet began to take shape. Then the person holding the tongs put the iron billet into the forging furnace to continue heating it, and took out another heated iron billet from the furnace and hammered it again. After watching for a while, Chen Qubing noticed that although these people all looked very busy, each of them had a clear division of labor, creating an industrial aesthetic reminiscent of assembly line work. This will save me some energy, as I won't have to search through my memory for the assembly line process. Just as I was thinking, Chen Qubing noticed someone approaching out of the corner of his eye. Looking back, it was Ouyang Xiuxiu, the granddaughter of Ouyeshio. Xiuxiu, miss. Chen Qubing carefully considered a suitable address, and then asked, "Where's Master Ouyi?" Ouyang Xiuxiu's eyes still revealed her wariness of Chen Qubing. She hummed softly before saying, "My lord, my grandfather is currently studying a secret technique with Uncle Wang." Uncle Wang. Chen Qubing's expression was strange. If he remembered correctly, Wang Dachui and Ouyeshio were brothers. And the little girl and Ouyeshio are grandfather and granddaughter. Everything's in complete chaos. Chen Qubing didn't dwell on the messed up generational order. He took out a stack of papers from his pocket and, under Ouyeshio's astonished gaze, first took out 2 papers that were soaked with sweat. "It's a bit hot. I'll make a bag to store these patterns next time." After a casual explanation, Chen Qubing finally found the weapon blueprints he had designed from a stack of drawings. Then he handed it to Ouyeshio, saying, "Give this blueprint to your grandfather and Wang Dachui, and have them forge the weapon according to the design on the blueprint." Ouyeshio hesitated for a moment, but still took the blueprint. "I will give this blueprint to my grandfather, and I will also convey the Lord's words." "Hey, it's quite interesting." Chen Qubing watched the little girl turn and walk into the stone house on the right, and couldn't help but find it amusing. He figured out that the little girl was probably very resentful because she had been forced to serve him for 10 years that afternoon, along with her grandfather, grandson, a group of fellow disciples, and fellow apprentices. But because he had given them the food they desperately needed, his resentment turned into a slight concession. In the end, it turned into this arrogant and haughty appearance. Chapter 27, The Space, is about to upgrade. The little girl is quite interesting. Seeing that the little girl had already entered the stone house, Chen Qubing withdrew his gaze and turned his attention back to the men swinging the hammer, watching with great interest. Coo. He didn't know how long he had been watching, until the 2 men he had been watching finally shaped a chisel. Only then did Chen Qubing realize that his stomach was growling with hunger. How did I manage to watch for so long without even realizing it? Chen Qubing finally understood why some people, when watching short videos, would be glued to the screen for a long time when they came across videos about hoof repair or knife forging competitions. It turns out that watching blacksmithing is actually more captivating than scrolling through short videos. If he hadn't been hungry, Chen Qubing probably would have continued watching. Back at the mansion, the little girl was already waiting in the outer room. "Young master, you're back. I prepared the meal, and it's warming up on the stove. I'll bring it to you right away." The little girl ran out in a flurry of activity. A short while later, he rushed back in a flurry, carrying a tray with food on it. Still the same 3 dishes: millet rice, boiled cured meat, and a bowl of clear soup with a little salt and no oiliness. Chen Qubing's stomach was growling with hunger, so he picked up the bowl and started drinking it down. A short while later, a bowl of millet rice and a few pieces of cured meat were eaten. Finally, I drank the clear soup in one gulp. Chen Qubing only felt full after that, and then he turned his head and saw the little girl leaning against the wall, her little head drooping down from time to time, which made him laugh. "Xiaoxi, it's getting late. Why don't you go back and prepare breakfast?" Upon hearing Chen Qubing speak, the little girl reflexively responded. However, upon seeing Chen Qubing's teasing expression, he realized what was going on. "Young master is bullying me again." Seeing the little girl's aggrieved expression, Chen Qubing couldn't help but laugh. After laughing for a while, he said, "It's getting late. You should go back and rest. Otherwise, you'll almost fall asleep standing here." The little girl glanced at Chen Qubing, and seeing that he wasn't teasing her this time, she immediately went from feeling wrong to happy. "Thank you, young master." He thanked her as he ran out of the outer room. A short while later, the little girl ran back, chuckled foolishly, tidied up the things on the table, and went out again. Seeing this, Chen Qubing chuckled. He then glanced at the sky and projected his consciousness into his personal space. Corn ripening time, 1 hour and 35 minutes. Seeing that the millet would take another hour and a half to mature, Chen Qubing didn't want to wait any longer. Instead, he went to the study to continue refining the plan. An hour and a half passed quickly. Chen Qubing timed his consciousness perfectly, sending it into the space just in time for the millet to ripen. The millet is ripe. Shall we harvest it? Take it. Millet harvest successful, totaling 9,000 gene. Experience increased +9. Chen Qubing first completed the planting of 9 plots of farmland, and then focused his attention on the light screen. Space level. Level 1, 63 out of 100. I only need 37 more experience points to level up. Chen Qubing was overjoyed to see that the experience points following the space level had increased to 63. At noon, although he was in the blacksmith shop, he used his mind to perform a harvest. In addition to this harvest, the amount of grain in the space warehouse has reached 16,000 gene. The grain will be stored in the space warehouse first, and then moved to the storeroom first thing tomorrow morning. After Chen Qubing withdrew his consciousness from his personal space, he fell into deep thought again. Although the food produced by the space each day was barely enough to meet the territory's consumption needs, Chen Qubing still felt a sense of urgency. Not only could the groundwater run out at any time, if this happens, the consequences will be even more severe than a food shortage. Therefore, we urgently need to upgrade the space and see if we can unlock an endless water source. Another one. After 2 years of drought in the territory, all that's left to eat is the food stored in the space. They barely managed to add some cured meat stored in the city lord's mansion. Apart from that, there was no green vegetables or poultry meat. After only 3 days, Chen Qubing was already tired of eating millet rice and cured meat. I hope that after the space is upgraded to level 2, the functions of growing vegetables and raising livestock will be unlocked. As Chen Qubing returned to his bed in the inner room, he kept thinking about this. Before long, he drifted off to sleep. In dreams, Chen Qubing increased the planting experience in the space to 1,000, but no matter how he manipulated the space, he could not upgrade it. At this time, the underground water source dried up, and the entire territory faced the desperate situation of water shortage. Then Chen Qubing watched as one by one his people collapsed in front of him because of lack of water. Whoosh! Chen Qubing suddenly sat up in bed, took a few breaths, and then patted his chest, saying, "Thank goodness, it was just a dream." Furthermore, dreams and reality are opposites. In dreams, the space cannot be upgraded and the groundwater beneath the territory is dried up, so neither of these scenarios will occur. After trying to reassure himself for a while, Chen Qubing still felt a sense of unease in his heart. The scenes in his dream were especially vivid. The people lying before him, their eyes filled with such despair. For the next 3 days, Chen Qubing remained restless. He was terrified that someone would come and tell him the underground water source had dried up. Fortunately, 2 days later, the water levels in the 2 ancient wells in Dongcheng have not dropped. On the 3rd day, Chen Qubing arrived at the study early in the morning, waiting for the millet planted in the space to ripen and for Li Yuan to arrive. "Young master, your subordinate Li Yuanji requests an audience." Li Yuanji's voice came from outside the study. "Come in." As Chen Qubing spoke, he stood up from the wooden chair and looked at Li Yuanji, who was walking in. "Sir, how is the situation today?" "Greetings, young master." Li Yuanji first bowed and then spoke slowly. Reporting to the young master, the situation of the 4 quarrying teams is all good. Moreover, with the increase in the number of chisels forged by the blacksmith shops and the start of young men to start quarrying, the amount mined has increased from less than 1,000 caddies on the first day to 4,000 caddies, a full 4-fold increase. Secondly, there were the construction teams. Led by their respective squad leaders, they not only planned out the area according to the young master's blueprints, but also laid the foundation in the first planned area. The first stone house would be completed in 2 days. Anything else? Chen Qubing's expression didn't change much. Compared to these things, he was more interested in hearing another piece of news. "Young master, there's no need to worry." Li Yuanji cupped his hands again, his expression quite good. "I know that you're worried about the water source, so before coming to see you, I personally went to the well in the east of the city and found that the water level had not only not dropped, but had actually risen by 2 inches. Real. I dare not say a word false." That's good, that's good." Seeing Li Yuanji's serious expression and tone, Chen Qubing's tense heart finally relaxed a little. "Young master, if there's nothing else, I will take my leave now." "Go." Chen Qubing waved his hand, and after Li Yuanji left the study, he focused his consciousness into the space. The content on the spatial light screen hasn't changed much. The only change is the experience points following the spatial level, which have now reached 99. Chapter 28, Secondary Space and Ranch. Corn ripening time, 5 minutes. 5 minutes left. Chen Qubing was feeling excited, nervous, and expectant at this moment. What features will be unlocked after the space upgrade? Will the space be expanded? Will the amount of farmland that can be cultivated increase? And will the yield in the farmland increase? Will more types of crops be unlocked? And the point that Chen Qubing cared about most. The question is whether this space upgrade will unlock an endless water source. Time passed gradually as Chen Qubing's thoughts churned. When the countdown to maturity displayed behind the millet reached its final second, Chen Qubing added a reminder sound to himself. Ding! The crop is ripe. The next second, the content displayed on the light screen changed. The millet is ripe. Shall we harvest it? Take it. With a thought, Chen Qubing stored all the millet from the 9 farmlands into his spatial warehouse. Millet harvest successful, plus 9,000 gene. Gain planting experience, plus 9. Chen Qubing couldn't care less about continuing the new round of planting. His attention was entirely focused on a light screen. Space level. Level 1. Level up with 108 out of 100 experience. In his excitement, Chen Qubing used his consciousness to control the spatial upgrade. The next moment, space began to change. The wispy mist gathered at the edge of the space began to churn violently and spread outwards continuously. In the blink of an eye, the misty fog spread outwards by several meters. In the blink of an eye, the spread was over. The swirling mist stopped rolling, and the edge of the space, as before, began to rotate clockwise at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Chen Qubing glanced around and found that the space had expanded at least 3 times. Is this the upgraded space? Chen Qubing looked at the expanded space in surprise and manipulated his consciousness to reach the edge of the space. Pushing forward into the swirling mist, I found that the gentle, invisible barrier was still there. It's like an invisible, intangible barrier. After flying around the edge of space once, Chen Qubing arrived at the very center of space. A spring has appeared here, with a diameter of about 1 meter. At the edge of the spring, there is a 3-foot wide stone slab surrounding it. At first glance, the spring appears to be gushing forth. However, upon closer inspection, the spring appeared to be completely still. While looking at it, information about the spring in front of him appeared in Chen Qubing's mind. Endless water source. Is this the endless water source? Chen Qubing was filled with curiosity. The spring in front of us is only 1 meter in diameter, and even with the surrounding stone slabs, it is no more than 3 meters in diameter. No matter how he looked at it, Chen Qubing couldn't understand how this spring could be connected to an endless source of water. Since the information that just entered my mind says that this spring is an inexhaustible source of water, let's just accept that for now. Chen Qubing observed the spring for a long time, but still couldn't figure it out. Immediately, with a thought, his consciousness exited the space. He then picked up a teacup from the table. Under the control of a thought, the teacup suddenly contained more than half a cup of clear, transparent spring water without a trace of impurity. Let's try it and see if there are any special effects. Chen Qubing muttered something to himself, then brought the cup to his lips. First, take a small sip and savor it slowly in your mouth. After a while, Chen Qubing couldn't taste anything, but after swallowing the water, there was a very slight aftertaste in his mouth. Furthermore, after drinking the spring water, no beneficial effects on the body were observed. For example, being as light as a swallow. What kind of heat travels throughout the body? There were no reactions like feeling refreshed or invigorated. At last, Chen Qubing finally understood. The water taken from the spring is just ordinary spring water. If I had to pinpoint a reason, it might be that the spring water in the space doesn't carry any bacteria. We can't waste it. Chen Qubing glanced at the remaining half cup of spring water and drank it all in one gulp. He then projected his consciousness into the space. This time, Chen Qubing did not continue to study the spring, but began to examine the extra space. Centered on the spring, there are 9 farmlands that have been developed in front of it. The other 3 locations also have an additional open space of about 10 mu in size. In other words, the space has been expanded 3 times. At this moment, a lot more information flooded Chen Qubing's mind. After organizing the information, Chen Qubing only then realized that after the space was upgraded to level 2, many functions were unlocked. First, The space has been expanded 3 times, and an endless water source has been unlocked. Secondly, the planting area of farmland has doubled, with 18 more plots of farmland added. Furthermore, millet production increased by approximately 10%. The yield has increased from 1,000 gene to 1,100 gene. Not only that, as the space level increased to level 2, 2 more crops were unlocked. Potatoes and cabbage. Of course, what made Chen Qubing happiest was that the ranch was unlocked in the space. Pasture. It can raise not only poultry, such as chickens, ducks, sheep, and pigs, but also meat animals. It can also handle large animals, such as horses, cows, elephants, etc. Later on, you can even unlock fish farms where aquatic products can be farmed. For example, fish, turtles, shrimp, and so on. Of course, this will only be unlocked when the space is upgraded again. Just like on a farm, you gain experience points on a ranch by allowing each poultry farm to mature. However, unlike farms which only require 100 experience points to level up, ranches require 10,000 experience points to level up. Chen Qubing took a look and found that the first level ranch could only raise chickens and ducks for the time being. And the most crucial point is that whether it's raising chickens or ducks, the maximum number that can be raised is 1,000. And the time required for breeding is 24 hours. 10,000 experience points, 1,000 experience points per breeding session. You need to breed 10 times to level up, and it will take 10 days. Chen Qubing calculated the time and felt it was acceptable. After understanding and organizing all the information about the space upgrade, Chen Qubing began to use his mind to create farmland and pastures. First, the farm. Under the control of thought, 2 plots of farmland, each 10 acres in size, were transformed into plots of farmland, each 1 acre in size. There are 19 pieces in total. Adding to the previous 9 plots, the total number of farmlands has reached 28. Then came the ranch. Establishing a ranch is more complex than setting up a farm. Not only do we need chicken coops and duck sheds, we also need to set up a warehouse to store the chickens and ducks after they have reached maturity. However, under the control of thought, even the most complex things can become simple. In less than a minute, the 10-acre ranch was then completed. The established ranch is divided into 3 areas. On the left is a chicken coop that can accommodate 500 chickens. On the right is a duck house that can accommodate 500 ducks. Finally, there is a storage warehouse that can hold 2,000 chickens and ducks. Chapter 29: Exaggerated Production. Raise 500 chickens and 500 ducks. The moment Chen Qubing had this thought, the light screen appeared before his eyes. 1 chick requires 3 caddies of millet. Would you like to exchange it? Chen Qubing looked at it and began to calculate. A pound of millet costs about 10 coins, or 10 copper coins. A chick needs 3 caddies of millet, which is 30 coins. 500 chicks would require 1,500 caddies of millet. Similarly, like ducklings, each one requires 3 pounds of millet. 500 chickens equals 1,500 caddies of millet. 3,000 caddies, that's still acceptable. Even after the space is upgraded, there will still be 9 farmlands. Chen Qubing would certainly not use the urgently needed grain to exchange for chicks and ducklings. Because not only do chicks and ducklings require 3 caddies of millet to exchange for, but each chicken or duck also consumes about 0.1 to 0.2 caddies of grain during the raising process. In other words, 1,000 chickens and ducks need to consume about 100 to 200 kilograms of grain every day. If the exchange requirement is included, raising 1 batch of millet would consume 3,300 caddies of millet. This is equivalent to more than 1/3 of the yield from 9 farmlands in one go. Fortunately, after the space was upgraded, 18 more farmlands were added, and the yield of each farmland increased by 100 gene. Exchange. Exchange successful. 3,300 gene of millet deducted. Chick breeding successful. Growth time, 24 hours. Successfully raised ducklings. Growth time, 24 hours. The next moment, the 10-acre ranch now has 500 chicks and 500 ducklings. The convenience of the space saves a lot of trouble. From the moment he started raising the chicks and ducklings, Chen Qubing didn't need to worry about anything else. He only needed to wait 24 hours until the raising was complete, and then he could harvest them with his mind. Next comes planting in the farmland. After finishing setting up the ranch, Chen Qubing then turned his attention to the farmland and began to think about how to carry out planting. Among the newly unlocked crops are potatoes and cabbage. First, potatoes. Under normal circumstances, the growth cycle of potatoes is 30 to 50 days. Even due to geographical and climatic factors, the maturation time will not exceed 2 months at most. Planting in a different space will shorten the time to 6 hours. One more thing, potatoes have a relatively high yield, generally ranging from 2,000 to 5,000 kilograms. Even in areas with poor soil, the yield per mu, a Chinese unit of area, approximately 0.067 hectares, can exceed 1,000 kilograms. The space is special, and the output is naturally higher than normal. Chen Qubing estimated that the yield of potatoes per mu could exceed 5,000 kilograms. In other words, 1 acre can produce 5,000 kilograms of potatoes. If you can plant 4 times a day, that's 20,000 kilograms. There are so many. Chen Qubing was startled by the number, but then he was overjoyed. A single farm can produce 200 million kilograms of potatoes a day. Even if everyone in the territory ate potatoes for every meal, it would still meet their needs. In other words, all I need to do is set aside a plot of farmland to grow potatoes. Upon thinking of this, Chen Qubing immediately began planting. After deducting 100 gene of millet, the potato planting is now complete. Potatoes successfully planted. Maturation time, 6 hours. Chen Qubing then turned his attention to how to grow cabbage. Under normal circumstances, the ripening period of Chinese cabbage depends on the variety. Early maturing varieties have a maturity period of about 50 days, while late maturing varieties have a maturity period of about 90 to 120 days. Then there's the yield per acre. The yield per acre of Chinese cabbage also varies depending on the variety. Some varieties yield only 5,000 kilograms, while others can reach 10,000 kilograms per mu. Chen Qubing had information from the space that the yield of cabbage per mu was 10,000 kilograms. The maturation cycle is 12 hours. The ripening cycle is 12 hours, and 2 plantings can be done in a day. One farm can produce 20,000 kilograms of cabbage a day. After a little thought, Chen Qubing made a decision to set aside 2 plots of farmland to grow cabbage. The other 25 plots of farmland were all used to grow millet. If the yield of millet from 1 plot of farmland is 1,100 gene, then 25 plots of farmland will yield 27,500 gene after 1 planting. If planted twice a day, that's 55,000 gene. Chen Qubing performed a rapid calculation. 55,000 caddies of millet, 80,000 caddies of cabbage, and 40,000 caddies of potatoes, totaling 175,000 caddies of grain. Having calculated this, Chen Qubing began to get excited. With a daily output of nearly 180,000 gene, 90 tons, it is more than enough to meet the daily needs of more than 14,000 people. No, even if we calculate based on an average consumption of 3 caddies of grain per person, the city lord's mansion plus all the people in the territory consumes no more than 45,000 caddies of grass per day. In other words, the daily output could increase by 130,000 gene. Chen Qubing immediately exited the space and then shouted to the outside of the door. Guards! Guards! The study door was quickly pushed open. The young maidservant came in and asked, Young master, what urgent matter do you require? Upon seeing that it was a young girl, Chen Qubing quickly asked, Where is Uncle Zheng? Father just went to the storeroom. Go and call Uncle Zheng back. Tell him I have something urgent to discuss with him. Seeing Chen Qubing's anxious expression, the young maid knew the matter was urgent and didn't dare to delay. She quickly ran out of the study and headed towards the storeroom. Chen Qubing then began pacing around the study. The territory has no pillar industry. The only 3 industries that generate economic income are food, quarrying, and fishing. However, with the arrival of the drought, income from food production was cut off first, and then income from fishing was cut off as the Tsangyuan River dried up. The collapse of these 2 major economic pillars shattered the territory's barely functioning internal economic cycle and consequently destroyed the economic revenue from the last remaining quarry. Chen Qubing began to follow the clues in his mind and try to piece together a coherent narrative. The reason why the territory suffered such a great impact after the drought was actually because the collapse of the barely surviving economy left the territory unable to purchase enough food from outside to survive. If you want to develop your territory, besides population, food, water, and military strength, you also need to develop your economy. Chen Qubing stopped in his tracks, his eyes growing brighter and brighter. The food and water supply in the territory have been resolved. As long as the city guards continue to train normally, they will be able to form combat capability in 1 to 2 months. Another aspect is weaponry. With O Yeshio, Wang Dachui, and their group, as long as they thoroughly study the refined steel, and with the weapon blueprints I provide, I believe finished weapons will be forged soon. Therefore, the next step is to develop the territory's economy. Thinking of this, Chen Qubing went behind the desk, spread out a piece of paper, took out a brush, dipped it in ink, and began to write. All the able-bodied men in the territory have been assigned to the mining and construction teams. The rest were women, the elderly, and children. Could we mobilize the remaining women, the elderly, the weak, and the children? For example, the elderly, women, and children could be asked to dry or pickle the extra cabbage produced each day. Then, are these processed cabbages taken to other territories to be sold? Chapter 30: Food, Population, and Labor Force. Population is the greatest driving force for development. Although the territory has a large population, only about 5,000 young and middle-aged people are capable of working. So the next step is to mobilize the rest of the staff. With swift movements of his wrist, Chen Qubing wrote continuously on the paper with his brush. In just a short while, a single sheet of paper was filled with written content. Chen Qubing immediately set the paper, which was filled with writing, aside to let the ink dry. Then take out another sheet of paper and continue writing. Since the territory lacks a pillar industry, perhaps we could try using the grain produced in the space, provided it meets the consumption needs of the territory's population. The surplus grain should be used to develop into a pillar industry of the territory and generate economic benefits. So the next step is to mobilize the population and link it to food supplies in the space so that these people can become the labor force and transform that labor force into the economy. Chen Qubing paused his writing again to think. Population represents labor force, and even more so, wealth. Wealth is economy. However, restoring the collapsed economy of a territory is no less difficult than rebuilding an entire economic system. Perhaps I should consider rebuilding an economic system. However, even if the economic system is to be rebuilt, the prerequisite is to consider how to get the economy moving. Just as I was thinking, the study door was pushed open. The old steward walked in from outside, panting. "Young master, what urgent matter is it?" Chen Qubing first poured a glass of water for the old steward, saying, "Please catch your breath before I speak." Thank you, young master." The old steward took the teacup, drank the water in one gulp, and then regulated his breathing rhythm, finally managing to catch his breath. "What urgent matter does the young master have that requires such haste?" Seeing this, Chen Qubing asked, "Uncle Zheng, do you think there is a shortage of food in the entire Tsangyuan County right now?" "Of course it's lacking." The old steward answered without hesitation, then asked hesitantly, "Does the young master intend to sell the grain?" Chen Qubing was taken aback, not expecting that the old steward had guessed his plan before he even spoke. "Uncle Zheng understands me best," Chen Qubing said with a smile. "How much grain does the young master plan to sell?" the old steward asked. "So much." Chen Qubing made a 13 gesture. Upon seeing this, the old steward pondered and said, 13 shur of grain is not a large amount, but it is not small either. It can be sold for some money. It's not 13 shur, a unit of dry measure. Chen Qubing shook his head, and the old steward's face hardened. Could it be 130 shur? No, not at all. Chen Qubing stopped keeping him in suspense and said directly, 1,300 shur, and that's the amount every day. Clang! The old steward's face was blank, and the teacup in his hand fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. However, at this moment, the old steward could no longer care about being impolite and looked at Chen Qubing with a flushed face. "Young master, is this true? Is it really 1,300 shur of grain?" Chen Qubing asked with a very serious expression. "Well, have I ever lied to you, Uncle Zheng?" "Ha ha!" The old steward suddenly burst into laughter. "May heaven bless the young master. May heaven bless the young master. From now on, no one in the territory will starve to death due to lack of food." Chen Qubing stared in astonishment at the distraught old steward, unable to get a word in edgewise for a moment. After a while, the old steward calmed down and asked, "Young master, can you really guarantee that there will be 1,300 grains every day?" "Certainly." Chen Qubing nodded. "To be more precise, there are 55,000 caddies of millet, 80,000 caddies of cabbage, and 40,000 caddies of potatoes every day. The old steward truly believed that his young master had received divine protection, so he wouldn't question his young master's words at all. As for the cabbage and potatoes that the young master mentioned, it must have been created by a deity. Thinking this, the old steward said aloud, "If there is so much grain every day, I think this matter should be handled with utmost care, and the outside world must not know about it." Chen Qubing frowned. "Uncle Zheng thinks we shouldn't sell the grain? That's not true." The old steward said solemnly, "More than 1,000 bushels of grain, let alone our team of less than 15,000 people. Even if we increase the population tenfold, we still couldn't finish eating that much grain." Just as the young master was protected, the territory could consume a maximum of 500 shur of grain per day, and the remaining 1,200 shur of grain could indeed be sold. However, the appearance of large quantities of grain and the long-term supply of it will inevitably attract the attention of those with ulterior motives, and in the end, the losses will outweigh the gains. Therefore, I believe that we can store the grain now and sell it after the city guards have been reorganized and formed a fighting force. Furthermore, grain cannot be sold to a single territory. It must be sold across multiple territories. What Uncle Zheng said is exactly what I was thinking. Chen Qubing nodded repeatedly. He certainly understood the principle of not flaunting one's wealth. In fact, he originally planned to wait until the city guards were fully equipped with weapons and armor before starting to sell them. The reason for calling the old steward over to discuss this was to inform him in advance, giving him enough time to make plans and arrangements. In this way, when the time is right, they can start selling directly. Seeing Chen Qubing's confident demeanor, the old steward said with relief, "So the young master has his own plans." It was just that this old servant was worrying unnecessarily. "Uncle Zheng, don't belittle yourself. With you here, you can help me fill in the gaps in my knowledge." As Chen Qubing spoke, he changed the subject. "By the way, Uncle Zheng, I need you to find some elderly women, preferably those who know how to pickle vegetables. I'll need them." Upon hearing this, the old steward frowned and suggested, "Why doesn't the young master mobilize the manpower from the city lord's mansion?" "Uncle Zheng has reminded me." Chen Qubing slapped his forehead. "Compared to those who simply obey orders, the servants in the city lord's mansion are more trustworthy and better at keeping secrets." Although cabbage was not considered a precious thing by Chen Qubing, its value to the people in other territories was self-evident. This is what this old servant should do. The old steward then asked, "Does the young master have any other instructions?" Chen Qubing thought for a moment. "Starting tomorrow, we will be able to get 1,800 shur of grain every day. I will have to trouble Uncle Zheng to help arrange manpower." This old servant understands. The old steward understood that what was called a joint arrangement was actually just a cleanup effort. The news that the young master could obtain food out of thin air could not be spread outside the city lord's mansion, much less outside the territory. Otherwise, the territory will face annihilation due to food shortages. However, the daily grain requirement changed from 160 shur to 1,800 shur, making the old steward feel that his workload had increased more than tenfold. After the old steward left, Chen Qubing fell into thought again. Although the decision has been made to develop the territory's economy, we cannot rush it. We must proceed step by step. Even blacksmithing and weapon manufacturing require a step-by-step approach, let alone economic development. Thinking of weapons, Chen Qubing realized that 3 days had passed since he handed over the method of refining steel and the weapon design blueprints to Oyeshio and the others. Chapter 31, Horizontal Sword. I wonder if Oyeshio and Wang Dachui have managed to produce the 100 refined steel, and whether they have forged the weapon according to the blueprints I gave them. As Chen Qubing was thinking, he saw the study door being pushed open. Immediately afterwards, the little girl walked in. "Young master, someone is requesting an audience in the main hall." Chen Qubing was surprised. "If someone wants to see me, why don't you lead them to the study?" "I don't recognize them. They are a man and an old man." The little girl shook her head first, then said, "But I heard them call themselves something like Big Hammer and another old man called something like Oyi." Chen Qubing's expression shifted, and he asked, "Wang Dachui and Oyeshio?" Yes, that's what they call themselves." The little girl nodded repeatedly, while also asking curiously, "How strange. Why would someone call me Big Hammer?" Chen Qubing chuckled at this, but he didn't have time to joke with the little girl right now. He quickly got up and headed to the main hall. In the main hall, Wang Daqiuye and Yeshio sat at the table where guests were being entertained, and each of them had a teacup in front of them, which was more than half full of water. Why hasn't the young master arrived yet? This was Wang Daqiuye's second time visiting the main hall of the city lord's mansion, but it was the first time he had ever tasted tea served there. I used to hear people say how delicious the tea was in the city lord's mansion. Wang Daqiuye tasted it for a while, and even after finishing the water in the cup, he couldn't taste anything different. The taste in his mouth told him that it was no different from the water he usually drank. Vulgar. Seeing Wang Daqiuye repeatedly examining the teacup and teapot, Yeshio couldn't help but cast a disdainful glance at him. I'm sorry to have made you laugh, brother Qiuye. Wang Daqiuye wasn't embarrassed at all. He laughed and said, I used to be a blacksmith. I worked as a blacksmith for half my life. I was only taken in by the young master a few days ago. I've always been curious about what the tea tastes like in the city lord's mansion. Today, I finally have the chance to try it. Yeshio was speechless at Wang Daqiuye's frankness. After a while, she asked in a low voice, so what do you think of the taste? It feels just like the water I used to drink. There's no difference. As Wang Daqiuye spoke, he looked at Yeshio with curiosity. Brother Qiuye, you come from a family of blacksmiths with a 1,000-year history. You must have tasted the finest tea. May I ask you, brother, what does the tea taste like? Yeshio fell silent when asked the question. After a while, he spoke, I have never drunk tea before, let alone fine tea. Why? Isn't your family a 1,000-year-old clan? Wang Daqiuye asked curiously. Yeshio looked at Wang Daqiuye, his rough face full of curiosity. Even a family with a 1,000-year history can decline in fortune. Moreover, my ancestors were not a prominent family, and their fortunes gradually declined with the collapse of the Taisho era. As Yeshio spoke, he recalled that since he was old enough to understand things, he had been constantly on the run with his elders. He continued this practice until he grew up, became the head of the family, and finally led his people on a continued escape as the head of the family. And then what happened? How did brother Qiuye end up in our Qiuye territory? Wang Daqiuye pressed. However, Yeshio remained silent. No matter how many times Wang Daqiuye pressed him for an answer, Yeshio remained silent. Just then, Chen Qubing arrived at the main hall. Master Wang, Master Qiuye. Chen Qubing greeted the two politely and sat down in the main seat. Greetings, young master. Greetings, lord. Chen Qubing waved his hand, then looked at the two of them expectantly. You two suddenly came to see me. Is it because the weapon has been forged? Young master, I have successfully completed my mission. As Wang Daqiuye spoke, he showed the square object he had been holding in his arms and wrapped in cloth, and then quickly untied the cloth strips. Chen Qubing watched curiously and saw Wang Daqiuye take out a lump of iron from one side of the cloth strip. Young master, this is the 100 refined steel that brother Qiuye and I forged together after comprehending the secret method of 100 refined steel. As Wang Daqiuye spoke, he handed it over as if presenting a treasure. Chen Qubing took the iron lump and examined it carefully. Actually, calling it a lump of iron is not accurate. It is more accurately described as a steel billet. It is about the size of an adult's fist and weighs about 5 or 6 pounds. Young master, don't underestimate this unassuming item. It is definitely a treasure. Seeing Chen Qubing's curious gaze, Wang Daqiuye explained, this is absolutely the best forged and hardest ironware I have ever made since I started blacksmithing. How hard is it? Chen Qubing asked. Wang Daqiuye, more than 10 times. Chen Qubing picked up the steel billet, weighed it in his hand, and then handed it back to Wang Daqiuye. Now that you've figured out how to make 100 refined steel, I wonder if you've used it to forge any weapons? Of course it is. This time, it was Eurythmia who spoke. Chen Qubing turned his gaze and saw that Yeshio looked just like Wang Daqiuye. A long, narrow object is wrapped tightly in cloth, and the cloth is being unwrapped layer by layer. After a while, Yeshio then untied the cloth strip, revealing what was inside. Chen Qubing only glanced at it, but couldn't take his eyes off it. Do 2 steps at once. Chen Qubing came up to Yeshio and snatched the knife from Yeshio's hand. It was entirely black with a straight blade. The blade is thin on the back of the knife. It looks like a straight sword. However, the sword is double-edged, while the knife in Chen Qubing's hand is only single-edged. This sword was forged based on the blueprints provided by the Lord and using refined steel. Seeing Chen Qubing admiring the knife in his hand, Oyeshio introduced it, saying, "This knife is 3 feet 3 inches long. The blade is 2 feet 6 inches long. The handle is 7 inches long. The blade is 1.5 inches wide, and it weighs 5 caddies and 2 ounces." Seeing the youth version of the character wave twice, Oyeshio asked, "What does the young master think?" "Very nice." Chen Qubing examined the knife in his hand again. To be precise, it's a horizontal sword, which he drew based on his memories from his previous life. However, to his surprise, Oyeshio and his companion built the structure exactly according to the blueprints he had given them. Not only appearance, the weight, the blade, and the handle are all exactly the same as the data on the drawings. Chen Qubing waved his arms a few more times, but felt it wasn't enough. So he took his sword, walked out of the main hall, and waved to a city guard standing at a distance who was protecting him. A short while later, the city guards walked over. "Greetings, young master." When Chen Qubing looked, he realized it was someone he knew. "Your name is Li Tai, right?" Li Zhu scratched his head and replied, "Young master, I am Li Zhu, but my elder brother's name is Li Tai. I misremembered. However, it's harmless. Take your sword down, and place it here." As Chen Qubing spoke, he pointed to a rock that was about 1 meter long and about 20 centimeters wide not far away. Although Li Zhu did not know why Chen Qubing asked him to do this, he still did so. "Young master, put it away properly." Li Zhu stared longingly at Chen Qubing, his eyes filled with reluctance to part with his sword. Now he could see that the 2 men behind the young master had forged a beautiful-looking knife and presented it to him. Then the young master wanted to test the hardness of the knife, and his own sword became the test subject. Chapter 32, Mass Production Challenges. "Don't be stingy. If your knife breaks, I'll get you a new one." Chen Qubing patted Li Zhu on the shoulder. "Real." Upon hearing this, Li Zhu's eyes lit up immediately, and he then very tactfully stepped aside. "Stand back a bit. Be careful not to get hurt later." Chen Qubing reminded the others and then went to the stone. He first looked at the swords placed on the stone, then gripped the horizontal sword in his hand. "Take a deep breath." He then gripped the hilt of the sword tightly with both hands and raised the sword high into the air. He gestured at the stone several times before finally raising it above his head, then forcefully slashed down with both hands. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. The rebound force of the blade strike was transmitted through the hilt to Chen Qubing's hands, making the tiger's mouth of his hands feel numb from the shock. Looking again at the sword placed on the stone, it had been broken into 2 pieces. Even the stone was cut with a shallow dent. A fine knife. Chen Qubing examined the blade of the horizontal sword and found no signs of it becoming dull. Then he slashed at the sword that had been cut in 2 on the stone once more. Clang! The blade that had been severed on the stone snapped off again with a resounding crack. Chen Qubing held the blade up to his eyes again for a closer look and found that the blade still showed no signs of dulling. "Young master, what do you think of this sword?" Seeing that Chen Qubing had finished testing the knife, Oyeshio and Wang Dachui went up to ask him how he felt. "Great knife. Both the feel and the hardness are excellent. No man dislikes swords and spears." Chen Qubing was no exception. The more he looked at the horizontal sword in his hand, the more he couldn't put it down. "I'm very satisfied. In just 3 days, you not only produced the refined steel, but also forged such a high-quality sword. You deserve a reward." Upon hearing this, the 2 were immediately delighted. Wang Dachui, in particular, was grinning from ear to ear. "Thank you, my lord." Oyeshio was more composed. Even upon hearing of the reward, he maintained his composure. He cupped his hands and said, "We were able to forge such a fine sword entirely thanks to the young master. If the young master hadn't bestowed upon us the secret method of refining steel and given us the forging technique for the horizontal sword, we would never have been able to forge such a fine blade." "Master, there's no need for such modesty." Chen Qubing laughed and said, "If someone doesn't have real skills, even if they have the forging method for 100 refined steel and the forging blueprints for a horizontal sword, it's still impossible to forge a horizontal sword of excellent quality." Young master is right. Although brother Oyi and I have some insignificant forging skills, we are able to forge excellent swords entirely thanks to young master's support. Wang Dachui gave a compliment. Chen Qubing glanced at Wang Dachui and found that although Wang Dachui looked honest and simple, but in reality, he is very good at reading people and has a bit of cleverness. Wang Dachui was somewhat puzzled when he met the scrutinizing gaze. Chen Qubing withdrew his gaze and said seriously, "Now that the 100 refined steel and the horizontal sword have been forged, we should consider how to increase production and equip every soldier in the city guard with a horizontal sword." Upon hearing this, Oyexiu and Wang Dachui immediately showed expressions of great difficulty. Li Zhu, on the other hand, seemed very happy, exclaiming, "Young master is wise." From Li Zhu's initial reluctance to part with his own sword, to the heartache of his sword being cut in two, to the final shock and longing for the sword in Chen Qubing's hand. Now that he heard his young master say that all the city guards should be equipped with such a fine knife, how could he not be happy? Chen Qubing ignored Li Zhu and instead looked at Oyexiu and the other man. "Is there some difficulty?" "Young master, the Hung Dao is indeed a fine sword. In terms of both hardness and sharpness, it is several times better than that other sword." Oyexiu pointed to the knife that had broken into 3 pieces and continued, "But the better the knife, the more effort and time it takes to forge it. Even if Brother Wang and I join forces, it will still take us 2 days to forge a 100 refinement horizontal sword." Upon hearing this, Chen Qubing frowned slightly. Oyexiu and Wang Dachui, one had been forging iron for 29 years and the other for 40 years, so their skills were naturally beyond question. It takes 2 days for 2 people to forge one horizontal sword together, so it would take 4,000 days to forge 2,000 horizontal swords. It took more than a decade. Such a long time span was too much for Chen Qubing to wait for, nor could Qiuye. After all, only by maintaining the current combat strength of the territory can we safeguard its future development. "Can your apprentices forge swords?" Chen Qubing asked. After thinking for a while, Oyexiu said, "Disciples who have completed their apprenticeship can forge the 100 refinement blade, but it will take much longer. Even if they work together in pairs, it will still take 3 days." Chen Qubing did the calculations. It seems that Oyexiu had 18 disciples who graduated from his school. Wang Dachui has 3 disciples who have graduated, making a total of only 21 disciples. 21, even if we say 20, can be divided into 10 groups of 2. 10 sets. It will take 3 days to produce 10 knives. Having calculated this far, Chen Qubing could no longer continue calculating. 3 knives a day, and the output is still frighteningly low. This is still the forging of tools for quarrying stones that has been stopped. So in the end, the problem points to the same place again. We're short-staffed. First, gather all the disciples who have already completed their apprenticeships to forge swords, and have the disciples who haven't completed their apprenticeships forge tools for the market. Chen Qubing paused for a moment, then continued. "As for what comes next, I will increase your manpower." "Promise." Oyexiu and Wang Dachui had considered this situation before they came, so they were not surprised when they heard that more people needed to be added. "I hope you could train the new staff as soon as possible and increase the output of forging knives as much as possible." After thinking for a moment, Chen Qubing said, "How about this? If you can increase your daily output of forged swords to 10 swords per day, I will increase your rewards. Not only are there fresh vegetables, but there's also meat." When they heard the first part of the sentence, the 2 looked embarrassed, but when they heard about vegetables and meat, they were as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. "Please rest assured, young master. Lord, we will teach you everything we know, and we will definitely increase the daily output to 10 times per day as soon as possible." Chen Qubing said, "All right, you can go back now. I'll have someone send some men over to you later." After the 2 left, Chen Qubing sighed, thinking that if the Qiuye River continued to flow, he could build water wheels and forging lathes to replace some of the manpower with water power. This not only doubles the output, but also allows for a streamlined production process. Pity. This idea can only be thought about in the mind. In the short term, at least until the Qiuye River resumes its flow, there's no way to realize it. How about I try to dig a river in my territory and then use the endless water source to power it? Chen Qubing shook his head and quickly banished this unrealistic idea from his mind. Firstly, the project to excavate an artificial river far exceeded the expansion plan for the eastern part of the city. Secondly, there's a severe shortage of manpower and tools. Time is still too tight. Chapter 33, Potatoes Ripen. Why are you still following me? As Chen Qubing pondered, he walked toward the study. When he arrived at the study door, he turned around and found Li Zhu following behind him. "Young master," the sword. Li Zhu held the broken sword in his hand and brandished it, looking somewhat awkward. What's wrong with the knife? Chen Qubing was somewhat puzzled. However, seeing that Li Zhu's gaze remained fixed on the horizontal sword in his hand, he couldn't help but chuckle. You want this knife? Li Zhu's eyes lit up, and he nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Seeing this, Chen Qubing couldn't help but joke. You should have heard it just now. This horizontal sword in my hand is the only one available right now. But I really like this knife, so I don't plan to give it to you. Oh. Chen Qubing could see that Li Zhu's eyes went from shining brightly one moment to becoming dull and lifeless the next. You're so easily amused, come on. Chen Qubing found it amusing, and then threw the horizontal sword, which was sheathed, to Li Zhu. Li Zhu instinctively caught it, first glancing at his young master, then at the horizontal sword in his hand. Immediately, the light in his eyes brightened again. Hey. Seeing Li Zhu's obvious fondness for the sword, Chen Qubing smiled, and then said, Since you've taken my sword, you'll have to protect me closely from now on. Li Zhu knelt on one knee and said respectfully, From now on, your subordinate will swear to protect the young master with his life. Get up and speak. Chen Qubing explained Li Zhu's etiquette, which actually meant that Li Zhu's status had changed from city guard to an absolute confidant. Although the city guards were all completely loyal to him, he still had to distinguish between those who were close and those who were distant. Li Zhu stood up. Then he looked at Chen Qubing with a fanatical expression. Thank you for the reward, young master. Chen Qubing waved his hand. Go and fetch Mr. Li over here. Promise. Li Zhu responded, then quickly ran away. Chen Qubing returned to his study to wait. About half an hour later, Li Yuanji followed Li Zhu into the study. Sir, please have a seat. Chen Qubing gestured for Li Yuanji to sit down, while Li Zhu tactfully withdrew from the study. I wonder what important matter the young master has summoned me for. Li Yuanji asked after sitting down. Chen Qubing pondered for a moment before asking, Do you think the number of people in the mining team is too large? Appropriate. Li Yuanji was a little confused. Young master, do you want to reduce the number of people in the mining team? If you really want to reduce the number of people, it will not only reduce the amount of stone to be mined, but also affect the construction progress of the East City. It's not about cutting back. Chen Qubing explained, I plan to transfer some people to the blacksmith shop to increase its daily output. Daily output. Li Yuanji memorized this new word. Then he asked, Is there any progress on the weapon? You can't hide it from me, sir. Chen Qubing said, The new weapons have been developed, but the daily output is very low, so we can't arm the city guards in a short time. To increase production, the only options are to expand the blacksmith shop and hire more workers. I made my guess, because I noticed that the city guards who came to exchange me had changed the style of their swords. Li Yuanji first offered an explanation, then said, It seems that the young master has already made a plan. Please give your instructions on how to carry it out. Chen Qubing pondered for a moment. The blacksmith shop needs to be expanded to twice its size. Then, select 10 teams from a mining team and incorporate them all into the blacksmith shop. Also, how the blacksmiths in the blacksmith shop who have not yet completed their apprenticeships teach the 10 teams how to forge iron, how to forge tools, and how to forge weapons using the same mentoring model. Promise. Li Yuanji should be the one. That's right. Chen Qubing changed the subject, saying, Sir, you've been working quite hard lately, so you should take good care of your health. There's no need for you to do everything yourself. You can delegate some minor or unimportant matters to your subordinates. What the gentleman needs to do is to control the flow of events. The old steward took care of everything, big and small, inside the city lord's mansion, while Li Yuanji took care of everything, big and small, outside the city lord's mansion. It was precisely because of their diligent and conscientious work attitude that they were able to handle every task assigned by Chen Qubing so well. Therefore, Chen Qubing really cared about Li Yuanji and was afraid that Li Yuanji would be overworked. Thank you for your concern, young master. Li Yuanji cupped his hands in greeting and, carrying out Chen Qubing's instructions, began to arrange manpower. Chen Qubing remained alone in the study, his consciousness entering the spatial dimension. In space, the 28 farmlands stretched as far as the eye could see, a sea of green. Chen Qubing glanced at it and then focused his attention on the light screen. Cabbage takes 10 hours to mature. Potatoes mature in 1 hour and 58 minutes. It will be ripe in 2 more hours. Chen Qubing was very much looking forward to it. When potatoes and cabbage are ready, we can improve our meals and stop eating only cured meat for every meal. Thinking this way, Chen Qubing manipulated his consciousness to arrive above the 3 farmlands where cabbages and potatoes were planted. First, we observed 2 fields where cabbages were planted. We could see that the cabbages in the fields had already grown into seedlings. If the normal planting process is followed, the next step should be transplanting. However, things don't follow the usual rules in this space. As long as the time comes, it will mature without needing to take any more steps. Chen Qubing looked closer and could see the green and white stripes on the wrapped rice seedlings. After observing for a while, Chen Qubing then went to the potato fields. Potatoes grow underground. Only the plant and its green leaves are visible from the outside. How about we pull one out and try it first? Chen Qubing thought for a moment, then shook his head. Never mind. It'll be ripe in 2 hours anyway. It's just a little longer. Immediately afterwards, Chen Qubing visited the ranch again to check on the growth of the chicks and ducklings. Chick growth time, 22 hours. Duckling growth time, 22 hours. 2 hours ago, the chicks and ducklings were still covered in downy feathers. By this time, the chicks and ducklings had grown a bit larger, and their downy feathers had gradually fallen off, and they had begun to grow feathers. Grow up quickly, so I can eat meat when you grow up. Chen Qubing stared at the chicks and ducklings for a long time before reluctantly withdrawing his consciousness from the space. At the entrance to the study, the old steward happened to walk in. "Young master, everything has been arranged." Chen Qubing was taken aback at first, then realized that the old steward was referring to handling the aftermath of the grain matter. "Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Zhang." "It's not hard work at all." As the old steward spoke, he asked again, "I wonder when the grain will arrive. There's not much grain left in the warehouses and granaries." "I almost forgot." Chen Qubing suddenly realized that he hadn't yet transferred the grain from the space to the warehouse. So he immediately got up, took the old steward, and went to the warehouse, where he transferred all 10,000 caddies of millet stored in the spatial warehouse to the warehouse. "Here is 10,000 jin. Use it as a temporary measure. There will be more grain tomorrow." Hearing Chen Qubing say this, the old steward didn't ask any more questions, but instead went to find people to move the grain. It took about an hour to move all the grain. After returning to his study, Chen Qubing did nothing but wait for the potatoes to ripen. At the very moment the countdown ended, Chen Qubing's consciousness immediately entered the space. "The potatoes are ripe. Should we harvest them?" Chapter 34 Potatoes, Ripen 2. "The potatoes are ripe. Should we harvest them?" As soon as Chen Qubing's consciousness entered the space, he saw the changes in information on the light screen. Without having time to examine the information on the light screen, Chen Qubing first manipulated his consciousness to collect the potatoes. "Take it." The next moment, the potato plants in the entire field disappeared, and potatoes the size of an adult man's palm floated above the field and gathered together. Then it began to flow rapidly into the space warehouse. In just a few seconds, the potatoes in the entire field have been harvested. Harvest successful. 10,000 jin of potatoes obtained. Planting experience gained. +1. After Chen Qubing finished harvesting the potatoes, he didn't bother to look at the new information appearing on the light screen, but instead focused his consciousness on the space. Immediately afterwards, 2 palm-sized potatoes appeared in her hand. "Guards! Guards!" In less than 2 breaths, the little girl pushed the door open and entered. Perhaps having gotten used to her young master's occasional startled cries these past few days, the little girl's steps were not hurried. "Young master, what are your orders?" "Come on, take me to the kitchen." Chen Qubing waved the potatoes in his hand. "Let's have an extra meal tonight, a good one." "What is this?" The little girl was very curious. It was the first time she had ever seen potatoes. From its appearance, it is a bit yellowish and has some blackish-brown mud on it. "Potato." Chen Qubing was in a good mood and explained, "Don't underestimate it. It tastes and has an excellent texture. Come on, take me to the kitchen first." The young girl hesitated for a moment, but still led Chen Qubing out of the study. Outside the study, Li Zhu stood not far from the door, his hands gripping the horizontal sword tightly, as if he were holding some rare treasure. His gaze swept across the courtyard before settling on the horizontal sword. What an exceptional sword! Li Zhu's eyes were full of affection, and he completely forgot how much he had missed his sword before, and how reluctant he was to part with it. Just as Li Zhu was engrossed in watching, he heard the young master's voice. "Come on, you come too." Li Zhu was initially bewildered, but then followed behind Chen Qubing and the little girl. A short while later, the three of them then went to the kitchen. Although it's called a kitchen, it's actually designed like a courtyard. The three stone houses, one large and two small, are arranged in an enclosed layout with a 7-foot-high stone wall in front. There are two doors in the middle of the stone wall. The three of them went through the gate and into the courtyard. There were 5 or 6 people inside, busily working away. Chen Qubing glanced around and quickly noticed smoke rising from the roof of the largest stone house, knowing that it was the kitchen. So he took a step and decided to go inside. He had only taken 2 steps when the little girl tugged at his sleeve. Turning around, he saw the little girl looking at him with a pitiful expression, saying, "Young master, dinner is being prepared right now. You'd better not go in. If someone accidentally bumps into you, my father will definitely scold me." "It's okay. If Uncle Zheng scolds you, I'll scold it back for you." Chen Qubing offered a word of comfort and continued walking forward. The little girl continued tugging at her sleeve, "But the kitchen is a filthy place, and I'm afraid it will offend the young master's eyes." Chen Qubing stopped and said with a serious expression, "The food we eat is all made in the kitchen. If the kitchen is a filthy place, then does the food we eat become filthy?" The little girl froze, speechless for a long time. While the little girl was distracted, Chen Qubing called to Li Zhu and went into the kitchen. The kitchen was different from what Chen Qubing had imagined. There was only a stove. Next to it is a stone platform that is about 2 meters long and a little over 1 meter wide, used for preparing food and placing cooked meals. Looking around, Chen Qubing could only describe it as simple and unrefined. Most importantly, I didn't see a wok that could be used for stir-frying. "Greetings, young master." The people busy in the kitchen immediately stepped forward and bowed when they saw Chen Qubing. No need for formalities. Chen Qubing waved his hand, then asked one of the 5 men, a middle-aged man who clearly looked to be in charge, "What do you usually use to cook?" "Stir-fry." The middle-aged man was clearly stumped by the question and asked in confusion, "Young master, what is this stir-fry dish?" Chen Qubing slapped his forehead and changed his question, "What utensils do you usually use to cook?" The middle-aged man then understood and pointed to the stove. "Young master, we usually use pots and pans for cooking." Chen Qubing looked in the direction the middle-aged man was pointing and saw the so-called pot and cauldron. "Is this a pot?" Chen Qubing stepped forward and looked closer. The pot in front of me was very different from the pot I had imagined. First, its size, about 1/2 meter in diameter. Its shape is somewhat like a watermelon cut in half, with the middle hollowed out, round and deep. It is also much thicker than a frying pan, with the thinnest part being about the thickness of a finger. Furthermore, there's a raised ring around the rim of the pot, about 2 fingers wide and 1 finger thick, which should serve as a latch for placing it on the stove. As for the cauldron on the side, it is more like the shape of a ding, a type of ancient Chinese cooking vessel, but it is not as big as a ding and does not have ding legs. The middle-aged man was clearly taken aback by Chen Qubing's question. "Young master, is there something amiss?" "No." Chen Qubing sighed. "If it's not a wok, then it's not." Then, under the puzzled gazes of the middle-aged man and the 4 kitchen servants, he filled a wooden basin with water and began to wash the mud off the potatoes. After cleaning, I looked around the stone platform again, but couldn't find a suitable knife. Finally, Chen Qubing focused his gaze on the horizontal sword in Li Zhu's hand. "Let me borrow it for a while." "Young master, such divine weapons should be used to kill the enemy." Li Zhu was very reluctant, clearly realizing that his young master intended to use his precious sword as a kitchen knife. "Fighting the enemy can wait. Now it's time to fill our stomachs." As Chen Qubing spoke, he reached out and grasped the hilt of his sword, drawing it out. Li Zhu dared not stop him and could only watch helplessly as his young master drew his sword. The blade of the horizontal knife isn't very sharp, but it's enough to peel potatoes. In no time, Chen Qubing had peeled out 2 potatoes. Then place the peeled potatoes on the cutting board, slice 1 potato into slices, and shred the other. "You start the fire." Chen Qubing refers to a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man then came to his senses. "Young master, how could I trouble you to do it yourself? Tell me how to make this, and I will do it." At this moment, the little girl behind them spoke up. "Why don't you let Uncle Fu do it?" "Okay, that works too." Chen Qubing thought for a moment and nodded. After all, he only had memories of cooking with a wok, not of cooking with a thick iron wok. Seeing Chen Qubing nod, the middle-aged man instructed people to start a fire while he asked others to help him secure the iron pot to the stove. Then prepare to add water to the pot. Chapter 35 Space Mall. What are you doing? Chen Qubing quickly stopped him. The middle-aged man stopped what he was doing as soon as he was stopped. Young master, I am adding water to the pot to cook this. You've always cooked like this? Chen Qubing interrupted halfway through his question, saying, You can't cook it like that. I'll tell you, listen. Despite his hesitation, the middle-aged man complied. Add oil. Add more oil. There's not enough oil for the pan to stick. The oil is hot, so add the shredded potatoes. They're the ones on your right. Stir fry until fragrant, then add water. Put in a little less, okay. That's enough. At first, the middle-aged man was puzzled, but when he smelled the aroma from the pot, his eyes lit up. This reaction was exactly the same as Li Zhu's reaction when he saw the horizontal sword. Later on, it basically became a story of what Chen Qubing said and what the middle-aged man did. That's about it. Chen Qubing leaned closer to look, then pinched one with his hand and put it in his mouth to taste it. It has the unique aroma of potatoes when you first taste it, and a soft and crunchy texture when you chew it. It's about medium rare. However, after chewing a few times, Chen Qubing felt something was wrong. Why isn't it salty? Young master, the salt hasn't been added yet. Then add some salt, stir-fry it a couple more times, and it's ready to serve. The middle-aged man listened and did as instructed, first adding salt, then stir-frying a few times, and finally putting in a bowl to serve. I'll try again. This time, Chen Qubing didn't use his hands, but instead took a pair of chopsticks, picked up a bite, and put it in his mouth. Compared to before, adding salt makes the shredded potatoes more flavorful and fragrant. Great. It tastes excellent. Chen Qubing looked at the middle-aged man, and then finally recalled the man's name from his memory. Zhenfu. If we trace the lineage of the old man in the city lord's mansion back to his ancestors, Chen Fuzu's ancestors for 3 generations were all servants of the city lord's mansion. Just then, I noticed that everyone's eyes were fixed on the shredded potatoes in the bowl. Li Zhu, in particular, was constantly choking back tears. What are you looking at? Come and eat with us. After saying that, but no one made a move. Chen Qubing then realized that even if he spoke up, no one would dare to pick up food from the same bowl as him. So Chen Qubing took another bowl and divided the shredded potatoes in half. Then he said to the group, Eat. The young girl, Li Zhu, and Chen Fu looked at each other in bewilderment. In the end, it was Li Zhu, that big, clumsy, and oblivious guy, who picked up a pair of chopsticks and started eating. A bite of shredded potato with chopsticks. Li Zhu's eyes widened, the resentment from using his beloved treasured knife to peel potatoes gone. Tasty. After taking a bite, Li Zhu kept saying how delicious it was, and then picked up another big mouthful and put it in his mouth. Seeing this, without further hesitation, the little girl and Chen Fu both picked up their chopsticks. Tasty. The moment the shredded potatoes entered her mouth, the little girl's eyes lit up with stars. Even Chen Fu, who had worked in the kitchen for 30 years, was amazed by the deliciousness of the shredded potatoes. Young master, this potato is the most delicious food I have ever eaten in my life. Is it really that exaggerated? Chen Qubing took in the reactions of the 3 men and felt that their responses were too exaggerated. But then I thought about it again, and it seemed quite normal. After all, potatoes were appearing for the first time in this world, which was enough to create a shock to the taste buds of the 3 of them. Then, the shredded potatoes are stir-fried, not boiled, which creates another kind of flavor impact. The combination of these 2 factors made the 3 of them feel that a small plate of shredded potatoes could surpass even the most exquisite delicacies. In a short while, the half bowl of shredded potatoes that had been set aside was completely devoured by the 3 of them. Li Zhu even picked up the bowl and licked the remaining oil stains from the bottom. You blockhead. Chen Qubing slapped Li Zhu on the back of the head. Hey. Li Zhu didn't care at all. He just chuckled foolishly. Helpless, Chen Qubing divided it into 2 halves. Then he said to Chen Fu, Fry these potato slices too, and add some cured meat to them while you fry them together. So the stir-fry that the young master mentioned is actually a new cooking method. Chen Fu was overjoyed, feeling that he could incorporate stir-frying into his culinary skills. It's for stir-frying, but the wok won't do. I'll get you a special wok for stir-frying later. After Chen Qubing finished speaking, he did not stay in the kitchen any longer. He originally came to the kitchen just to try the potatoes, and now that he has, he's even improved his dinner, so he's in a great mood. Back in the study, Chen Qubing instructed Li Zhu to go find the old steward. Promise. Li Zhuing should have started running away quickly. At this time, Chen Qubing once again projected his consciousness into the space. As soon as he entered, Chen Qubing focused his attention on the light screen. Farm level 2. Experience required for upgrade. 8 out of 2,000. Just one glance. And the joy that was originally there was overshadowed. The experience required to upgrade the farm to the next level has increased by a full 20 times. Chen Qubing began to calculate. 28 farmlands. Even if each farmland can provide 2 experience points a day, then all the farmlands together provide 56 experience points. To accumulate 2,000 experience points, it would take 35.7 days, which rounds up to 36 days. Upon receiving the results, Chen Qubing fell silent. It's not that it's impossible to need 36 days for the farm to continue upgrading. Instead, it suddenly occurred to me that the experience gained from level 2 to level 3 was multiplied by 20. If you want to upgrade from level 3 to level 4, which requires a 20-fold increase, you'll need a full 40,000 experience points. The upgrade will take up to 2 years. However, that's not the key point. After the space was upgraded to level 2, farms and ranches were divided up. Furthermore, both the farm and ranch must be upgraded to level 3 before the space can be upgraded to level 3. The level 2 space is enough, so there's no rush for now. Chen Qubing tried to comfort himself, then looked at another piece of information displayed on the screen. Are potatoes for sale? Chen Qubing was taken aback, but then he understood. This is another new feature after the space is upgraded to level 2, the space mall. The mall's function is simple. You can sell the crops you grow and the poultry you raise on your ranch to the mall and exchange them for gold coins. Gold coins serve 2 purposes. One uses to buy seeds, chicks, ducklings, etc. In short, seeds can be purchased from the store for both planting on the farm and raising livestock on the ranch. Another function is cash withdrawal. You can withdraw the store's gold coins and free up space. Chen Qubing looked at the goods in the mall. There aren't many varieties at present. Farm type: only millet, potatoes, and cabbage. Ranch products: chicks, ducklings. Let's look at the price. Millet seeds cost 5 gold coins per mu, unit of land area. So expensive? Chen Qubing was astonished by the price of millet seeds. However, after the conversion, it seems reasonable. Normally, 1 jin of millet costs 10 qian, and the yield of 1 mu of land is 1,100 jin, which translates to 11,000 qian. 1 gold coin is equal to 1,000 coins. 11,000 coins is equivalent to 11 gold coins. The net income from planting 1 mu of millet per planting session is 6 gold coins. Planting it twice a day will be 12 gold coins. That's not bad. Chen Qubing then looked at the potato seeds, which cost 10 gold coins per mu, while selling them to the mall cost 1 gold coin for 500 jin. 1 mu of potatoes yields 10,000 jin. Selling all of them to the mall will earn you 10 gold coins. Subtracting the 10 gold coins for the seeds, the net income is 10 gold coins. Planting 4 times a day earns you 40 gold coins. Then comes the cabbage. Cabbage seeds cost 5 gold coins per mu, unit of land area. But mature cabbage sold to the space mall costs 1 gold coin for every 1,000 jin, unit of weight. The yield of cabbage is 20,000 caddies per mu. Planting it once costs 20 gold coins. If you plant it twice a day, the net income will be 30 gold coins. Chapter 36, Economic Foundation. Millet yields 6 gold coins per mu, so 25 mu would be 150 gold coins. Potatoes yield 10 gold coins, and cabbage yields 30 gold coins. The total income from planting them once is 190 gold coins. After considering it, Chen Qubing felt that 190 gold coins a day was too few. First of all, the income from millet cannot be calculated at 6 gold coins per mu. 6 gold coins per mu is only earned by selling all the output of 1 mu to the mall. If all the millet is sold to the marketplace, Li's territory will return to its previous state of food shortage. Then, we'll exclude the income from millet for the time being. Planting cabbage and potatoes once will yield 40 gold coins. Chen Qubing originally wanted to use the space mall to earn gold coins, then withdraw them to support the economic development of his territory. However, planting only yields 40 gold coins per time. Even if cabbage is planted twice a day and potatoes can be planted 4 times, the total daily income is only 100 gold coins, which is far from enough to support the economic foundation of the entire territory. Then, Chen Qubing looked at the ranch category. In the mall, both chicks and ducklings are priced at 50 coins. After raising them, they can be sold to the marketplace for 100 coins. The ranch can produce 500 chickens and 500 ducks a day. If all of them are sold to them all, you'll get 100,000 coins, which is 100 gold coins. 100 gold coins reduced by half. The ranch can only bring in 50 gold coins per day. If you want to ensure that the territory is provided with meat, you need to have the amount, which means only 25 gold coins per day. 25%. So the total daily income is 125. After considering it, Chen Qubing felt it was alright. With a guaranteed supply of food and meat for the territory, a net income of 125 gold coins per day is not bad. 125 gold coins a day seems like a small amount. However, converted to copper coins, that's 125,000 coins. The territory currently has a total of 14,392 people, excluding those from the city lord's mansion. On average, each person can get 8 coins. If we only count able-bodied young men, then each able-bodied young man can receive 24 coins. Of course, this is just a simple equal division. If you want the economy to circulate, it's not as simple as just giving money to the people. At 125 gold coins a day, it will only take about 8 days to accumulate 1,000 gold coins. Then we can start to restore the territory's economic system. Just as I was thinking, Li Zhu has already summoned the old steward. Young master. The old steward entered, bowed, and then asked, I wonder what business the young master has with this old servant. Uncle Zheng, please have a seat. Chen Qubing pointed to a chair to the side, and the old steward hesitated before sitting down. We can put the sale of grain on hold for now. I already have a way to revive the territory's economy. Economy. The old steward was puzzled. It was the first time he had ever heard this term. The economy is wealth, money, gold, silver, and copper coins, Chen Qubing explained. I see. The old steward then realized what was going on and asked, Young master, what method do you mean by restoring the territory's economy? Chen Qubing did not answer, but instead asked, Uncle Zheng, how much do you think a citizen should earn in a day? The old steward replied, 10 to 30 coins. So little. Chen Qubing was a little surprised, but his mind began to process the relevant memories in a routine manner. Before the drought, the territory's economy was strained. In other words, its economic system was weak. The average daily income of each resident is between 10 and 30 coins. However, the expenditures also fall within this range. Therefore, when the drought arrived, the people did not have enough money to buy food and could only wait for the city lord's mansion to distribute food. These are ordinary citizens. In addition, fishermen who fish and salvage earn between 80 and 100 coins per day. Although fishermen's income is 4 to 10 times higher, they need to buy food, which makes their daily expenses several times higher, ranging from 50 to 70 coins. Therefore, after deducting expenses, fishermen's income is also very low. Another group includes craftsmen and stonemasons. The income of these two groups is relatively higher, generally above 100 yuan. However, both groups do physical labor every day, and their expenses are also very high. Finally, there are the blacksmiths, whose income is the highest among the people. The average income is around $200 or more. Take Wang Dachui, for example, and his 6 apprentices. Of all the people, the 7 disciples were the 7 who least wanted to experience hunger. While deep in thought, the old steward suddenly asked, Does the young master intend to pay the mining team? That's right. Chen Qubing lowered his head. I do want to pay the mining team, not just the mining team, but also the city guards and the servants in the city lord's mansion. Furthermore, they plan to gradually improve the way food is supplied, allowing the people to purchase food with money. We can lower the price of grain to 3 or 4 qian per gene, as long as we can ensure that the people can afford it. In this way, the money that was sent out would return to the city lord's mansion. Then we distribute the collected money as wages, thus initially establishing economic circulation. Young master's method is excellent. However, the old steward first praised her, then changed the subject, saying, To be frank, if we want to circulate money within the territory, we need the city lord's mansion to provide substantial financial support. In my humble opinion, the best course of action at present is to maintain stability within the territory with grain supplies, and then, after the drought has passed, consider economic recovery and the restoration of trade. Uncle Zheng, using food to maintain stability in the territory is only a temporary measure. If you want the territory to have a good space for development, you must ensure a sound economic system. As Chen Qubing spoke, he changed the subject. I know that restoring economic circulation requires a lot of money, but I have a way to solve the financial problem. The old steward was taken aback for a moment. Then a smile appeared on his face. He didn't ask where the money came from, but simply said, if the young master has a way to solve the problem of money, this old servant thinks it's feasible. I just don't know when to start implementing it. Let's wait a couple of days. Chen Qubing pondered for a while and decided that it was not necessary to wait until he had accumulated 1,000 gold coins. Once you have enough space to accumulate 100 gold coins, you can start trying it out. In the early stages, we don't need to use all our money for expenses. We can use food as well. However, Uncle Zheng will need to put in some effort to find manpower. He needs to find trustworthy people from the city lord's mansion. Young master, rest assured, this old servant understands. After giving that instruction, Chen Qubing remembered something else. By the way, Uncle Zheng, let me show you this. As Chen Qubing spoke, he made a gesture as if taking something from under his seat. After standing up, he had a small sack of potatoes in his hand. What is this? The old steward took the bag with a puzzled look, opened it, and found that the contents were completely unfamiliar. Upon closer inspection, I realized that the sack contained palm-sized, unidentified fruits. Potato. Chen Qubing laughed and said, vegetables are edible. They can be steamed, boiled, or stir-fried. Really? The old steward subconsciously ignored the word potato, his mind filled with thoughts of vegetables and edibility. It was as if he were shouting at the mouth of a valley, his words echoing endlessly. After a long while, the old steward excitedly asked, how many of these are there? Chen Qubing smiled and said, it's the same as millet. The old steward understood, and then started rambling on again. May heaven protect the young master. May heaven protect the young master. After muttering to himself for a while, the old steward calmed down and asked, does the young master intend to distribute this item as well? No. Chen Qubing shook his head. I'll put it in the construction site canteen and give it to the mining and construction teams as a side dish, as a way to give them an extra meal. That's fine too. The old steward automatically filtered out the new words from the young master's mouth and said, eating millet rice with soup all the time will eventually get boring. Now that we have these potatoes, we have a side dish to go with rice. As they were talking, the young maid came to the outside of the study and called out, young master, the meal is ready. Bring it in. The study had a dining table, so Chen Qubing didn't have to make a special trip there. The little girl pushed open the door and came in carrying a tray. The tray was full, and the most eye-catching item was undoubtedly the large bowl in the middle, which contained potato slices and cured meat. Uncle Zheng, come try the potatoes. How do they taste? Chen Qubing and the other young maids placed all the food on the table, then turned around and called the old steward to eat together. The old steward didn't move. Chen Qubing knew that this stubborn old man was quite rule-abiding, so he said, Uncle Zheng, there are no outsiders here, so there's no need to follow so many rules. The old steward said in a serious tone, young master, etiquette must not be disregarded, and rules must not be transgressed. Chen Qubing sighed and said, Uncle Zheng, you watched me grow up since I was a child, and you and my father are as close as brothers, so the relationship between you and me is not that of master and servant, but uncle and nephew. Is it considered presumption for a nephew to invite his uncle to dinner? The old steward fell silent. Chen Qubing grabbed him, led him to the table, made him sit down, and finally handed him chopsticks. Then he turned to the little maid and instructed her, little fourth, go and fetch 2 more bowls of rice. The little girl was watching with great interest. After all, in her memory, her father was a stubborn old man who loved to talk about rules and etiquette. Unexpectedly, the young master silenced him with just a few words. Chapter 37 Replanting. Xiaoxi. Chen Qubing called out again. Huh? Oh. The little girl then came to her senses and ran away in a flash. A short while later, the little girl came back carrying 2 bowls of rice. Let's eat together. Chen Qubing greeted the young maid and said before the old steward could speak, Xiaoxi is my younger sister, so it's not considered overstepping the rules. The old steward opened his mouth, then stammered, women are not allowed at the table. What ridiculous rules! Chen Qubing waved his hand dismissively and said, here, the 2 of you don't need to follow any rules. As I just said, we are not in a master-servant relationship, but more like family. Between family members, there's no need for so many formalities. Just be happy. Upon hearing this, the old steward hesitated for a long time, but ultimately couldn't utter a single word. Let this set. As Chen Qubing spoke, he first picked up a piece of potato with his chopsticks. It seems that Chen Fu listened to Chen Qubing's advice and added more oil, as a thin layer of oil could be clearly seen at the bottom of the bowl. Furthermore, the potato slices were stewed with cured meat, allowing the flavor of the cured meat to perfectly infuse into the potato slices. Potatoes in the mouth. The original flavor of the potato, mixed with the flavor of the cured meat, stimulates the taste buds, creating a very unique taste. Beside, the old steward picked up a slice of potato and put it in his mouth, his eyes immediately lighting up. The subsequent reactions were similar to those of the little girl, Li Zhu, and Chen Fu when they were in the kitchen. This thing. The old steward thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with a suitable explanation. The little girl's way of expressing herself was more direct. Delicious. He mumbled incoherently, but his eyes were constantly sparkling with little hearts. Chen Qubing was amused by the little girl's hamster-like eating habits. Slow down, don't choke. Hey. The little girl would give a silly grin and continue waving her chopsticks. Chen Qubing glanced at the old steward again and found that the old steward was now completely absorbed in his work. The meal was finished quickly. The three of them devoured a large bowl of stewed potatoes and cured meat, and the old steward even used millet rice to wipe the oil stains off the bottom of the bowl. After the meal, all three of them ate until their bellies were completely full. Uncle Zheng, how do you think the potatoes taste? The old steward said with a satisfied look. This is a delicacy. Chen Qubing chuckled and said, potatoes are not only delicious, but they also have a high yield. Moreover, they don't need to be harvested in the field, and the climate doesn't affect them. The yield per moo can even reach 10,000 jin. Seeing that the old steward didn't react much, Chen Qubing changed his tune. 100 sure? Clang. The old steward jumped up abruptly, his movements so forceful that he knocked the chair over to the ground. The old steward, disregarding his defeat, hurriedly asked, how much did the young master say just now? This old servant didn't hear clearly. 100 sure. Chen Qubing spoke slowly and deliberately. Upon hearing this, the old steward was stunned for a moment, then burst into uncontrollable laughter. After laughing for a while, tears welled up in the old steward's eyes. If we had such a divine object within 2 years, how could my autumn leaf territory be in this state? A yield of 100 bushels per moo would be enough to feed the entire territory. We wouldn't have so many people in our territory. Seeing this, Chen Qubing comforted him, saying, things will get better in the future. Young master is a blessed person, a man of great fortune. The old steward sighed. Otherwise, we wouldn't possess such a divine object. In the old steward's mind, he would not question his young master. A moment later, the old steward then asked, young master, you said earlier that potato cultivation is not affected by the climate. Does that mean it can be grown in our territory? Perhaps feeling it was inappropriate, he changed his tune, saying, after all, we mortals can't keep bothering the gods. Sure. Chen Qubing smiled and said, I called you here not only to discuss economic matters, but also because I want to plant potatoes in my territory. However, water resources are currently scarce in the territory, making large-scale planting impossible. Therefore, only small-scale planting is possible in the initial stage. This will require Uncle Zheng's help. He needs to select some experienced farmers to conduct initial experiments. He paused for a moment, then added, also, I plan to arrange for some people to reclaim and cultivate the land. Excellent. The old steward readily agreed. This matter will definitely be arranged properly. Then I'll have to trouble you, Uncle Zheng. The two then discussed the follow-up details before the old steward took his leave. Chen Qubing took 2 sacks of potatoes from his spatial storage and had Li Zhu carry them to the kitchen to find Chen Fu. Uncle Fu, here are 2 bags of potatoes. Teach everyone else in the kitchen the same way I taught you this afternoon. Whoever learns the fastest will be rewarded with 2 potatoes. Promise. Chen Fuiying's face was beaming with joy. I will definitely teach them as soon as possible. Afterwards, Chen Qubing took Li Zhu back to the study and began drawing blueprints for a walk. Painting a walk is not difficult. You just need to paint it according to your memory of its shape, size, and thickness. In just half an hour, Chen Qubing had drawn 2 blueprints. Then, arriving at the study door, he instructed Li Zhu, Go to the East City and give this to Master Yi. Upon hearing about running errands, Li Zhu was a little reluctant. It wasn't that he had any other intentions. He simply felt that as the young master's personal guard, he should always protect the young master's safety. Instead of running errands. If this gets to my brother's ears, and they say I'm running errands every day, they'll laugh me to death. I'll make you potatoes when I get back. I'll go right away. Upon hearing the word potato, Li Zhu's eyes lit up. He grabbed the blueprint, stuffed it into his pocket, and quickly ran towards the east side of the city. Seeing Li Zhu run away, Chen Qubing withdrew his gaze, returned to his study, and began to ponder. Before the space mall was unlocked, Chen Qubing actually planned to use the space to grow food and sell it to support the development of his territory's economy. This approach undoubtedly involves great risks, and could even lead to the destruction of the entire territory if things go wrong. However, things changed after the space shop was unlocked. Firstly, safety is guaranteed, and there is no risk of exposing the source of the food. Secondly, it saves time and effort, and most importantly, it offers stability. Furthermore, the emergence of the space mall gave Chen Qubing the idea of growing potatoes outside the city. With an endless water source, there is no need to worry about the water supply of the territory. The only thing to consider is how to allocate manpower and how to ensure that it doesn't attract too much attention. After all, no landowner would be unmoved by crops that can be grown even in drought conditions. Once the news gets out, Qiuye Territory will be plunged into an abyss of no return. Not only will other territorial lords come to seize it, but even the powerful Qiuye Territory will make a move. Potatoes grown in space don't have to worry about their source. At worst, we can just reduce the quantity. However, if potatoes are grown outdoors, it is essential to ensure their secrecy. Therefore, for now, we can only plant it on a small scale and only within the city lord's mansion. With a plan in mind, Chen Qubing's thinking became much smoother. Going back and replanting gave Chen Qubing new ideas. It can increase the supply of millet and reduce the supply of potatoes. For now, we won't supply cabbages to outsiders. All the cabbages we grow will be sold to the in-game store to speed up the accumulation of gold coins. Chapter 38, The Cabbage Ripens. Young master, your subordinate has returned. Li Zhu's voice came from outside the study. Chen Qubing snapped out of his reverie, got up, and left the study. Upon exiting, they noticed Li Zhu's panting appearance and were puzzled. Why are you running so fast? Hey. Li Zhu chuckled first, then said, Young master said he'd make me some potatoes to eat. Upon hearing this, Chen Qubing said irritably, You're not only a blockhead, but also a glutton. Let's go to the kitchen and see if there's any fire left. Okay. Li Zhu followed behind eagerly, and after walking for a while, he suddenly asked, Young master, what is a glutton? You are it. Chen Qubing didn't even turn his head back. Li Zhu looked a little confused, clearly not understanding what it meant. The two quickly went to the kitchen. As soon as I stepped into the yard, I heard the clattering sound of a cleaver striking a cutting board. Entering the kitchen, sure enough, I saw one person cutting potatoes on the stone platform, one peeling potatoes, one washing potatoes, and two others watching and learning. As for Chun Fu, he was giving instructions from the side. How to cut, how to make the cut, and the angle and posture for making the cut. They were so engrossed in their conversation that they didn't notice two more people in the kitchen. You need to learn how to make this dish, shredded potatoes, and how to cut them into shreds in the shortest amount of time. After giving the instructions to the group, Chun Fu started muttering to himself. Although we are people of the city lord's mansion and usually have no shortage of food, you should know how precious food is during this drought season. Therefore, you need not waste anything. Even if it falls on the ground, pick it up. Yes. The 5 servants agreed verbally, but their hands continued to move. Uncle Fu, don't put too much pressure on them. Chun Fu was displeased that his words were suddenly interrupted, and he wanted to see who was so bold as to interrupt him. Turning around, I saw that the young master had appeared behind me at some point. Greetings, young master. Chun Fu quickly bowed. Young master, it's so late. Why haven't you rested yet? As he spoke, Chun Fu seemed to remember something and asked, Are you hungry? I'll stir-fry a plate of shredded potatoes for you right away, young master. That's okay. Chen Qubing initially wanted to say no, as he had brought Li Zhu over to roast potatoes, but then he thought that stir-fried potato shreds wouldn't be a bad idea either. Young master, please wait a moment. As Chun Fu spoke, he went to the stone platform to get the shredded potatoes, while directing someone to start a fire. Wait a moment. Chen Qubing stopped Chen Fu. Wash yourself first. Although Chen Fu was puzzled, he still did as instructed. Then, under Chen Qubing's instructions, they found a wooden tray specifically for washing food, scooped water into it, and washed the starch off the shredded potatoes. After one wash, Chen Qubing squeezed it and felt there was still starch residue, so he asked Chen Fu to wash it twice more. It took 3 washes to remove the starch from the surface of the potato shreds. Finally, Chen Qubing added, after you cut the potato shreds, soak them in water for 15 minutes before stir-frying. Chen Fu made a note of everything. The pan was already hot, and Chen Fu started adding oil. Once the oil is hot, add the drained potato shreds and stir-fry. After stir-frying it 4 or 5 times, Chen Qubing added a little clean water. Then continue stir-frying. Chen Qubing stood aside and saw that the shredded potatoes had been stir-fried until they changed color and began to soften, so he knew that they were almost cooked. Add salt, stir-fry a couple more times, and it's done. Chen Fu did as instructed. Add salt, stir-fry, and finally remove from heat. The portion was quite large. It was served in 2 bowls. Chen Qubing picked up a little with his chopsticks, put it in his mouth, and tasted it, and found that it tasted much better than the dish from the afternoon. I couldn't help but admire Chen Fu, who was not particularly handsome. He was able to recreate the taste of his family's cooking on his second try. If you replace the pot with a frying pan and add some seasonings, Chen Qubing estimated that Chen Fu definitely had the skill level of a star chef. The taste is much better than the first time. As Chen Qubing spoke, he changed the subject and said, "We'll take these 2 bowls first. Uncle Fu, you can fry another bowl later as a late-night snack for you." Before Chen Fu and the others could react, Li Zhu, seeing the bowl of shredded potatoes that the young master was pointing to, seemed to suddenly become smart and knew that the bowl was his. He quickly and happily picked it up. The 2 left the kitchen and then walked towards the study by the moonlight. We ate as we walked. When I returned to the study, the bowl was empty. Potatoes are delicious. Li Zhu felt a sense of satisfaction, like he had just eaten delicious food. Upon seeing this, Chen Qubing laughed and said, "From now on, you should run more errands every day. After you finish running, I'll give you an extra meal in the evening, which will be shredded potatoes." Li Zhu couldn't understand extra meal, but he could understand shredded potatoes. "Your subordinate is willing to run errands for you every day, young master." Chen Qubing smiled and then asked, "By the way, you have an older brother, right?" "Young master, I've met you before. My elder brother used to be in the city guard with me," Li Zhu said. Chen Qubing nodded. "Tell your brother to come over tomorrow, and then you won't need to go back to the East City anymore. Just find an empty room in the city lord's mansion to stay in, so you don't have to run back and forth." "Young master, do you mean my elder brother can also become your guard?" Li Zhu's reaction was slightly slow, or perhaps not slow, but rather he couldn't believe it. Originally, today was just a routine duty shift, but I never expected that I would not only become the young master's personal guard, but also obtain a superb sword. It was the best food I had ever eaten since I could remember. Unexpectedly, the young master said that his elder brother could also become a personal guard and move into the city lord's mansion. "That's right. From now on, you and your brother will be my personal guards." "Thank you, young master." As Li Zhu spoke, he knelt down on one knee and performed a deep bow. "All right, get up." Chen Qubing raised his hand, and after seeing Li Zhu stand up, he said, "Let's not talk about time anymore. You should go back and rest." "Promise." Li Zhu cupped his hands and said, "This subordinate takes his leave." As Li Zhu walked away, Chen Qubing's thoughts began to wander. Actually, taking Li Zhu as his personal bodyguard was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. Rather, it stemmed from deeper considerations. Although everyone in the city lord's mansion was absolutely loyal to him, very few of them were capable of getting things done. Yes, there are only a few. The old steward, the 2 Li brothers, and several scribes. As long as there is space, the territory will only get better and better. Development cannot be separated from talent. Chen Qubing planned to first select a group of suitable people to serve as his personal guards and train them personally. Once they have developed certain abilities, they can be placed in suitable positions to take on important responsibilities. Of course, the training of bodyguards also stemmed from security concerns. While Chen Qubing was deep in thought, he entered the study. Then we wait for the cabbage, the corn, and the potatoes that were planted a second time to ripen. This wait lasted for almost 2 hours. When the time comes to the end of midnight, Chen Qubing immediately projected his consciousness into the space and saw 3 pieces of information appear on the light screen. The cabbages are ripe. Should we harvest them? The potatoes are ripe. Should we harvest them? The millet is ripe. Should we harvest it? Chapter 39. Gold coins galore. Take it. With a single thought, an invisible force covered all 28 plots of farmland. Ripe cabbages, potatoes, and corn float above the farmland, arranged in an orderly fashion. Then, like streams converging, it flowed into the space warehouse. Harvest successful. 40,000 caddies of cabbage obtained. Experience +2. Harvest successful. 10,000 gene of potatoes obtained. Experience +1. Harvest successful. 27,500 caddies of millet obtained. Experience +25. What a bumper harvest. Chen Qubing's face was full of joy. This is his biggest gain since acquiring the random space. Before the space was upgraded, the yield of millet from planting it on the 9 farmlands was 9,000 gene. After the upgrade, the yield of millet from planting it on the 9 farmlands is 27,500 gene. It tripled. Then there's cabbage and potatoes. Overjoyed, Chen Qubing decided to sell all the cabbages to the space mall. Are you selling cabbages? Sell. Sold successfully. 40,000 gene of cabbage sold. 40 gold coins earned. Chen Qubing checked and saw that it was store gold coins. The quantity had reached 48. The other 8 gold coins came from selling 9,000 potatoes, which yielded 18 gold coins, minus the 10 gold coins earned from planting potatoes. After adding and subtracting, there are now exactly 48. Then came the potatoes. This time, Chen Qubing sold 9,000 units again, keeping 1,000 units to prepare for future use. Sold successfully. 9,000 gene of potatoes sold, 18 gold coins earned. Finally, there's millet. Originally, Chen Qubing did not intend to sell millet, but in order to alleviate the shortage of gold coins, he decided to sell some of the millet. Sold successfully. 15,000 caddies of millet sold, 150 gold coins earned. Chen Qubing checked the shop. He had a total of 216 gold coins. The thought of having to deduct gold coins to plant millet, cabbage, and potatoes makes me feel a little heartbroken. No matter how painful it is, we still need to continue planting. In a single thought, the new round of planting has been completed on 28 plots of farmland. The ratio remains the same. 1 field is planted with potatoes, 2 fields are planted with cabbage, and 25 fields are planted with millet. Millet planting successful, 125 gold coins deducted. Cabbage successfully planted, 20 gold coins deducted. Potatoes successfully planted, 10 coins deducted. 61 gold coins left. Chen Qubing felt even more pain in his heart as he watched the gold coins plummet from 216 to 61 in an instant. It took a while for me to calm down. Then we started calculating. You can get 20 gold coins each time you do this, and 40 gold coins if you do it twice a day. You can get 8 potatoes at a time, and 4 times a day, that's 32 coins. You can get 25 millet at a time, and twice a day, that's 50 gold coins. Let's take it all together. The farm can earn a total of 122 gold coins per day. After a pause, Chen Qubing continued to calculate. 122 copper coins a day is 122,000. If we pay each able-bodied man in the mining team, each man can get 23.5 copper coins. Then there's the issue of food. The daily yield of millet is 25,000 caddies, and potatoes 4,000 caddies. This is enough to meet the territory's daily food needs. Having calculated this far, Chen Qubing suddenly became excited and exited the space. He began to write on paper by the light of an oil lamp. 122 gold coins can give each able-bodied man 23 copper coins. Adding a pound of millet to this can basically meet the daily needs of young adults. So, the next step is to figure out how to get the money circulating. Potato. As soon as Chen Qubing wrote the word potato on the paper, he sensed something was wrong. No. After pondering for a while, Chen Qubing suddenly realized that he seemed to have overlooked a very important issue. In addition to able-bodied men, the territory also contained the elderly, the weak, women, and children. The number of able-bodied people made up a little over 1/3 of the population, while the rest were the elderly, women, and children. And not all of these young men were alone. Most young adults have families to support. Either they have elderly relatives at home, or they have a wife and children. The number of young adults without family members is only about 100. These 100 or so young men were not born orphans, but rather had starved to death one after another during the 2 years of drought. Therefore, when calculating the number of young adults, their family members should also be included. A young adult earns 23 copper coins a day, plus a pound of millet, which is not enough to support a family's expenses, and most supporting 3 people. To cover the daily expenses of a family of 5, income would need to double, reaching 45 to 50 copper coins. No, that's not how it should be calculated. As Chen Qubing was writing, he suddenly slapped his forehead. His perception was influenced by modern thinking, causing him to ignore common sense about the world. In fact, 23 copper coins a day, plus a pound of millet, was enough to barely support the daily expenses of a family of 5. Of course, this daily consumption does not refer to 3 meals a day, but rather 2 meals a day. The construction site canteen can provide 3 meals a day, so the daily income of young and middle-aged people can support their family's daily expenses. After figuring things out, Chen Qubing continued to develop follow-up plans. Money flowing out of the city lord's mansion must flow back in order to form a virtuous cycle. Therefore, potatoes can be used as a commodity for economic reflux, allowing the economy to form a cycle. Not just potatoes and cabbage, even chickens and ducks that have been raised to market weight. If the price is set at a level that ordinary citizens can afford, they should be able to buy it, right? At this point in his writing, Chen Qubing himself wasn't entirely sure either. It's fine if you don't buy. If the economy can't be brought back to the market, I will set a value for the millet and sell it at a low price. In short, there are always more solutions than problems. Upon thinking of this, Chen Qubing felt completely relieved. The night passed quickly. When Chen Qubing woke up from his dream, it was already the next morning at Chunshur, 7 to 9 a.m., which was around 8 a.m. The little girl has already prepared the food. Unsurprisingly, in addition to the cured meat, corn rice, and clear soup, there was also a bowl of shredded potatoes that looked and tasted excellent. "Young master, please have your meal." After washing up, Chen Qubing sat down at the table and began to eat breakfast. However, after only a couple of bites, I felt like I had overlooked something, but I couldn't remember it for a moment. "Shao Si, did anyone come looking for me this morning?" The young maid was tidying up the wooden tub when she heard her young master ask her a question. She stopped what she was doing and thought for a moment. Then he shook his head. No one came looking for the young master this morning. Yeah. Chen Qubing's doubts deepened, and he even slowed down his eating speed. The little maid took the water from the wooden basin outside to pour it out, and when she came back, she saw that her young master looked absent-minded. He couldn't help but ask, "Young master, do you not have an appetite?" Chen Qubing shook his head. The young maid was suspicious. Seeing that the young master's gaze was fixed on the table, she followed his gaze and found that it was the shredded potatoes on the table. Does the young master find the shredded potatoes unpalatable? No. Chen Qubing shook his head again, just about to say that he was fine. But then a thought flashed through his mind, and he began to mutter, "Shredded potatoes, potatoes. Damn it, I forgot to plant potatoes." Chapter 40, The Blacksmith Shop After Expansion. Damn it. The little girl tilted her head, looking at her young master with suspicion. Chen Qubing saw it. Only then did he realize he had overreacted and instinctively swore. "It's okay, you go eat first. I'll call you over to clean up after I'm done eating." Promise. Upon hearing about food, the little girl instantly forgot all her doubts and ran out in a flash. Seeing the little girl run far away, Chen Qubing put down his chopsticks and immersed his consciousness into the space. The potatoes are ripe. Should we harvest them? Take it. In a single thought, the potatoes have been harvested. Harvest successful. 10,000 gene of potatoes obtained. Chen Qubing controlled his consciousness and completed a new round of planting on the farmland. Potatoes successfully planted, 10 coins deducted. The number of gold coins has been reduced from 61 to 51. However, instead, the space warehouse contained an extra 10,000 gene of potatoes. Has it been sold? Yes. Sold successfully. 9,000 gene of potatoes deducted. Gained 18 gold coins. Between the subtraction and the addition, the number of gold coins became 69. However, Chen Qubing was not happy at all about the 8 new gold coins he received. Only then did he realize a very serious problem. Potatoes mature in 6 hours and can be harvested and planted during the day. However, it's obviously impossible to conduct checkpoint operations at night. We need to think of a way to allocate planting time in the most reasonable way. Just as I was thinking, Chen Qubing noticed a change on the light screen. An additional line of information had appeared. Should we use a managed service? Chen Qubing stared wide-eyed, looking at it several times, and found that he hadn't misread it. The words, whether to host, were clearly displayed on the screen. Does the space upgrade also include improved intelligence? Despite his surprise, Chen Qubing said he could accept it. Every action has a moment of planting and a moment of harvest. Adding more hosting features would be reasonable, right? Chen Qubing began to research the hosting function. Each planting required a hosting fee of 1 gold coin. Wow, it's so dark. It's as black as a pony. I made a comment. Chen Qubing decided to focus the trusteeship function on potato harvesting and planting. The childcare will be scheduled between midnight and morning and will only be conducted once a day. The other 3 times I grew them myself. As for planting cabbage and millet, as well as raising chickens and ducks on the ranch, he did it all himself. We will resolutely refuse to allow space to generate hosting fees. After studying the management function, Chen Qubing then checked the breeding situation on the ranch. Chicken slaughter time, 3 hours and 5 minutes. Time of market for adult ducks, 3 hours and 5 minutes. It'll be soon. We'll be able to eat fresh chicken and duck within an hour. Chen Qubing had already begun to imagine in his mind the scene of stewed chicken with potatoes and stewed duck with potatoes. The more I thought about it, the faster my saliva was produced. I can't think about it anymore. Chen Qubing quickly stopped his fantasies and prepared to exit the space. Before exiting, I noticed some information on the screen about space levels, farm upgrades, and ranch levels. Space level 2. Space upgrade requirements. Farm level 3, ranch level 3. Below the space level are the farm and ranch levels. Farm level 2, 27/2000 experience required to upgrade. Ranch level 1, experience required for upgrade, 0/10,000. Exit space. Chen Qubing quickly shoveled the remaining food into his mouth in a few bites, then got up to go to his study. As soon as I reached the door, I saw 2 burly men standing outside. It was the brothers Li Tai and Li Zhu. Upon seeing Chen Qubing, the 2 men quickly greeted him. Greetings, young master. No need for formalities. Chen Qubing raised his hand and then began to size up Li Tai. Having not taken a close look at him before, Chen Qubing now realized that Li Tai was about 2 inches taller than Li Zhu. However, in terms of physique, Li Tai is slightly smaller than Li Zhu. After observing for a while, Chen Qubing withdrew his gaze and said to Li Tai, I suppose your brother has already conveyed my words. I wonder if you would be willing to come and stay by my side. Your subordinate is willing to stay by your side and serve you to the death. When Chen Qubing saw Li Tai kneeling on one knee, his eyes were filled with the same fanaticism as Li Zhu's yesterday. Get up. From now on, my safety will depend on you 2 brothers. Chen Qubing helped Li Tai up and said with a smile. Li Tai and Li Zhu both said in unison, We are willing to die for our young master. Let's go check out the blacksmith shop first. Having an extra loyal bodyguard greatly increased Chen Qubing's sense of security, and he immediately decided to check if the iron pot had been knocked out. After taking 2 steps, Chen Qubing turned back and went back into the house. When I opened the door again, there were 4 bulging burlap sacks behind me. Each of you carry 2 bags. The Li brothers, Li Tai and Li Zhu, stepped forward and, without saying a word, each carried 2 sacks. 15 minutes later, the 3 of them then went to the blacksmith shop. The blacksmith shop has changed drastically since my last visit. Not only has the area doubled, but the number of staff inside has also increased significantly. Chen Qubing looked around and saw that there were no fewer than 100 people working in the blacksmith shop. It must have been because I told Li Yuanji yesterday noon that I needed to increase the number of people at the blacksmith shop, and Li Yuanji immediately arranged for a group of able-bodied young men to come over. These young men know. He is currently a blacksmith apprentice, learning blacksmithing under the guidance of a disciple of Oyeshio. The apprentices were specially selected by Li Yuanji. They were among the most intelligent and quick-witted young adults. However, no matter how clever or quick-witted one is, it still takes time to get started with blacksmithing. Chen Qubing led his 2 brothers into the courtyard. The apprentices made way for them, calling out, Lord. Perhaps because of the commotion in the yard, Wang Dachui came out of the house on the left and immediately noticed the burlap sacks on the 2 brothers' shoulders. Immediately, a fawning smile appeared on Wang Dachui's face. Your subordinate greets, young master. Chen Qubing knew what Wang Dachui was thinking, snorted, and asked, Is my wok finished? What pot? Wang Dachui was a little stunned. Chen Qubing said, The wok, the blueprints he brought last night. Wang Dachui looked at Li Zhu and suddenly realized, the young master personally instructed me. How could I dare to slack off? I spent the whole night working on it and finally managed to get that. Walk out. With that, he dashed back into the house. When he came out again, he had an iron pot in his hand. Young master, please look. Chen Qubing took it and examined it carefully. I discovered that the iron pot's diameter, body thickness, and bottom thickness were all identical to the parameters in the blueprint I had drawn. Thanks for your hard work. After Chen Qubing put down the iron pot, he noticed that Wang Dachui had very dark circles under his eyes, indicating that he had been playing games all night. But then I thought about it again, and it made sense since the drawings were delivered around 7 p.m. last night. It is currently the hour of C, 9 to 11 a.m. It was exactly 12 hours. 12 hours is considered a fast time, from receiving the blueprints to forging the iron pot. Chapter 41 Clay, Hay, and Cement. Serving the young master is no hardship for me. As Wang Dachui spoke, his eyes would occasionally dart behind Chen Qubing. Chen Qubing knew exactly what he was thinking and laughed. Stop looking. These things are for you. He then turned around and gestured for the two brothers to put down the sacks. Then, pointing to the 4 sacks, he said, 3 sacks of millet and 1 sack of potatoes. Consider this a reward for your hard work these past few days. Wang Dachui didn't know what potatoes were, but he heard clearly about the 3 bags of millet. Thank you, young master. Thank you, my lord. Not only Wang Dachui, but also the disciples under Oyeshio were very excited. As long as you forge with your heart, I will never treat you unfairly. The rewards will only increase in the future. Besides corn and potatoes, there will be chicken and duck. After saying that, like a drop of water falling into a hot oil pan. Whether they were blacksmiths or apprentices who had just arrived at the blacksmith shop, all eyes were on Chen Qubing, who was standing in the very center. Several apprentices were quite excited and wanted to get closer to ask the Lord if it was true. He had only taken 2 steps when he was stopped by the Li brothers, Li Tai and Li Zhu. The apprentices were all young and strong, and they knew that the 2 brothers were city guards, so they had an innate sense of awe for the city guards. Faced with the 2, several departments dared not push forward any further. I keep my word. Not only will the blacksmiths be rewarded, but as apprentices, whoever learns forging in the shortest time will be rewarded with 20 caddies of millet, 5 caddies of potatoes, 1 caddy of chicken, and 1 caddy of duck. There are poultry like chickens and ducks in this world. Therefore, after Chen Qubing finished speaking, everyone became even more excited. The apprentices were all incredibly excited, eager to be the first to learn forging. Seeing that everyone's enthusiasm had been mobilized, Chen Qubing was filled with admiration. What simple and pure people they are. At this time, Wang Dachui instructed his men to move the millet and potatoes into the blacksmith shop, specifically the room used for cooking. Then they came back and took Chen to the other side of the blacksmith shop in the ward. After expansion, the blacksmith shop has been divided into 2 parts. One part of it was handled by Wang Dachui, who specialized in forging tools. The other part was overseen by Oyeshio, who specialized in forging horizontal swords. Young master, it's just ahead. Led by Wang Dachui, the 4 of them arrived at the other side of the blacksmith shop. In fact, the expanded blacksmith shop is essentially 2 connected courtyards that have been renovated. Ding ding ding. As soon as I entered the courtyard, the rhythmic tinkling sound reached my ears. Oyeshio led about 10 men, in pairs, one wielding a large hammer and the other a small hammer. There are 10 groups in total. These people were all shirtless, and the man holding the sledgehammer was vigorously swinging his large iron hammer, following the guidance of the small hand hammer as he hammered the blade blank. The 4 people who entered did not attract their attention at all. Wang Dachui wanted to call Oyeshio, but Chen Qubing stopped him and asked in a low voice, how long will it take to finish forging this batch of knives? It should be ready by 1 to 3 p.m. tomorrow. Wang Dachui said. Chen Qubing nodded. He had just counted that there were 19 blacksmiths in the courtyard, plus Oyeshio, making a total of 20. If you forge 1 horizontal sword in pairs, you'll have 10 swords. Producing 10 knives in 2 days is slow, but at least the territory now has the ability to manufacture its own weapons. You need to put more effort into teaching those apprentices over there. The faster they learn, the faster production will increase. Wang Dachui nodded in agreement. Understood. I'll watch for a while longer. Chen Qubing then called his two brothers out of the blacksmith shop, preparing to go to the east side of the city to take a look. 15 minutes later, the three arrived at the area outside the eastern city where stone houses were being built. There have been significant changes here compared to 4 days ago. Rows of wooden stakes, each about half a person's height, divide the area into a grid pattern. In the area, the able-bodied men of the construction team, led by their squad leader, are building stone houses. Getting closer, Chen Qubing discovered that a stone house had already been built in the first area. It is about 60 square meters in size and 8 feet tall. At first glance, it looks a bit like a modern bungalow from my memory. However, the difference between it and a small bungalow is that one is built with red bricks and cement. One method involves using hammered stones, which are then piled up with mud. Chen Qubing went to a place specifically for mixing mud and pinched some mud in his hand to examine it. The soil looked somewhat like clay, and it also contained bits of dry grass. How was its setting property? The young man next to him, who was suddenly asked a question, was a little nervous and stammered for a long time without being able to say a word. Seeing this, Chen Qubing didn't press the matter further. Fortunately, the clerk in charge of building the stone house ran over and respectfully said, "Your subordinate greets the young master." Chen Qubing glanced at the scribe, and he had a deep impression of the scribe in his mind. The other party's name is Wang Ligong. He is in his 30s, and he is mainly responsible for construction matters in the territory. What left a deep impression was that the other party proposed before the drought to dig an artificial river to connect with the Tsangyuan River. Wang the scribe, Chen Qubing pointed to the pile of mud on the ground and asked, "How well does this mud solidify?" "Young master, rest assured, this mud mixed with dry grass is used to build stone houses, and it is very sturdy." Chen Qubing compared the pile of mud and hay he was looking at with the cement he remembered and had serious doubts about the cohesiveness of the mud and hay. Is there anything more solidified than this? Wang Ligong thought for a moment. If we want it to be more solid, we need to add glutinous rice juice inside. However, before we started, I discussed it with Mr. Li, and we realized that adding glutinous rice juice would result in enormous consumption. It wasn't said after that, but Chen Qubing understood what it meant. First, the construction cost will increase, and second, there will be no glutinous rice in the city lord's mansion. If only we could make cement. Chen Qubing thought to himself. Cement has a stronger setting power than clay mixed with hay, and even clay mixed with glutinous rice juice cannot compare to cement. Furthermore, cement not only has strong setting properties, but it can also shorten the setting time. Relatively speaking, it saves more time. By the way, how is cement made again? Chen Qubing began searching for information about the raw materials used in cement production. Limestone, clay, and iron slag. Chen Qubing's eyes lit up. There was clay and iron slag in the territory. All that was missing was limestone to make cement. Upon thinking of this, Chen Qubing quickly looked at Wang Ligong. "Do you know where there's limestone in the territory?" "What is limestone?" Wang Ligong was clearly hearing about limestone for the first time and didn't know what it was. It is a type of stone, white in color, hard in texture, and when broken, it forms a rhombus shape. Chen Qubing explained in a way that the other party could understand as much as possible. Wang Ligong shook his head again. This subordinate does not know what the young master is talking about. Limestone, but perhaps there is such a stone in the desolate mountains. Did you hear that? Chen Qubing wasn't too disappointed, but he did plan to talk to Li Yuanji later and ask him to instruct the mining team to be careful about limestone when they were mining the stone. He then called to his two brothers and prepared to return to the city lord's mansion. The reason is simple. The chickens and ducks on the ranch are almost ready for market. Chapter 42, Yellow-Feathered Chickens and Muscovy Ducks. You guys wait outside for a bit. I'll call you later. Upon returning to the city lord's mansion, Chen Qubing rushed straight into the study. Seeing this, having had a day of experience as a bodyguard, Li Zhu knew his way around and stood at the door of the study. Li Tai saw this and followed suit. However, Li Tai's eyes were fixed on the sword Li Zhu was holding in his arms, his eyes filled with envy. Before last night, Li Tai had never imagined that a knife could be so beautiful, so hard, so sharp. No amount of description of beautiful things could adequately express his admiration for the horizontal sword. I never imagined that. One day, he actually had the idea of fighting with his second brother for a knife. Beside, Li Zhu was unaware of his elder brother's thoughts. He stood at the door of the study, his arms clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed straight ahead. It looks like a wooden stake. In the study, Chen Qubing couldn't wait to project his consciousness into the space. Are the adult chickens ready for market? Should we collect them? Are the adult ducks ready for market? Should we collect them? Ignoring the updates on the screen, Chen Qubing rushed to the chicken coop on the ranch. It's possible that the person's consciousness has entered the chicken coop and they can't smell the stench. Arriving at the entrance of the chicken coop, looking through the fence into the chicken coop, I noticed that the adult chickens inside were mostly yellow. Chen Qubing used his mind control to bring a chicken closer for a closer look. The chicken was found to be of uniform size and compact in structure. Furthermore, its feathers, beak, and feet are all yellow. Obviously, only yellow-feathered chickens possess these characteristics. It's a yellow-feathered chicken. Overjoyed, Chen Qubing recalled not only information about yellow-feathered chickens, but also the taste of their meat. The main characteristics of yellow-feathered chicken are its thin skin, tender meat, and fine, soft bones. Furthermore, the chicken has an even distribution of fat, making it very delicious and tender. It can be stir-fried, steamed, or used in soups. In short, yellow-feathered chickens can be prepared in a wide variety of ways, and their nutritional value is much higher than that of white-feathered chickens. Yellow-feathered chickens are currently very suitable for the people to eat. Thinking, Chen Qubing then turned his attention to the duck house. After observing carefully for a while, I found that the duck's breed was somewhat similar to the Jianchong duck. In fact, the so-called Jianchong duck is just a Muscovy duck. The feathers of the Muscovy duck are somewhat the color of a sparrow. The overall color is brownish-gray, interspersed with black and dark green feathers. Then there are the characteristics of Muscovy ducks, firm meat and high meat yield. Furthermore, the taste of Muscovy ducks is considered above average among all breeds. Take it. Collection successful. You have obtained 500 yellow-feathered chickens. Collection successful. You have obtained 500 Muscovy ducks. Gained ranch experience, plus 1,000. Chen Qubing checked the changes in the ranch's level information. Ranch level, 1,000/10,000 experience required to upgrade. Not bad. 9 more times, which is 9 days, and we can upgrade the ranch to level 2. Chen Qubing murmured a sentence. Immediately afterward, the price of selling yellow-feathered chickens and mallard ducks to the mall came to mind. The selling price of a yellow-feathered chicken is 200 coins, and the price of a chick is 50 coins. The price of a Muscovy duck is the same as that of a yellow-feathered chicken, which is 200 coins. Similarly, the price of ducklings is also 50 coins. Chen Qubing did the math. If he sold all the yellow-feathered chickens and mallards to the mall, yellow-feathered chickens can be sold for 100 gold coins, and mallard ducks can also be sold for 100 gold coins. Then deduct the 50 gold coins for the chicks and ducklings, and the ranch can earn 150 gold coins per day. All things considered, the ranch earns 28 more gold coins a day than the farm. Chen Qubing shook his head, feeling that it couldn't be calculated that way. Although taking out 1,000 chickens and ducks at once would be quite conspicuous. But that doesn't mean you can't take the chickens and ducks out of the space. Therefore, there is no need to sell all the chickens and ducks to the space mall. How many chickens and ducks should we take out without attracting too much attention, while still ensuring that the able-bodied young people have meat to eat? Chen Qubing habitually fell into deep thought. A long time, Chen Qubing had a plan. The decision was made to take 150 chickens and 150 ducks out of the space, and then sell the rest to the space mall. Sold 350 yellow-feathered chickens and earned 70 gold coins. Sold 350 Muscovy ducks, earned 70 gold coins. Chen Qubing did not stop and continued to use his consciousness to control it. Successfully raised 500 yellow-feathered chicken chicks. 25 gold coins required. Successfully raised 500 Muscovy ducklings. 25 gold coins will be deducted. Converted to having 159 gold coins. Not bad. My daily gold coin income has increased by 90. Chen Qubing glanced at the number of gold coins and exited the space with satisfaction. In a single thought, 2 yellow-feathered chickens and 2 mallards appeared on the ground. Chen Qubing arrived at the door of the study and opened it. Come in for a moment. Upon hearing the noise, the brothers Li Tai and Li Zhu entered the study and immediately spotted the 4 chickens and ducks on the floor. The The two brothers reacted in unison. They all stared wide-eyed, looking incredulous. Chen Qubing was not surprised by the two brothers' reaction. In fact, he had considered whether to keep it a secret from them. However, considering that the two brothers were already his personal guards, and that there would inevitably be many more instances of them conjuring things out of thin air in the future, he decided not to hide it anymore. Of course, even if he didn't hide it, he didn't intend to explain to the two brothers, letting them fill in the blanks themselves. Bring your things, including the wok, to the kitchen. Today's lunch is potato chicken and potatoes. Seeing the two brothers in a daze, Chen Qubing added, when you take the things over later, remember to tell Uncle Fu that chicken and duck can be stewed with potatoes, and the method is similar to stewing cured meat with potatoes. Go! The two brothers then came to their senses, and each of them picked up 2 chickens and 2 ducks and left the study to go to the kitchen. A short while later, the two brothers returned to the study, followed by the little girl. Chen Qubing turned his gaze over and saw that all 3 of them had that kind of thing in their hands. The young maid placed the things on the table beside her and then said, "Young master, lunch is ready. If you would like to eat potato chicken or potato duck, you will have to wait until evening. If we do it now, it will probably take an hour to finish. All right, then let's wait until tonight." Chen Qubing then remembered that chickens and ducks need to be slaughtered fresh, and their feathers and internal organs need to be removed, which definitely cannot be done in a short time. He then looked at the two brothers and pointed to the food on the table. "Want to eat something together?" The two brothers shook their heads repeatedly, indicating that they could not sit at the same table as the young master. The young maidservant stepped in to smooth things over, saying, "Young master, there's food prepared for them in the kitchen. They can eat there in a bit." Chen Qubing waved his hand, once again feeling the cumbersome rules of this world. The little girl led the two brothers to the side room, a place specifically for the servants of the city lord's mansion to eat. On the road, Li Tai couldn't help but ask, "Fourth miss, have you noticed anything unusual about the young master lately?" "What's wrong?" The little girl walked ahead without turning her head. Li Ting hesitated for a moment. "For example, young master can conjure things out of thin air." Chapter 43, The Little Girl's Curiosity. Did you witness with your own eyes that the young master could conjure objects out of thin air? The little girl suddenly turned around and looked at Li Tai with a serious expression. Li Tai hesitated for a moment, but still said, "Although I did not see it with my own eyes, I feel that the young master can definitely conjure things out of thin air. The 2 chickens and ducks that my brother and I took to the kitchen just now felt like they appeared out of thin air from the young master. Otherwise, why would there be chickens and ducks in the young master's study?" Perhaps fearing the young girl wouldn't believe him, Li Tai also pulled Li Zhu along, saying, "If fourth miss doesn't believe me, you can ask my second brother." Yes, fourth Mississippi." Li Zhu nodded repeatedly. "I can testify for my brother." Seeing this, the little girl circled around the two brothers. Then he spoke, "Since you can follow the young master, you will likely become his personal guards in the future. And since you've also noticed the young master's unusual behavior, I won't hide it from you." Both brothers pricked up their ears and looked at the little girl. The little girl looked around and, seeing that no one was nearby, approached the two brothers and whispered, "Young master is protected by a deity who wants to take him as his last disciple. Naturally, I will teach the young master some divine skills." "Divine protection?" Li Tai exclaimed in surprise. Li Zhu was shocked, his eyes widening even further. "Divine power? Keep your voice down." The little girl quickly called out to the two of them. The two quickly looked around, and seeing that no one was around, the little girl breathed a sigh of relief. Li Tai hurriedly asked, "Could fourth miss's words be true? Is young master truly protected by a deity?" "Would I lie to you?" the little girl said irritably. "Fourth miss would never deceive my brother and me, but we were just too curious. We hope fourth miss won't take offense," Li Tai said awkwardly. "I won't care," the little girl snorted, then said, "You two must not spread the news that the young master is protected by a deity. My brother and I will keep this a secret and will never let it reach a third party," Li Tai said solemnly. "Li Zhu, me too." The little girl waved her hand and said, "Is there anything else you want to ask? I can answer a few more questions while I'm in a good mood." The two brothers were overjoyed, and Li Tai hurriedly asked, "Fourth miss, is the young master's ability to conjure things out of thin air a divine technique taught by immortals?" "Certainly," the little girl said confidently, If it weren't for magic, how could something be conjured out of thin air? It is precisely because our young master has been blessed by the gods and has learned immortal arts that our city lord's mansion has so much grain. The two brothers were shocked, but also suddenly realized what was going on. It turns out that the abundant harvest in our territory these days is due to the blessing of the gods. Certainly, the young girl glanced at Li Tai, her face beaming with pride, and said, "Young master is blessed with great fortune. He is the only person in the world favored by the gods." If Chen Qubing were here, he would definitely say that the little girl was not only completely fooled by him, but also started to fool more people into believing him. A short while later, the young maid led the two to the dining area in the mansion, then left them behind and returned to her study alone. In the study, Chen Qubing had already finished eating. When he saw the little girl return, he immediately waved to her. "Xiaoxi, why haven't I seen Uncle Zheng all day? Father went to the East City early this morning. You should be back soon." The little girl looked the young master over several times, but couldn't figure out how he could conjure objects out of thin air. Although she told the Li brothers with certainty that it was a magical technique, but she was also curious about how objects could be created out of thin air. East City. Chen Qubing was surprised. He had just gone to Dongxing that morning, but he hadn't run into the old steward. Just then, he saw the little girl looking at him curiously. "Why are you looking at me like that?" The little girl didn't reply, but muttered to herself, "Strange, I can't see how the young master can conjure things out of thin air." Listening to the little girl's mutterings, Chen Qubing could roughly guess that the Li brothers must have become curious after seeing the 4 chickens and ducks. Then, out of curiosity, he asked the little girl. In the end, the curiosity spread to the little girl. Upon thinking of this, while Chen Qubing found it amusing, he also felt a strong urge to tease him. He immediately used his mind to connect with the space and took out 2 yellow-feathered chickens and 2 mallards from the ranch warehouse. The little girl was curious when she suddenly saw 4 chickens and ducks on the ground and exclaimed in surprise. He immediately stepped forward and reached out to touch it. The realistic tactile sensation in her hands made the little girl realize that the 4 chickens and ducks on the ground were definitely real. And she was certain that there were no chickens or ducks on the ground just now. Although the study was large, there was no corner in the study that could hide 4 chickens or ducks. Before entering the study, the little girl took a good look around. "I was certain there were no chickens or ducks hiding in the study before I came in. Therefore, it can only be created out of thin air. Young master, you can actually conjure objects out of thin air." Chen Qubing didn't speak, but just looked at the little girl with a smile. Is this some kind of divine magic? The curiosity in the little girl's eyes was almost tangible. That's right, only magic can conjure living things out of thin air. After muttering to himself for a while, the little girl then carefully examined the 4 chickens and ducks. "Young master, are they raised by immortals? Why are they no different from ordinary chickens and ducks?" "They're just ordinary chickens and ducks." Chen Qubing smiled, then added, "Immortals raise divine beasts and celestial birds. With my current magical power, I cannot conjure up divine beasts and celestial birds." "Oh." The little girl said, "Oh," and then asked curiously, "Do they lay eggs?" Chen Qubing was stumped by the question and hesitated before saying, "I think so. I suppose so." Upon hearing this, the little girl happily said, "Young master, could you let me raise them? Once they're old enough to lay eggs, you can have some eggs to eat." Chen Qubing suddenly froze. I initially thought the little girl was just curious, but after learning that the chickens and ducks she had conjured out of thin air using her magic were just ordinary ones, she became concerned about whether they could lay eggs. And after laying the egg, it will eat the egg itself. For some reason, Chen Qubing felt a little touched. "Sure. Thank you, young master." The little girl was even happier. "I'm sure I can raise them well and get them to lay eggs." Chen Qubing wanted to say that it wouldn't matter if she couldn't recover, but before he could finish speaking, the little girl ran out in a flash. A short while later, the little girl ran back, this time carrying a basket woven from thorns. As Chen Qubing was wondering, he saw the little girl put all 4 chickens and ducks into a basket woven from wicker, and then carry the basket outside. As she walked to the door, the little girl said, "I'll take the chickens and ducks to the backyard to raise them first." Chen Qubing then realized, go. Not long after the little girl left, the study door opened, and the old steward walked in from outside. "Young master, I have already selected the manpower you require. Chapter 44, The Old Farmer and the Wasteland. Have you selected the manpower? Chen Qubing was taken aback at first, then realized what the old steward meant by the manpower. Yesterday, I instructed the old steward to help select some suitable farmers to grow potatoes at the city lord mansion. How many people are there? Chen Qubing asked. 9 people in total. The old steward added, at the young master's request, the selected farmers are all honest, hard-working, and diligent people. That's for the best. Chen Qubing nodded. Where is he? The old steward said, outside the backyard. Come on, take me to see it. Chen Qubing got up and followed the old steward to the backyard. The brothers Li Tai and Li Zhu followed silently. The city lord's mansion is divided into 3 parts, front, middle, and rear. The first part is the front yard and front hall, which is used to entertain guests. Then there are the intermediate court and the central hall. This section is the largest and includes a study, a master room, a bedroom, and a side room. This part belongs exclusively to the Lord Chen Qubing. Finally, there's the backyard. It was the kitchen, the servants' living quarters, the place where the servants ate, and a place to store miscellaneous items. The two walked through the backyard to the back gate and pushed open the slightly ajar gate. 9 elderly farmers were gathered outside the gate. Greetings, your lordship. The old farmers bowed to Chen Qubing as soon as they saw him. No need for formalities. Chen Qubing could sense the tension and unease in these people's tone. His gaze swept around the room. These elderly farmers all shared one characteristic. They were thin, hunched over, and had an unhealthy sallow complexion. Chen Qubing also saw 2 old farmers with gray hair. How old are those 2 old farmers? The old steward looked in the direction he was pointing and saw 2 elderly farmers with gray hair in the crowd. Young master, these 2 are about the same age. One is 57 and the other is 58. Having a full head of white hair at 57 or 58 years old. Chen Qubing gave him a look that said, Are you kidding me? The old steward didn't seem to be lying. He turned his gaze back to the 2 old farmers. However, no matter how you look at it, the 2 old farmers don't seem to be 57 or 58 years old. Instead, they look more like people in their 80s or 90s. But on second thought, it makes perfect sense to place this world in ancient times with low productivity and no medical care. After all, in the ancient world, a person who was nearly 60 years old was considered to be of advanced age, and the average lifespan was basically around 50 years. Similarly, the world is the same. Their average lifespan is even lower. The 2 elderly farmers became even more nervous when they met Chen Qubing's gaze. Take it easy. Chen Qubing comforted the 2 old farmers with a few words, then turned to look at the old steward. In fact, judging from his appearance, the old steward was probably in his 50s. But in reality, the old steward is only in his 30s, not even 40 yet. The reason he looks so weathered is actually due to the excessive hard work he does every day. Young master. The old steward was watched with curiosity. Chen Qubing withdrew his gaze and pointed to the others. And what about them? What age are they? The old steward replied. The rest of them are around 45 or 46 years old. Young master, rest assured, although they are all a bit old, they are absolutely experts when it comes to farming. Chen Qubing didn't speak, and once again turned his gaze to a group of old farmers. He didn't really care how skilled these old farmers were at farming. What I really care about is whether these elderly farmers are trustworthy. A long time, Chen Qubing couldn't see anything. Do you know why you came here? The group of old farmers looked at each other in bewilderment. Finally, the oldest farmer spoke up. We've come to help the Lord with the farming. Chen Qubing turned his gaze to the old farmer who had spoken and asked, What's your name? The old farmer was already nervous, and now, after being asked this question, his nervousness turned into fear. This humble commoner I'm called Old Man Zhang. Old Zhang, right? Chen Qubing tried to keep his tone low as he asked, How many people are in your family? The couple consists of the old man and his 8-year-old granddaughter. Chen Qubing turned to look at the old steward. The old steward understood and stepped forward to whisper, Old Zhang got married late. His wife died in childbirth. Half a year ago, his son and daughter-in-law went into the wilderness to look for food. They never came out again. Chen Qubing remained silent. During the drought, many people went into the Barren mountains to search for food because of food shortages, but few were able to find anything, and many who went in never came out again. The case of Old Zhang's son and daughter-in-law is not an isolated incident, but rather one of many. From now on, you'll farm for me. I'll guarantee you and your granddaughter will have enough to eat. After saying that, the old farmer was overjoyed and quickly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Lord, thank you, Lord." The other farmers, seeing this, all showed expressions of envy. Chen Qubing took in the reactions of the group of old farmers and raised his voice, saying, "You don't need to be envious. I treat you all the same. As long as you help me farm, I guarantee you will have enough to eat, and I will provide you with 2 meals a day. In addition, whoever farms well will have their meals increased from 2 to 3 meals a day. They would also use chickens and ducks as rewards. But the prerequisite is that you all must dutifully help me farm. For a group of people who have been suffering from a long-term hunger crisis, even 2 meals a day, let alone 3, would be an immense blessing. Not to mention chickens and ducks. The 9 old farmers couldn't wait to help the Lord farm the land. Seeing that the emotions had been stirred up enough, Chen Qubing pointed to the wasteland behind the 9 old farmers. "You all need to cultivate this area first." Chen Qubing pondered for a moment. "Let's cultivate about 5 acres for now, and bring the water from the well in the backyard." The backyard of the mansion faces the south of the city. Although it is called the southern city, it is actually a barren land. After passing the wasteland, ahead lies a rocky beach bordering bare mountains. Chen Qubing chose to plant in this area because it is close to the city lord's mansion, making it more controllable. Another advantage is the convenience of water supply. Water can be drawn from the backyard for irrigation. And most importantly, Chen Qubing actually regarded this place as a pilot project, not only to try whether spatial crops could be grown, but also to try out the method of water diversion irrigation. If the feasibility can be tested, Chen Qubing plans to develop this entire area into an agricultural planting zone. This will not only expand the planting area, but also increase the number of people engaged in farming. Promise. The 9 old farmers responded in unison. They picked up their farming tools and began clearing land. Indeed, diligent. After watching for a while, Chen Qubing could tell that the 9 old farmers were indeed very experienced in farming, and their land reclamation skills were also very proficient. Without any instructions, they tacitly divided up a section of land and began to cultivate the wasteland. Chapter 45, Cash Coins. Reclaiming land sounds like just 2 simple words, but it is actually a complex process. The first steps are weeding, tilling the soil, and removing stones. Then came leveling the land, building embankments, and irrigating it. The whole process is about improving the soil, turning unsuitable soil into arable soil. The wasteland outside the backyard was free of weeds, but the soil was mixed with many stones of different sizes. So although the 9 old farmers were skilled, their progress was very slow. Not only do you have to be careful with every swing of the hoe, but you also have to be careful not to hit a rock. And after hoeing the soil, select out the stones mixed in with the soil. After watching for a while, Chen Qubing estimated that it would take at least 7 or 8 days for the 9 old farmers to clear 5 acres of wasteland. This time frame is within our expectations. After all, since last year, there wasn't a rush to finish clearing the land and immediately plant potatoes. A tall building starts from the ground up. Only by laying a solid foundation can a tall building avoid collapsing. Similarly, the same applies to the development of territory. Everything needs to be done step by step. It's not just about clearing land. The expansion of the eastern city was similar, as was the expansion of the blacksmith shop and the new weapons provided to the city guards. Go to the kitchen and tell them to prepare their meals as well. Promise. Li Zhu responded and turned to go to the kitchen. Chen Qubing then looked at the old steward and asked, "Uncle Zhang, what are the family situations of the other old farmers besides Old Man Zhang?" "Family situation?" the old steward asked, puzzled. Chen Qubing explained, "It's about how many people are in the family and how they are doing." "I see." The old steward suddenly realized, besides Old Man Zhang, one of the other 8 people has no family members left. The other 7 all have wives and children. Move all 9 of their families to the city lord's mansion. They'll be temporarily housed in the vacant rooms in the backyard. As for what happens next, Chen Qubing fell into thought. Currently, the backyard was large enough to accommodate 9 elderly farmers and their families. However, if more staff are needed, the houses will have to be rebuilt. There's no rush right now. We need to wait until the land is cleared and see how the first planting goes. While pondering this in my heart, Chen Qubing planned to go to the warehouse and transfer the millet from the spatial storage to the warehouse. The group of 4 arrived at the warehouse shortly afterward. At Chen Qubing's instruction, The Li brothers, Li Tai and Li Zhu, worked together to push open the warehouse door. Chen Qubing stepped inside. The two brothers wanted to go in too, but the old steward grabbed them. Despite his thin build, the old steward was surprisingly strong, pulling the two brothers off balance. "Sir, why are you pulling us?" The old steward was in charge of all matters, big and small, in the city lord's mansion. Normally, whether it was the city guards or the common people, they would all call him sir. Snort. The old steward snorted coldly. "If I hadn't stopped you two brothers, would I have let you go in and offend the gods?" Immortal. The two men's expressions turned serious, and they immediately recalled what the fourth sister had said at noon. Young master is favored by the gods, so the gods will protect him. The two brothers exchanged a glance, looked at the old steward, and pointed inside the warehouse. Is the young master learning immortal arts here with the gods? Ignorance. The old steward rolled his eyes at the two of them. Immortals are beings beyond the mundane world. How could they come to such a place, let alone teach the young master immortal arts? The two brothers were not angry when they were scolded. Instead, they smiled and joked. Li Tai asked, "May I ask, sir, what brings the young master here?" The old steward remained calm and uttered two words. "Food." The two brothers were greatly alarmed. Li Tai said, "Could it be that the young master's food has magically appeared out of thin air?" "Absolutely, absolutely," Li Zhu readily agreed. "Otherwise, why would the young master come here?" The old steward ignored the two men and waited quietly with his hands in his pockets. Inside the warehouse, Chen Qubing transferred all 25,000 jin of millet harvested last night and at noon to the warehouse. In addition to millet, 1,000 jin of potatoes were also moved. Chen Qubing glanced at the neatly stacked sacks and nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to go out and ask the old steward to arrange for people to move the grain, Buguay stopped after taking only 2 steps. "Should we exchange the gold coins as well?" He paused for 2 seconds. Chen Qubing figured that since he had already decided to pay the construction and mining teams, there was no need to hesitate any longer, so he simply exchanged the gold coins. Upon thinking of this, Chen Qubing used his mind to connect to the spatial mall and began to generate cash coins. However, before materializing the gold coins, Chen Qubing first exchanged them for copper coins in the shop. In the shop, 1 gold coin can be exchanged for 1,000 copper coins. Chen Qubing currently has 159 gold coins. He exchanges 100 gold coins for copper coins and then materializes them. Successfully realized. Received 100,000 copper coins. The next moment, there were 6 bulging burlap sacks on the ground. Chen Qubing stood up a burlap sack, opened it, and grabbed a handful of copper coins. The copper coin is brass-colored, about the size of a 1-cent coin, and has a square hole in the middle about the size of a little finger. Chen Qubing then held a copper coin in his hand and weighed it. It was very light, and he could hardly feel its weight. 1 sack weighs 100 jin, so 6 sacks weigh 600 jin. 1 jin is 10 liang, and 1 liang is equal to 50 grams. 600 jin is 300,000 grams. 100,000 copper coins. Then each coin would weigh 3 grams. Chen Qubing put the copper coins back into the sack and tied the sack up. He then went to the door and called out, "Uncle Zheng." Upon hearing this, the old steward immediately strode forward, running up to the front. "Young master, is there new grain?" "It's inside." Chen Qubing pointed behind him. The old steward peeked out and immediately saw the pile of sacks that looked like a small mountain. His eyes filled with joy. As if knowing what the old steward was going to ask, Chen Qubing took the initiative to speak a total of 250 sure of millet and 10 sure of potatoes. Upon hearing this, the old steward's lips trembled as he murmured again, "May heaven bless the young master." After a while, the old steward calmed down. However, Chen Qubing carried 6 sacks filled with copper coins. "Uncle Zheng, here are 100,000 copper coins. They're for the mining and construction teams to start their work. This matter will require further assistance from Uncle Zheng." 100,000 copper coins. The old steward's eyes widened, and his lips began to tremble uncontrollably. Not only the old steward, and then there were the 2 brothers, Li Tai and Li Zhu, who had just walked in. Although the 2 brothers were city guards, their monthly military pay was around 1,000 to 1,500 coins. However, before the drought, the city lord's mansion did not distribute all of the city guards' pay in copper coins. Instead, it was equivalent to grain and meat. Therefore, 100,000 copper coins was undoubtedly an astronomical figure to the two brothers. The old steward stammered, "Young master, is it true?" Chen Qubing found it amusing. "Uncle Zheng, can't you tell if it's real or fake just by looking?" Upon hearing this, the old steward shakily opened a burlap sack and then saw the gleaming gold coins inside. Chapter 46, Open-Air Canteen and Work Points. It really is a copper coin. The old steward inspected 6 sacks in succession, and they were all filled to the brim with copper coins. Young master is truly a man blessed by heaven. At this point, the old steward's mind calmed down. In my mind, it all started with the young master conjuring millet out of thin air, then potatoes, then chickens and ducks, and now copper. The old steward suddenly felt numb with shock, thinking, even if the young master were to suddenly unleash a magical technique that turns beans into soldiers, the old steward would not be surprised or shocked by any further events. Chen Qubing chuckled and subtly changed the subject. "I'll need to trouble Uncle Zheng to arrange for people to distribute the copper coins to the workers." "No," the old steward explained. "This old servant is not against paying the able-bodied men. But I feel that since we're going to pay the able-bodied men, we should not neglect the military pay of the city guards." "Uncle Zheng has reminded me." Chen Qubing then remembered. Apart from those who were recalled, the more than 200 city guards had not received their pay for almost a year. If we calculate based on 1,000 coins per month for each city guard, 200 people a year would amount to 2.4 million yuan. Even converted to gold coins, it's 2,400 gold coins. This number really startled Chen Qubing. Currently, the farms and ranches in the space together can generate 333 gold coins per day. 2,400 gold coins is roughly equivalent to 8 days' worth of income from the space. This is only the arrears in military pay. Starting this month, the pay for 2,000 city guards will be required, even though each city guard's monthly salary was only a minimum of 1,000 coins. That would amount to 2,000 gold coins per month. 2,400 plus 2,000. Chen Qubing hesitated to continue calculating. This is why he is so eager to revive the economy of his territory. Although the current gold coin income in the space is enough to meet the territory's needs, if this continues, it will make the territory's economy unhealthy or even distorted. Pay the workers their wages today, and the city guards' wages will be paid tomorrow. Seeing that his young master's tone left no room for doubt, the old steward said no more. This old servant will arrange the manpower immediately. After the old steward finished speaking, he left the storeroom. However, the two brothers, Li Tai and Li Zhu, their reactions were quite remarkable. He would glance at the neatly stacked grains on the ground, then at the dozen or so sacks of potatoes next to them. Finally, let's take a look at the 6 sacks of copper coins. In a short span of a cup of tea, the two brothers experienced the most soul-stirring event of their lives. Young master." Chen Qubing turned around and saw that Li Tai was becoming hesitant in his speech, which piqued his curiosity. "What's wrong?" Li Tai took a few deep breaths to calm himself before asking, "Did the young master conjure these things using his magic?" Upon hearing this, Chen Qubing smiled but remained silent. However, in the eyes of the Li brothers, Li Tai and Li Zhu, it was tacit agreement. The two exchanged a glance, both able to discern the meaning in each other's eyes. Young master really knows magic. Young master is truly a man blessed by heaven. Ignoring the two brothers who were lost in their own thoughts, Chen Qubing went to the door and waited for the old steward to arrange the manpower while he began to think. About 45 minutes later, the old steward led a group of burly men to the outside of the warehouse. "Greetings, young master. No need for formalities." Chen Qubing recognized these men. They were the group of men the old steward had initially assigned to transport the grain. There were about 30 people in total, all of them tall and strong. Perhaps it was because they had had plenty of food recently that the men's faces looked much less sallow. "As usual, move all this grain to the granary." "Promise." The men had become accustomed to carrying grain once a day. The difference this time is that the amount of grain has doubled. The men lined up in a queue and entered the warehouse one after another. Then, each man carried 2 sacks of millet on his shoulder and walked out. 30 men can carry 60 bags of millet in one round. 250 bags of corn can be moved in just a few trips. Beside, Li Zhu whispered to Li Tai, "Brother, should we go help carry them?" "Need not." Li Tai shook his head. Our duty is to protect the young master. This is a trivial matter of moving grain, and we don't need to do it ourselves. Oh, Li Zhu expressed his strong agreement. An hour later, all the millet, including more than a dozen bags of potatoes, was moved to the granary. In the end, the old steward then selected a few more men to carry the 6 bags of copper coins to the East City. Dongcheng, at the foot of the city gate. As soon as Chen Qubing and his party arrived, Li Yuanji, who was in charge of managing the East City, came to greet them. Greetings, young master. Li Yuanji bowed with his hands clasped in greeting. No need for formalities. Chen Qubing waved his hand, then pointed to the area below the city gate. This place has changed a lot since I came here a few days ago. Li Yuanji knew what the young master meant by the change. A row of stone platforms was built beneath the city gate tower. Each stone platform is about 2 meters long and 1 meter wide, and there are about 30 of them in total. Reporting to young master, Li Yuanji pointed to the stone platform on the right below the city gate. These stone platforms were temporarily erected to serve meals to the workers. There are 15 of them in total. Every day at noon and in the afternoon, the woman in charge of cooking would prepare the rice and then carry it here so that the workers, who were lined up, could get their meals. As they were talking, a group of women, working in pairs, carried the wooden buckets filled with food to the stone platform on the right. In a short while, wooden barrels were placed on each of the 15 stone platforms, with at least 3 barrels on each platform. Not long after it was set up, mining teams began to line up in front of the stone platform. Chen Qubing watched for a while and found that the people in line were very self-disciplined. Although the queue wasn't very neat, the people waiting in line didn't seem to be in a hurry. Then there's the woman in charge of serving the food. She holds the wooden spoon very steadily, without any trembling. The bowls of those who come to get their food are weighed down so tightly that they overflow. Didn't I tell you to prepare a cafeteria? Why did you build an open-air cafeteria instead? As Chen Qubing spoke, he pointed downwards. Reporting to young master, Li Yuanji explained. Regarding the canteen, there is currently no suitable location that can accommodate 5,000 people at a time. My subordinate thought that once the construction team had more time to familiarize themselves with the work, they could then allocate some manpower to build the canteen. Chen Qubing turned to look at Li Yuanji, and he felt that the other man's way of speaking was getting closer and closer to his own. The use of modern colloquialisms in the speech is also increasing. Li Yuanji, feeling curious under their gaze, asked, "Does the young master find this inappropriate? Your idea is good. Let's do it your way." As Chen Qubing spoke, he pointed to the stone platform on the left and asked, "What are these stone platforms used for?" Reporting to young master, Li Yuanji cupped his hands again, saying, "It's used for registering and recording work points." Chapter 47 Work Points 2. Record work points? Chen Qubing looked at Li Yuanji with surprise. Li Yuanji explained, "I am following the young master's instructions to register and record the work points of the construction and mining teams every day. Each worker is paid 2 work points for each day of work, and 1 work point is equivalent to 1 gene, approximately 500 grams, of millet." Upon hearing this, Chen Qubing was even more surprised. You should know that I only mentioned the work point system to the other party a few times. Unexpectedly, Li Yuanji managed to create the work point system with just a few words. You don't even need to help with the details yourself. Looking at Li Yuanji, Chen Qubing felt that the other party was definitely a talent in domestic affairs. "Sir, you are truly a genius," Chen Qubing praised. "With this work point system, construction teams and mining teams can operate effectively." Upon hearing this, Li Yuanji shook his head repeatedly, saying, "I am unworthy of such praise. It is entirely thanks to your guidance, young master, that I was able to formulate the work point system." "Sir, there's no need to be modest. Your idea only serves as a guide, and its ability to improve the work point system is enough to demonstrate your talent in this area." Chen Qubing hesitated for a moment, then said, "However, since the work point system has been established, women who can cook can also be included. Each woman earns 2 work points per day. As for the mining and construction teams, they were paid 4 work points per day. Promise. Li Yuanji should be the one." Then Chen Qubing pointed to several sacks behind him and said to Li Yuanji, "Here is 100,000 coins. You can distribute the wages to the workers in the construction team and a mining team at 10 coins per work point." Finally, it was added, Those who have received wages should offset the corresponding work points. Li Yuanji understood the meaning after just a moment's thought, and it led to even more associations. Young master, are you canceling the free food supply? Chen Qubing shook his head. The canteen has always provided free food to the mining and construction teams. However, we could set up an exchange point for grain. You can exchange work points or buy them with copper coins. He paused for a moment, then continued. 1 work point is equivalent to 1 pound of millet and also to 10 coins. Li Yuanji was initially puzzled, but the more he listened, the brighter his eyes became. Young master, are you planning to sell the grain? Chen Qubing smiled and said, selling grain is only the first step. We will sell more things later. Does the young master want to get money circulating? Chen Qubing nodded, then said, you should arrange for people to distribute the wages first. Promise. Li Yuanji cupped his hands in greeting, turned around, and ran down the city wall to find someone. Beside, seeing Li Yuanji walk away, the old steward stepped forward and asked in a low voice, young master, do you intend to entrust this matter entirely to Yuanji? Mr. Li is capable and can handle this matter well, Chen Qubing said with a smile. The old steward hesitated for a moment. This old servant is not questioning Yuanji's abilities, but this matter is of great importance. Why doesn't the young master send a few people from the manor to help? Chen Qubing was taken aback, but immediately understood the meaning behind the old steward's words. It basically means assigning 2 trusted confidants to keep an eye on things. It wasn't that they didn't trust Li Yuanji, but rather that they didn't trust the people below them. Wealth can be very tempting. No one can guarantee that the people below will not be tempted by money. That's true. After all, paying workers is crucial to the economic recovery of the territory, and there's no room for error. In that case, Uncle Zheng, find 2 clever people in the manor to come and help. This old servant thought he was very clever. As the old manager spoke, Li Tai, who had been standing 2 meters away, continued to speak. Li Tai pointed blankly to himself. Sir, you are too kind. I am slow-witted and do not deserve the title of clever. The old steward ignored Li Tai and instead looked at Chen Qubing. Chen Qubing thought for a moment and nodded, saying, let him help for now, and we'll make a change when we find a suitable replacement. Upon hearing this, Li Tai immediately put on a mournful face. This subordinate only wants to stay by the young master's side and protect the young master's people. Chen Qubing rolled his eyes at her. What danger could I possibly be in while I'm in the city lord's mansion? Seeing that Li Tai was about to speak, Chen Qubing interrupted him, saying, if you perform well, I'll reward you with a knife. Upon hearing the word knife, Li Tai immediately perked up and asked expectantly, is it a horizontal sword? If you don't perform well, you won't get a sword, let alone a rusty one. Upon hearing his young master's words, Li Tai's spirits lifted, and he patted his chest, saying, this subordinate will certainly do his utmost to keep an eye on this matter for the young master. Chen Qubing looked at Li Tai and felt that the old steward was right. The other party did indeed have a clever and quick-witted nature. About 15 minutes later, Li Yuanji gathered all the men and brought them over. There are 6 people in total. Judging from their clothes and appearance, they were neither ordinary citizens nor city guards. After observing them for a while, Chen Qubing realized that these 6 people were all clerks from the city lord's mansion. Greetings, young master. The 6 scribes bowed in unison. Chen Qubing waved his hand. He was used to the routine of everyone bowing to him upon seeing him. Is the task of recording work points handled by the 6 of you? Of the 6, the clerk in the middle spoke up. Reporting to the young master, it is indeed our responsibility to record work points. All right, you'll be in charge of everything regarding the exchange of work points. As Chen Qubing spoke, he pointed to Li Tai standing to the side and said, I'm assigning this man to you to help you out. The 6 scribes looked at each other in bewilderment. Before they arrived, Mr. Li told them that he was responsible for paying the workers' wages. But unexpectedly, in addition to paying wages, there was an extra task of exchanging work points. And there's also an extra henchman. None of the 6 were stupid. They figured out what was going on after a little thought. He quickly replied, Promise. Li Tai stepped forward with a simple smile. From now on, this roughneck, will have to trouble you gentlemen. No need for that. It's my pleasure. Upon seeing Li Tai, Chen Qubing felt even more that Li Tai was a clever man. He then said, It's getting late. Take the money with you. The crowd should agree. Then, at Li Yuanji's beckoning, The 6 clerks each carried a bag of copper coins and went down from the city wall. When it comes to money, of course, one wouldn't be so casual. After descending the city wall, the group arrived at a courtyard consisting of stone houses. Place the copper coins in a stone house that appears both enclosed and sturdy. Young master, this is where we usually work temporarily. Li Yuanji explained something to Chen Qubing and then pointed to the stone house with the square copper coin. This item will be used in the future for the treasury, and it is equipped with 7 locks, with the keys held by the 7 of us. Thank you for your trouble, sir. Chen Qubing nodded and pointed to the courtyard. From now on, this courtyard will be used as a special place for exchanging work points and copper coins. As the two were talking, the 6 scribes had already prepared the booklets for recording work points and said to Chen Qubing, "Young master, everything is ready." Chen Qubing waved his hand. "Then let's begin." Chapter 48 Work Points Exchange for Grain. Effective immediately, all workers' daily work points will be doubled, from 2 to 4 points. Workers with work points can enter the office in the East City to exchange their work points for millet and copper coins. A squad of 10 city guards moved among the workers. As he walked, he kept repeating the same words. Wow! The workers erupted in uproar after hearing what the city guards said. An excited worker approached the city guards and asked, "Sirs, is what you're saying true?" The squad leader, though blocked in his way, was not annoyed, but instead patiently explained. "It's true. This was personally ordered by the young master. Not only will your work points be doubled, but you will also be allowed to exchange the work points you earn for millet and copper coins." The man excitedly asked, "How much millet and how many copper coins can one work point be exchanged for?" The squad leader shook his head. "I don't know. You'll find out how much you can exchange when you go to the office." Another person squeezed forward to ask, "Sir, where can I exchange currency?" "The office at the East City Gate Tower." The squad leader pointed behind him. "Do you see the huge wooden sign? The office is located in the stone courtyard behind the sign. You just need to go there, and you can exchange your work points for millet and copper coins." Following the direction the squad leader pointed, everyone could vaguely see a large wooden sign erected at the city gate. Even though these people were illiterate, they knew that there were 3 large characters on the wooden sign. In the crowd, one worker was tempted, but also instinctively felt a sense of awe towards the unknown. So the worker turned around and called his 9 teammates and the team leader to walk towards the office. The closer they got to the city gate, the more nervous and uneasy the group of 11 became, especially when they saw the dozen or so city guards stationed at the city gate. Perhaps it was an innate fear of the city guards that made the 11-person team stop. "Captain, why don't you go up and ask them?" I dare not." The captain was also very nervous. "Are you here to exchange for work points?" As the group pushed and hesitated, a city guard standing on the city wall suddenly spoke up to ask a question. The workers immediately stopped pushing and shoving, watching nervously the city guard who had spoken. Seeing that no one spoke, the city guard frowned slightly. "You're from the same squad, right? Who's the captain?" The others tacitly stepped back, making way for the squad leader. Even though the captain was unwilling, he could only bite the bullet and say, "Sir, we are the captains of the 34th Squad of the 2nd Mining Brigade." The city guard nodded and asked, "Are you here to exchange grain and copper coins?" "Yes," the squad leader answered. The city guards glanced around. Although only this small squad had arrived so far, many pairs of eyes were looking in their direction from afar. "Let me take you in." The city guard said this and led the way. Seeing this, the squad leader quickly called his team members to follow. Led by the city guards, the group arrived at the large wooden sign, then turned left, entered a courtyard through a gate, and stopped in front of a stone house on the right side of the courtyard. At the entrance of the stone house, the 6 scribes were arranged in pairs, each with 3 tables. The workers' work point record books are displayed on top. "Greetings, gentlemen." The city guard first greeted the 6 clerks, then pointed to the squad behind him. "They've come to exchange their tokens." After saying that, the city guard turned around and called out, "Hurry up and come up." The group of 11, including the squad leader, were all ordinary citizens who had never experienced anything like this before, and all of them felt their legs were a little weak. I have met you, sir." The 6 clerks exchanged glances, and the clerk in the middle asked, "Which brigade and which squad are you from?" The squad leader hurriedly replied, "Sir, we are from the 2nd Mining Brigade, the 34th Squad." I am the squad leader, Neodali." Upon hearing this, the clerk who was asking the question spoke to the clerk on the far left. "Brother Zhang Ping, you are in charge of the 2nd Brigade." Come here. Zhang Ping stood up and waved to the squad leader and the 10 team members behind him. Go. Okay. The group of 11 people arrived at the desk of scribe Zhang Ping. Zhang Ping rummaged through a stack of booklets, pulled one out, and glanced at it. 2nd Battalion, 34th Squad, Captain Niodali, right? Yes. Niodali answered nervously. Take it easy. Zhang Ping offered a word of comfort and began to mutter. Niodali worked for 4 days, earning 2 work points per day, with the team leader adding an extra work point. A total of 12 work points. After Zhang Ping finished speaking, he looked at Niodali and asked, was my calculation correct? Yes. Niodali nodded repeatedly. Zhang Ping then asked, what do you want to exchange for? Niodali asked nervously, Sir, what can I exchange for? 1 work point can be exchanged for 1 pound of millet and 10 coins for 1 pound of potatoes. As Zhang Ping spoke, he held a potato in his hand. This is a potato. It can be boiled or stewed. This was Niodali's first time seeing potatoes, but he wasn't curious about them at the moment. All he could think about was that 1 work point could be exchanged for 1 pound of millet and 10 copper coins. Not only Niodali, but also the other workers behind him were extremely excited. Have you decided how to redeem it? Seeing that Niodali remained silent, Zhang Ping reminded him. If you haven't thought of anything, you can continue to accumulate work points and come to redeem them whenever you want. I've thought it through. Niodali quickly said, Sir, I want to use all my work points to exchange for millet. Good. Zhang Ping nodded. 12 work points can be exchanged for 12 caddies of millet. After saying that, Li Tai took out a small cloth bag, scooped it 12 times with a wooden ladle that held 1 jin, 500 grams, and then grabbed 2 more handfuls at the end. Then he spun the small cloth bag around a few times, tied a knot, and finally handed it to Zhang Ping. Here are your 12 caddies of millet. Take them. Niodali excitedly took it, his rough face full of silly grins. Your previously accumulated work points have all been redeemed. You will need to accumulate work points again before you can redeem them. Zhang Ping used a brush to draw a line through the record of Niodali's work points in the booklet, then took out a new booklet and wrote the name of the 34th Squad, Niodali, on it. Yes, thank you, sir. Zhang Ping said. You should thank the young master. Yes, thank you very much, young lord. In the stone house on the right, Chen Qubing, Li Yuanji, and the old steward were looking across at each other. This method is not only effective, but also very convenient for recording and writing. The old steward turned to look at Li Yuanji and praised him. Yuanji is a man of great talent. Praise someone who doesn't care. Li Yuanji humbly replied. Without the young master's guidance, I could never have come up with such a brilliant idea, no matter how hard I rack my brains. It is truly the young master's great talent. Upon hearing this, the old steward echoed. Young master is truly talented. Chen Qubing couldn't stand their praise any longer, so he pointed to the opposite side and said, keep watching. Chapter 49 Exchange 2. Next, Zhang Ping had no time to pay attention to the overly excited Niodali. Instead, he waved to the workers behind Niodali. Having learned from Niodali's example, his team members knew that work points could indeed be exchanged for grain. So they all stepped forward and lined up in an orderly fashion. What's your name? Sir, this humble one is Zhang Er. Zhang Ping turned to the page in the booklet that recorded Zhang Er's information. 2nd Brigade, 34th Squad, Zhang Er worked for 4 days, earning 2 work points per day, totaling 8 work points. Is there any error? That's right. Zhang Er quickly shook his head. Zhang Ping asked, what do you want to exchange for? Zhang Er thought for a moment. Besides himself, he had a younger brother who was assigned to a construction team. As for food, there is no shortage of 2 meals a day provided by the canteen. After thinking for a while, Zhang Er's gaze fell on the potatoes on the table. Sir, I would like to exchange 4 work points for copper coins and another 4 work points for 4 caddies of potatoes. Can. After Zhang Ping finished speaking, he took out a few potatoes from the sack next to him and also picked up the scale on the ground to weigh them. 2 potatoes, each weighing 2 pounds, totaling 4 pounds. At the same time, Li Tai turned around and went into the house, where he counted out 40 copper coins. 40 coins for caddies of potatoes. Here you go. Zhang Ping handed the items to Zhang Er and began marking names and rewriting the booklet. Next, Zhang Er left, allowing his teammates who were behind him to step forward. What's your name? Replying to you, sir. This is Wang Lu. Zhang Ping opened the booklet and checked the information. 2nd Brigade, 34th Squad. Wang Lu worked for 4 days, 1 work point per day, for a total of 8 work points. Is there any error? That's right, that's right. What would you like to redeem? Without a second thought, Wang Lu said, Sir, I want to use all my work points to exchange for millet. Can? Zhang Ping nodded. 8 work points can be exchanged for 8 caddies of millet. Behind, Li Tai quickly packed 8 jin of millet into a small cloth bag, which Zhang Ping took and handed to Wang Lu. Next, in less than 15 minutes, all 11 people had completed their redemption. Apart from Zhang Er exchanging copper coins and potatoes, the other 10 people all exchanged millet. All right, now that you've all exchanged your money, you can go back. Then, as if remembering something, Zhang Ping reminded them, you must keep your cloth bags safe. If you find your cloth bags are missing when you come to exchange them next time, you will be deducted half a work point. Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively hugged the bags they were carrying, as if afraid the bags would suddenly break. Knowing that work points could be exchanged for millet, the importance of work points in the minds of workers rose rapidly. Half a work point is equivalent to half a pound of millet, which is no less than cutting off a piece of flesh from the bodies of workers who are already terrified of hunger. In a stone house, the old steward looked at Chen Qubing hesitantly. Young master, if the cloth bag is lost, will we really have to deduct half a work point? Won't. Chen Qubing shook his head. I just don't want them to pay more attention to the cloth bags. Otherwise our mansion won't be able to provide more cloth bags. I see, the old steward nodded. Outside the city gate, after Dali and his 10 teammates walked out of the city gate, each carrying a small cloth bag filled with millet, a large crowd immediately gathered around. How is it, Brother Niu? Yes, so how is it? Can work points really be exchanged for millet and copper coins? Sure. Dali waved the cloth bag, but then, remembering that it was worth half a work point, he quickly hugged it back to his chest. Work points could be exchanged not only for millet, but also for copper coins and potatoes. Wow. The crowd that had gathered around immediately erupted in uproar. It really can be redeemed. Brother Niu, how are these work points redeemed? Don't push, don't push. As more and more people crowded in, Dali shouted, 1 work point can be exchanged for 1 pound of millet, 1 pound of potatoes, and 10 copper coins. If you want to exchange, quickly call your respective squad leaders and go to exchange together with your team members. Before he could finish speaking, Dali saw the people surrounding him swarm away like a beehive. Some people ran towards the thatched hut. Some people ran towards the cafeteria. Open-air canteen. Lu Laojian was boasting to his teammates about his glorious deeds. You bunch of brats, don't be fooled by how you've all learned how to mine stone. You need to understand one thing. Learning is just the beginning. There's still a lot to learn after you've mastered the basics. What kind of knowledge is this, Captain Lao Jin? Someone immediately chimed in. Lu Laojian gave him a satisfied look. There's a lot to learn. You can't rely solely on brute force to quarry stone. If we rely on brute force, it's not only exhausting, but we might not even get a few pieces after a whole day. You need to be skillful. Another teammate chimed in, adding their own twist. Yes, that's right. Lu Laojian nodded firmly. You have to master the skills to quarry stone, how to save energy, and how to find a suitable place to start. How much force should be applied with the first strike? After the hammer is dropped, a few more wedges need to be added. Finally, and most importantly, you need to know how to observe. Examine the stone's texture, direction, size, and depth. Just as Lu Laojian was getting into his story, Lu Ergu rushed over. Dad, good news! Seeing that his son was running so fast he could barely speak, Lu Laojian quickly handed him the water bag he was carrying on his waist. However, he mimicked the tone of scribes, saying, such recklessness. What kind of behavior is this? Lu Ergu gulped down several mouthfuls of water and said urgently, Father, the young master said that we can use points to exchange for millet and copper coins. Clang! Lu Laojian dropped the water bag he had just received. He looked at Lu Ergu in disbelief and asked, What did you just say? From now on, we can exchange work points for millet and copper coins. Really? Lu Laojian asked uncertainly. Really? Lu Ergu said, Dali from the 2nd Brigade and his entire squad have exchanged for grain. Zhang Er is also exchanged for potatoes and copper coins. Lu Laojian stared blankly at Lu Ergu, just as Lu Ergu was puzzled. Snap! Lu Laojian slapped Lu Ergu on the head. You little brat. Why did you only come back to report the news now? Lu Ergu felt extremely wronged. The other members of Team 13, standing nearby, all burst into laughter. What do you mean, you? Lu Laojin clapped his hand again. This matter is so important. Why wait until the other teams have exchanged their items before coming back to report? Didn't you say that we should be cautious and verify the truth before acting? Lu Ergu said weakly. Lu Laojin snorted coldly. Ignoring the aggrieved Lu Ergu, called out to his teammates and strode towards the city gate. Let's go exchange them too. Finally, as if remembering something, he asked, before going to exchange it, is there anything I need to prepare? No need, just go directly. As Lu Ergu spoke, he deliberately kept a distance, afraid that his father would suddenly slap him again at any moment. When the group arrived at the city gate tower, a long queue had already formed at the foot of the city gate. Chapter 50 Exchange 3. Why are there so many people up ahead? Looking at the long line in front of him, Lu Laojin glared at Lu Ergu with an unfriendly expression. I don't know, Dad. Lu Ergu shrank back. When I went to inform you, there weren't many people here yet. In fact, Lu Laojin understood what was going on. The fact that work points can be exchanged for money and food is an absolute boon for mining and construction teams. It would be abnormal if no one came to line up. Come on, let's join the queue. Lu Laojin gave a call, and everyone stepped forward to line up. The group waited in line for a while, but noticed that the line was moving very slowly, and more people kept coming to join the queue. Lu Laojin couldn't help but sigh. With so many people, it seems like every single team has come. You have a good eye, buddy. One of the people in line turned around and laughed. Work points can be exchanged for food and copper coins, so all 4 teams of the mining team and the construction team have come. That's not all. Lu Laojin looked to his right, and a man in another queue spoke up. I heard you can also exchange them for potatoes. Potato? Everyone was puzzled, as it was the first time they had heard those 2 words. Lu Laojin asked, Brother, do you know what a potato is? Upon hearing the question, the man immediately began to speak animatedly. I've heard that these potatoes are divine treasures, originating from the city Lord's mansion. Not only does it taste delicious, but there are also many ways to cook it. Stewing, boiling, or stir-frying are all acceptable methods. The man paused for a moment, then added, and most importantly, potatoes seem to be able to grow without water, and 1 acre can produce 10 bushels. Hiss! Everyone gasped. Can 1 acre of land yield 10 bushels? Is that true or false? Of course it's true. The man rolled his eyes at the person who questioned him. This news came from the city lord's mansion. How could it be false? It's not that we doubt the veracity of the news, but how could there be a crop that yields 10 bushels per acre? Otherwise, why would it be a divine object? The man snorted, clearly not too happy that he was being questioned. Let me tell you, this news comes from the city lord's mansion. How did you know? Someone asked. The man said smugly, I have a distant relative who works in the city lord's mansion. Upon hearing this, those around him immediately believed it. Just as the man was about to continue boasting, another person next to him spoke up. I think what this guy said is true. Not long ago, the city lord's mansion selected several old farmers to grow these potatoes. Before anyone could question him, the man began to explain. There's an old man named Zhang inside. He used to live next door to me. I saw him being asked to leave by the manager that day. I know old Zhang. He's been farming all his life, and I think he's the oldest person in our area. As the group talked, the pace of the line ahead suddenly quickened. At the city gate, a large group of people were coming out of there. Of course, what really caught people's attention were the cloth bags they were carrying. Father, a cloth bag, millet. Lu Ergu pointed ahead and said to his father, the bags are filled with millet. They're the same bags that the people from the 2nd Brigade who exchanged grain before had. Although Lu Ergu's words were not very clear, Lu Laojin could understand what he meant. Just then, a squad of 100 city guards suddenly appeared at the city gate. The leader shouted, Attention everyone, line up according to your respective groups. Those who do not follow the queue will have their redemption time delayed. A brief commotion occurred at the front of the procession. However, she calmed down again, and 5 more queues were added. With the previous teams forming their ranks, the subsequent teams quickly completed their formations as well. In no time, 5 lines had formed. On the city tower, Chen Qubing and the old steward stood on top and watched as the speed of queuing below increased significantly after the queuing was completed. If we keep this pace, we can finish exchanging everything before sunset. The old steward estimated the time and said, It's currently late afternoon, Shunsher, so it should be finished around late afternoon, Su sure. Chen Qubing listened, calculated. From the second Chen hour to the third Su hour, it is exactly 2 Chen, or 4 hours. So far, about 500 people have redeemed their shares. There are still over 4,000 people who haven't redeemed their items. At 1,000 people per hour, the speed isn't too slow. Young master, please forgive this old servant for saying something. The old steward suddenly spoke up. The method of exchanging work points for money and food is good, but right now the vast majority of workers are exchanging for food. This move will likely have some impact on the young master's efforts to revive the economy. Chen Qubing turned to look at the old steward and smiled. Economic recovery cannot be rushed. We must first lay a solid foundation. Implementing a work point system is essentially laying the foundation. Although most workers now use their work points to exchange for grain, it's because they need to take the grain back home to feed their families. In fact, the expansion plan for the E-City was simply to mobilize the young and strong men and some women from the populace. The food was also provided to this group of people. Previously, the city lord's mansion provides food to the canteen, which in turn meets the daily food needs of the workers. The elderly, weak, women and children can only receive 3 ounces of grain per person per day. This is at the most basic level of food consumption needs. This time, when work points were exchanged for money and grain, the reason why most people chose to exchange them for grain was the essence lies in the pressure of food shortages faced by this group of people. As long as the exchange continues uninterrupted, the workers' pressure to reduce their demand for food will decrease in just a few days. The number of workers exchanging money will increase at that time. I see. After hearing the explanation, the old steward suddenly realized. No wonder the young master doubled the amount of grain today. It turns out he had this in mind. Chen Qubing smiled, but said nothing. We can't say that today's doubled food production is due to space upgrades, can we? Time flies. Soon it was the hour of Su, 7 to 9 p.m. At the foot of the city gate, the 5 long lines have disappeared, replaced by all the workers having completed their exchanges. Every worker's face beamed with genuine joy. Compared to the numb, despairing look in their eyes 5 days ago, these people now have hope in their eyes to continue living. Chen Qubing watched from the city wall. Standing for more than 3 hours made his feet feel sore and swollen. But he showed no intention of moving an inch. His gaze remained fixed on the small teams of workers walking down from the foot of the city wall. The teams that had completed their exchanges were moving towards the thatched hut. Looking down from the sky, these workers resemble a flowing river. At the end of the river lies the area of thatched huts. Wisps of smoke rose into the air and then slowly dissipated. The smoke from cooking fires mingles with the embers of the sunset, accompanied by the smiles of adults and the innocence of children. This is the most beautiful picture in the world. Chen Qubing took a deep breath and could faintly smell the smoke drifting from the thatched hut. This is the taste of life and also the taste of hope. At that moment, he understood the meaning and responsibility of being the lord of Qiuye Territory. That is to protect this beauty. Chapter 51, Second Batch of Horizontal Swords. City Lord's Mansion. As soon as Chen Qubing returned to his study, the maidservant came to report. Young master, that guy called Big Hammer is here again. A sledgehammer? Chen Qubing was taken aback at first, then realized that the little girl was talking about Wang Dachui. Then I remembered what Wang Dachui said yesterday. He could forge 10 horizontal swords today. Coming here at this time must mean they're here to deliver a sword. Where is he? The little girl said, in the main hall. I'll go to the main hall first. Seeing Chen Qubing rushing out, the little maid hurriedly called out, Young master, aren't you going to eat? We'll eat when we get back. The little girl watched the departing figure, then looked at the large bowl of steaming potatoes and duck on the table. Just now, in the kitchen, Uncle Fu fed her a piece of food under the pretext of letting her taste it. The exquisite sensation that stimulated my taste buds still lingers faintly in my mouth. The little girl thought there was nothing in the world that tasted better than potato duck. Therefore, she couldn't understand what could be more important than eating potato duck for the young master. Main hall. When Chen Qubing walked in, he saw O Dachu and O Yeshio sitting to his right below the main seat. Greetings, young master. Greetings, your lordship. Chen Qubing waved his hand, his gaze sweeping over the 2 men before immediately landing on a large cloth bag on the table. Is the horizontal sword finished forging? All right. Upon hearing this, Wang Dachui immediately went to unpack the cloth bag. Perhaps because there were too many this time, they weren't as tightly wrapped as last time. After only 2 layers were removed, the dark scabbard and hilt were revealed. Young master, all 10 horizontal swords are here. Chen Qubing nodded, stepped forward, picked out the one that looked best, and held it in his hand. Then he said to Oyeshio, "Thank you for your hard work, master. Your excellency is too kind. This is my duty." Compared to Wang Dachui's obsequiousness, Oyeshio appeared neither humble nor arrogant. "If the Lord has no further instructions, we shall take our leave." As Oyeshio spoke, he prepared to get up. Wang Dachui, who was opposite him, saw this and kept giving him meaningful glances. However, Oyeshio acted as if he hadn't seen it and got up on his own. "Wait a moment." After brandishing his sword a few times, Chen Qubing sheathed it. He asked the 2 to wait a moment, then left the main hall and went to the corner, where he took out 4 chickens and ducks from his spatial storage. Then, he ordered Li Zhu, who was already staring in disbelief, "Bring it up." "Promise." Li Zhu snapped out of his daze and hurriedly picked up the chickens and ducks that had their wings and feet tied up on the ground. 2 in each hand. Chen Qubing, holding a sword in one hand and carrying the other behind his back, led Li Zhu into the main hall. As soon as I walked in, Wang Dachui and Oyeshio's eyes fell on Li Zhu's hands. Chen Qubing laughed and said, "I keep my word. Since you have forged 10 knives in just 2 days, these 4 chickens and ducks are your reward." "Thank you, young master." "Thank you, my lord." Oyeshio could no longer maintain his composed demeanor. His face was filled with excitement. As for Wang Dachui, he had already started fawning over him. "Young master is benevolent and righteous. His word is as good as his bond. We are truly blessed to be able to serve him." Chen Qubing was exasperated by Wang Dachui's inarticulate way of expressing himself and said, "Stop it." Wang Dachui sheepishly replied, "Yes. Since the mining and construction teams can exchange work points for money and food, I won't neglect one for the other. From now on, your blacksmith shop will also adopt the work point system. The people inside earn work points every day, which they then exchange for what they want at the office." Chen Qubing pondered for a moment, then looked at Wang Dachui and Oyeshio. "You 2 are temporarily assigned 16 work points per day, and your disciples who have already completed their apprenticeships will receive 8 work points per day. The apprentice, who hadn't yet completed his apprenticeship, earns 6 work points per day. Finally, there are the apprentices, initially assigned 3 work points per day. After mastering the skills, this will increase to 4 work points per day. After all, they're technical personnel, so their work points are naturally different from those of ordinary citizens." "Thank you, young master." "Thank you, my lord." Although Wang Dachui and Oyeshio worked at the blacksmith shop every day, they had heard about work points from a city guard who came to the blacksmith shop every day to get their tools forged. However, the 2 were unaware that work points could be exchanged for money and food. Wang Dachui asked, "Young master, how do we redeem these work points?" Chen Qubing was in a good mood and gave the 2 of them a general explanation of the exchange process. Finally, he added, "From now on, the blacksmith's work points will be recorded by the 2 of you. This matter must not be taken lightly." "Promise." The 2 readily agreed, their joy impossible to conceal. In fact, the 2 of them had anticipated that they would receive a reward before they even arrived. However, the expected reward was nothing more than millet and potatoes. Unexpectedly, they got not only 2 chickens but also 2 ducks. They even managed to get a permanent position, work point system. The 2 did not understand the work point system, but they knew that work points that could be exchanged for money, food, and even chickens and ducks were definitely valuable. "You guys go back first." As Chen Qubing spoke, he added, "By the way, you should think of more ways to improve the forging progress and output. If you can figure it out, you'll be rewarded too." "Promise." The 2 took their leave. Chen Qubing planned to put away the 9 swords first and distribute them to the city guards generals when he went to the drill ground to distribute military pay the next day. However, while packing the package, she noticed that Li Zhu's gaze remained fixed on the table. "Didn't you already have one? What, you want more?" Li Zhu chuckled sheepishly. "I just thought this knife was beautiful, so I couldn't help but take a few more glances at it." Chen Qubing looked at him with a half-smile. Li Zhu scratched his head. "The young master said earlier that he would give my brother a knife." "Don't worry, I haven't forgotten." Chen Qubing pointed to the single horizontal sword he had taken out. "Here it is." Li Zhu scratched his head and chuckled. Chen Qubing ignored him. packed up the package, and had Li Zhu carry it. He himself held a horizontal sword in each hand. Before the two had even left the main hall, they bumped into a group of 5 people. The leader was Li Yuanzi, followed by 4 band leaders. "Greetings, young master," the 5 of them shouted in unison. Seeing this, Chen Qubing simply had Li Zhu place the cloth bag on the table, and then asked, "Why are you here so late? Has something happened in the city guards?" Reporting to young master, "Nothing has happened in the army. I have brought 4 colleagues with me to report on the training of the city guards these past few days." While speaking, Li Yuanzi kept glancing back and forth between the hands of Li Zhu and Chen Qubing. The burning intensity in his gaze was like that of a man who had been thirsty for 10 years, finally seeing a beautiful woman with a captivating figure. Chen Qubing knew the purpose of the 5 people's visit at a glance. They must have come for the sword. However, what puzzled him was why the others were able to time so precisely. "You came here for the knife, didn't you?" Chen Qubing stared at Li Yuanzi and sized him up. "Tell me, how did you know the blacksmith shop had delivered a knife?" Chapter 52, Equipment Shortage. Upon hearing this, Li Yuanzi, who was staring intently at the horizontal sword, suddenly shuddered. Seeing that the young master was looking at him expressionlessly, Li Yuanzi quickly explained, "Young master, we learned about Hungdao from our colleagues who were on duty during the shift change." Switching positions? Chen Qubing thought for a moment and immediately understood. The so-called switch of defense. In reality, it was 300 soldiers drawn from the city guards to maintain order in the eastern part of the city. However, the city guards need to conduct drills and cannot remain stationed in the east city indefinitely. So they took turns guarding the posts every 5 days. Li Yuanzi knew about the horizontal sword and even the exact time it was forged. The only way to find out is from the squad leaders who were rotating shifts. "It was our overstepping of bounds. Please forgive us, young master," Li Yuanzi said, kneeling on one knee. When the 4 squad leaders saw that the guards had all knelt down, they knelt down as well. "Get up." Chen Qubing raised his hand. "This is a one-time exception." "Thank you, young master," the 5 of them said in unison. "Since you're all here, to save me the trouble." As Chen Qubing spoke, he pointed to the cloth bag on the table. "There are 8 knives inside. You can take them and divide them among yourselves." Several people stood up. Then Li Yuanzi, the military guard, opened the cloth bag, revealing 8 horizontal swords inside. Li Yuanzi distributed 4 bundles to the 4 musicians behind him, took one for himself, and wrapped the remaining 3 bundles in cloth again. After quickly wrapping it up, Li Yuanzi, with immense excitement, gripped the scabbard in one hand and the hilt in the other, and pulled it out with force. Choke! The dim light refracted from the oil lamp shone on the snow-white blade, giving it a dark, fluorescent glow. A fine knife. Li Yuanzi tried swinging it a few times, and, feeling the weight of the blade, he repeatedly praised it. The other 4 people reacted in the same way. Everyone praised the knife as excellent. Above, after Chen Qubing and the others had examined the knife for a while, they finally spoke up. "What do you think of the knife in your hands?" "A fine knife." The 4 directors spoke almost in unison. Li Yuanzi added, "This sword is definitely a top-quality sword. In my opinion, it is no less than the weapons used by Qiuye Commander himself." Chen Qubing nodded. Although the weapons that Tiheling sells to others are of very poor quality, the weapons they use themselves are definitely the best. After all, the most crucial aspect of arms export is censorship. The weapons used by the city guard were those that have been emasculated by Tiheling. Its quality is only comparable to that of agricultural tools. However, Chen Qubing's memories include the weapons used by the army of Tiheling. "I know that the forging level of Tiheling is about 75 refinements. Do you think that if we equipped all the city guards with such knives, one for each soldier, we could double their fighting strength?" Chen Qubing's words caused the 5 excited people to suddenly fall silent. "Can I?" Seeing the 5 people's reaction, Chen Qubing couldn't help but frown. "Young master, if every member of the city guards had such a fine knife, their combat strength would definitely double." Li Yuanzi paused for a moment, then said, "But such combat strength is not suitable for battlefield combat." Chen Qubing frowned even more, and then he heard Li Yuanzi continue, "In battle, the key is to charge first and then fight. The knife is too short. It's not suitable for charging into battle. Weapons like long spears, long halberds, and long lances are more suitable for charging into battle, while knives are only suitable for close-quarters combat." I understand what you're saying. Chen Qubing sighed. Although Li Yuanzi put it in a very tactful way, Chen Qubing understood perfectly. To develop sufficient combat effectiveness for the city guards, training is only necessary to improve their physical fitness and discipline. Weapons and equipment are the standard for forming combat effectiveness. The better the weapons and equipment, the stronger the combat power. The horizontal sword isn't bad, but it's too simplistic. More types of weapons are needed to arm the city guards. For example, Li Yuanzi mentioned long spears, long halberds, and long lances. For example, bows and arrows and catapults. Finally, there's the armor. It wasn't that Chen Qubing hadn't thought of these things, nor that he was unwilling to study these weapons that would benefit the battlefield. Rather, the territory simply lacked the necessary conditions to manufacture these weapons. Halberds, spears, lances, bows and arrows, and catapults all require wood to make. There is no suitable wood in the territory to make these weapons. Even if it weren't for Chen Qubing providing the methods for forging 100 refined steel and the horizontal blade, the territory wouldn't even have the ability to forge blades. Seeing the young master frowning in thought, Li Yuanzi suggested, "Young master, there's no need to worry. We can buy weapons like long spears and halberds in Qiuye Territory." No. Chen Qubing shook his head. Compared to going to Qiuye to collect expensive weapons, it would be more worthwhile to hope that the farm would be upgraded to level 3 and that tree planting would be unlocked. Iron Harbor has very strict control over weapons such as spears and armor. Even if we could buy them, it would cost a lot of money. Li Yuanzi hadn't thought of this point because he was excited, but after Chen Qubing reminded him, he understood the key to it. It was due to my lack of foresight. Don't worry about the weapons. I'll take care of that. Chen Qubing thought for a moment and continued. What you need to do next is to continue to strengthen your training. The City Lord's mansion currently has a sufficient food supply, and there will be vegetables and meat to follow, so the training intensity of the city guards also needs to be increased. Ideally, the training volume should be increased by 2 to 3 times compared to before. They heard that there was enough food, vegetables, and meat. Whether it was Li Yuanzi or the 4 chief musicians, they all had joy on their faces. However, upon hearing that the training would be increased 3-fold, his joy vanished instantly. Chen Qubing and the others laughed slightly, then continued. In addition, the city guards will begin receiving their pay starting this month. As for the previously owed military pay, I will gradually make up for it. If the 5 men were just delighted, then upon hearing about the military pay, their delight turned into ecstasy. Li Yuanzi subtly observed the young master's expression and realized it wasn't feigned. Most importantly, the amount of millet supplied by the city lord's mansion to the city guards at noon today was increased 5-fold. In addition to millet, there are also potatoes. However, given the precedent set a few days ago, Li Yuanzi remained hesitant. A lingering worry lingered in his heart, fearing that the young master would again experience a food shortage the day after the distribution, just like a few days prior. Rest assured, Chen Qubing saw through Li Yuanzi's thoughts. This time, I will absolutely not go back on my word. You've been overthinking it, Li Yuanzi quickly said, bowing. It's all right. Chen Qubing waved his hand, then asked, "Do you have anything else to say?" Upon hearing this, Li Yuanzi hesitated for a moment, but still said, "Young master, today our scouts who were stationed 50 miles to the north returned to report that those bastards from Red Leaf Ridge have appeared there. Unexpectedly, the Red Leaf Territory's actions are aimed at us." Chapter 53, Exchange Rate. Red Leaf Collar. Upon hearing this, Chen Qubing immediately sat up straight and hurriedly asked, "Has the accuracy of the information been confirmed?" "Reporting to young master," Li Yuanzi replied. "We rushed over to report to you as soon as we received the news, but we cannot confirm whether the news is correct yet. However, before I came, I specifically sent an extra batch of scouts to the outpost to confirm." Chen Qubing's gaze swept over the 5 people. They noticed that the 5 people showed no signs of anxiety or worry. As a result, my worries eased a little. If Red Leaf Territory were really going to attack, Li Yuanzi and his group wouldn't be so leisurely coming over to inquire about Hongdao. Since you have news concerning Red Leaf Territory, why didn't you report it to me immediately when you arrived? The 5 people were stumped by this question and couldn't respond for a long time. Finally, it was Li Yuanzi, who was serving as a military guard, who spoke up. Young master, we also felt that the information was not accurate enough, so we didn't rush to report to you. Yeah. Chen Qubing snorted coldly. Since the accuracy of the information was not confirmed, why did you report it just now? Your subordinate. Your subordinate. Li Yuansa was speechless. All right. Chen Qubing waved his hand. Tell me, what is the purpose of the people from Red Leaf Territory suddenly appearing 50 miles to the north? Of the 4 commanders, the thinnest one spoke up. I believe that Red Leaf Territory suffered a loss at Yellow Pine Territory, so they want to attack us. Chen Qubing glanced at him and knew that the man's name was Zhao Ping. Of the 4 directors, Zhao Ping has the most unconventional personality. I thought the bastards of Red Leaf Territory were looking for iron ore. Chen Qubing looked at the person speaking on his left, whose name was He Dao. He was the largest of the 4, but also the most clever. And because of their contrasting personalities with Zhao Ping, the 2 of them entered the venue to sing a different tune. As for the other 2 lengths, one was named Lin Song, and the other was named Qin Tong. Both of them expressed their own views. My subordinates thought that the bastard from Red Leaf Territory were just like us, and had also sent out spies to gather information about our territory. After Lin finished speaking, Qin Tong added, I share the same view as He Xiuchong. We believe that the people of Qiuye Territory are looking for iron ore. Please don't forget that 4 years ago we discovered the iron ore mine just 50 miles to the north. 4 years have passed. They should have exhausted the iron ore mines by now. They're now searching for new ones. Chen Qubing nodded. For people, 3 opinions, and all 3 opinions were reasonable and the 3 most probable possibilities. However, Chen Qubing did not rush to speak, but instead looked at Li Yuansa, who was serving as a military guard. The other 4 also turned their gazes in that direction. Li Yuansa pondered for a moment and then said, whether it's that Hong Yelin lost a battle further north and suffered a great loss, or that they want to take over our territory, or that they are looking for iron ore, we should all be more vigilant and take precautions. If those bastards from Red Leaf Territory really want to attack, we will make sure they never return. If they are indeed looking for iron ore, we can spread the news after they find it. So they'll know what it feels like to be robbed. Li Junhu is right. Chen Qubing spoke up. Regardless of what Hongya's purpose is, we need to prepare in advance to deal with any situation that may arise at any time. He paused for a moment, then added, after you go back, you must strengthen the defenses in the north, and then find out as soon as possible what Red Leaf Territory's purpose is. Promise. After the 5 people took their leave, Chen Qubing led Li Zhu back to the study. Young master, you're back. As soon as I entered the study, I saw the little girl who had been waiting inside. Young master, please wait a moment. I will bring you your food right away. Before Chen Qubing could reply, the little girl rushed out in a flurry. Seeing this, Chen Qubing couldn't help but laugh. In just a moment, the young girl led Chen Fu into the study, each carrying a tray with food on it. After the 2 arranged their belongings, Chen Fu took his leave. The little girl waited for Chen Qubing, as if he would be called away again at any moment. Chen Qubing had no idea what the little girl was thinking. He was indeed hungry. As I sat down at the table, I immediately saw a huge plate of overflowing potatoes and duck. I picked up my chopsticks, took a piece, and put it in my mouth. The taste is much better than I expected. Perhaps because both the potatoes and duck came from that space, they tasted even more delicious than in my modern memories. Perhaps spatial planting is categorized as metaphysics, while modern planting is considered technology and grueling work. With that in mind, Chen Qubing quickly finished his dinner. He ate half a large plate of potato and duck, and dared not eat the rest, as his stomach was about to burst. After the meal, Chen Qubing walked around the study a few times to speed up his digestion. After the bloating in his stomach subsided, he sat down behind the wooden table, ready to continue refining his development plan. However, they'd only been sitting down for a short while when there was a knock on the study door, and then Li Tai's voice came in. Young master, your subordinate Li Tai requests an audience. Come in. Chen Qubing put the brush back on the brush holder. The study door was pushed open. Li Tai walked in from outside, carrying 2 stacks of booklets in his hands. At Chen Qubing's signal, he placed the booklets on the wooden table. Young master, these are the record books for today's work points redemption. Li Tai pointed to a stack on the right and said, these booklets are detailed records of the work points of the workers in the mining and construction teams. He then pointed to a stack on the left, saying, these booklets contain rewritten records. All you need to do is record the work points required for each worker each day. Chen Qubing took a booklet and flipped through it. Upon discovering that the above content was completely consistent with what Li Tai had said, he couldn't help but praise. Well done. It seems that sending you to the office was the right decision. It's all thanks to the young master's excellent judgment of character. Li Tai scratched his head and took out a booklet from his pocket. Young master, Mr. Li asked me to personally deliver this booklet to you. Chen Qubing took it, opened it, and looked at it. The above details the exchange rates for millet, copper coins, and potatoes. First, there was millet, of which a total of 35,000 jin were exchanged. Next came potatoes, and a total of 5,000 jin were exchanged. Finally, there were the copper coins. A total of 32,400 copper coins were exchanged. The mining and construction teams comprised 5 large teams, 470 smaller teams, and 5,170 people. There are 470 squad leaders, each with 12 work points, totaling 5,640. 4,700 workers, each with 8 work points, totaling 37,600. The total work points add up to 432,140. 35,000 jin of millet were exchanged, which is equivalent to 35,000 work points. In other words, 80% of the people exchanged their work points for grain. 11% of the people exchanged their work points for potatoes. In the end, 9% of the people exchanged their work points for copper coins. Chapter 54, The Farm's Second Bumper Harvest. Luckily, I took out all the millet I collected at noon. Otherwise, with so many people exchanging millet, it really wouldn't be enough. Chen Qubing thought to himself, feeling somewhat fortunate that he had been so prescient. Otherwise, if there is a food shortage, it will severely damage the credibility of the work point system. Very good. Chen Qubing closed the booklet and took the horizontal sword he had prepared for Li Tai from the weapon rack behind him. Here, this is for you. Sword drawn. Li Tai's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly took it. He was both excited and grateful, and held the sword tightly in his arms as if it were a priceless treasure. Aren't you going to take a look? Chen Qubing asked in surprise. After all, whether it was Li Zhu, Li Yuan's, the 4 squad leaders, or even Chen Qubing, the moment they received the horizontal sword, they would pull out the blade, examine it, and then swing it around a few times to feel its weight. I'll check when I get back. Li Tai grinned foolishly. Seeing this, Chen Qubing waved his hand. Then you can go back and read it slowly. Promise. Li Tai bowed and took his leave, then walked out of the study and, led by a servant, went to the room prepared for them. A short while later, the study door opened again, and the old steward walked in from outside. Greetings, young master. The old steward followed the rules of master and servant meticulously. Uncle Zheng is here. Chen Qubing greeted him and then asked, Uncle Zheng, do you have a chicken coop, a duck coop, and cages in your residence? Cage. The old steward asked in surprise. What does the young master want the cage for? For keeping chickens and ducks. Chen Qubing added, it would be best if we had it. If not, we would need to prepare it again. Upon hearing the word chicken and duck, the old steward's first thought was that the young master had once again received divine protection. In the past, the servants in the mansion raised chickens and ducks. There were chicken coops and duck sheds, as well as cages for keeping chickens and ducks. That's good. Chen Qubing nodded and said, come on, take me to see. The two walked out of the study. Li Zhu, who was standing at the door, automatically followed behind. The 3 of them soon arrived at a secluded corner of the backyard. Young master, the chicken coop and duck coop are just ahead. Following the old steward's pointing finger, Chen Qubing saw a rather simple stone house. To be precise, it's not a stone house, but a fence made of stone walls. The stone wall was about 5 feet high. Inside was a makeshift shed built with stones and bent wooden sticks. It's very basic. This was Chen Qubing's first impression. However simple it may be, at least it saves the trouble of rebuilding. Wait for me a moment. Chen Qubing gave a shout and then walked into the enclosure. Li Zhu was about to follow, but the old steward stopped him, and they both turned their backs to each other under the old steward's gaze. Unaware of the reactions of the 2 people behind him, Chen Qubing walked into the enclosure and used his mind to connect with the ranch warehouse in the space, transferring all the chickens and ducks inside to the enclosure. After selling 700 chickens and ducks to the space mall, there are still 150 chickens and 150 ducks left. However, during the day, 4 chickens and ducks were sent to the kitchen, for chickens and ducks were raised by the little girl, and 4 chickens and ducks were given to the blacksmith shop. Therefore, the current total number of chickens is 144, and the number of ducks is also 144. Chen Qubing looked at the chickens and ducks, who seemed frightened by their new surroundings, and then at the 1.5-meter-high fence. I reckon the chickens and ducks can't fly out of such a high fence. Then he turned around, went over the fence, and came up behind the 2 people who had their backs turned. "What are you doing?" The old steward smiled without saying a word, while Li Zhu said, "We'll keep an eye out for the young master to see if any outsiders come over." Where would an outsider come from in the city lord's mansion? Chen Qubing found it strange, but he didn't think much of it. He then instructed the old steward, "Uncle Zheng, I'll have to trouble you to arrange for people to divide the chickens and ducks in the enclosure into 4 batches. 1 batch was sent to the North City training ground. Another batch was distributed to the East City canteen, and yet another batch was sent to the blacksmith shop. The last batch was kept for the city lord's mansion." "Promise." The old steward agreed, then asked, "How should the quantities be allocated?" "Tentatively, there will be 80 chickens and 80 ducks at the drill ground, 50 chickens and 50 ducks at the East City, and 10 chickens and 10 ducks at the blacksmith shop. As for the remaining 4 chickens and 4 ducks, let's leave them to the city lord's mansion." Chen Qubing thought for a moment, and then gave the allocation quantity. Although the number of city lord mansions is the smallest, the number of people in the city lord mansions is also the smallest. 8 chickens and ducks. Wrong. There should be 20 chickens and ducks in the future, which will be enough for the daily needs of the city lord's mansion. "Young master, are the number of city lord's mansions a bit too few?" The old steward hesitated and said, "This old servant believes that the city lord's mansion should keep more for the young master's use." "That's quite a lot." Chen Qubing waved his hand. "From now on, distribute according to this amount every day." Hearing what the young master said, the old steward said no more. He realized that the young master could obtain not just this many chickens and ducks, but this many every day. May heaven bless the young master. Thinking this, the old steward began to mutter to himself again, as was his habit. "I'll leave this to Uncle Zheng." Chen Qubing gave a shout, and then led Li Zhu back to the study. However, on the way back, Chen Qubing suddenly had a question. Where did the little girl take those 4 chickens and ducks to raise? Thoughts come quickly and go quickly. After returning to the study, Chen Qubing worked on development plans while waiting for the crops on the farm to ripen. Time flew by, and soon it was midnight. The thought just occurred to me. Consciousness then entered the space. The millet is ripe. Should we harvest it? The cabbages are ripe. Should we harvest them? The potatoes are ripe. Should we harvest them? 3 messages flashed continuously on the light screen. Collect. The next moment, an invisible force enveloped the entire farm, harvesting all the millet from 25 plots, cabbage from 2 plots, and potatoes from 1 plot. Harvest successful. 27,500 caddies of millet obtained. Gained 25 planting experience. Harvest successful. 40,000 caddies of cabbage obtained. Gained planting experience +2. Harvest successful. 10,000 gene of potatoes obtained. Gained experience +1. Chen Qubing had another idea, and millet, cabbage, and potatoes were planted in an instant. Millet planting successful. 125 gold coins deducted. Cabbage successfully planted. 10 gold coins deducted. Potatoes successfully planted. 10 coins deducted. After planting, Chen Qubing focused his attention on the light screen. First, there's the change in farm experience. Farm level 2, 58/2000 experience required to upgrade. Then there are the gold coins. At noon, I had 159 gold coins, 100 of which were materialized, leaving me with 59. However, I just sold all the cabbages and got 40 gold coins. Selling 9,000 gene of potatoes earned 18 gold coins. Sold 15,000 caddies of millet and earned 150 gold coins. The total is 267. However, planting millet, cabbage, and potatoes cost 145 gold coins. So there are currently 122 gold coins left. In addition to gold coins, there were 12,500 caddies of millet and 1,000 caddies of potatoes. Chapter 55, The Drills of the City Guard. 12,500 caddies of millet, plus 27,500 caddies that will ripen by noon tomorrow. That's a total of 40,000 caddies of millet. Even if all the workers exchange their work points for millet tomorrow, that'll be enough. After Chen Qubing withdrew his consciousness from a space, he began to calculate. Actually, The first exchange was for the construction team and the mining team, a total of more than 5,100 people who accumulated 4 days' worth of work points, which is why the amount of millet exchange seems so large. If you redeem it once a day from now on, the amount will actually decrease. Even if the work points are doubled. Each squad leader only earns 6 work points per day, and all 470 squad leaders combined only earn a total of 2,820 work points. An ordinary worker earns 4 work points per day, and 4,700 ordinary workers combined only earn 18,800 work points. Even if you add up the work points of the team leader and the ordinary workers, it only amounts to 21,620 work points. 40,000 caddies of millet, minus the maximum amount of 21,620 caddies that can be exchanged for work points. There are still 18,380 caddies of millet left. Then, in the canteen, based on an average daily consumption of 2 jin of millet per person, with nearly 5,200 people, the daily consumption of millet would be 10,400 jin. Finally, there's a city guard. Assuming each person consumes an average of 3 jin of millet per day, 2,000 people would need to consume 6,000 jin of millet per day. There was still 1,980 jin of millet left, enough for the city lord's mansion to consume. The more Chen Qubing calculated, the brighter his eyes became. His calculation method is actually the maximum limit he just managed to secure. In fact, the daily millet requirement in the territory is less than 40,000 caddies. About 30,000 caddies would be enough. Furthermore, as time goes on, the demand for workers to exchange work points for millet will gradually decrease. On the contrary, the amount of copper coins that can be exchanged will become larger and larger in the future. The rate at which gold coins are accumulating is still too slow. Thinking of this, Chen Qubing couldn't help but sigh. Although the food problem has been completely solved, we are now facing economic problems. Before the work points redemption was enabled, every day, 55,000 caddies of millet are grown, 25,000 caddies are provided to the territory, and the remaining 30,000 caddies can be sold to the space city to obtain 300 gold coins. Even after deducting the 250 gold coins required to plant millet, you can still harvest 50 gold coins. Then there's cabbage, which provides 60 gold coins per day after deducting the cost of planting. The potato is 32. Finally, the chickens and ducks raised on a ranch can provide 90 gold coins per day. So the total is 232 gold coins. However, due to the increased consumption of millet, the amount has increased from 25,000 jin to 40,000 jin. This resulted in a decrease of 150 gold coins in income, from 232 per day to 82 per day. 82 gold coins a day is not enough to make up for the city guard's pay shortfall in a short time. Chen Qubing sighed again and decided to pay the city guards their back pay in batches. At the beginning of the hour of Mao, 5 to 7 a.m. in the northern part of the city, on the pitch-black training ground, torches began to appear one by one. Immediately afterwards, a squad of 10 city guards patrolled the night, each carrying an iron gong, and entered each tent one after another, striking their gongs. The city guards were jolted awake by the loud and rapid banging of the gong. Then, urged on by their respective squad leaders and platoon leaders, they quickly got up, put on their clothes, trousers, and shoes. Finally, they proceeded to the training ground to assemble and line up, in less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. After the 1,700 city guards finished their formation, 17 smaller square formations of 100 men each were formed. Report your numbers. At the command of the squad leader, at the very front of the first small square, the first 100-man small square began to count off. 1, 2, 3, 99, 100. After the count is completed, the sergeant at the front of the first small square formation came to the reviewing stand, stood ramrod straight, and reported with a military salute. Reporting to the military commander, 4th commander, the first platoon should have 100 men, and 100 men have arrived. Please give instructions. Li Yuansa returned the salute and said, back to the team. Promise. The first soldier's commander had just returned to the ranks when the members of the first small square had finished counting off. Reporting to the military commander, 4th commander, the second platoon should have had 100 men and 100 men have arrived. Please give instructions. Return to the team. Then came the third, the fourth, and so on, until the last small square group finished counting off. Only a quarter of an hour had passed. If Chen Qubing were here and saw this scene, he would definitely exclaim in surprise. The The city guards had only been training according to military training methods for a few days, but they had already completed the drills more quickly and in a more orderly manner than the college students who had been training for half a month. Stand at attention. At ease. Liu stood on the command platform, his right hand gripping the hilt of the horizontal sword at his waist, his left hand behind his back, facing the 1,700 city guards below, his face very serious. Below the command platform, there were 1,700 city guards, divided into 17 small square formations. Each small square formation stood very neatly, and no matter whether you looked at it from the front or the side, all you could see was a neat line of soldiers. Compared to yesterday, you were able to assemble and line up a minute faster. Furthermore, their formation was better and more orderly than yesterday. However, you must not be complacent. You are still a long way from meeting the requirements of military strategy. Therefore, you must train even harder until you meet the requirements of military strategy. After saying that, the 4 music leaders stepped forward in unison and shouted, "Line up." The formation below the stage began to change, from 17 small formations to 4 large formations. The 4 men stepped down from the command platform and came to the front of the 4 large square formations. "Everyone please, run. Top, top, top." The 4 formations began to move, and the sound of their synchronized footsteps echoed through the air above the training ground. Liu also stepped down from the command platform and ran with the city guards. Half an hour later, after the run, under Liu's orders, the city guards returned to their original formation of 17 small squares. Under the guidance of their respective squad leaders, they began practicing marching in step. 15 minutes later, the marching session ended. Liu issued a new order. All the city guard began to lie on the ground and do push-ups. After push-ups, they do sit-ups in pairs. In the end, they fought in pairs. In short, the daily drills of the city guards were based on Chen Qubing's memory of military training and the soldiers' training content. However, Liu and his group filled their daily training schedules very full. The morning is from the beginning of Mao Shi, 5 to 7 a.m., to the beginning of Si Shi, 9 to 11 a.m. That is from 5 a.m. to 9 a.m., a total of 4 hours. Time passed slowly, and the sky was beginning to lighten with the first hint of dawn. However, the city guards did not stop their drills. After completing the drill once, they began to repeat it a second time. When the second pass is completed, as dawn broke, the sky became completely bright. The city guards did not repeat the instructions 3 times. Instead, they assembled and lined up. The queue had just been assembled when the head cook in the kitchen had already prepared the meal. At Liu's command, the city guards, who were already starving, headed straight for the kitchen. "Don't rush, line up, one at a time." About 20 cooks, in pairs, began serving food and vegetables to the city guards. After the first 10 city guards had served their food, they gave up their seats and sat down on the stone platform on the other side, which was specifically used for eating. "There's meat today." No sooner had these people sat down than someone noticed the chicken pieces hidden in the potatoes. Chapter 56, Preparing to Distribute Military Pay. It really does contain meat. Before the first person could finish speaking, someone else immediately exclaimed in surprise. "It's chicken. Chicken meat. There's actually meat in it." Exclamations of surprise rang out one after another. Although each person's bowl contained only 2 or 3 pieces of chicken, and mostly potatoes, the city guard hadn't eaten meat in a long time. Even just 2 or 3 pieces of chicken can bring tears of joy to anyone who gets to eat it. It's not an exaggeration. Some of the city guards that got to eat meat were already eating with tears in their eyes. Only those who have experienced famine and food shortages can truly understand the value of food. Only those who have experienced hunger can truly understand how fortunate it is to be able to eat meat during a drought. These city guards have now gone through a period of hunger, then to having food to fill their stomachs, then to having delicious potatoes, and finally to having meat. This transformation, it gave every city guard a feeling of going from hell to heaven. "Big brother, it's a chicken." In the corner, the 3 Fong brothers sat together. Fong Sanyu held a piece of chicken, no bigger than his thumb, and hesitated to eat it for a long time. "We just had delicious potatoes yesterday, and now we've got chickens too," Fong Erniu exclaimed. This combination of potatoes and eggs is a rare and exquisite delicacy. Fong Daniu didn't speak, but thought to himself, Could it be that the young master has received divine favor? Why, in less than 10 days, did the territory, which was suffering from food shortages, not only have ample food, but also incredibly delicious potatoes? Now, they even have eggs. Although the city lord's mansion had already organized a grain purchasing team to go out and buy grain more than a month ago, it was absolutely impossible for them to buy back so quickly, nor could they buy so much. Therefore, Fong Daniu could only attribute it to the fact that the young master had received divine favor. In the kitchen, as more and more city guards received their meals, the exclamations of surprise grew louder. Among these people, there are quite a few who share the same thoughts as Fong Daniu. However, these people did not think it was a bad thing for the young master to be favored by the gods. In fact, they thought the more favor the young master received from the gods, the better. People, whether one is as humble as dust or stands on a cloud looking down on all living beings, everyone is born with the instinct to seek advantage and avoid harm. In the hearts of all the city guards, the more divine favor their young master received, the more likely they were to survive. This has nothing to do with loyalty, but is instinct. At this time, Li Yuanzi led He Dao and the other three in. After everyone was unharmed, Shang also took the rice bowl and got the food from the cook. As soon as I sat down, He Dao couldn't help but ask, "How long has it been since we've had any meat?" "It's been over a year," Qin Tong said. 1 year, 3 months, and 18 days. Everyone turned their attention to Zhao Ping. "Why are you all looking at me like that?" Zhao Ping asked in surprise. Lin Songshi laughed and said, "You have a really good memory." Snort. Zhao Ping snorted coldly. "I'm not like some people who can't even remember the days." Hitsong was about to speak when Li Yuanzi interrupted him. "Eat your meal properly, and then continue training." "Promise." The four of them quickly agreed and began shoveling food into their bowls. For potato chicken, the person least surprised was Li Yuanzi. After all, he had already been shocked last night when the old steward arranged for someone to deliver the chickens and ducks. Similarly, the same applies to Zhao Ping and the other three. Even last night, when they saw more than 100 chickens and ducks, the four of them almost thought they were dreaming. However, after learning from the steward that these chickens and ducks were all blessed by the gods upon the young master, everyone was shocked, but also felt that it made perfect sense. The 5 of them ate quickly and finished their meal in no time. In the end, like all the city guards, the 5 of them went to get more rice, making sure the soup in the bowl of potato and chicken was completely soaked. After the meal, the city guards continued their drills. It's just a repetition of the previous content. Over and over again. City Lord's mansion. When Chen Qubing woke up, it was already early morning. After eating the food served by the maid, Chen Qubing asked her to find a cloth bag. He then packed all the drawings he had made over the past few days, as well as the development plans he had completed, into the bag and finally hung it on Li Zhu's shoulder. Young master. Li Zhu felt wronged. He thought that cloth bags were something only girls would wear, and it seemed inappropriate for a grown man like him to carry one across his shoulder. "Keep it to yourself. If you lose even one of the blueprints inside, I'll confiscate your sword," Chen Qubing said firmly. Upon hearing that it concerned his most beloved knife, Li Zhu quickly separated one of his hands that were holding the knife and placed it on the cloth bag. "Let's go to the warehouse first." The two arrived at the warehouse. Li Zhu followed the old manager's instructions and waited outside the warehouse. Chen Qubing went straight in and transferred all the millet and potatoes from the space warehouse to the storeroom. The millet weighed 12,500 jin. The potatoes were harvested once yesterday afternoon, once yesterday evening, and then left to roam freely this morning. There were 3 separate transactions, with a surplus of 1,000 jin each time, totaling 3,000 jin. Chen Qubing looked at the pile of sacks on the ground and was very satisfied. He then walked out of the warehouse and asked Li Zhu to leave the door slightly ajar. Actually, it doesn't matter whether the warehouse store manager is in charge or not. The only people who can get close to this place now, besides Chen Qubing and Li Zhu, are the people who came with the old steward to move the grain. On the way back to the study, Chen Qubing felt as if he had overlooked something, so he turned to ask Li Zhu, "Have I forgotten something?" Li Zhu was completely bewildered by this sudden question. Is that so? Seeing the foolishness in Li Zhu's eyes, Chen Qubing decided to think of something himself. I walked and thought. It wasn't until he reached the door of the study that Chen Qubing finally remembered what it was about. The city guard's pay. Upon thinking of this, as Chen Qubing walked into the study, He instructed Li Zhu to find some help. Go find a few people to come over first. Li Zhu responded, turned around, and quickly left. After entering the study, Chen Qubing immediately connected his consciousness to the spatial mall. Exchange for gold coins. Exchange successful. You have received 100,000 copper coins, minus 100 gold coins. Remaining gold coins, 30. The next instant, 6 sacks appeared out of thin air on the ground. But a little while later, Li Zhu also arrived outside the study with his men. There were 5 people in total, and they were the same 5 people who helped carry the copper coins yesterday. Chen Qubing was a little surprised. He didn't expect that with just a casual instruction, Li Zhu could find the manpower as requested. You look like a big, burly guy, but I didn't expect you to be so meticulous in your work. Chen Qubing thought of a saying, roughness contains meticulousness, and meticulousness contains precision. Li Zhu just chuckled foolishly when he heard that. All right, carry it on your back. Let's go to the drill ground. Chen Qubing gave a signal, and Li Zhu and the other 5 men picked up the sacks of copper coins from the ground, put them on their shoulders, and then followed Chen Qubing to the North City training ground. 15 minutes later, the group arrived outside the drill ground and, under the watchful eyes of 2 city guards, entered the drill ground. Chapter 57, Paying Salaries 2. 1. 121. As soon as Chen Qubing entered the training ground, the first thing he heard was the loud and very orderly chanting of slogans. Immediately following was the sound of orderly footsteps. After walking a few steps forward and turning a corner, the entire training ground came into view. What comes into view are small square formations of 100 people each. There are 17 in total. Each square-shaped formation was perfectly aligned, and they were running in unison around the edge of the drill ground. The group walked up to the command platform, put down the sacks with 5 Chinese characters, and then took their leave. Go ahead. Chen Qubing waved without turning his head, his gaze fixed on the city guards' formation marching in unison. I watched for a while. This gave Chen Qubing a sense of déjà vu, like watching college students undergoing military training. However, I feel that the city guards' drills are more interesting than military training. After all, these city guards, once trained, all obeyed his orders. He is the source of confidence that allows the entire territory to grow and prosper. While watching, Li Yuanci led Zhao Ping and the other 3 out of the ranks and onto the command platform. Greetings, young master. The 5 people spoke in unison. No need for formalities. Chen Qubing waved his hand, then pointed to Li Yuanci in the square formation and asked, How long have you been training? Reporting to the young master, Li Yuanci said, It started at the beginning of Mao hour, and it's been about 3 hours now. How many? Chen Qubing was immediately shocked. 3 hours? When Li Yuanci and the 4 squad leaders, including Zhao Ping, saw their young master's strong reaction, their first thought was that the young master was dissatisfied with the city guard's training time. But the training time was too short, Li Yuanci hurriedly replied. I will extend the training time in the future. Wait a minute. Chen Qubing quickly interrupted Li Yuanci. You said the training started at the beginning of Mao Shi, 5 to 7 a.m., and now it's already the beginning of Wu Shi, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m., a total of 3 hours. How much longer will the training last? Li Yuanci replied, We will continue training until 7 p.m. Chen Qubing was shocked once again. The training begins at 5 a.m. and continues until 8 p.m., a full 15 hours a day. Even if you subtract the time for eating and taking care of your physiological needs, a day still lasts at least 13 hours. It may not sound like much, but maintaining high-intensity exercise for 13 hours straight makes it seem incredibly long. Especially now, in the height of summer, the hottest and most scorching time of the year. Chen Qubing dared not think about it. If this kind of training continues for a long time, won't it kill the person? Upon thinking of this, Chen Qubing hurriedly asked, Has anyone fainted or suffered from heat stroke due to prolonged training? Heat stroke. Li Yuanci and his 4 companions looked at each other in bewilderment. Chen Qubing then remembered that the symptoms of heat stroke in this world were called zhongri, or zhonghe. So he changed his words and said, He has heat stroke. Reporting to the young master, There are currently no people in the city guards suffering from fever, Li Yuanci said. Chen Qubing felt a little relieved and then said, From now on, let's change the training time and try to shorten it to 10 hours. Try to avoid the midday sun when it's strongest. This world is not like the modern world. In many territories, the army conducts drills every 3 or 5 days. At most, it's only once every 2 days. Training once a day is absolutely unprecedented. The main reason is that nutrition and bodily functions are not keeping up. Modern society offers balanced and sufficient nutrition, as well as highly scientific training methods. These conditions simply did not exist in this chaotic world with low productivity. The longer the training lasts, the more it consumes the soldiers' lives. Young master, isn't 5 hours of training a day too short? Qiuye hesitated and said, I believe that the sooner the city guards are put into combat capability, the more advantageous it will be for our territory. To quickly build up combat effectiveness, training time must be increased. In the eyes of his subordinates, 8 hours of training a day was already considered short. My subordinates and I have been discussing with several colleagues these past few days the possibility of increasing the training time to 9 hours. Yes, young master. Only by increasing the training time can the city guards be put into combat readiness more quickly. Zhao Ping and the other 3 spoke up one after another, echoing Qiuye's words. Chen Qubing was speechless, so he could only express his worries. For example, it's important to have a balanced diet. If nutrition is inadequate, it's like overdrawing the lives of the city guards. For example, we need to plan training time scientifically and so on. If you want the city guards to be combat ready, simply increasing training time is not advisable. You need to understand the principle that haste makes waste. Qiuye and his group of 5 didn't understand anything about scientific or rational training. However, one can understand that blindly increasing training time is tantamount to overdrawing the soldiers' lives. Will prolonged training really drain your life? Qiuye and his 4 companions were both shocked and unwilling to believe it, seeing that the 5 did not believe. Chen Qubing made up an excuse. Of course it's true. This knowledge was taught to me by immortals in my dream. Immortal? Upon hearing the word immortal, the 5 suddenly had a moment of realization. Like most of the city guards, the 5 of them also tacitly believed, based on the changes that had occurred during this period, that their young master seemed to have received divine protection. Hearing it with my own ears now confirms my suspicions. The 5 men exchanged glances, then said in unison, We will obey the young master's orders. Seeing this, Chen Qubing knew that the 5 men had taken his words to heart, so he pointed to the sacks on the ground and said, I came here today not only to check on the training results of the city guards, but also to bring you your military pay. The 5 men's eyes lit up when they heard about the military pay. This is 100,000 coins. Chen Qubing pointed to the 6 sacks on the ground. Upon hearing this, the 5 men's eyes shone even brighter. In order to ensure the enthusiasm of your city guards, I have decided to restore the city guards' military pay. Furthermore, the city guards' pay will be increased from 1,000 coins per month to 1,500 coins per month. Chen Qubing paused for a moment, then continued. Also, from now on, the city guards' pay will be distributed at a rate of 50 coins per day. This solution was a last resort for Chen Qubing. One issue is that the daily gold coin income from the space is not high enough. Secondly, since even ordinary citizens can exchange work points for money and food, the city guard cannot fail to show their support, and their military pay must also keep up. However, there were definitely not enough gold coins to fully pay the city guards' wages, so this compromise had to be adopted. Your subordinate, along with the city guards, thanks you, young master. Qiuye bore respectfully. Before this, he was worried that the city guards would be affected by the events in the east of the city. Unexpectedly, the young master not only increased the supply of grain, but also potatoes, chickens, and ducks. It will also increase the city guards' pay. They even have to distribute it daily. Chapter 58, Getting on the Right Track. Prepare to distribute wages. Chen Qubing waved his hand and gave the order. Promise. The 5 people should be, and then they went to form a team. 17 small square formations of 100 people each, like streams flowing into the sea, quickly converged in front of the reviewing stand. Then, under Chen Qubing's somewhat astonished gaze, they began to count off. 1, 2, 3, 100. The squad leader of the first small square stepped forward and jogged to the front of the command platform. Then, to Chen Qubing's even greater astonishment, the sergeant stood at attention and saluted. Reporting to the young master, the military guard, and the 4 commanders, The first platoon should have 100 men, and 100 men have arrived. Please give instructions. Chen Qubing paused for a moment, then turned his gaze to Li Yuanzi. Li Yuanzi called out, "Return to the team. Promise." Then the squad leader of the second small square stepped forward. Reporting to the young master, the military guard, and the 4 commanders, the second platoon should have had 100 men, and 100 men have arrived. Please give instructions. Chen Qubing finally realized what was happening and said, "Return to the team. Promise." Next up is the third-party formation, the 4th formation, the 5th formation, up to the 17th square formation. The more Chen Qubing looked, the brighter his eyes became. Nothing else. It was because he sensed an aura of absolute discipline emanating from the 1,700 city guards below the stage. Furthermore, the neatness of the formation has reached the level of a month of military training. Looking down from the stage, the rows and columns of people all appear in a straight line. At this time, Li Yuanzi and his 4 companions once again stepped onto the command platform. "Young master, please give your instructions." Chen Qubing turned to look at the 5 men and praised them. "Not bad, very good. I am very satisfied with the results of your training of the city guards. I believe that as long as we continue training, our city guards will definitely bring a small shock to the entire Songyuan County." The 5 people looked at each other in bewilderment, especially Li Yuanzi. "I originally thought that the young master planned to lead the city guards to compete for supremacy after they were trained. But then I thought about it again and realized that wasn't the case. The city guards numbered only 2,000, a number that was definitely insufficient in the entire Songyuan County. Perhaps the young master was simply expressing his feelings?" Thinking this to himself, Li Yuanzi said aloud, "This is all thanks to the military treatise written by the young master. Otherwise, the training of the city guards would not have been so rapid. Strategy is important, but people are even more important." Chen Qubing said, "If it weren't for your dedicated efforts in training the city guards, I don't think the training results would have been so remarkable." Then Chen Qubing looked down at the audience and said loudly, "I suppose you have all heard about what happened in the East City. All the able-bodied men have been incorporated into the mining and construction teams. And as long as they go out every day, they will receive 4 work points. Then work points can be exchanged for millet, copper coins, potatoes, and even chickens and ducks. As my retainers, you bear the responsibility of protecting the entire territory. Therefore, I will never mistreat you." After a pause, Chen Qubing continued, "From today onwards, you will have 3 meals a day, and every meal will include meat. Furthermore, your monthly military pay will be increased from 1,000 coins to 1,500 coins. Furthermore, for the next few months, you will be paid your military salary at a rate of 50 coins per day." Below the stage, silence. Just when Chen Qubing thought his words had no effect, suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the audience. "I am willing to die for my young lord. I am willing to die for my young lord. I am willing to die for my young lord." What would it be like to see 1,700 city guards shouting in unison? Shocking. A profound spiritual shock. Never before since last year have I felt such a profound emotional impact. The feeling of shock was indescribable, but it was truly peculiar. After a while, Chen Qubing finally recovered from that profound shock. "Now, let's begin distributing wages." After saying that, Li Yuanzi stepped forward and shouted, "All sergeants, step forward." The next moment, 17 squad leaders stepped out of the ranks and came to the command platform. Li Yuanzi, along with Zhao Ping and the other 4 squad leaders, began to divide the copper coins into 20 portions, each containing 5,000 copper coins. 3 of them were kept, and the remaining 17 were given to the 17 squad leaders. Then the squad leader would take it down to distribute it, putting the money into the hands of each city guard. As for the 3 copies left over, they will be distributed after the city guards stationed in the east of the city return to their posts. The distribution process was quick. The whole process took no more than 15 minutes. However, Chen Qubing could see the smiles on the faces of the city guards when they received their pay. Really, the effects brought about by money are the most direct and visible, no matter which world. After the soldiers' pay was distributed, Chen Qubing and Li Yuanzi, along with 3 others, went to the camp and discussed in detail the subsequent training rules for the city guards. The training time for the city guard was revised and reduced from 15 hours to 10 hours. Then there's the issue of providing stone houses. Chen Qubing planned to reserve some cabbage to provide to the city guards in order to make their daily food more nutritious. At last, Chen Qubing also mentioned the issue of the 5 men's pay. However, the 5 men said that since they had received the swords bestowed upon them by their young master, they didn't care if they didn't receive military pay. As for the year's wages owed to the 200 city guards, Chen Qubing felt that they should be paid gradually. Around noon, Chen Qubing returned to the city lord's mansion storeroom. First, all the harvested millet was transferred to the warehouse, followed by 2,000 jin of potatoes and 1,000 jin of cabbage. He also specifically instructed the old steward. 1,000 caddies of potatoes and 1,000 caddies of cabbage were all provided to the city guards. Young master, rest assured, this old servant understands. Then Chen Qubing followed the old steward to the backyard where chickens and ducks were stored, and moved 150 chickens and 150 ducks out of the ranch warehouse. The distribution of chickens and ducks will still be based on the numbers I told you about last night. Promise. The old manager agreed, and then started looking for people to help with the moving. In the next few days, the development of the territory has gradually gotten on track. Under the leadership of their respective team leaders, the workers in the construction and mining teams became increasingly skilled. Both the progress of stone quarrying and the progress of stone house construction have nearly doubled. Of course, the speed increase is thanks to the blacksmith shop. As the apprentices transferred to the blacksmith shop progressed in their studies, all of them were able to wield sledgehammers and, under the guidance of skilled blacksmiths, begin to forge and perform manual labor. In this way, the blacksmith's daily output began to increase significantly. However, the increase in production only applies to iron tools. In terms of forging swords, the output remains at 10 swords every 2 days. The increased production of tools has a ripple effect that doubles the progress of mining and construction teams. Currently, the construction speed in the East City area has stabilized at a daily construction pace. Chapter 59, Finding Limestone. Morning. Before their young master got up, the little maid had already prepared water and food for washing up. After Chen Qubing woke up, he simply washed his face with water. Then I sat down at the table where the food was laid out, picked up my chopsticks, and started eating quickly. Seeing this, the little girl standing to the side looked very hesitant. Young master, are you going to the training ground again today? Go. After swallowing the food in his mouth, Chen Qubing asked, why do you ask that? Over the past few days, as the development of the territory has gotten on track, I've had more free time each day. So Chen Qubing had a flash of inspiration and decided to train with the city guards. At first, because their bodies were not fully developed, they could not even complete 1 round of exercises. However, Chen Qubing was the type of person who, once he made up his mind about something, would never give up. After several days, he managed to barely complete 1 round of drills. Of course, the price was that my whole body became tanned. Young master, why do you insist on training with the city guards? The little girl asked, puzzled. Chen Qubing paused for a moment. To put it dramatically, it was about sharing weal and woe with the city guards and cultivating their loyalty. To put it simply, it's about physical exercise. Sharing weal and woe with the city guards? The young girl was even more puzzled and asked, as the young master's retainers, the city guards are absolutely loyal to him. Why does the young master still need to cultivate the loyalty of the city guards? Chen Qubing was stumped by the question. In fact, he initially wanted to train and eat with the city guards in order to increase their loyalty. However, 2 days later, it was suddenly discovered that the loyalty of the city guards did not need to be cultivated at all, because the city guards were loyal to him to the death. As for why they still had to go to the drill ground to train with the city guards, one reason is that they genuinely want to strengthen their bodies through exercise. Another reason, that's because they're bored. He doesn't need to worry about the affairs of the territory much at present. No matter what it is, as long as he gives an order, someone will go and take care of it properly. After the meal, Chen Qubing was preparing to take Li Zhu to the training ground, but before they even left the city lord's mansion, they encountered Li Yuanji, who was rushing over. Greetings, young master. Li Yuanji was a little out of breath. Chen Qubing hurriedly asked, what happened? Li Yuanji took several deep breaths to catch his breath before speaking. Reporting to the young master, workers have discovered limestone in the Barren Mountains. Limestone? Chen Qubing was taken aback at first, then overjoyed and asked, Really? Absolutely true. Li Yuanji said, the stone has been brought back and is in the East City. Let's go take a look. Chen Qubing couldn't wait to head towards the east of the city. Li Zhu followed behind and asked, Young master, are we going to the training ground today? I'm not going, Chen Qubing said hurriedly. Seeing this, Li Yuanji had no choice but to follow behind the two men that night. The three of them soon arrived at the place outside the East City where the limestone was placed. As they approached, Chen Qubing immediately noticed the pile of stones on the ground. He squatted down, picked up a piece, and examined it carefully in his hand. The stone is grayish in color, but it also has a blackish tinge. Overall, it looks somewhat bluish-black. Chen Qubing felt the stone and found that it had a fine texture and was significantly harder than ordinary stones. After observing it repeatedly for a while, Chen Qubing confirmed that the stone in his hand was indeed limestone. Limestone, also known as limestone, is mainly composed of calcium carbonate. It is also one of the raw materials for making cement. Young master, how is it? Seeing the joy on Chen Qubing's face, Li Yuanji couldn't help but ask, Is this the stone you need? That's right. This is limestone. Chen Qubing nodded first, then asked, Where was the stone found? Li Yuanji was prepared. It was discovered by a worker at the foot of another mountain where stones were being quarried. Based on the worker's description, that mountain was entirely composed of such stones. What's the worker's pride called? Chen Qubing asked. Lu Laojian. He's the squad leader of the 13th team in the 1st Mining Brigade. Li Yuanji added. These stones were also mined and transported back by their team. Good. Chen Qubing nodded. Since they were the first to discover this stone, they deserve a proper reward. Give their team 30 work points and a chicken as a reward. Young master, is it inappropriate to add a chicken to 30 work points? Li Yuanji asked hesitantly. Are you saying too much? Chen Qubing smiled and said, High rewards are needed to motivate them. With this precedent, they will be more proactive in finding stones or other things in the future. It was I who was narrow-minded. Li Yuanji thought about it and agreed that it made sense. Chen Qubing didn't discuss this topic in depth with Li Yuanji, but instead thought about how to make cement. Actually, the method of making cement can be very difficult, but it can also be very simple. First, there's the raw material, and then there's the required calcination temperature. Normal cement production involves grinding limestone into powder, turning it into lime powder, then adding clay, iron or powder, coal powder, and water, mixing them in a 4:3 to 2:1 ratio, and finally forming them into cakes to dry. Then it is placed in a kiln for firing, with layers of cakes and coal stacked together for heating and calcination. The calcination temperature needs to be above 1,400 degrees Celsius. After calcination, it becomes clinker. Cement is made by grinding clinker into powder and mixing it with gypsum powder. The territory contains iron, ore, clay, and even coal. Now limestone has been found. Finally, only plaster was missing. Never mind. Let's try to get the cooked food out first. Upon thinking of this, Chen Qubing hurriedly asked Li Yuanji to find 2 squad leaders from the construction team. Li Yuanji was quick. He soon found 2 squad leaders. Greetings, your lordship. Greetings, your lordship. The 2 captains seemed a little nervous and uneasy at being summoned so suddenly. Don't be nervous. He waved his hand dismissively, offering a word of comfort. He then asked, Do you know how to build a kiln? The 2 squad leaders exchanged a glance, and one of them answered, Reporting to the Lord, we do not know how to build a kiln. Just as Chen Qubing was feeling disappointed, another squad leader spoke up. Lord, although we don't build kilns, we know who does. Who is it? Chen Qubing asked hurriedly. It's Chen Qubing, the squad leader of the 12th squad. This was the first time Chen Qubing had heard this name. He did not know the person. However, as the Lord, he did not need to know or remember all the names of individuals in the territory. Go and call that squad leader named Chen Qubing over here. Promise. The person turned and ran quickly toward the construction area. Chapter 60, Preparing to develop cement. Outside the East City, building area. After several days of renovation, the place has been completely transformed. In the 9 smaller areas divided from the first large area, about 40 stone houses have already been built. A man stood not far away, looking at the stone house that had been built with satisfaction. They are arranged in an orderly manner and are all the same size. At first glance, it gives people a very neat and orderly visual effect. In a few days, The stone houses in this small area will be completed, and there should be corresponding work points as a reward. If I get a reward, I can use it along with all the work points I've accumulated to exchange for a chicken and a few pounds of potatoes at the office." As the man was deep in thought, a shout from afar interrupted his reverie. Old son, old son!" The man turned around and saw that the person who came was the captain of the 9th team, who was also in the construction brigade. "Ma Lao, what are you doing here?" "You old son, how many times have I told you? I've already asked the scribe to change my name. My name is Manhwa, not Ma Lao." Manhwa corrected him, then asked the man with a beaming smile, "Old son, do you know how to build a kiln?" "Certainly." The man was none other than Chen Qubing. Upon hearing Manhwa's words, Chen Qubing straightened his back a bit more. "In the entire territory, only I know how to build a kiln." "Then come with me first." As Manhwa spoke, he stepped forward to take Chen Qubing's hand. "What are you doing?" Chen Qubing quickly stepped aside, looking at Manhwa with a puzzled expression. "Hey, that's great." Manhwa's smile deepened as he explained, "The Lord knew you could build kilns, so he sent me to summon you." "My Lord." Chen Qubing's confusion turned into bewilderment. "Why would the Lord summon me?" "Oops." Manhwa grew a little anxious and said, "You old son, why do you have so many questions? You'll know once you go. Are you afraid that the Lord will harm you?" "Nonsense." Chen Qubing was also anxious. "My Lord is benevolent and righteous. Why would you harm me for no reason?" "It's good that you know." As Manhwa spoke, he stepped forward and took Chen Qubing's hand. "Come on, let's go over there first. Once we get there, you'll know why the Lord called you." "I'll walk by myself." "What kind of behavior is this, pulling and tugging at me?" Upon hearing this, Manhwa didn't bother arguing with Chen Qubing. He simply said a few words and turned back towards the city gate. A short while later, the two jogged to the city gate tower. "Greetings, your lordship." Manhwa first bowed, then pointed to Chen Qubing and said, "My lord, this is Chen Qubing, the captain of the 12th squad." "Greetings, your lordship." Chen Qubing followed Manhwa's example and bowed, but he couldn't help feeling nervous. Chen Qubing waved his hand, noticing the other party's nervousness, and without further ado, got straight to the point. "You know how to build kilns?" "Meeting." Chen Qubing subconsciously straightened his back a bit. "How big of a kiln can you build?" Chen Qubing asked again. "Replying to your excellency, the largest kiln I have ever built was a 7-foot kiln." 7 feet. Chen Qubing pondered. The size of a kiln refers to its diameter. 7 feet is 2 meters. "Can you build a kiln that's 10 feet in size?" Chen Qubing asked. Chen Qubing hesitated. Chen Qubing added, "If you can build a kiln that is 10 feet in size, I will reward you with 20 work points." Upon hearing the word 20 work points, Chen Qubing's eyes lit up. "My lord, I may give it a try." "Okay." Chen Qubing nodded. "What's the fastest time it would take to build it?" Chen Qubing estimated, "If I were to build a kiln by myself, it would take 5 days. But if we had more people, it could be done in 3 days." 3 days is too long. Chen Qubing frowned, then asked, "If we were to transfer all the members of your team here to assist you, how long would it take?" "It will only take half a day." "Good." Chen Qubing made the decision. "Go and gather all the men in your team to build the kiln." Seeing Chen Qubing run far away, Chen Qubing then looked at Manhwa. "I won't let you make a wasted trip. You'll get an extra work point today." "Thank you, my lord." "Méritant im repeatedly." Earning 1 work point for each trip is a rare and desirable opportunity. "Don't thank me yet. I'll need you to go to the area where the stones are piled up and call over 2 mining teams." "Promise." But a little while later, Chen Qubing then led 10 team members over to jog. Then, based on his memory of the size and shape of the kiln, Chen Qubing relayed to Chen Qubing that it was a kiln that was 10 feet tall and had the same diameter. By the way, a combustion chamber should be reserved at the bottom of the kiln, and 4 or 5 more ventilation openings should be installed to help the combustion with wind. Chen Qubing couldn't understand the words cavity and fueling. However, it is still roughly understood that this is a kiln similar to an iron or smelting furnace. "My lord, I can build it." As Chen Qubing spoke, he instructed the team to get busy and prepare for the preliminary work of building the kiln. Although the other members of the team didn't know how to build a kiln, they had acquired the most basic teamwork skills after about 10 days of learning. Therefore, under Chen Qubing's guidance, the allocation of tasks for building the kiln was quickly determined. "Who mixes the mud? who holds the stones, who lends a helping hand. The division of labor was very clear. In less than half an hour's work points, the preliminary work has been completed. Chen Qubing began laying the first stone at the location he had drawn on the ground. The stones were all carefully selected to be of similar size, which fully met the requirements for building the kiln. At this time, manhwa also brought over 2 mining teams. Chen Qubing immediately ordered a squad to smash the large pile of limestone on the ground and further refine it. The other team split into 2 parts. 5 people went to work with clay, and the other 6 went to work with coal. The territory contains coal. This is thanks to the treasure trove of this barren mountain range. Aside from the fact that no trees grow there, it is rich in other minerals. The coal in the territory was mined from the barren mountains and was called black flint by the people, and it replaced firewood in the territory. Young master, should we send someone to mine more of this limestone? Seeing Chen Qubing's series of instructions, Qiuye could tell that this limestone was very important to the young master. Don't rush. Let's see the results first. Chen Qubing waved his hand. Now that limestone has been discovered, there is no need to worry that it will suddenly disappear. The most urgent task is to ensure that the cement can be extracted. Otherwise, no matter how much limestone is mined, it will only be used as ordinary stone. All right. Chen Qubing seemed to have thought of something and turned to Qiuye to ask, Sir, are there any stone mills in the territory? Stone mill. Qiuye thought for a long time, but couldn't find anything in his memory that could be associated with a stone mill. Young master, what is this stone mill? Made of stone, something that can crush things into powder. Chen Qubing explained, a stone mill is roughly composed of 2 parts, a stone disc at the bottom and a cylindrical stone that can be fixed with a support on top. Chapter 61. The kiln is set ablaze. The stone mill consists of 6 parts. They are the grinding platform, also known as the chassis, a millstone, the cylindrical stone that rolls along the ground. A mill frame is a frame used to hold the millstone in place. Before the grinding pipe, there is a structural support point connecting the grinding platform and the grinding wheel. The grinding wheel, fixed to the grinding frame, provides the point of force application and can also be called a grip. Is the young master referring to the millstone? Upon hearing Qiuye's words, Chen Qubing was taken aback. Only then did he realize that the Lu Zhu, in Qiuye's words, was another name for a stone mill. Yes, it's a stone roller. Chen Qubing nodded hurriedly, then asked, Are there any millstones in the city? Some. Qiuye nodded. The millstone is mostly used for grinding coarse grains, but due to the drought these past 2 years, it has been left and used in the city lord's mansion. In the end, Qiuye added, I will go and arrange for people to move the millstone over here. Okay, thank you for your help, sir. After Qiuye walked away, Chen Qubing began to ponder, feeling as if he had missed something very important. After thinking about it for a long time, I realized that I had forgotten about iron or powder. Go to the city lord's mansion and ask Uncle Zheng to bring over a batch of iron ore. Promise. Li Zhu responded and turned to run towards the city lord's mansion. Time flies. With the help of Chen Qubing and his team of workers, the combustion chamber at the bottom of the kiln was successfully rebuilt. They're building it up now. Chen Qubing estimated that, judging from Chen Qubing's speed, the kiln would be built around noon. This time is half an hour shorter than the half-day Chen Qubing mentioned. Young master, the millstone has been moved over. Just as Chen Qubing was engrossed in watching, Qiuye had already ordered people to bring over the millstone. There are 5 in total. 4 of them are about the same size as the stone mills used in rural areas. The last one is a size larger than the other 4. Chen Qubing stepped forward, came to the largest millstone, reached out and tried it, and felt a great resistance in his hand. Young master, this millstone is the largest in the territory, and it takes 3 people to move it. After hearing Qiuye's reminder, Chen Qubing subtly withdrew his hand. Now that the millstone has been brought over, let's begin grinding. As Chen Qubing spoke, he pointed to the limestone that the mining team had broken into fragments, and the clay brought over by the 5-person group, and the coal brought over by the 6-person group. The largest millstone grinds the stone into powder, the finer the better. In addition, another stone roller was used to grind the clay, and another to grind the black flint. Despite his confusion, Qiuye still carried out the order perfectly. First, assign 6 people to grind limestone into small particles. 2 of the 6 people were separated to collect the broken pieces on the ground. The limestone fragments were placed on the grinding platform, and the other 3 people began to work together to push the grinding wheel from the grinding roller. Creak! The millstone began to roll, and the enormous pressure crushed the limestone particles. After 2 passes, the particles began to resemble fine sand. Not enough. Chen Qubing glanced at it and instructed the 3 men to continue grinding. Grind it a few more times. Grind it even finer. Then they came to the stone roller for grinding clay, and the 3 workers responsible for grinding the clay immediately stopped. Chen Qubing pinched a little clay into his palm, then rubbed it between his thumb and forefinger to feel the degree of clay crushing. It had been ground into powder. That's enough. Put this clay in something to store it first, and then continue grinding the clay that hasn't been ground. Promise. The 3 should be, slowly collect the clay powder from the millstone and put it in a winnowing basket-like container. Chen Qubing then came to the stone mill used for grinding coal. Coal is a little harder to grind than clay, but much easier than limestone fragments. However, after being crushed one more time than clay, the coal on the millstone had already turned into powder. That's enough. Pack it up and continue grinding. After a while, the limestone was also ground into powder. At this moment, Li Zhu walked over carrying a sack. Young master, iron ore. Chen Qubing nodded, then ordered his men to crush the iron ore into fine limestone particles. The iron ore in the territory is limonite, with a hardness ranging from 1.0 to 5.5, which is relatively softer than limestone. Therefore, it is easier to refine than limestone. After refining, it is also ground using a millstone. After limestone, clay, coal, and iron are all ground into powder. Chen Qubing began to personally handle the distribution of the ingredients. The ratio of stone, soil, coal, and iron is 43:21. Right now, 40% limestone powder, 30% clay powder, 20% coal powder, and 10% iron ore powder. Although there was no scale. However, Chen Qubing suddenly had a brilliant idea and tried to use the space maul to weigh things. The maul has a feature that displays the weight of crops, such as millet and potatoes, before they are sold to the maul. Chen Qubing took advantage of this and tried to sell limestone powder, clay powder, coal powder, and iron ore powder to the maul. It is obvious that, yes, that's possible. And so, Chen Qubing used the maul's perfect weighing system to determine the proportions. 400 caddies of limestone powder, 300 caddies of clay powder, 200 caddies of coal powder, and 100 caddies of iron ore powder. A total of 1,000 caddies. Then you add water and stir. Chen Qubing didn't need to do this step himself. He only needed to give instructions from the sidelines. After mixing is complete, the process of making tuanqing cakes begins. Under Chen Qubing's command, about 20 workers quickly formed the mixed mixture into a pancake the size of a faceplate. Finally, it needs to be air-dried. This step was still very quick. The midday sun is at its strongest. If you put the mud cake in the sun, the surface layer will dry and harden in less than 15 minutes. How much longer until it's finished? Chen Qubing took some time to use his mind to harvest and plant the chickens and ducks on the ranch, as well as to harvest and plant the farmland. Then they went to Sun Changping and his group who were building the kiln to inquire about the situation. Reporting to the Lord, it will be finished in a couple of quarters of an hour. Good. Chen Qubing nodded, then took Li Zhu and the 2 returned to the city lord's mansion's storeroom together. 25,000 jin of millet, 2,000 jin of potatoes, and 1,000 jin of cabbage were all transferred to the warehouse. They also exchanged 120,000 copper coins. As workers exchanged less millet, Chen Qubing was able to sell more millet to them all. The space provided gold coins and food to achieve a balance. Let's go to the backyard. Chen Qubing gave a shout and then led Li Zhu to the backyard to move all the chickens and ducks out. The old manager will take care of the rest. He doesn't need to worry about it. So Chen Qubing took Li Zhu back to Dongsheng. The round trip took about 15 minutes, just in time for the kiln to be completed. Young master, the kiln is finished. Chen Qubing walked around the kiln, which was 3 meters high and 3 meters in diameter, twice, and was very satisfied. Good. He then called Li Yuanji over, pointed at Sun Changping, and said to Li Yuanji, reward him with 20 work points, and give their team an extra 20 work points. Turning around, upon seeing the 2 mining teams, people cast envious glances their way. Chen Qubing waved his hand and said, Both of your teams will also receive a reward of 20 work points. The crowd immediately cheered. Don't be too happy yet. The next step is the most important. If it succeeds, I will reward you. After Chen Qubing finished speaking, the crowd in front of him called out, "Get the kiln going, light the fire." Chapter 62 Plaster. The process of firing the kiln is not complicated, but it is relatively tedious. First, the dried clay cakes are placed into the kiln, spread out evenly, and covered with a layer. Then, a layer of coal is spread on top of the mud cake. After the coal is laid out, another layer of mud cake is laid on top of it. Then add another layer of coal. This process is repeated until the kiln is finally filled. The method of laying a layer of mud cake and a layer of coal is to allow the mud cake to burn better and more completely in the kiln. A short while later, the kiln was then set up. This brings us to the final and most crucial step. Seal the kiln. Just as Chen Qubing was directing Sun Chongping to seal the top of the kiln, Wang Dachui's voice came from behind him. Young master, your subordinate is here." Turning around, Chen Qubing then saw Wang Dachui, who was jogging over with 8 city guards. 8 city guards were divided into pairs, each carrying a large wooden box. "Young master, here is the bellows you need." Wang Dachui approached, his face full of fawning smiles. Chen Qubing glanced at Wang Dachui, then at the bellows that the city guards had gently placed on the ground. The bellows is actually a tool used to generate wind to aid combustion. "Why did you come here, and why did you bring a bellows?" Chen Qubing asked curiously. Hey, Wang Dachui chuckled. "Mr. Li sent someone over earlier to inform you that the young master needed a bellows, and I immediately prepared one and sent it over to you." Chen Qubing glanced back at Li Yuanji standing beside him. Li Yuanji returned a smile. "It is my honor to relieve the young master's worries." Upon hearing this, Wang Dachui couldn't help but sigh. It's still the flattery of cultured people that sounds the best. "Is this bellows yours?" Chen Qubing, unaware of Wang Dachui's thoughts, asked a question and then began to examine the 4 bellows on the ground. The bellows is made of wood and is rectangular in shape. There's a small hole for air vents at one end. The other end is a handle for people to operate and pull. Overall, a bellows is about 1/2 meter in size and 1 meter in height. Reporting to young master, Wang Dachui straightened his back. "These bellows were purchased by my subordinates from outside 2 years ago, costing a considerable amount of money. I'll make it up to you later." Chen Qubing nodded, then pointed to the kiln and instructed Wang Dachui, "Now that you're here, help set up the bellows properly." "Promise." Wang Dachui's face lit up with a wide smile. Although Wang Dachui has become increasingly obsequious lately, he is still very efficient in getting things done. With the assistance of the city guards, the 4 bellows were quickly placed in the 4 vents reserved for the kiln. "Young master, it's done." After Wang Dachui installed the bellows and tested it a few times to make sure there were no problems, he turned around and reported to Chen Qubing. Chen Qubing nodded, then shouted, "Light the fire." Having already prepared, Sun Chongping took a flint from a city guard and began to light the fire. The ignition source was dry grass, which would ignite upon contact with a spark. After the hay is burning, add the dried and rotten brambles that have been collected for firewood. After the brambles start to burn, slowly add the prepared coal. Starting a fire may seem simple, but it actually requires skill. Especially when adding magnesia carbon bricks, the fire can easily go out if you're not careful. Obviously, Sun Chongping's fire starting skills are quite good. After adding coal, the fire was not extinguished, but rather allowed to slowly ignite the coal. After a while, as the fire gradually stabilized, Sun Chongping continued to add coal to the combustion chamber. At the same time, one team member was asked to pull the bellows on either side. A little while later, the fire intensified. Sun Chongping continued to add coal into the combustion chamber and then asked another member of his team to pull the bellows on the left. With the help of the 2 bellows, the fire quickly reached its maximum intensity. The flames in the combustion chamber gradually changed from dark red to deep red, and then to orange red. Chen Qubing watched for a while until the flames turned orange red, indicating that the temperature had reached over 1,000 degrees Celsius. However, a temperature of 1,000 degrees Celsius is clearly not enough to cook the mud cakes into cooked food. Make the fire bigger. After saying that, Sun Chongping continued to add coal into the combustion chamber, while 2 more people went to the other 2 bellows and began to pull them. With the help of the 4 bellows, the fire quickly grew larger. It changed from orange-red to pure orange. Then it turned golden yellow, and finally golden white. When the flame turns golden white, the temperature reaches approximately 1,400 degrees Celsius. After a while, the flame color in the combustion chamber changed from golden white to pure white. This means the flame temperature reached 1,500 degrees Celsius. Subsequently, Chen Qubing watched for a while longer and saw that the temperature of the flame remained pure white. Knowing that this was the limit of the flame's temperature, Su Shi gave the order. Keep the fire going. He then turned back to the workers of the two mining teams and instructed them to take turns. The cooking time for the cauldron is 3 to 4 hours. A bellows half a person's height is unbearable to pull for even half an hour, let alone 4 hours, so it is necessary to take turns. Promise. The two teams responded in unison. What is the young master making? Li Yuanji, who had been suppressing his curiosity, finally couldn't resist the urge to continue as the firing of the kiln was progressing smoothly. Cement. Chen Qubing smiled. What is cement stone? This was the first time Li Yuanji had heard this word. Great stuff, a real treasure. Chen Qubing perked up and explained. With cement, the construction speed of stone houses in the East City will increase several times. Furthermore, cement has a stronger setting power and sets much faster than a mixture of clay and hay. This is truly a wonderful treasure. Even though Li Yuanji didn't know what cement was, he knew that his young master had said that with cement, the construction speed of the stone house would increase several times. Cement also has a stronger setting power than clay mixed with hay. These 2 points alone made Li Yuanji realize that the cement was definitely extraordinary. That's right. Chen Qubing suddenly asked, Sir, do you know what plaster is? Plaster. It's another new term. Li Yuanji noted it down and asked in return, Is this plaster as precious as cement? Chen Qubing choked for a moment and said, No, gypsum is a kind of stone that needs to be mixed with clay cakes fired in a kiln to make cement. I see. Li Yuanji suddenly realized, then shook his head. This subordinate does not know what Xiaoshua is talking about regarding plaster. Chen Qubing was somewhat disappointed, but he persisted, asking, Have you ever seen a whitish stone that is relatively soft and crumbles into pieces and powder with a light tap? Li Yuanji frowned and pondered for a moment, then shook his head again. I have never seen the kind of stone that you're talking about, young master. This was when Chen Qubing was completely disappointed. If all goes as expected, the clinker in the kiln will meet the standards for making cement clinker. However, the biggest challenge now is the lack of plaster. Just when I was worried, Chen Qubing suddenly heard a weak voice in his ear. Reporting to the young master, I know where such stones can be found. Chapter 63, Cement. Young master, I know where to find this kind of stone. Chen Qubing suddenly turned around and found that the person speaking was a city guard. And he still remembered the other person's name. Fong Sanyu, your subordinate is here. Fong Sanyu was called by name, and his expression was very respectful. Chen Qubing looked at the other person and said, You say you know about plaster? Reporting to young master. Fong Sanyu replied, I do not know about plaster, but I do know a type of stone that is very similar to what you described, young master. It has a soft texture and crumbles into pieces or even powder with a gentle tap. Where are you? Chen Qubing's expression immediately became excited. There are only 2 sources of gypsum. One type is naturally formed. Another method is to use chemical materials to carry out a chemical reaction, which can also produce plaster. However, gypsum produced by chemical reactions is too expensive. For Chen Qubing, there is only one way to obtain plaster. It must be obtained naturally. However, the formation conditions for gypsum are quite demanding. It is formed by the deposition of sulfate over a long period of time to form a sedimentary layer, which eventually becomes gypsum. At my home, Fong Sanyu replied. Chen Qubing said urgently, Then go back and bring me the stone you mentioned. Promise. Fong Sanyu insisted, turning around and running towards the thatched shed. Chen Qubing watched Fong Sanyu run away into the distance, feeling both nervous and expectant. If the stone Fong Sanyu mentioned is indeed gypsum, then it can be confirmed that there are definitely gypsum veins around the territory. With gypsum deposits, the essential material for cement can be perfectly solved. Gypsum has many other uses, one of which is its use in medicine. In a tense and anxious wait, Chen Qubing saw from a distance that Fong Sanyu was carrying a wicker basket on his back and was running quickly toward them. Young master. Fong Sanyu stepped forward and took the basket off his back and placed it on the ground. Chen Qubing quickly peered into the basket on his back and saw that it contained 2 stones the size of watermelons. The color is yellowish, but also has a white tint. The surface of the stone looks somewhat like crystals, and it has stripes of texture. Chen Qubing observed it for a while, but he still couldn't tell whether the stone was actually plaster. So he placed the stone in his hand on the limestone that had not yet been broken up and took a hammer from a worker and began to strike it. After 2 shots, the stone split in 2 from the middle, and many tiny crystals were scattered from the crack. Young master, is this the plaster you need? Li Yuanji squatted down, picked up a loose stone, and examined it closely. However, after watching for a while, he still couldn't figure it out. Is it plaster or raw plaster? Chen Qubing's face was full of joy. Based on his memory, he deduced that the stone Fong Sanyu had brought was plaster, and it's raw gypsum. Contrary to what he just described, gypsum, while not particularly hard, is not low either. It doesn't break into pieces or powder just by knocking it. Instead, after being tapped, it will disperse along the texture of the stone, and after being tapped a few more times, it will turn into small crystalline pieces. Although it wasn't the plaster I had imagined. But Chen Qubing was certain that the plaster in front of him was the best material for preparing cement. Where did you find this stone? Overjoyed, Chen Qubing did not forget to ask about the origin of the stone. Over there. Fong Sanyu pointed in the direction. Chen Qubing looked in the direction the finger was pointing, which was in an east-west direction. He could vaguely see 2 protruding mountain peaks. It's Erdiyashan. Chen Qubing turned to look at Li Yuanji. Li Yuanji cupped his hands in greeting. The quarry is located at the foot of a barren mountain, and Erdiyashan is located to the left of the foot of the mountain, bordering the foot of the rocky beach. Chen Qubing roughly imagined the scene at the foot of the mountain, Erdiyashan, and the rocky beach. Then he looked at Fong Sanyu and asked, "Are there many stones like these in Erdiyashan?" "A lot of." Fong Sanyu nodded. "There are stones like these everywhere behind Erdiyashan." "How did you find this stone?" Chen Qubing asked again. Fong Sanyu scratched his head. "Last year, we had no grain at home, so my 2 elder brothers and I want to go deep into the wilderness to look for it. But we found this stone behind Erdiyashan Mountain. We thought it was pretty and that we could sell it for money, so each of us picked up a basketful and brought it back. Later, they discovered it was just an ordinary stone and discarded it at home." "I see." Chen Qubing nodded, and then began to have people smash all the raw gypsum into pieces, and finally put on a millstone for grinding. The 2 pieces of plaster weighed about 40 pounds, and after grinding, they turned into yellowish-white plaster powder. Now that we have the gypsum powder, we're just waiting for the clinker to be fired. Time flies. It was late afternoon. The molten material in the kiln has been fired, and the fire has now been extinguished. However, the temperature in the kiln is very high, so it can only be opened after the temperature has dropped. They waited until exactly 7 p.m. From Shenzheng to Sushizheng, a full 4 hours had passed. During the period around 5 p.m., the kiln was opened in order to speed up the cooling time. The method of opening the kiln is very simple and brutal. Instead of opening the kiln is smashed open directly. Then, using tongs from the blacksmith shop, they took out the well-fired clay cake and further accelerated the cooling time. Normally, after the clinker is fired, it needs to be rapidly cooled to 100 degrees Celsius to prevent it from solidifying into undesirable crystals. However, conditions within the territory are limited, so the only option is to find ways to accelerate the natural cooling process. By evening, the clinker had mostly cooled down. Chen Qubing then instructed people to crush the cooked material and grind it again. After grinding, the clinker powder and gypsum powder are mixed in the correct proportions. The ratio of clinker to gypsum powder is 100 to 1. Chen Qubing used the space mall again to weigh himself. First, the weight of the cooked powder was weighed, which was a little over 1,000 kilograms. Then weigh out 10 jin of gypsum powder. Finally, have someone stir and mix it. Okay, that's enough. Chen Qubing kept watching, and when he saw that it was almost done, he told the 2 people who were mixing and stirring to stop. Then he half squatted down, grabbed a little bit, and examined it in his hand. The powder, after stirring, is very fine and has a dark gray color. Compared with the cement I remembered, I found no difference in color or texture. Therefore, the only way to verify whether the fired cement is feasible is through actual operation. Come here. Chen Qubing waved to Chen Qubing and a worker behind him. The two approached each other. Chen Qubing first instructed Chen Qubing to mix cement and sand dug up by others in a 1-to-1 ratio, then add water and stir to make mortar. Finally, Chen Qubing was instructed to use cement mortar to build a stone wall that was half a person high. Then he directed another worker to mix clay and hay to build a stone wall about half a person's height. The two worked quickly, and in less than half an hour, they each built 2 walls that were half a person high, 3 feet long, and 10 inches thick. Whether it will succeed depends on the effect after it solidifies. Chen Qubing looked at the 2 walls, each about half a person's height, and thought to himself. Chapter 64 Cement 2. Young Master, has it been successful? Li Yuanji watched as the cement was mixed into mortar and then used to build the stone wall. With his discerning eye, he could see that cement was more convenient than clay mixed with hay. As for whether it is more durable than clay mixed with hay, Li Yuanji was not sure. However, Li Yuanji felt that the strength of cement should not be worse than that of clay and hay. It's done. Chen Qubing nodded. However, we'll have to wait another day until the cement has completely hardened before we can see the final result. Should we arrange for people to burn cement? Li Yuanji suggested. Don't worry yet. Chen Qubing said. Let's wait for the cement in the stone wall to solidify first, and then decide whether or not to fire the cement based on its solidification properties, and whether to consider using cement instead of the clay-hay mixture in the later stages of building the stone house. That's exactly right. Li Yuanji pondered for a moment and agreed wholeheartedly. He then asked, should we still give these 3 teams work points as a reward today? Chen Qubing pondered for a moment. Let's wait and see how the cement performs. If it's effective, we'll give a reward. Promise. When Chen Qubing brought Li Zhu back to the city lord's mansion, it was already 9 p.m. Moreover, both of their bellies were completely empty. Young Master is back. The moment the little girl saw Chen Qubing, a look of joy immediately appeared on her face. Is there anything to eat? Chen Qubing asked. Yes, I'll go and bring it to you. The little girl ran towards the kitchen as she spoke. A short while later, the little girl quickly returned, carrying a tray with food on it. Millet rice, potato duck, shredded potatoes, cabbage, and a bowl of clear soup with a few specks of oil floating on the surface. After arranging the food, the little girl turned around and went to the doorway, handing the other 2 bowls of food on the tray to Li Zhu. Hey, you prepared this. Li Zhu was stunned for a moment, then happily accepted it. Thank you, 4th Mississippi. Oomph. The little girl snorted. If it weren't for the fact that you're by the young master's side protecting his safety, I wouldn't have prepared this for you. Li Zhu didn't care what the little girl was saying. He was starving, so he took the food and started shoveling it into his mouth. After the meal, Chen Qubing took a bath in the water prepared by the little maid. Then he told the little girl and Li Zhu to go back and rest, while he went to his study to wait for the crops on the farm to ripen. This has become an essential part of Chen Qubing's daily bedtime routine. Time passed. It was soon midnight. With a change of heart, Chen Qubing's consciousness entered his personal space. The millet is ripe. Should we harvest it? The cabbages are ripe. Should we harvest them? The potatoes are ripe. Should we harvest them? Take it. The next moment, millet, cabbage, and potatoes floated up from the fields and quickly gathered in the farm warehouse. Harvest successful. 27,500 caddies of millet obtained. Gained 25 planting experience. Harvest successful. 40,000 caddies of cabbage obtained. Gained planting experience +2. Collection successful. 10,000 gene of potatoes obtained. Gained planting experience +1. Chen Qubing had an idea and immediately replanted the farmland. Millet planting successful. 125 gold coins deducted. Cabbage successfully planted. 10 gold coins deducted. Potato successfully planted. 20 coins deducted. After the harvest is complete, the crops are sold to the marketplace. He sold 15,000 caddies of millet, 39,000 caddies of cabbage, and 8,000 caddies of potatoes to the Space Mall and received 205 gold coins. With the remaining 15 gold coins, the total number of gold coins has now reached 220. At last, Chen Qubing focused his attention on the level information of the farm and ranch displayed on the light screen. Farm level 2 for 74/2000 experience required to upgrade. Ranch level 1, 8,000/10,000 experience required to upgrade. The ranch has accumulated 8,000 experience points. In 2 more days, we can upgrade the ranch to level 2. Chen Qubing began to look forward to it. Level 1 ranches unlock the raising of chickens and ducks. I wonder what level 2 ranches will unlock. Pigs would be best, but cows and sheep could be unlocked too. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Qubing drifted off to sleep. The next day, Chen Qubing got up early, and, after eating the food prepared by the little girl, he took Li Zhu, who was already waiting at the door, and began to repeat the routine he had been doing every morning for some time. First, they went to the warehouse and transferred 12,500 jin of millet, 1,000 jin of cabbage, and 2,000 jin of potatoes to the warehouse. Then I exchanged 120 gold coins for copper coins, for a total of 120,000 coins. Of these, 100,000 copper coins were used to pay the city guards, and 20,000 copper coins were provided to the East City office to be exchanged for the workers' needs. Let's go to the East City. After transferring the belongings, Chen Qubing hurriedly led Li Zhu to the East City. Dongcheng. After all the workers finished breakfast and went to work, the noisy city gate finally quieted down. When Chen Qubing brought Li Zhu to the city gate, Li Yuanji was already waiting there. "Greetings, young master." Li Yuanji, as was customary, first offered a salute. No need for formalities. Chen Qubing waved his hand and asked, "Sir, how is the cement setting?" As if anticipating the young master's question, Li Yuanji smiled and said, "Young master, rest assured, the cement is already solidified. Let's go take a look." "Promise." The group of people soon arrived at the place where cement was fired yesterday. Sun Changping and his team members, along with workers from 2 other mining teams, were all waiting there. "Greetings, young master." Chen Qubing quickly arrived at the 2 walls that had been built the day before. My gaze first fell on the left, on the stone wall made of cement. The mortar between the stones has lightened in color considerably, indicating that it has solidified to a visible degree. Chen Qubing reached out and touched it a few times, and the sensation he felt made him realize its solidified, hard state. He then picked up a small stone from the ground and swiped it a few times at the solidified mortar, managing to poke some mud and sand off. The initial setting effect is not bad. As Chen Qubing spoke, he placed both hands on the stone wall and slowly exerted force. Initially, considering the initial setting state of the cement, I didn't apply much force with my hands. But as time went on, even with increasing force, they still couldn't push the stone wall down. Chen Qubing withdrew his hands and then came to the stone wall made of a mixture of clay and dry grass. First, experienced the solidification effect. It was found that the setting effect of clay was much worse than that of cement. Then he placed both hands on the stone wall and pushed hard. Although the stone wall was not pushed down, the deformation and loosening were clearly visible at the point where the hands exerted force. The difference between the two is obvious. "Young master, how is it?" Li Yuanji leaned closer and asked. Chen Qubing stood up and nodded in satisfaction. "This time it's really a success." Chapter 65, Reassignment of Personnel. The mortar of cement mixed with sand has a solidification process that consists of 2 parts. One is the initial solidification state, and the other is the final solidification state. In Chen Qubing's view, the initial setting state of the cement mortar used to build the stone wall had already achieved the desired effect. Even the initial setting effect was better than expected. It can be said that the cement firing process is complete. There are no problems with the proportion of raw materials, the firing process, or the final cement produced. At this point, the cement is ready. The next thing to consider is how to allocate manpower. "Sir, I'll have to trouble you with this next task." Chen Qubing began to give instructions. First of all, the construction of the stone house needs to be temporarily stopped, and all the clay needs to be replaced with cement. Then there's the limestone mining and cement firing process, both of which require a large workforce. "Understood." Li Yuanji nodded first, then asked, "But how exactly should the manpower be arranged?" After a moment's thought, Chen Qubing decided to separate the 4th Mining Brigade. After separation, further extraction is required. First, we need to allocate manpower from 3 small teams to be specifically responsible for grinding with a millstone. Secondly, there's clay and sand, each requiring 5 teams to dig and collect. Next is the gypsum area, which also requires 5 teams to dig and mine. We need 2 small teams for the coal. This part consists of 20 teams, totaling 220 people. Then comes the process of making clay cakes and firing them in the kiln, which requires about 5 teams of people. In total, there are 25 teams, with a total of 275 people. As for building the kiln here, Chen Qubing turned around and looked at Chen Qubing and his team members who were standing in the distance. The plan is to have Chen Qubing's team specialize in building kilns from now on. This was a last resort. Due to the limitations of this world, it is impossible to rapidly cool the cooked food. Therefore, the only option is to use a cumbersome method. After firing one batch of clinker, dismantle the kiln to shorten the natural cooling process. Chen Qubing told Li Yuanji all his plans, and finally added, the 4th Brigade has a total of 100 squads. 25 squads with 100,000 men have been transferred out, and the remaining 75 squads have all been dispatched to mine limestone. As for work points, they remain the same as before. Promise. Li Yuanji agreed, then hesitated for a moment. Young master, isn't a large contingent a bit too many people? Too much. I think it's not enough. Chen Qubing said, cement has many uses. It can not only speed up the construction of stone houses, but also be used to build city walls and roads. Firstly, regarding the city wall, as long as there are enough materials, a Tianzhanghai city wall can be built in about 10 days, and it is extremely sturdy. Once the stone houses in the eastern city are completed, I plan to build a Tianzhanghai city wall around the entire territory. At that time, we won't need to worry about other territories attacking us. Chen Qubing spoke with great passion. Li Yuanji didn't react much, but instead wondered how much manpower and resources it would take to build such a stone wall. Not only will we build city walls, but the entire ground of our territory will be paved with concrete. As Chen Qubing spoke with great enthusiasm, Li Yuanji grew increasingly alarmed. Young master, after so much cultivation, I'm afraid the water supply might not be enough. It's all right, Chen Qubing said confidently. With me here, the territory will never have to worry about running out of water again. In fact, building the city wall and the concrete road was just a spur-of-the-moment idea of Chen Qubing. The construction of Dongcheng has only just begun. It will take until the city walls, roads, and stone houses are completed. Li Yuanji's words reminded him. With the increasing frequency of water use in the eastern part of the city, the water level in the 2 wells has dropped to less than 2 feet. However, with an unlimited water source in the space, Chen Qubing was not worried about the water source drying up. Afterwards, Chen Qubing explained some details to Li Yuanji and then took Li Zhu back to the city lord's mansion. Before going to his study, Chen Qubing went to the backyard to check the water level of the ancient well. Upon closer inspection, Chen Qubing suddenly noticed that the water level in the ancient well was showing signs of dropping. Compared to 10 days ago, the water level has now dropped by about 2 feet. The decline isn't very rapid. After thinking for a while, Chen Qubing asked Li Zhu to leave the courtyard first. Then I began to use my mind to connect with the space, trying to draw out the endless water source in the space. The process went smoothly, but the way he guided Chen Qubing was beyond his expectations. A water column the size of a thumb appeared out of thin air in front of Chen Qubing, flowing down into the ancient well below. It truly appeared out of thin air. Chen Qubing reached out and swept his hand back and forth over the water column a few times, but did not touch it. I tried it for a while. Chen Qubing put his hand under the water column and instantly felt the impact and pressure of the water flow. Is that the underlying principle? Chen Qubing couldn't figure it out, so he simply stopped thinking about it. Instead, they continued to use consciousness to maintain the team's spatial water source connection. After a while, Chen Qubing made a new discovery. The size of the water column and the speed of the water flow could be controlled and changed at will according to his thoughts. For example now, as Chen Qubing thought of this, the water column began to grow to the size of a wash basin, and the speed of the water flow also became much faster than before. In just 2 breaths, water overflowed from the well. Chen Qubing quickly severed the connection to the team's space, and the water column in front of him disappeared instantly. Then Chen Qubing started staring at the well opening again. After about a dozen breaths, Chen Qubing saw the water level in the well begin to drop. Although the speed is slow, it is indeed decreasing. It seems that the ancient well is indeed connected to an underground river. Chen Qubing watched for a while longer before turning around and leaving the courtyard. He was just trying to see if he could get water out of the space. It was just an attempt. He was very satisfied with the results of the experiment, and now he no longer had to worry about the underground currents drying up. As soon as he stepped out of the courtyard, Li Zhu approached him. "Young master, I just heard the sound of running water inside." "You misheard me." Chen Qubing paused for a moment, his tone very firm. "I heard you correctly." Li Zhu's tone was also very confident. "Young master, I have had sharp ears and eyes since I was a child, and I can hear whispers from 100 paces away. I absolutely cannot have misheard. There really was the sound of water pumping in the courtyard just now." Chen Qubing was somewhat surprised by Li Zhu's keen hearing, but he said, "That means you're hungry and are hallucinating." "Yeah." Li Zhu scratched his head, puzzled, and followed behind Chen Qubing. A short while later, the two returned to the study, just as the little girl came over with some food. Chen Qubing first told Li Zhu to go downstairs to eat, while he himself ate in his study. The dishes remained the same, but with the addition of a wok, Chen Fu's cooking skills improved, and the dishes he cooked tasted better and better. After the meal, it was exactly noon. It's time for the chickens and ducks on the ranch to mature, and for the crops on the farm to ripen. Chapter 66, An Unintentional Success. Are yellow-feathered chickens ready for market? Should we collect them? Are the mallard ducks ready for market? Should we collect them? Take it. After harvesting and planting the millet, cabbage, and potatoes on the farm, Chen Qubing turned his attention to the ranch. Collection successful. 500 yellow-feathered chickens ready for market. Collection successful. 500 marketable ducks obtained. Gain 1,000 breeding experience points. After the harvest was complete, Chen Qubing moved his mind, and 500 chicks and 500 ducklings appeared in the ranch. Successful breeding. 50 gold coins deducted. Remaining gold coins, 100. Exit consciousness from space. Chen Qubing got up and prepared to take the chickens and ducks to the backyard. However, just as he reached the door of the study, he saw Li Yuanci leading Zhao Ping and 3 others coming in from outside. "Greetings, young master." "No need for formalities." Chen Qubing waved his hand and asked, "Why are you here at this time? Has something happened?" Reporting to the young master, Li Yuanci spoke up. "It concerns the matter of Qiuye Territory." Upon hearing the name, Red Leaf Collar, Chen Qubing's heart leaped into his throat. He hurriedly asked, "What is it?" "Young master, do not worry." Li Yuanci nodded before saying, "The scouts report that Red Leaf Territory has found an iron ore mine in the desolate mountains." "Iron ore?" Chen Qubing exclaimed in surprise. "I never imagined that the people from Red Leaf Territory who appeared in the north a few days ago were actually looking for iron ore." "Exactly," Li Yuanci added. "According to the information sent back by our scouts, the location of the iron mine in Red Leaf Territory is in the wilderness, more than 200 miles away from our territory. In fact, ever since the people of Red Leaf Territory seized the iron mine we found, they have been searching for new iron mines in that area. Recently, for some unknown reason, more than half of the soldiers have suddenly been used to search for iron ore, which is why soldiers from Red Leaf Territory have appeared 50 miles away from us." "I see," Chen Qubing suddenly realized, and then asked curiously, "How did you discover the location of the iron mine in Red Leaf Territory?" The 5 men exchanged glances and then let out wicked chuckles. Reporting to young master. Finally, Zhao Ping spoke up. "Actually, it was an accident that the scouts were able to discover the location of the iron mine. The whole thing started with the appearance of those bastards from Red Leaf Territory in the north. To find out their purpose, we sent some of the most astute scouts from the city guards to follow them for 7 days. Not only did we figure out Red Leaf Territory's objective, but we also unexpectedly learned the location of the iron mine they had found." Chen Qubing listened with a strange expression. It was an unexpected stroke of luck. Chen Qubing also drew a conclusion from this point. It's better to be low-key and not too high profile. If I had actually sold the crops I grew in that space before, they might sell out on the first day, and the news would spread for hundreds of miles around by the second day. Then on the third day, other territories came to attack. Thinking of this, Chen Qubing was relieved that the space had unlocked them all. "I don't even want to think about the consequences." Chen Qubing stopped thinking about it and turned to Zhao Ping, asking, "How are the spies we sent out doing? Have they been discovered by the people of Red Leaf Territory?" "Young master, rest assured, the spies have not been exposed." As He Tsung spoke, he praised, "This is all thanks to the disguise technique written in the young master's art of war. It was precisely because we had our spies disguised that they were able to follow the bastards of Red Leaf Territory for 7 days without being discovered." "That's good." Chen Qubing was slightly relieved, then asked, "What do you think about the iron ore being found in Qiuye Territory?" The 5 people looked at each other, all lost in thought. After a while, before Liyuansa could speak, he said, "I think that the Red Leaf Territory's eagerness to find iron ore and the fact that they are making such a big fuss must have a deeper purpose. As for the purpose, I can't figure it out for now. However, I believe we shouldn't let Red Leaf Territory get away with this. Our current strength is insufficient to snatch any meat from their mouths. However, we can spread the news that Red Leaf Territory has found an iron mine, causing other territories to vie for it. A single piece of news about an iron ore mine may not be enough to entice other territories." Lin Sung retorted, "I thought we could pass the information to Qiuye Territory, since Qiuye Territory has always valued iron ore." Inappropriate. It was Qin Tong who spoke. "Qiuye Territory is too far from here, with several territories in between. We won't go to war over a single iron mine. This won't work, that won't work, what should we do? Are we just going to watch Qiuye acquire an iron mine?" Zhao Ping was an impatient person, and after being refuted and not hearing any suitable solutions, he immediately started scratching his head in frustration. Chen Qubing, who had been deep in thought, suddenly spoke up, "We will spread the news that Red Leaf Territory has found an iron mine, but in the process of spreading the news, we can increase the iron mine reserves. For example, iron ore deposits are abundant, and even after decades or centuries of mining, they would not be exhausted. This method is excellent." Liyuansa said, "The iron ore is scarce, so the territory surrounding Red Leaf Territory may not be interested. However, if they learn that Red Leaf Territory has found an iron ore mine that can be mined for 100 years without being exhausted, I think many lords will be interested." "That's not all," Chen Qubing added. "It's not enough to just be tempted. We also need to put some pressure on the territories surrounding Red Leaf Territory. Does the young master have an even better method?" All 5 of them turned their gazes toward Chen Qubing. "In the process of spreading the news, we should not only increase the reserves of iron ore. Furthermore, Red Leaf Territory has developed weapon forging techniques even more advanced than Iron Grain Territory. Once they obtain sufficient iron ore, they will mass-produce weapons, arm their troops, and launch attacks on surrounding territories." "Color," Zhao Ping shouted. "I don't believe that after these 2 pieces of news spread, the other territories will still be able to sit still. It seems even Tiholing will send someone to investigate the situation." The other 3 also listened with great interest. Only Liyuansa looked at his young master with an expression that seemed to be recognizing the little boy he remembered for the first time. "I still remember 2 years ago, when our lord fell ill and passed away. The young lord, only 10 years old, took over the position of lord and shouldered the responsibility of the rise and fall of the territory. However, less than 6 months later, a drought struck, further exacerbating the predicament faced by the territory. The 10-year-old boy, with his stubborn nature and the help of the steward and his older brother, managed to get through it. However, 2 years of drought have already pushed the city lord's mansion and territory to the brink of despair. At this time, the young master suddenly received divine favor, and the city lord's mansion and territory suddenly improved. When they learned that the young master had recalled the city guards, no one knew that Liyuansa, this tall and strong man, had secretly cried. He secretly told himself that he must help the young master retrain the city guards. However, the military strategy that the young master learned from the immortals made him realize what it meant to be astonished by the heavens. It was from that moment that he realized the young master was different. At this point, when the young master expressed his method for dealing with Red Leaf Territory, Liyuansa got to know this 13-year-old boy again. Chapter 67, Digging a Water Pool in Ditches. More accurately, in that instant, Liyuansa suddenly felt that the little person in his memory had grown up. No longer the stubborn child of my memories, but someone who can remain calm and composed no matter what happens. Young master's method is brilliant. Liyuansa suddenly cheered loudly, just like Zhao Ping. Chen Qubing was unaware that Liyuansa's thoughts were racing in that short instant. Seeing that no one had any objections, Chen Qubing began to discuss with the 5 people how to further refine the plan. While ensuring the news could spread, they were also able to extricate themselves from the situation and prevent Red Leaf Territory from knowing that they were the ones who did it. The 6 of them discussed for more than 2 hours before finalizing the initial plan. First, send people to other territories to find some local ruffians and spread the news that an iron mine has been found in Red Leaf Territory. Once the news has spread to a sufficient number of people, then further disseminate the information that there are large reserves of iron ore. In short, it's about spreading information step by step, continuously increasing credibility while ensuring that one doesn't expose oneself. Young master, we will take our leave now. After the 5 people left, Chen Qubing first released the chickens and ducks into the backyard, and then summoned the old steward and Li Yuanji. The water source in the East City is about to dry up. I plan to first dig a huge reservoir next to the old well in the city lord's mansion, and then dig 2 water channels to bring water from the city lord's mansion to the East City. Upon hearing this, both the old steward and Li Yuanji were dumbfounded. Although the two could not understand the reservoir, they could understand the meaning behind Chen Qubing's words. One issue is the impending water shortage, and the other is the need to divert water to the eastern part of the city. The old steward spoke first. Young master, the drought is far from over, and the water source is about to dry up. Should we stop the expansion of the East City? Yes, young master, Li Yuanji echoed. The thatched hut can accommodate people for the time being, so there's no need to rush to build the stone house. The most urgent task is to secure the territory's water supply. Li Yuanji abruptly stopped speaking, his eyes widening and his mouth agape as he stared at the water column that had appeared out of nowhere in front of him. That's right, it's a water column. The rushing sound of water dripping from the sky onto the ground was impacting Li Yuanji and the old steward's attempts. Outside the study, Li Zhu pricked up his ears, then turned around and saw what was happening in the study through the crack in the door. He lingered for a moment on the water column that appeared out of nowhere before muttering, I told you we must have misheard. We did hear the sound of water at noon, but the young master insisted that I was just hallucinating because I was hungry. In the study, Chen Qubing severed the connection with the space, and the water column that appeared out of thin air suddenly disappeared. Then, looking at the 2 people who were completely dumbfounded, he secretly found it amusing. How is it? Does this water condensing technique that I learned from my teacher meet Mr. Zheng Shua's standards? The teacher and the condensed water do not exist. They are merely connected to the endless water source in the personal space through consciousness. However, the old steward and Li Yuanji still believed in the story of the immortals imparting immortal techniques. Young master, was what you just used a celestial technique? Certainly. The old steward, barely suppressing his shock, asked, Are there any limitations to this method? Can it continuously condense water? Uncle Zheng, don't worry. There are no restrictions on the water condensing technique. Chen Qubing remained unfazed and continued. With such magical powers at your disposal, would you still worry about the water supply in your group running dry? May heaven bless the young master. The old steward first recited his favorite words before saying, With the young master's miraculous immortal techniques, our territory will never again suffer from water shortages. Even Li Yuanji repeated, May heaven bless the young master. Seeing that the 2 men believed his story, Chen Qubing added, Regarding manpower, we need to trouble you to transfer 50 teams from the 3rd Mining Brigade to complete the construction of the pool and canal as soon as possible. Promise. Li Yuanji should be the one. Chen Qubing then looked at the old steward. Uncle Zheng, we still need to cooperate a bit here. The old steward met Chen Qubing's gaze and immediately understood what he meant. The secrets within the city lord's mansion are multiplying. The best way to deal with the workers is to restrict their movement while they are building the pools and canals. Workers were not allowed access to secret areas, especially the central courtyard of the mansion. Not only did the old steward understand, but Li Yuanji understood as well. Young master, rest assured, I will work with the steward to handle this matter properly. Chen Qubing nodded and said, When building a pool or a canal, we can use cement. It will be faster. Promise. Li Yuanji cupped his hands in greeting. Your subordinate will go and gather manpower immediately. As Li Yuanji spoke, he turned and walked out of the study. Then, the old steward also took his leave. Li Yuanji and the old steward were very efficient. By evening, the manpower arrangements were basically complete. Besides, Chen Qubing even made a special trip to the blacksmith shop to have Wang Dachui forge a batch of tools suitable for digging ditches and pools. However, after being reminded by Wang Dachui, Chen Qubing realized that he had made another common-sense mistake. In fact, there is no need to rebuild the tools. The farming implements that the people use for planting can be used to dig ponds and ditches. The next day, The 50 squads were divided into two groups. A group of 46 teams began digging 2 irrigation canals from the east side of the city to the backyard of the city lord's mansion. The other group of 4 teams entered the backyard of the city lord's mansion and began digging a pond in the yard behind the well. In Chen Qubing's vision, the pool would hold enough water to meet the daily needs of the people, as well as to supply water for the construction of stone houses and the cement-making area. So we decided to dig a pool that is 10 meters long, 8 meters wide, and 1.5 meters deep. It is 120 cubic meters in size, which can hold about 120 tons of water. 4 teams, 44 people in total. Each person basically dug an average of 2.7 cubic meters of soil. Under Chen Qubing's command, the 4 teams dug out the pool in less than half a day. As for the excavated soil, it was transported to the backyard. Once the pool was dug, the 4 teams were assigned to work with the main force to dig irrigation ditches. Then Chen Qubing sent Li Zhu to the east city to find 2 construction teams to carry out the next stage of construction on the pool. The next step is to lay stones along the inner wall of the pool and finally add a layer of cement. Similarly, after the irrigation canal is dug, it also needs to be lined with stones and plastered with cement. Although it is a complicated process, it can ensure that the water brought to the east city is not all muddy water mixed with soil. Noon arrived quickly. After dinner, Chen Qubing did not continue to monitor the construction progress of the pond, but instead waited in his study for the countdown to the chickens and ducks in the pasture being ready for market. After this breeding, the ranch level will be upgraded to level 2. Chapter 68, Level 2 Ranch. When the time reaches noon, it's the moment the ranch's countdown ends. Chen Qubing couldn't wait to project his consciousness into the space. As soon as I entered, I saw a new message notification appear on the light screen. Are yellow-feathered chickens ready for market? Should we collect them? Are the mallard ducks ready for market? Should we collect them? Take it. The thought just occurred to me. The harvesting of yellow-feathered chickens and mallards has been completed. Collection successful. 500 yellow-feathered chickens obtained. Collection successful. 500 mallard ducks obtained. Gain 1,000 breeding experience points. Chen Qubing immediately focused his attention on the light screen. The number representing the ranch level changed from 1 to 2. Ranch level 2, experience required for upgrade 0/45,000. The experience required to level up from level 2 to level 3 has increased from 10,000 to 45,000. Chen Qubing calculated that it would take about 40 days to upgrade the ranch from level 2 to level 3. Thinking this way, Chen Qubing's attention was quickly drawn to them all. 2 new categories have been unlocked in the ranch farming category of the store. Sheep and pigs. The online store also displays the corresponding prices for sheep and pigs. Sheep. Raising sheep costs 100 coins. Selling them the shop yields 1,000 coins / 1 gold coin. Pig. Raising requires 100 coins. Selling to the shop yields 1,000 coins / 1 gold coin. Besides price, pigs and sheep take longer to raise than chickens and ducks, requiring 3 days. They'll be ready for slaughter in 3 days, so there won't be a shortage of meat in the territory anymore. As Chen Qubing thought about it, his expression became excited. When the ranch is still level 1, he had been looking forward to what kind of poultry would be unlocked for raising after the ranch was upgraded to level 2. I've considered the possibility of unlocking the production of more varieties of chickens, ducks, and even geese. I never imagined that after upgrading the ranch to level 2, sheep and pigs would be unlocked. It can be said that sheep and pigs are different from chickens and ducks. Chickens and ducks are poultry. Pigs and sheep are livestock. You can unlock different types of livestock at level 2. So what about level 3? At this moment, Chen Qubing had already begun to fantasize about what would be unlocked after the ranch was upgraded to level 3. After a while, Chen Qubing snapped out of his thoughts and focused his attention on the pasture. Now that pigs and sheep have been unlocked, the ranch needs to be replanned. First, the chicken coop and duck coop need to be rebuilt. They can no longer occupy the spacious areas they used to. We need to make room for the pigsty and the sheepfold. After pondering for a while, Chen Qubing decided to divide the 9-acre pasture into 4 parts. Chickens, ducks, pigs, and sheep each occupy a piece of land. In the blink of an eye, an invisible force suddenly appeared, covered the pasture, and began to transform it. In the blink of an eye, the ranch renovation is complete, and it has been divided into 4 areas. The chicken coop, duck coop, sheep pen, and pigsty each occupy 2.25 acres of land. Chen Qubing controlled his consciousness, circling the 4 areas once, and was very satisfied with the transformation. Then I started buying chicks, ducklings, lambs, and piglets from the store. Chicken breeding successful, total 500, 25 gold coins deducted. Ducklings successfully raised, totaling 500, 25 gold coins deducted. Although the chicken and duck houses have a smaller footprint, the number of birds raised has not decreased. They still number 500 each. Actually, the chicken coop and duck coop each occupied 4.5 acres of land, which was already considered extremely luxurious. If the ranch and farm weren't separated by space, Chen Qubing would have tried to shrink the ranch to the size of 1 acre and then cultivate the extra open space into a farm. After raising chickens and ducks, the next step is to raise lambs. Perhaps due to the limitations of level 2 ranches, the number of lambs raised is 200 at a time. A lamb costs 100 coins in a shop, but breeding lambs requires purchasing rye grass from the shop, which costs an additional 100 coins. In other words, the price of raising a lamb is 200 coins. Similarly, the same applies to raising piglets. Only 200 piglets can be raised at a time. The price of a piglet in the store is 100 coins, but you need to buy the hay needed to raise pigs separately from the store. The only good thing about Chen Qubing was that the piglets in the mall were castrated, so he didn't have to worry about them smelling fishy and muddiny when they grew up. Lamb breeding successful, total 200 lambs. 20 gold coins deducted. Ryegrass purchase successful, 20 gold coins deducted. Piglets successfully raised, totaling 200, 20 gold coins deducted. Ranch purchase successful, 20 gold coins deducted. I watched helplessly as my gold coins dropped from 190 to 60 in an instant. Chen Qubing felt a pang of heartache. However, upon seeing the time it would take for the sheep and pigs to be ready for market, that pang of heartache immediately vanished without a trace. Lambs ready for market, 72 hours. Piglets ready for market, 72 hours. 3 days of breeding time is not bad. Chen Qubing pondered for a while before starting to harvest and plant the crops for the agricultural bank. After a series of operations, not only were the millet, cabbage, and potatoes harvested, but a portion of them were also sold to the marketplace. Millet earned 25 gold coins. Potato earned 6 gold coins. The cabbage earned 28 gold coins. Total of 59 gold coins. Remaining gold coins, 119. Exit consciousness from space. Chen Qubing arrived at the door of the study and called Li Zhu over. Let's go to the warehouse first. Promise. Li Zhu agreed and followed behind. Over this period of time, Li Zhu had gotten into the habit of going to the warehouse with the young master every day at noon. Perhaps it was because of the passage of time that Li Zhu was no longer surprised by the young master's supernatural ability to conjure objects out of thin air every day. Perhaps this is what it means to get used to something. The two strode forward and soon arrived at the warehouse. Creak. With the combined efforts of the two, the heavy wooden door was gradually pushed open. Chen Qubing went straight into the warehouse, while Li Zhu waited at the warehouse door as usual. A short while later, after Chen Qubing moved all the items to the warehouse, he came out and, together with Li Zhu, closed the warehouse door. In the past, after Chen Qubing moved the copper coins from the grain bin, he immediately left with Li Zhu. However, the situation is somewhat different now. Many more workers appeared in the backyard of the city lord's mansion. Even though there are city guards secretly stationed near the warehouse, it's inevitable that some workers will suddenly come over here. Closing the warehouse door adds another layer of security to this low-probability situation. Young master, are we going to backyard next? The backyard that Li Zhu mentioned refers to the place where chickens and ducks are kept. Chen Qubing hesitated for a moment, but then nodded. Let's go play in the circle. The two moved quickly and soon arrived at the enclosure where the chickens and ducks were kept. Chen Qubing arrived at the entrance of the enclosure and used his consciousness to connect with the ranch warehouse. All 150 yellow-feathered chickens and 150 mallards in the well were transferred to the enclosure. Young master, where do we go next? After the two stepped out of the enclosure, Li Zhu asked a question. Chen Qubing pondered for a moment, then said, There's nothing going on in the city. Let's go to the east of the city and see how the irrigation canal is being dug. Chapter 69 Progress. Dongcheng. One by one, shirtless workers were energetically wielding their tools, digging at the hard soil in front of them. There are 50 teams, totaling 550 people. It would take about a day to dig 2 canals from the east of the city to the backyard of the city lord's mansion. It's about 2 miles from the east city to the city lord's mansion. However, the irrigation canal could not be dug directly from the east side of the city through the city lord's mansion to the backyard. Instead, one needs to go around the city lord's mansion before reaching the backyard. This would add about a mile to the distance. In other words, it has changed from 2 li to 3 li. One irrigation canal is 3 li long. 2 canals are 6 li long. 6 li is equivalent to 3 kilometers. With 550 people, that averages out to 5.4 meters of work per person. This amount can basically be completed in one day. After the irrigation canal was dug, the next step was to pile up stones and mix in cement, which would take about 2 days. Let's take it all together. From digging the irrigation canal to its completion, it generally takes 3 days. When Chen Qubing brought Li Zhu to Dongcheng, they found that the excavation of the 2 irrigation canals was already more than halfway complete. If the digging continues at this pace, both canals should be excavated before sunset. So fast. Chen Qubing was taken aback by this progress. Greetings, young master. Just then, Li Yuanji walked over. Sir, you've come at the perfect time. Upon seeing Li Yuanji, Chen Qubing immediately voiced his long-held question. When did the workers begin construction? At the beginning of Chen time, Li Yuanji replied. Chen Chu. Chen Qubing calculated the time. Chen Shi Chu, which is 7 a.m. It's currently around 1 p.m. It's only been 6 hours since 7 a.m. In just 6 hours, they dug 2 irrigation canals, totaling more than 1.5 kilometers in length. Chen Qubing looked into the distance at the workers who were digging the irrigation canal. For some reason, he suddenly sensed in these workers an attribute that only an infrastructure powerhouse possesses. Does the young master feel that the digging of the irrigation canal is progressing too slowly? Seeing that Chen Qubing remained silent, Li Yuanji spoke again. If the young master feels that the progress is too slow, I will go and urge them to speed up the process. Need not. Chen Qubing quickly pulled Li Yuanji back, saying, there's no need to make them speed up anymore. Just keep it at this pace. Seeing this, Li Yuanji stopped. Chen Qubing looked around for a moment, then turned to Li Yuanji and asked, Sir, have the manpower for stacking stones and applying cement been arranged? It's all arranged, Li Yuanji calmly replied. In my opinion, the sooner the irrigation canal is completed, the more beneficial it will be for the eastern part of the city. He then planned to allocate 50 construction teams after the irrigation canal was dug to complete its construction in the shortest possible time. That works, that's fine too. After a slight hesitation, Chen Qubing agreed with Li Yuanji's method. Although the construction team and the mining team together have more than 5,000 people. However, when it came to actually using people, Chen Qubing still felt that there weren't enough people. The various raw materials for cement need to be collected, ground, and fired. Stone also needs to be mined. The construction of the stone house cannot be stopped. It can be said that, currently, almost every area in Dongcheng needs manpower. However, the need for manpower varies in importance and urgency. The most urgent task is to complete the construction of the irrigation canal to ensure the water supply for the eastern part of the city. Therefore, even if it delays the construction of the stone house, the construction of the irrigation canal must be completed first. Chen Qubing looked around for a while, then called Li Yuanji to go and take a look at the area where the stone house was being built. However, when they reached the vicinity of the thatched hut, an old woman suddenly blocked their way. My lord, please find some work for this old woman. The old woman doesn't need work points. She only needs a little grain from a lord. Chen Qubing was completely bewildered by this sudden scene. He first looked at the old woman kneeling on the ground, and then turned to look at Li Yuanji. When Li Yuanji met Chen Qubing's questioning gaze, he shook his head to indicate that he didn't know either. Seeing this, Chen Qubing first helped the old woman up, then asked, This old lady, you said you wanted me to find you some work. You don't need work points, just food, but your family is short of food. The old woman quickly replied, My lord, my family is indeed short of food. I distribute food to you every day, so why are you still short of food? As Chen Qubing said this, he also turned his head to glance at Li Yuanji. Li Yuanji shook his head again, but his eyes were filled with more doubt. He wondered if some of his subordinates had become greedy and hadn't distributed all the grain that was due. The Lord did distribute food to us, but but the old woman has 4 children, and the food we received was far from enough to eat. Chen Qubing frowned. My standard for distributing grain is 2 ounces of millet per person per day, except for able-bodied men. At this point, Chen Qubing suddenly asked, "How many people are in your family?" The old woman replied, "There's only this old woman and 4 children in my house. 5 people, 2 ounces of millet each. That's 1 pound of millet a day. Why do you still say we're short of food?" It was Li Yuanji who spoke, and he too frowned at that moment. "My lord, my steward, I would never dare to deceive you." The old woman knelt down again, tears streaming down her face, and said, "Although there are 5 people in my family, I'm the only one who gets a share of the grain." The old woman's daily ration of 2 ounces of millet was simply not enough to feed 5 mouths. What? Chen Qubing was greatly alarmed upon hearing this. Li Yuanji was equally shocked, and didn't even have time to correct the old woman's incorrect address. But some clerks failed to distribute the grain that was due to be given to you. Seeing the Lord's strong reaction, the old woman thought she had angered him and felt a sense of fear. However, despite her fear, she thought of the 4 hungry mouths at home and mustered up the courage to speak. "My lord, when I received my rations, I asked the clerk." The clerk said that the old woman's children did not meet the criteria for receiving grain. Chen Qubing glared angrily at Li Yuanji. "Gentlemen," Li Yuanji hurriedly said, "Young master, it was my fault for failing in my duties. Please punish me." Chen Qubing withdrew his gaze and asked the old woman, "How old is your child?" "2 of them are just 2 years old, and 2 are 1.5 years old." Chen Qubing suddenly froze. It seems he has been ignoring one problem all along. Not only him, but also Li Yuanji and all the scribes overlooked one problem. That is, in their understanding, children under the age of 5 should not be present in the territory. This point was overlooked by the scribes when they conducted the census. A long time, Chen Qubing looked at the old woman and asked, "Why are there 4 little children in your family?" Chapter 70, a 3-in-1 stroke. Perhaps sensing Chen Qubing's softened tone, the old woman felt less afraid. "My lord, there is only 1 person in my family. 2 weeks ago, her younger brother suddenly found her and entrusted her with the care of her 4 children, saying that he was going to find a way to make a living. However, half a month has passed, and the old woman's younger brother has still not returned. The old woman's daily ration of snacks was no longer enough to feed her 4 children. He listened to the old woman's words. Chen Qubing didn't know what to say. Could it be that they overlooked the fact that there were 2-year-old children in their territory? Normally, if a territory experiences a 2-year drought, it's impossible for any newborns to be born. Even if they are born during a drought, they are likely to die young. So, neither Chen Qubing nor Li Yuanji, nor the scribes, ever imagined that there would be 2-year-olds or even younger infants in their territory. Or is it that the old woman shouldn't have taken in 4 children? This issue needs to be elevated to the level of human nature, and it's not appropriate for Chen Qubing to comment on it. And the essence of this matter cannot be judged as right or wrong. I'm already aware of your affairs. Chen Qubing pondered for a moment and said, "Starting today, the city lord's mansion will increase your daily ration of millet from 2 ounces to 1 pound. As for what you want me to find you some things to do." Chen Qubing looked at the old woman. Judging from her appearance, the old woman looked to be over 50 years old. Graying temples, hunchback. It seems there's nothing in the territory that's suitable for an old woman to do. Since you still have 4 children at home, don't think about finding something else to do. Just take care of the 4 children and wait for your younger brother to come back. "Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord." The old woman thanked her repeatedly and was about to kneel down. Chen Qubing helped him up and then gave Li Zhu a wink. Li Zhu left immediately, but he ran back a moment later, carrying 2 small cloth bags. "Take these for now." Chen Qubing took the cloth bag and handed it to the old woman. "This is 5 caddies of millet, and there's half a chicken in here. Cook it when we get back, and give it to the 4 kids to nourish them." "Thank you, my lord." The old woman took the 2 cloth bags, thanked them repeatedly, and knelt down again. This time, Chen Qubing did not help the old woman up, but accepted her bow instead. After the old woman finished her greetings, she carefully tucked the 2 cloth bags into her bosom and then walked towards the thatched hut area. A moment later, Chen Qubing withdrew his gaze and looked at Li Yuanji. Does the gentleman think that the situation of the old woman in the territory is an isolated case? Li Yuanji thought for a moment and said, In my opinion, this woman's situation is indeed a special case. An old woman with 4 little children is an isolated case, but it's not an isolated case either. Chen Qubing nodded first, then shook his head. Although the city lord's mansion distributes a small amount of food to the elderly, weak, and children in the East City every day, this practice is ultimately not suitable for continuing in the long run. Young master, are you planning to find some work for the elderly and infirmidu? Li Yuan pondered for a moment and then said, in my opinion, there are no suitable jobs for the elderly and infirm in the East City. Yes, it will happen. Chen Qubing's tone was uncertain, and his gaze was directed toward the thatched hut. The East City needs more and more manpower right now, so we can always find a suitable job. After a moment of silence, the two walked forward, lost in thought. A short while later, the 3 of them arrived at the area where the stone house was being built. Construction on the first small area has stopped, and busy workers are working on the second small area. The advent of cement greatly increased the speed of construction work for the workers. In just 2 days, about 20 stone houses have already been built in the second small area. Chen Qubing took a few steps forward and came to a newly built stone house, where he carefully examined it. It was discovered that the mortar between the stones had mostly passed the initial setting stage and had entered the final setting stage. Young master, this cement is indeed a treasure. Li Yuanji followed behind Chen Qubing, pointing to the workers mixing cement mortar on the side. With cement, not only did the construction speed of the stone house double, but the setting speed of the cement mortar also far exceeded that of clay mixed with hay. It shouldn't take more than a few days for the 80 stone houses in this area to be completed. Chen Qubing nodded. He certainly understood the power of cement in infrastructure construction. If we had the construction equipment from our previous life, building 10 or 20 rooms a day wouldn't be a problem, let alone building a skyscraper in a day. The two walked around again and finally arrived at the area where the stones were piled up. Young master, this is where the stones mined from the Barren Mountains are placed. The piled stones varied in size, mostly in the shape of blocks or strips. The small stones are only the size of fist, while the large stones require 2 adults to hug them. As for the stone slabs, the smaller ones are only as thick as an arm, while the larger ones are like stone pillars. Besides these 2 shapes of stones, there are mostly small, broken stones. Judging from the shapes of the 2 types of stones, Chen Qubing felt that the quarrying of the stones was not random, otherwise they would not be so regular. At the same time, it became clear why the initial processing speed of the stone was much slower than expected. While watching, a mining team of workers would work together to lift stone pillars or stones. Others carry baskets full of stones on their backs as they walked this way. Chen Qubing's gaze fell on the worker carrying a basket on his back. More accurately, it landed on the basket on the worker's back. A flash of inspiration struck me. At that moment, I suddenly thought of something suitable for the elderly, the weak, and women. Although no trees grow in the Barren Mountains, shrubs do, and a type of bramble that only grows in Barren Mountains. This type of bramble is thin, flexible, and not easily broken. The winnowing baskets and carrying baskets used by the people were all woven from thorns. Chen Qubing's idea was to have the women and older children among the people go to the Barren Mountains to collect brambles and bring them back to the territory, where the elderly would then weave them. In this process, Chen Qubing only needed to provide the corresponding work points. For example, collecting brambles for a day would earn 1 to 2 work points. 1 work point is awarded for weaving a basket, and so on. In this way, the elderly, women, and children can all earn work points within their own capabilities. Then they use their work points to exchange for grain. In this way, the city lord's mansion can cancel the distribution of food to the elderly, women, and children. It can also improve some labor productivity. A win-win situation. Wrong. It's killing 3 birds with 1 stone. The woven baskets, winnowing trays, and other tools can also be provided to quarrying teams for transporting stones, and to provide it to the construction team for transporting cement. Young master's method is brilliant. After listening to Chen Qubing's account, Li Yuanji readily agreed. Chapter 71 changes. I'll have to trouble you, sir, to finalize the specific regulations. Chen Qubing was only responsible for proposing ideas. Li Yuanji was the one who actually implemented them. Promise. Li Yuanji was not surprised at all and cupped his hands in greeting, saying, "Your subordinate will do his best." Perhaps it was because a worry had been resolved that Chen Qubing felt much more at ease. Looking at the stones again, The piles of stones and stone strips on the ground suddenly seemed more pleasing to the eye. Li Yuanji turned and left to arrange the specific details. Chen Qubing then led Li Zhu to the place where cement was fired. As soon as I got closer, just then, they saw Sun Chongping leading his team to start smashing the kiln. Clang! Clang! After a series of smashing and banging, a large hole was broken in the kiln. Sun Chongping quickly had someone use fire tongs to take the cooked material out of the kiln. There are 3 layers of clinker. After clamping, continue hammering down along the opening created by the hammering. This process was repeated. The clinker in the kiln was quickly removed. However, the workers who were retrieving the raw materials looked as if they had just been pulled out of the water. You can rest for a while. The next kiln will be opened in 25 minutes. Sun Chongping directed several workers to take a break, while he went to the next kiln to experience its temperature. As for the cooked food that has been taken out, it is left to cool naturally on the ground. After the cooling process is completed, workers will take it to the grinding area. Chen Qubing glanced at it briefly. Apart from the kilns that were just turned on and the kilns that were turned off, there's also a kiln where paper is being burned. 3 kilns. Even if one kiln produces 1,000 caddies of clinker, 3 kilns can produce 3,000 caddies of clinker per day. After mixing in the plaster, we can basically produce 3,300 kilograms of cement per day. The output is not bad. Chen Qubing was quite satisfied. It's not that I'm satisfied with a daily output of 3,000 jin, 1,500 kilograms. Instead, they believe that they can already produce 3,000 jin a day, and once the workers become familiar with the cement production process, the output will only continue to increase. Greetings, young master. After observing the second kiln, Sun Chongping was preparing to check the fire in the third kiln. Turning around, he saw Chen Qubing appear behind him at some point. No need for formalities. Chen Qubing waved his hand. The day after the cement was fired, he recruited Sun Chongping into the city lord's mansion. One reason is that they think Sun Chongping is a talented person. They not only know how to build kilns, but also how to fire them. Another reason was that Chen Qubing felt Sun Chongping was the kind of honest and simple-minded person. Therefore, the cement-making business was handed over to Sun Chongping for management. And they also drew 3 absolutely loyal servants from the city lord's mansion. 2 of them controlled the proportion of clinker, while the other controlled the proportion of clinker to gypsum. This is to ensure the secrecy of the cement mix ratio. Starting today, the work points for you, the kiln firing team, and the 2 teams that collect the raw materials will be increased from 4 to 5 per day. As soon as the words left his mouth, the team firing the kiln and the team that had just collected the raw materials immediately became excited. They even briefly forgot about the kiln and the high temperatures brought by the clinker. As for the other workers, they all showed expressions of envy. You don't need to be envious. As long as you can double the daily cement production, I will raise all of your work points by 1. Wow. The nearby workers were immediately in an uproar. Chen Qubing could clearly feel that after he proposed increasing work points, the enthusiasm of each worker increased significantly. Really, people from all over the world can't resist the temptation of a pay rise. Let's go outside the office and take a look. Chen Qubing lingered for a few more moments, then led Li Zhu to the office. Office. The workers hadn't finished work yet, so the office was relatively quiet. When Chen Qubing walked in, he saw 6 scribes organizing the registered books. As for Li Tai, he then sat down, holding a sword in both hands, leaning against the door of the room where money and grain were stored. Greetings, young master. While looking at it, a clerk noticed Chen Qubing and quickly bowed. That one sentence seemed to trigger a chain reaction. The other 5 scribes bowed, including Li Tai, who was sitting on the ground, who also stood up to bow. You guys go ahead with your work. Don't worry about me. I'm just going to look around. Chen Qubing waved his hand, signaling the scribes to go about their business. He then went to a table, picked up a booklet placed on it, and began to look through it. The information in the booklet is quite concise and clear. It is a record of information about the members of the 1st Brigade and the 3rd Squad. Name, age, and corresponding work attendance and work points. After flipping through a few pages, I put it down and picked up the second booklet. The information recorded above is basically the same as that in the first booklet. You come here. Chen Qubing put down the booklet and waved to Li Tai. Li Zhu immediately came over and respectfully said, Young master. Chen Qubing nodded and asked, What's the exchange rate like lately? Li Tai knew what the young master meant by the proportion and replied, "It's not much different from the past few days. 60% of the workers are exchanging work points for millet. 20% of the workers used their work points to exchange for potatoes and cabbages. There was another layer of workers who exchanged their work points for copper coins. Do workers use their work points to exchange for chickens and ducks?" Chen Qubing asked. Li Tai nodded. "However, there are very few workers who exchange chickens and ducks. There's only one every 2 or 3 days." Chen Qubing wasn't too surprised. The exchange rate for chickens and ducks is 10 work points. 10 work points are equal to 10 caddies of millet. Given the current demand for food among workers, it's rare for even one worker to exchange their work points for chickens or ducks every 2 or 3 days. Chen Qubing then asked, "Are there any people who use copper coins to buy millet, potatoes, or cabbage?" Li Tai nodded again. "Every day, 2 or 3 women come to buy potatoes and cabbages with copper coins. Yesterday, a woman also bought a chicken with a copper coin." Chen Qubing was even more satisfied upon hearing this. In addition to exchanging work points, items at the office can also be purchased with copper coins. The purpose was simple, to enable the people to circulate the copper coins they had acquired. The fact that people are already using copper coins to make purchases proves that Chen Qubing's initial assumption was correct. It also means that money is starting to circulate. Although this process is slow, once the people's demand for food decreases further, the circulation of money will only accelerate. Chen Qubing suddenly felt that upgrading the ranch to level 2 and unlocking pigs and sheep might speed up this process. It's very simple. Millet, potatoes, and cabbage can only solve the problem of hunger. Meat not only provides sufficient energy, but also satisfies the people's need for oil and fat. To put it more simply, it's about pursuing higher quality food. Well done. Chen Qubing closed the booklet and said, "In the future, when workers are exchanging their work points, you can guide them to exchange them for copper coins as much as possible." "Promise." Li Tai, along with several others who had been listening intently, responded in unison, "Yes." Chapter 72, New Labor Force. Dongcheng. That's hut area. Li Yuanji brought all the scribes from the city lord's mansion here. There were more than 40 people in total. Following Chen Qubing's instructions, they began to further categorize the elderly, the weak, women, and children. Besides the young and middle-aged, the team leaders also included. There are 5,500 elderly and infirm people. There were 2,200 women. There are 873 children. Li Yuanji and his entourage's meticulous division of the elderly, women, and children served 2 purposes. One is to distinguish those who do not possess the ability to work. Another point is the classification of jobs for the elderly, the infirm, and women. For example, who is more suitable to go out and collect brambles? Who is more suitable for weaving baskets? Who is better at weaving baskets, etc.? "Sir, there are 5,500 people in total, all of whom are capable of working." A clerk informed Li Yuanji of the registration information for the elderly and infirm. "Good." Li Yuanji nodded, not surprised by this. The clerk continued to report, "There are a total of 7,000 people, including the elderly and women, and more than half of them have the skills to weave baskets, hampers, and winnowing trays." "What about the children?" Li Yuanji asked. The scribe replied, "Among the children, 30% are over 10 years old, 40% are between 8 and 10 years old, and 10% are between 3 and 8 years old. Another 20% will soon reach adulthood." Li Yuanji nodded again and instructed the scribes, "Divide the elderly, women, and children into groups of 10, just like the previous construction and mining teams." "Promise." Perhaps due to their previous experience, the clerks were very efficient. In just 4 hours, the more than 8,000 people were divided into 8 large teams and a total of 800 small teams. "Sir, the division has been completed." Li Yuanji appointed several scribes, who picked up the completed registers, and then the group went together to the city lord's mansion. 15 minutes later, when Li Yuanji and his group arrived at the door of the study, they saw Li Zhu guarding the door. "Young master, are you in the study?" Li Zhu glanced at the 7 scribes behind Li Yuanji and the booklets they were holding. So he nodded and called out into the study, "Young master, Mr. Li requests an audience." "Come in." Upon hearing the young master's permission coming from the study, Li Zhu opened the study door and let Li Yuanji and his entourage in. In the study, Chen Qubing was writing and drawing when he saw Li Yuanji enter with 7 scribes, so he put down his brush. "Sir, Is there something you need that brings you here so late? Li Yuanji and his entourage first paid their respects, and then had the scribe place the booklets one by one on the table in front of Chen Qubing. Reporting to the young master, the arrangements for the elderly, women, and children have been made properly. Upon hearing this, Chen Qubing picked up the booklet and started flipping through it. After only a few glances, a strange expression appeared on Chen Qubing's face. Upon seeing this, Li Yuanji hurriedly asked, "Young master, do you feel there is something amiss?" Chen Qubing didn't speak, but quickly finished flipping through the booklet in his hand. He then turned to the second booklet, his strange expression growing more pronounced. Then there's the third one. The fourth one. Chen Qubing only looked up at Li Yuanji after quickly flipping through the entire stack of books. "Sir, is there some misunderstanding in your classification of the elderly and the weak?" "What do you mean by that, young master?" Li Yuanji asked, puzzled. Chen Qubing asked, "Does the gentleman mean old people? Anyone between 45 and 60 years old can be considered elderly," Li Yuanji replied. Chen Qubing suddenly fell silent. In this age group, and in a world with low life expectancy, those between 45 and 60 years old are indeed considered elderly. However, in modern society, they belong to the middle-aged group. Chen Qubing's thinking wasn't quite right for him at first. Even after the census, he relied on Li Yuanji's oral account. Therefore, I always thought that the elderly and weak that Li Yuanji mentioned were groups that lacked the ability to move around. Only now do I understand. It turns out that the so-called old and weak were actually a group of people aged 45 to 60. Relying on past experience can be deadly. Chen Qubing cursed himself under his breath, then realized what had happened. 2 years of drought have essentially eliminated the elderly who have poor physical function and lack mobility. Those who survived were generally people with good physical function. Then Chen Qubing looked through several other stacks of booklets containing information about the elderly. Especially in the section recording age, most of the people listed are between 45 and 55 years old. I didn't even see many people in their 60s. He then continued to look through the records of the woman and the child. In the end, Chen Qubing put down the booklet and suddenly burst into laughter. 5,500. No, with 8,000 people as leaders, all that can be brought is 8,000 laborers. Does the young master feel there's anything missing? Seeing that the young master first had a strange expression, then fell silent, and now actually started laughing to himself. This made him feel uneasy. Nothing was missed. Chen Qubing shook his head, then asked, "Have the personnel been assigned?" Li Yuanji breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "There are a total of 8,000 people. Except for the young children, the rest are divided into teams of 10. A total of 800 squads. Then 100 teams were formed into one large battalion, for a total of 8 large battalions. 8 brigades." Chen Qubing pondered. "I think that collecting brambles and making tools won't require so many people. These people can be deployed more meticulously. For example, some of the staff can be sent to help the construction team, such as sorting stones or helping to mix mortar. For example, grinding limestone powder and clay powder can be done by women and the elderly. Even some strong women can also go to quarry stone." In the study, Chen Qubing was talking incessantly, and Li Yuanji would nod and agree from time to time. As for the scribes, they have already taken their leave. "What do you think of my idea, sir?" Li Yuanji agreed, then hesitated and said, "Young master's method is excellent, but what you just said, asking me to keep an eye out for people who can make tools and to specifically select them. What is the purpose of this action?" "You will naturally understand the purpose of this action in the future," Chen Qubing said with a smile, without saying a word. After discussing for a while, Li Yuanji took his leave. Chen Qubing continued writing with his brush while waiting for midnight to arrive. Time slowly passed, and at the exact moment of midnight, Chen Qubing immediately put down his brush and focused his consciousness into the space. "The millet is ripe. Should we harvest it? The potatoes are ripe. Should we harvest them? The cabbages are ripe. Should we harvest them? Take it. Harvesting successful. 27,500 gene of millet, 40,000 gene of cabbage, and 10,000 gene of potatoes obtained." In the blink of an eye, Chen Qubing had completed the planting of all the farmland. They then began to figure out how to allocate the quantity to be sold to them all. Chapter 73, New Labor Force 2. Although there are 8,000 more laborers, there will be 8,000 more work points. With increased industrial output, the demand for grain and copper coins will also increase accordingly. Upon thinking of this, Chen Qubing decided to temporarily stop selling millet and only sell cabbage and potatoes. Sold 38,000 jin of cabbage, earned 38 gold coins. Sold 8,000 jin of potatoes and earned 16 gold coins. Current remaining gold coins, 154. Chen Qubing shifted his attention from the light screen and used his consciousness to travel to the pasture to observe the growth of the pigs and other animals. Lambs ready for market, 60 hours. Piglets ready for market, 60 hours. Perhaps because the hay is rich in nutrients, the piglets grew a size larger in just 12 hours. In fact, Chen Qubing was very curious whether the piglets' growth would be affected by eating only pasture. The feedback from the space told him that the hay in a mall was special hay, and the nutrients it contained were enough to make the piglets grow fat and big. Chen Qubing was initially somewhat hesitant. However, all hesitation vanished at this moment, leaving only a sense of awe at the power of the space. After observing the growth of the piglets, Chen Qubing then looked at the lambs. Judging from their physique, the lambs were much larger than when they were first raised. It truly is a magical space, capable of anything. Chen Qubing sighed again, withdrew his consciousness from the space, and then returned to his bedroom to fall asleep. The next day, the thatched shed area is much more lively than before. As usual, the young and middle-aged men got up, dressed, and took their own bowls to the canteen to get their meals. Behind the young and middle-aged, it consisted of elderly people, women, and a group of children over 10 years old. They are adapting to their new identities under the guidance of the city guards and scribes. Worker, and adapting to your own squad and the team members. From this day forward, you will no longer be ordinary citizens, but glorious workers. You will dedicate yourselves to the development of our territory. A city guard stood at the very front of the column, repeatedly chanting the slogans spoken by the young master. It was repeated several times. The city guard shouted, "Now that you become workers, you should know the value of work points." I know. A child of about 10 years old shouted, "Work points can not only be exchanged for millet, cabbage, potatoes, and copper coins, but also for chickens and ducks." That's right. The city guard glanced at the child who had spoken and continued. Work points can indeed be exchanged for millet, cabbage, potatoes, and even chickens and ducks. However, to earn work points, you'll need to put in a certain amount of labor. I know. It was the same child again. The clerk said that as long as you go to the Barren Mountains to collect brambles, you can get work points, and the more brambles you collect, the more work points you will get. A woman spoke up. I know that Mr. Clerk told me that as long as I help out on the construction site, I can earn 2 work points a day. What is a construction site? Asked an old man who looked to be over 50 years old. Before the first woman could speak, the other woman interrupted. I know. The construction site refers to the area where the stone house is being built. That's what Mr. Bai told me. Ahead, the city guards glanced back at the scribes, feeling rather helpless. However, he wasn't annoyed. These people in front of him were all so excited, which, in the young master's words, meant they had a very positive work attitude. Fong Erniu didn't understand what work attitude meant, but he knew that these people in front of him would work very hard to earn work points. All right, be quiet. Fong Erniu shouted several times, but the noise did not stop. If you don't keep quiet, you'll have 1 day's work points deducted as punishment. Upon hearing this, the previously noisy crowd instantly fell silent, as if a pause button had been pressed. Since you all know what you should do, I won't go into details. Fong Erniu raised his voice. Now you will line up according to your respective squads and the main force, and then go to the canteen to get your meals in the order of the main force. Among the crowd, whether they were elderly men or women, or perhaps women and children over 10 years old, upon hearing that they could get food from the cafeteria, their eyes lit up with excitement. Perhaps due to their experience in receiving and distributing food, the queue was quickly formed. 2 hours later, all 8 brigades had received their food and eaten it. Then, 16 city guards were appointed as the captains of 8 battalions, and deputy captains led them. A group of people went to the construction site. This group is mostly composed of women. Some people went to the Barren Mountains to help transport the quarried stones. This group consists of elderly men aged between 45 and 50, with a few young and strong women. A group of people went to the Barren Mountains to collect brambles. This group consisted of elderly women aged 45 to 50, as well as children over 10 years old. Finally, the oldest group waits for the brambles to be collected so they can begin weaving tools. A day passed quickly. As the sun sets, its afterglow paints the sky red. Those who went to the Barren Mountains to collect stones were the first to return. Under the guidance of the mining team, they first registered their work points, and then took the voucher given by the clerk after registration to the office to exchange them. One by one, the old men, around 50 years old, exchanged 2 caddies of millet at the office using the clerk's voucher. His excitement was palpable. It really can be exchanged for grain. It really could be exchanged for grain. There were quite a few people as excited as this old man. There were mostly people who had gone to the Barren Mountains to quarry stones and transport them today. As the last rays of the setting sun gradually faded, the people gathering brambles gradually returned. Under the guidance of Fong Erniu and other city guards, they registered at the clerk's office, obtained 2 work points, and then went to the office to exchange them. As night fell, after Li Yuanji finished organizing the information on today's work point redemption, he took Li Tai to the study. In the study, Chen Qubing, abandoning his usual habit of writing at any time, was now deep in thought with his eyes closed. "Greetings, young master." The two bowed, interrupting Chen Qubing's thoughts. "Young master, these booklets are the details of today's work points redemption." Chen Qubing took it from Li Tai and opened it to take a look. The 8 newly added brigades will be temporarily called workers. The standard daily work points for each worker is 2 work points. Today, more than 7,000 people received 2 work points each, and all of them exchanged their work points for the corresponding amount of millet. 14,000 jin. Chen Qubing quickly calculated the number. "It's all right, but the quantity is a bit less than I expected." Chen Qubing muttered something under his breath, then looked at Li Yuanji. "Why did only 6,000 people receive work points? What about the others?" Li Yuanji replied, "These people are skilled in weaving. The brambles were only collected today and haven't been woven yet, so they haven't received any work points." Chen Qubing suddenly realized, and then said to Li Yuanji, "Thank you for your trouble, sir. This is my duty." As Li Yuanji spoke, he cupped his hands in a gesture of respect, saying, "It's getting late. Young master, you should rest early. I'll take my leave now." Your subordinate takes his leave. Chapter 74, Water Diversion. After the two left, Chen Qubing fell into deep thought. In reality, the tool development team doesn't need 1,000 people at all. After all, no matter how slow the weaving speed is, one person can weave a basket in a day. So 1,000 people would be 1,000 baskets. However, the total number of workers in the territory was only a little over 1,200. Even if each person carries a basket, 1,000 weavers could make all the tools in just 12 days. Of course, numbers cannot be calculated this way. Currently, in Dongqing District, in addition to the construction area, there are also areas for burning cement and paper, and even the process of collecting and transporting stones requires the use of tools. Another one, this is also for making plans for the future. Because after the ranch is upgraded to level 2, the breeding of pigs and sheep is unlocked. And the breed of sheep happens to be sheep. And so, Chen Qubing then considered whether to utilize the sheep's wool to make clothes, blankets, and the like. This is why he asked Li Yuanji to keep an eye out for skillful people. While deep in thought, time flew by, and soon it was midnight. Chen Qubing focused his consciousness into the space almost instantly. The millet is ripe. Shall we harvest it? The cabbages are ripe. Should we harvest them? The potatoes are ripe. Should we harvest them? Take it. In the blink of an eye, the collection was completed. 27,500 jin of millet, 40,000 jin of cabbage, and 10,000 jin of potatoes, drawn by the invisible force of space, flowed to the farm's warehouse. Next, 2,000 jin each of cabbage and potatoes were kept and then sold to the mall. As for millet, 10,000 jin were also sold. I earned a total of 154 gold coins. The next step is to carry out a new round of planting on the farmland. Millet planting successful, 125 gold coins deducted. Cabbage successfully planted, 10 coins deducted. Potatoes successfully planted, 10 coins deducted. Remaining gold coins, 172. Before withdrawing his consciousness from the space, Chen Qubing looked at the farm's experience again. Farm level, 586/2000 experience required to upgrade. You can gain 56 experience points a day. In just 25 days, the farm will be upgraded to level 3. Over the next 2 days, under the guidance of the city guards and clerks, the 8 worker brigades gradually got back on track. Furthermore, the first batch of woven baskets, hampers, winnowing baskets, and other tools have already been put into use. The introduction of these tools has sped up the process of burning cement into paper. After all, before this, the grinding speed of cement clinker was indirectly affected by the limited number of tools available during the grinding stage before firing. With the introduction of these tools, the grinding process has become nearly 3 times faster. Cement production also increased by 30%. The daily output increased from 3,300 jin to 4,200 jin. Not only that, the speed of stone quarrying has also increased by nearly 30%. Previously, the daily stone quarrying volume was 5,000 jin, but now it has increased to 6,500 jin. The amount of limestone mining and gypsum collection has increased by 10% to 20%. Chen Qubing listened to Li Yuanji's report and nodded repeatedly. This is the benefit of taking things one step at a time. If you want to develop, the worst thing is not that you are slow in the early stages. It's because they didn't lay a good foundation. Only by laying a solid foundation can you gradually increase your speed. For example, in the current situation, the first batch of completed tools were put into use, resulting in increased production. How's the situation at the blacksmith shop? Chen Qubing suddenly asked. Li Yuanji seemed to have anticipated this question and answered with a smile. The apprentices are learning very quickly and are already able to forge some simple tools. Chen Qubing was even more satisfied. Compared to the increased cement production and the faster construction of the stone house, he valued the blacksmith shop more. The output of the blacksmith shop directly affects the speed of the armed city guards. By the way, how hard has the cement hardened after the irrigation canal was built? Li Yuanji was stunned, and it took him a while to understand the meaning of those words. He immediately said, "The surface cement on the canal has completely dried and hardened." "Let's go take a look." Chen Qubing got up, and Li Zhu, who was standing at the door of the study, naturally followed him. The 3 of them first went to the backyard and checked the condition of the pool. The cement on the surface of the pool had mostly dried and hardened, turning a grayish-white color. Chen Qubing touched it and could clearly feel the roughness and hardness of the cement. I picked up a small stone from the ground and scratched it a couple of times, leaving only 2 white marks. "Not bad." Chen Qubing nodded, and then went to the outlet built for the pool, which was the location where the pool connected to the canal. The cement on the canal has also dried and hardened, and it also has a grayish-white color. However, although the surface cement has hardened, it does not mean that the cement inside the piled stones has also completely hardened. In modern terms, this means that the cement has passed the initial setting stage and entered the final setting stage. However, once the final setting stage begins, the longer the time, the better the hardening effect of the cement. Therefore, Chen Qubing was not in a hurry to start diverting water immediately, but decided to wait another day before doing so. On the second day, as usual, Chen Qubing first washed up at the water prepared by the maid, then sat down at the table where the food was laid out and began to eat. After the meal, Chen Qubing led Li Zhu, who had also eaten, to the courtyard where the pond was being built, and asked Li Zhu to stand guard outside the courtyard. "You stay here and keep watch. Don't let any of the servants in the manor come near." Li Zhu's expression hardened. "Young master, rest assured, with me here, not even a fly could get past." Chen Qubing patted Li Zhu on the shoulder, then ran into the courtyard alone, came to the pond, and connected with the space with his consciousness. The next moment, a jet of water, as thick as a bucket, appeared out of thin air above the pool. Splash! The water jet fell to the bottom of the pool and hit the cement surface, making a splashing sound. Chen Qubing dared not let the water flow too fast, fearing that the water would wash away the water at the bottom of the pool. So he controlled the flow rate of the water column while looking around. They quickly found a square stone about 1 meter in size by the pool. It then slowly slid down the pool and lay flat on the bottom. Immediately, Chen Qubing used his consciousness to control the position of the water column as it fell, aiming it at the stone slab and gradually increasing the speed of the water flow. Splash! The water jet, flowing at twice the speed, struck the stone slab, producing an even louder sound. The splashing water also went higher and farther. Outside the courtyard, Li Zhu pricked up his ears and heard the splashing water coming from the yard and began to mutter to himself. Young master is using magic again. In a courtyard, Chen Qubing tried several times, but was unable to expand the water column any further. Left with no other option, they had to continue increasing the speed of the water flow. However, the water flow speed soon reached its limit and could not be increased further. Hesitating, Chen Qubing received information from the space that the current speed of guiding the water flow was already at its limit, and if he wanted to continue to speed it up, the space needed to be upgraded to level 3. Level 3. It won't take too long. Chapter 75 Armor. Half an hour later, Chen Qubing finally filled the pool with water drawn from the space. Then they went outside to the courtyard and beckoned Li Zhu to come in. As Li Zhu entered the courtyard, the first thing he saw was a pool filled with water. In that instant, Li Zhu made many connections. For example, his young master's immortal techniques have improved even further. What kind of immortal techniques will the deity impart to the young master next time? And finally, his sense of awe for his young master deepened even further. While lost in thought, the two men lifted the simple valve on the pool. Li Zhu lost his footing and almost fell into the pool. Upon seeing this, Chen Qubing teased, "You just ate a little while ago. Why do you seem so weak?" Li Zhu just chuckled foolishly. Seeing this, Chen Qubing didn't intend to continue teasing the other party, but instead greeted him. "Let's go to the East City. Dongcheng. 2 water channels, one of which leads to a pool built at the city gate." A pool was built in the cement burning area leading to the city gate. This pool is about the same size as the pool in the city lord's mansion, and it can hold a full 100 tons of water. In addition to ensuring the water supply here, we also need to ensure the water supply in the area where the stone houses are being built. When Chen Qubing brought Li Zhu here, they heard cheers. Amidst such cheers, there was nothing but joy. There was also a worry that had been lurking in my heart, which was finally resolved at this moment. That makes sense. Although the city lord's mansion has solved the food needs of the people, and now no one in the territory is hungry. But the drought continues. The people still harbored concerns. Despite the limited water supply, a significant amount of water was consumed daily in the construction of the stone houses and the cement-making process. The water level in the 2 ancient wells in the east of the city has reached the bottom. The people were terrified that the water supply in their territory would be completely cut off at any moment. However, 3 days ago, the city lord's mansion suddenly summoned people to build canals and pools, saying that they would bring water from the city lord's mansion to the East City. At first, the people were apprehensive. This anxiety intensified after the pool and canal were completed. Until this moment, water was indeed brought in through the constructed canals, which completely put the worries of the people in the area at ease, and they expressed their joy and happiness with cheers. Chen Qubing did not step forward, but simply stood at a distance and watched. The cheers of his followers brought him an intangible sense of accomplishment, and his heart was filled with joy. After a moment, Chen Qubing gave a shout and led the way toward the city gate. "Young master, are you heading to the office?" Li Zhu asked from behind. Chen Qubing didn't even turn his head, saying, "I'm not going to the office." "Not going to the office?" Li Zhu asked in confusion. "Then where are we going?" "Blacksmith shop." When the two arrived at the blacksmith shop, Chen Qubing discovered that the blacksmith shop had undergone another expansion, more than doubling in size. Of course, this was all thanks to Chen Qubing's feeling that the output of the horizontal swords was too low and too slow. So he had Li Yuanji draw a dozen or so small teams from the mining team to join the blacksmith shop. As a result, the blacksmith shop now employs approximately 270 people. With an increase in the number of people, production naturally increases as well. As soon as he entered the blacksmith shop, Wang Dachui, with a fawning expression, came up to him. "Greetings, young master. No need for formalities." Chen Qubing waved his hand and asked, "How is the situation?" Wang Dachui naturally knew what the question was asking, and quickly replied, "Young master, half of the first batch of apprentices who entered the blacksmith shop can already wield small hammers. The subordinates assigned these people to guide the new apprentices who had just entered the blacksmith shop, and to teach them the skills of blacksmithing in the process. And all the disciples under his command, as well as those under Oye's tutelage, were forging swords under Oye's guidance." "Good." Chen Qubing was very satisfied with Wang Dachui's work ability. Don't be fooled by Wang Dachui's obsequious face and constant flattery whenever he sees him. Wang Dachui is actually very reliable in his work and efficient in his tasks. If we compare a blacksmith shop to a factory, so Wang Dachui is the factory manager. Yeshio was more of a level 10 worker. How is the output? Chen Qubing asked. Wang Dachui replied, the daily output of tools has increased by nearly 50% compared to before. However, once this new group of apprentices gets the hang of things, production will double. Very good. Chen Qubing praised it, then immediately asked, how is the output of the horizontal knife? Wang Dachui chuckled. Young master, the production of horizontal swords has also doubled, from 10 every 2 days to 20 every 2 days now. You did a great job. Faced with the praise, Wang Dachui's old face was beaming with joy. This is all thanks to the young master's unwavering support, constantly sending more people to the blacksmith shop. Stop! Chen Qubing stopped Wang Dachui from speaking, and then took out 2 blueprints from the cloth bag slung across Li Zhu's shoulder. Wang Dachui suddenly realized that he had seen the cloth bag slung across Li Zhu's shoulder several days ago. However, they didn't know what was inside and assumed it was Li Zhu's quirky little habit. Only now did I realize that the cloth bag belonged to the young master, and Li Zhu was just helping to carry it. Take a look and see if you can make the things on it. Wang Dachui took it, and with just one glance, he seemed to be frozen in place. A long time, Wang Dachui, his hands trembling and his mouth quivering, asked, young master, this thing? So can it be made? Chen Qubing ignored Wang Dachui's reaction and said, if you and Master Qiuye can forge the things above, I will give you a sheep and a pig as a reward. A sheep, a pig? How much meat must that be? Wang Dachui's already trembling mouth trembled even more. Your subordinate will certainly work together with Brother Qiuye to forge the things on this. I await your good news. The 2 blueprints that Chen Qubing gave to Wang Dachui were actually 2 separate items. One is armor, limited by technology and conditions. Chen Qubing did not immediately don the Mingguang armor, but instead opted for plate armor, which is easier to forge. Plate armor is made in one piece and can be worn directly, somewhat like an iron coat. As for the other drawing, it is an accessory for a compound bow, and it comes with specific parameters. Wang Dachui's mouth was trembling because of Chen Qubing's description of the compound bow on the blueprints. By pulling up a 1-stone bow, one can shoot an arrow of 3 stones, which can penetrate an inch-thick iron plate from 20 paces away. Of course, Chen Qubing did not expect Wang Dachui and Yeshio to be able to forge the composite bow. His main objective was to forge the plate armor. The compound bow was merely an add-on. Chapter 76, Armor 2. My lord, this is a composite bow. When Yeshio saw the blueprints for the plate armor, his reaction was very calm. After all, it has a 1,000-year-old forging tradition, and its ancestors once forged armor similar to plate armor. However, when he saw the blueprints for the compound bow, he was completely stunned. Is it really only necessary to pull with the force of 1 stone to shoot an arrow weighing 3 stones? Yeshio looked on in disbelief. In response, Chen Qubing had long anticipated that Yeshio would have such a strong reaction. It's like when a person's preconceived notions have become ingrained, and they are then challenged by something new that contradicts their established beliefs. This creates the most intense impact. Certainly, Chen Qubing nodded. He also gave the 2 a brief explanation of the principle behind how pulleys save effort. The 2 were completely confused. After a long while, the 2 of them only understood that pulleys could save effort, but they didn't understand the specific principles behind it. Not to mention, basic physics concepts like the lever principle are even more like gibberish to them. Yeshio was better, with a rich family background. Wang Dachui's ancestors were just poor blacksmiths who cried and laughed, so they couldn't understand these things at all. However, Wang Dachui has one good point. He doesn't get stuck on trivial details. They also have a certain degree of self-awareness. Having realized that he couldn't understand the new things the young master was talking about, and seeing that Brother Qiuye seemed to understand but not quite, he had already decided to let Brother Qiuye do the research, while he would just help out. You don't need to rush to forge the composite bow, but the forging of the plate armor must be put on the agenda, and the finished product should be forged as soon as possible. Chen Qubing gave an instruction and then repeated what he had just told Wang Dachui. If you can forge the plate armor, I will reward you both with a sheep and a pig. Promise. Wang Dachui and Yeshio stood up and agreed. Yeshio looked very confident, but he didn't understand the principle behind composite bows. However, forging plate armor was not a difficult task for him. Wang Dachui noticed Yeshio's reaction out of the corner of his eye, which made him even more certain of his idea. In that case, you two should discuss this further and forge the armor as soon as possible. Chen Qubing was unaware of Wang Dachui's ulterior motives, and even if he had, he wouldn't have cared. He didn't care how the two forged their skills. He only cared about the result. Wang Dachui and Yeshio were both action-oriented people. After exchanging ideas, they had a general idea of how to forge plate armor. Then, under Yeshio's leadership, they began to take action. The first step is the selection of materials. In a blacksmith shop, the furnace for forging swords and smelting iron ore was always burning, constantly melting molten iron. The two were not in a hurry to get the molten iron. Instead, they first found clay and made simple molds. Half an hour. The two then quickly made the mold. Chen Qubing watched in astonishment. The clay mold consists of two parts. One part is the inner part, which is an upper body made of clay according to the proportions of an adult male. Then comes the second part. Using clay, shape a box-like shape according to the size of the shaped upper body, just enough to partially enclose the clay body. At this point, casting is done using molds. Chen Qubing was stunned. He never expected that the biggest challenge in the one-piece molding of plate armor would be solved so easily by the two of them. Under Chen Qubing's astonished gaze, Yeshio and Wang Dachui took out a large ladle specifically for holding molten iron, scooped up the molten iron from the furnace, and then slowly poured the molten iron into the pre-reserved opening on the mold they had made. In just a moment, the molten iron filled the mold, and the two men placed the ladle containing the molten iron aside. That's it. Chen Qubing was even more astonished to see that the two made no further moves. Yeshio explained, "This is only the first step. We need to wait for the molten iron to cool down and solidify before the second step of heating and forging can begin." Yeah. Chen Qubing smacked his lips and, mimicking Li Yuanji's tone, said, "This method is brilliant." Upon hearing this, Yeshio stroked his beard. This method was created by my ancestor, Yezi, and is a unique secret technique. If it weren't for forging plate armor, I would never easily show it to anyone. Looking at the smug Yeshio, Chen Qubing subconsciously compared him to the Pakistani worker of level 8 from his memory. A moment later, Chen Qubing stopped his thoughts and asked, "How long will it take to forge the plate armor?" Yezhing straightened up and said, "Forging armor is not the same as forging a sword. If it is to be refined 100 times, it will take more than 5 days. If it's 50 refinements, it will still take 3 days. 5 days. Chen Qubing pondered for a moment. 5 days it is. No need for 50 refinements. Let's make it 100. Promise. Then, led by the two men, Chen Qubing arrived at the room where the horizontal swords were stored, where there were 58 forged horizontal swords. Chen Qubing originally wanted to take it with him. But then I thought about it again. Even if we take them away, we can only equip them with 50 city guards. It would be better to wait until we forge more before equipping them. The forging speed of the horizontal blades needs to be increased. Seeing the two men looking troubled, Chen Qubing said, "Once these apprentices have a certain foundation in blacksmithing, they can be transferred here to forge horizontal swords. I will send more staff to the blacksmith shop later. My lord, if you wish to forge swords and armor, you will need certain blacksmithing skills. If apprentices are forced to forge swords and armor, many flaws will likely appear." As soon as Yeshio finished speaking, Wang Dachui immediately echoed his agreement. "Yes, young master, the apprentices have not studied long enough to forge swords and armor." No release. Chen Qubing waved his hand. "Don't be afraid that the apprentices won't forge well. Shortcomings can be corrected. With repeated revisions, the skill naturally improves. Our immediate priority should be increasing production as quickly as possible, not focusing on the yield rate of weapons forged by apprentices." The two of them didn't understand what yield rate was, but they could grasp the general idea. Knowing that Chen Qubing had made up his mind, the two had no choice but to agree. "I will ask Mr. Li to arrange for the third batch of apprentices to come over as soon as possible." Chen Qubing was in such a hurry because he knew that after the plate armor was forged, he would need to assign a group of blacksmiths to forge it. Otherwise, relying solely on the disciples of Wang Dachui and Yeshio to forge 2,000 swords and 2,000 pieces of plate armor, it would take who knows when it would be completed. "All right, you guys keep going. I'll be going now." After Chen Qubing finished speaking, he took Li Zhu and prepared to leave the blacksmith's puppet. However, when I got to the door, I saw a familiar face. Oui, excruciating. What's she doing? Chen Qubing stopped and looked at it for a while, then turned back to look at Wang Dachui. Chapter 77, Drawing Water Wheel Blueprints. In the corner of the courtyard there is a stone platform, next to which stands a tree as thick as a baby's arm. Oyeshio was sitting on a stone platform under a tree, holding a brush, writing something. Upon hearing this, Wang Dachui quickly explained, "Young master, you previously instructed our blacksmith shop to record our work points so that we could exchange them at the office for millet, cabbage, potatoes, and even chickens and ducks. However, our blacksmith shop is full of rough people who aren't good at writing. Luckily, Xiuxiu has been learning to write for a few years, so I had her record the work points in the blacksmith shop." Good. Chen Qubing nodded and continued walking. Upon arriving at the entrance, Chen Qubing waved his hand, "Go back. Respectfully seeing off the young master. Respectfully seeing off our lord." The two watched Chen Qubing walk away before returning to the blacksmith shop. On the other side, Chen Qubing led Li Zhu straight towards the city lord's mansion. As we walked, while pondering how to further increase weapon production, currently, the blacksmith shop can forge 20 swords every 2 days, which is already its maximum output. If we want to continue increasing production, there are only 2 ways. One measure is to lower the quality standard of the crossblade, reducing it from 100 times refined to 50 times refined. Another measure is to continuously increase manpower. Although manpower can be drawn from the mining team, it takes a necessary learning time for someone who knows nothing to learn how to forge iron, how to swing a sledgehammer, and how to swing a small hammer. Perhaps we could consider building 2 irrigation canals around the blacksmith shop and then installing water wheels to replace some of the manpower with water. Thinking this way, Chen Qubing then thought of another problem. That is, where do we find the wood to forge the water wheel? After all, most of the wood in the territory consists of shrubs and some crooked, short trees. If that doesn't work, just cut down that tree outside the city lord's mansion. Upon hearing the word tree, Li Zhu immediately recalled the scene from half a month ago when he and his brother were peeling bark off a tree outside the mansion. "Young master, why are you cutting down this tree?" "Nothing." Chen Qubing gave a perfunctory reply and then gave instructions to Li Zhu. "Go to Dongsheng and invite Mr. Li over." "Promise," Li Zhu responded, then took off running quickly towards the east of the city. City Lord's Mansion. Study. Chen Qubing had just returned a short while ago. Li Zhu then led Li Yuanji to the outside of the study. Perhaps because he had run too fast, Li Yuanji was now panting heavily. Chen Qubing got up, poured a glass of water, and handed it to Li Yuanji. "Why are you in such a hurry, sir?" Li Yuanji took the water glass, drank it down in a few gulps, and then took a few breaths to catch his breath. "Thank you, young master." After thanking him, Li Yuanji said, "When I saw Li Zhu calling me urgently, I thought it was something urgent, so I followed him all the way here." "It's nothing urgent." Chen Qubing was both amused and exasperated. "Sir, please rest for a while, and I will explain in detail later." After a moment, seeing that Li Yuanji's breathing had returned to normal, Chen Qubing finally spoke. "Sir, I would like to build 2 more irrigation canals." "Young master, weren't 2 irrigation canals just completed? Why are we building more?" Li Yuanji was both surprised and taken aback. "If 2 more canals are built, then there will be 4. I think the East City won't need so many canals for the time being. It's not about building 2 more waterways from the city lord's mansion to the East City." Chen Qubing carefully chose his words, trying to describe things in a way that Li Yuanji could understand. The construction of the 2 irrigation canals was specifically designed with the location of the blacksmith shop in mind, so they were built right next to the blacksmith shop. The 2 irrigation canals that Chen Qubing planned to build were actually built around the blacksmith shop. Although the water flow in the canal is not very fast, even if a water wheel were built, it probably wouldn't generate much power. However, if one unit has little power, wouldn't the combined hydraulic power generated by installing several units increase? In my vision, we would extend the existing canal, build 2 new canals, and let the canals pass around the blacksmith shop before finally flowing back into the original canal. After listening, Li Yuanji fell into deep thought. It's not that I think it's wrong to build a canal, but I can't understand what the young master's purpose is in doing this. "What do you think, sir?" Chen Qubing asked. Li Yuanji hesitated for a moment, but still asked the question that was on his mind. "Young master, what is the reason for your actions?" Chen Qubing smiled and told Li Yuanji everything he had been thinking. For example, the purpose of building water channels was to use the water in the channels to power water wheels after they were built, thereby generating water power to replace some of the blacksmith's manpower and thus speed up the blacksmith's output. Surprise, shock, doubt, and other emotions constantly flowed across Li Yuanji's face. Finally, Li Yuanji took a deep breath and praised. Young master's ideas are incredibly imaginative. I sincerely admire them. Chen Qubing was a little embarrassed by the praise, saying, "These are all things I learned from my teacher, and I don't deserve your praise." Upon hearing the word teacher, Li Yuanji's expression hardened, and a hint of awe appeared in his eyes. Thinking to myself, he truly is a deity, knowing what ordinary people do not know and understanding what ordinary people do not understand. Chen Qubing, unaware of Li Yuanji's thoughts, said instead, "I will trouble you to arrange for 10 more teams to go to the blacksmith shop, and also to find some carpenters among the people to build water wheels." Li Yuanji cupped his hands in greeting. "Young master, you flatter me. I will certainly do my utmost." Chen Qubing then discussed the details with Li Yuanji, who agreed to everything before taking his leave. After Li Yuanji left, Chen Qubing spread out a piece of paper, took out a brush, and began to draw the blueprints for the water wheel. With his memory enhanced several times over, Chen Qubing quickly retrieved the memories about the water wheel from his mind. The water wheel is divided into 5 parts. First, there is a water flow guiding device, which serves to guide water into the water wheel. Secondly, there are the leaves. The blades are the core part of the water wheel. The water flow impacts the blades, thereby driving the water wheel to rotate. Then there's the gear transmission system, which needs to be made of iron. Finally, there's the support structure and the water outlet. Chen Qubing's drawing is quite meticulous, describing the function of each part. Even the size of the leaves was described in detail. In fact, water wheels can be used not only in blacksmith shops, but also for irrigation, and even in the grinding stage of cement clinker, water wheels can replace manpower. However, because the water was drawn from a canal, it was barely enough to keep the blacksmith shop powered. Chen Qubing would naturally not consider using water wheels to replace manual labor in the clinker grinding process. Even if they were to consider it, it would only be after the blacksmith's weapon production capacity was met. About half an hour later, the blueprints for the water wheel have been completed. As long as Li Yuanji finds the right people, construction can begin. Chen Qubing didn't just wait around. After leaving the blueprints aside, he focused his attention on the space. The pigs and sheep raised on the ranch are almost ready for market. Chapter 78: Pigs and Sheep Leaving the Pen. Are the sheep ready for market? Should they be collected? Are the local spotted pigs ready for market? Should we buy them? Chen Qubing entered the space and first collected the chickens and ducks that were ready for market before focusing his attention on the pigs and sheep that could be collected. First, there's the sheep. It's not very big, about 1 meter tall and about 1.4 meters long. It weighs around 100 kilograms. It wasn't that Chen Qubing could tell how heavy a sheep was just by looking at it. Rather, he used the weight from the space mall to determine its weight. Apart from size, Chen Qubing's gaze fell on the sheep's wool, which he planned to use as raw material for making clothes and blankets. Using the power of consciousness to manipulate space, lift a sheep up. Perhaps the sudden takeoff frightened the sheep, causing it to bleat incessantly. Chen Qubing ignored the sheep's bleating and instead carefully examined the sheep's wool. Compared to the dirty, messy wool of sheep in my memory, the wool of sheep raised on ranches looks very clean, as if it has been starched. After looking at it for a while, Chen Qubing put the sheep down and then lifted a pig up. The pig breed is a local spotted pig, which is not very large and has a black and white color. Normally, the weight of a native spotted pig is between 80 and 100 kilograms. However, the native pigs raised on the ranch in the space are larger and heavier. Chen Qubing used the space maul to weigh the pig and found that it weighed 150 kilograms when lifted, which was heavier than a normal live pig. Perhaps the space ranch has a different breeding effect, and then the pasture contains more nutrients. Right. That's definitely it. Chen Qubing came up with a reason in his mind. Otherwise, he would not have been able to connect the local spotted pig in front of him with the local spotted pig in his memory. After examining it for a while, he finally put the pig that was being held in midair back down. Then begin collecting it using your mind. Take it. Collection successful. 200 sheep obtained. Collection successful. 200 local pigs obtained. Gain 400 breeding experience points. After the harvest is complete, a new round of breeding will begin. Lamb breeding successful. Total 200 lambs. 20 gold coins deducted. Ryegrass purchase successful. 20 gold coins deducted. Piglets successfully raised, totaling 200. 20 gold coins deducted. Ranch purchase successful. 20 gold coins deducted. Lambs ready for market. 72 hours. Piglets ready for market. 72 hours. Immediately afterwards, Chen Qubing then turned his attention to the farm, harvesting the mature millet, cabbage, and potatoes one by one, and completing a round of planting. Only then did he withdraw his consciousness from the space. In the study, Chen Qubing did not rush to release the pigs and sheep. Instead, he went to the door and, as usual, led Li Zhu to the warehouse first. Transfer out all the 20,000 caddies of millet, 38,000 caddies of cabbage, 8,000 caddies of potatoes, and 120,000 copper coins exchanged with gold coins. Go back to the circle and put the official chicken and duck in. When Chen Qubing brought Li Zhu back to the study, the little girl had already brought over the food and arranged it properly. Chen Qubing quickly ate his meal and then left the study with Li Zhu, heading to the kitchen to find Chen Fu. When the pigs and sheep on the ranch are ready for market, the owner of this space will definitely be the first to taste them. However, before entering the kitchen, Chen Qubing, seeing that no one was around, moved a sheep and a pig out of the ranch warehouse. Li Zhu was wondering why the young master had stopped when he saw a sheep and a beast that looked like a wild boar appear beside him. "Young master," Li Zu exclaimed in surprise. "Keep your voice down." Chen Qubing lowered his voice. "You drive this sheep, along with the pig, into the kitchen and have Uncle Fu slaughter them. It'll be an extra meal tonight." Upon hearing about food, Li Zhu immediately snapped out of his shock at the young master, using immortal techniques in front of him again. Then he immediately started to grab his two big hands. Holding the sheep by the neck with his left hand and the pig by the neck with his right, he managed to drag the sheep and the pig into the kitchen yard. Amazing! Chen Qubing was amazed. He had always heard Li Zhu boast about how strong he was, but now he had witnessed it for himself. One hand can hold a 300-pound pig, and the other can hold a 120-130-pound sheep. He's really strong. In a courtyard, Chen Fu and the others had already been drawn out by the sounds of pigs and sheep, and their eyes lit up as soon as they saw them. There are sheep and pigs. This world naturally has pigs and sheep. However, pigs are called different things. They're called The general term for sheep is sheep, without distinguishing between breeds. Chen Fu led his 5 disciples around the pigs and sheep, finally praising them repeatedly. Good sheep, easy to raise. They're plump and strong. You can tell there's plenty of meat to be made from them. Uncle Fu, what do you think of this pig? Chen Qubing suddenly asked. Only then did Chen Fu notice Chen Qubing behind Li Zhu. Greetings, young master. He bowed first, then walked up to the pig, patted its back, and sniffed it. This pig doesn't have a fishy or muddiny smell. I wonder how it was fed. Chen Fu's doubts lasted only a moment before he said excitedly, "However, this pig is all fat, so we should be able to get more meat from it. Does Fu know how to kill sheep and pigs?" Chen Qubing asked. "Your subordinate knows how to slaughter sheep." Chen Fu nodded first, then hesitated and said, "But as for pigs, I've only seen them when I was young. I've never killed one." "No way." Chen Qubing frowned and said, "It's all right. Let's kill the sheep first." "Promise." Chen Fu agreed, then returned to a stone house on the side, took out some tools, and found a handy knife inside. Then, holding the knife in his hand, he ran his left thumb back and forth across the blade twice to test its sharpness. Fetch a basin of water and wash the knife. Finally, he had a disciple help him hold the sheep's body while he straddled its neck, clamped his legs around its neck, located the trachea in the sheep's throat, and with a swift stroke, killed the sheep. Such a skillful sheep-slaughtering technique. Chen Qubing was astonished. Despite Chen Fu's skillful and relaxed movements, he was amazed. Slaughtering sheep is actually a skilled job that requires certain techniques. Without experience and skill, even locating the sheep's trachea in the first step can be difficult. Then comes the cutting. It must be quick, accurate, and ruthless. If the blade cannot kill the sheep instantly, or if the trachea cannot be severed, the sheep will struggle. If a sheep struggles too violently, it will choke on blood and get it into the meat, affecting the quality and taste of the meat. Chen Fu did not stop. After confirming that the sheep had completely died, he directed his 2 disciples to set up a simple wooden frame. They found a rope, tied up the dead sheep, and hung it on a wooden frame to proceed to the second step. Peel it. Chen Fu's movements were still very skilled, and the entire skinning process took less than 15 minutes to peel off the sheepskin. Now that we've reached this point, it's time for the next step, to open up the sheep's belly and remove its internal organs. After working for half an hour, Chen Fu had finished preparing the whole sheep. Chapter 79, Slaughtering Pigs and Sheep. Wow, Uncle Fu is amazing. Upon witnessing Chen Fu's entire sheep slaughtering process, Chen Qubing couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Practice makes perfect. Chen Fu chuckled and asked, "Young master, would you like some meat cut off and stewed for you to eat tonight?" Chen Qubing was not surprised by Chen Fu's answer. Although sheep have never been raised in the territory, the city lord's mansion used to buy sheep from other territories. Chen Fu personally handled the sheep every time he bought them, and over time, he naturally became skilled at it. Chen Qubing nodded. "We'll cut off a small portion to stir fry, about 5 or 6 pounds, and stew the rest." As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Fu immediately showed a stunned expression. Young master, did you really stew them all? Stew them all up." Chen Qubing waved his hand with a bold gesture. Chen Fu looked troubled. "But there's so much meat, we won't be able to finish it." "Can't finish it?" Chen Qubing asked in surprise. "With so many people in the city lord's mansion, can't they finish a whole sheep?" Upon hearing this, Chen Fu immediately understood that the young master intended to distribute the meat to the servants in the mansion, and said, "Young master, mutton is precious, and although there are many servants in the mansion, none of them are fortunate enough to enjoy it. I think we should cut some meat today and stir-fry it for the young master. The rest can be marinated and eaten later. I'll stew it when I tell you to." Chen Qubing said impatiently, "It's just some mutton. What's this about being blessed or not? Meat is just for eating, isn't it?" "Uncle Fu, don't worry. There won't be any more sheep after this one is eaten. Consider this sheep a reward from me to the servants in my household. Promise." Hearing Chen Qubing say this, Chen Fu had no choice but to agree. Then, the fattiest parts of the lamb were cut off with a knife and taken to the kitchen. The other parts were then cut open and given to several disciples to stew. After all the sheep had been processed, at Chen Qubing's signal, Chen Fu stood on the pig that was half lying on the ground. A long time, Chen Fu looked troubled. "Young master, I really don't know how to kill this pig." "If you don't know how, then no one will reply." Chen Qubing pondered for a while after falling asleep, and then said, "How about this, Uncle Fu? If you do as I say, you will definitely be able to kill the pig. Is it feasible?" Chen Fu hesitated. "Absolutely feasible." Chen Qubing patted his shoulder. He had just retrieved memories of pig slaughtering from his mind. It wasn't that he had done it himself, but rather that he had watched a short video showing the steps involved in slaughtering a pig. "That's barely qualifying. I've never slaughtered a pig, but I've seen pigs being slaughtered. First step, we need to find a stone platform about 1 foot high to make it easier to slaughter the pig. The second step is to boil a large pot of water to scrape off the pig hair. The third step is tools. You need a knife that is 1 foot long and has a sharp tip. Finally, there's the manpower required. When slaughtering a pig, it needs to be held down on a stone platform." When everything was ready, Chen Qubing discovered that it seemed Chen Fu didn't have any knives longer than 1 foot. The longest is only 8 inches. "Young master, I believe this knife can also kill a pig." Chen Fu said, "No, it's too short." Chen Qubing shook his head, his gaze involuntarily drifting to the horizontal sword tucked at Li Zhu's waist. Li Zhu, who was looking around, immediately understood the meaning behind his young master's gaze the moment they met. "Young master, this knife is for killing enemies, not for killing livestock." As Li Zhu spoke, his hands pressed tightly against the knife at his waist. "Your knife has never seen blood before. Today is a good day to see it." As Chen Qubing spoke, he reached out to take it. Li Zhu dared not refuse, but was also very reluctant, and could only look at Chen Qubing with extremely aggrieved eyes. "Don't feel so wronged. After I've slaughtered the pig, I'll make you a bowl of pork belly." Chen Qubing comforted him. "Young master, you can't put me in such a difficult position." Half of the aggrieved look on Li Zhu's face disappeared. "Don't worry, I'm definitely not lying to you." Upon hearing Chen Qubing's assurance, the other half of the grievance on Li Zhu's face disappeared. With a suitable knife, Chen Qubing began to explain to Chen Fu how to make the incision, as well as the force and depth of the incision. First, locate its trachea, then insert everything through the trachea until the lung is ruptured. Perhaps Chen Fu really had a talent for this. He only had to explain it once to memorize the key points. They quickly located the throat at the pig's neck. One cut. Still one cut to the finish. Amidst the pig's piercing screams, its lungs were also punctured, and blood began to spurt from its neck. In just a quarter of an hour, the pig stopped breathing completely, and the blood stopped seeping from its neck. Quickly, pour boiling water on it. Under Chen Qubing's command, everyone immediately picked up wooden ladles and poured the boiling water from the pot onto the pig. After pouring boiling water over the pig, they began scraping off the hair with tools. This time, instead of using Li Zhu's broadsword, Chen Fu will use his own knife. Li Zhu took the knife and ran to the side to wash the bloodstains off the blade with water. Chen Qubing paid no attention to Li Zhu. After all the hair on the pig was scraped off, he began the next step. They cut open the abdomen and removed the internal organs. Half an hour later, the whole pig has been processed. Chen Qubing then instructed Chen Fu on how to break down the pork belly. After the breakdown was complete, he specifically picked out a piece of pork belly and instructed Chen Fu to make twice-cooked pork. Even if the seasonings are just simple oil and salt, or even just bitter salt. However, the stir-fried pork belly still smelled delicious. The fragrance may not travel 10 miles, but it can certainly reach 20 or 30 meters. Chen Qubing picked up a piece of pork belly and put it in his mouth. The deliciousness it brings to the taste buds is simply unparalleled. Not only does it taste delicious, the fatty meat is flavorful without being greasy, and the lean meat is very tender. Chen Qubing ate several pieces before stopping and letting everyone else try some. Delicious. Delicious. I never knew pork could be so delicious. Both Chen Fu and his 5 disciples were captivated by the pork belly and immersed in its delicious flavor. Chen Qubing looked around and finally fixed his gaze on Li Zhu. At this moment, Li Zhu's face no longer showed any sign of grievance. Instead, it was filled with the joy of eating delicious food. In a short while, 2 large bowls of pork belly were completely devoured. Young master, this. Chen Fu was filled with shame. As a shrewd old man, he had never made a mistake in decades. I never imagined that I would overstep the rules today because of a bowl of pork belly. Fine. Chen Qubing didn't care at all. Perhaps it was because he was dominated by modern thinking that he didn't feel there was anything wrong with it or whether it was against the rules. It's just a bowl of meat. We can make another one if it runs out. Chen Fu felt even more ashamed. Chen Qubing then instructed, make extra pork, just like mutton, so we can have a special meal for the people in the mansion tonight. The excess portion need not be kept. Send some to Mr. Li and the clerks of the city lord's mansion. Promise. Chen Fu quickly agreed, but in his heart he was thinking about asking the steward how to handle the matter later. You guys keep going, I'm heading back now. Chen Qubing waved his hand, beckoning Li Zhu to return to the study, and then considered how to allocate the pigs and sheep. Chapter 80 Carpenter. In the study, as Chen Qubing pondered, he immersed his consciousness into the space. There are also 199 sheep and 199 pigs in the ranch warehouse. Let's not take so many to the outside world for now. 10 pigs and 10 sheep. No, keep 20 of each. Then the rest are sold to the Space Mall to ensure the daily amount of gold coins earned. A long time, Chen Qubing finally made a decision. With the incorporation of 8 worker brigades, the daily work points have increased significantly. In contrast, the amount of grain and copper coins that can be exchanged will also increase. This has led to a gradual shift in the balance between the gold coin income from farm crops and the gold coins from ranch chickens and ducks, and the expenditure on food. To put it simply, the increasing demand for millet led to a reduction in the source of gold coins. The amount of gold coins decreased and gradually became insufficient to pay the city guards their daily wages and to provide copper coins for the people to exchange. Now that we have the income from pigs and sheep, it's just right to make up for the gold coins that would have been sold to the store. Is it for sale? Sell. In the blink of an eye, the number of pigs and sheep remaining in the ranch warehouse was 19 each. Sold 180 sheep and earned 180 gold coins. Sold 180 local spotted pigs and received 180 gold coins. Remaining gold coins, 361. The pigs and sheep sold for a total of 360 gold coins. After spending the remaining gold coins on planting on the farm and raising livestock on the ranch, only 1 gold coin remained. What a waste of wool. The only thing that Chen Qubing found regrettable was that the sheep were sold along with their wool. The remaining 20 sheep wouldn't yield much wool, so his plan to make clothes and blankets with the wool had to be put on hold. However, for Chen Qubing, the weather is still very hot, and there are still several months until winter. There's no rush. Farm level 2, 698/2000 experience required to upgrade. Ranch level 2, 3200/45,000 experience required to upgrade. After glancing at the accumulated experience of the farm and ranch, Chen Qubing withdrew his consciousness from the space. Just came out? I was just about to ask Li Zhu to go find someone. Unexpectedly, Li Yuanji arrived at the study first. Greetings, young master. Li Yuanji bowed with his hands clasped in greeting. Sir, there's no need for such formalities. Chen Qubing waved his hand and asked, how's the manpower allocation going? Li Yuanji replied, the blacksmith shop has arranged a team of 10 people each, totaling 110 people. The construction of the irrigation canal was also well arranged by my subordinates. It was the same group of people who had previously built the pool and canal, a total of 50 teams. I think they can finish digging the canal in less than a day. As for the subsequent work of piling up stones and applying cement, my subordinates will still assign the same construction team as before. Chen Qubing nodded. Li Yuanji's arrangement was very reasonable. With previous experience, both the canal repair team and the construction team would definitely be able to complete the project much faster. How's the selection of carpenters going? Chen Qubing suddenly asked. Li Yuanji said, young master, rest assured, 3 carpenters have already been selected. Only 3. Chen Qubing frowned, feeling that the number of people was a bit small. Even if 3 carpenters worked nonstop, they might not be able to build a water wheel in a day. Young master, you are unaware of this. Li Yuanji explained, there are no trees around our territory, so naturally there will be few carpenters. These 3 carpenters were originally a father and his 2 sons, who had fled from other territories a couple of years ago. Chen Qubing understood. Without trees in the territory, there was naturally no space for carpenters to live. As for why the 3 carpenters fled to this remote and impoverished territory, this is actually a normal phenomenon. Autumn leaf territory may be a bit remote and poor, but for its inhabitants, it is far better than any other territory where they are constantly at war with each other. Another one. Before Chen Qubing succeeded to the throne, both his father and grandfather had governed the territory very well. We never forcibly requisitioned grain or taxes. Overall, it's still considered one of the better ones among the shorter ones, barely passable. At last, most importantly, Qiuye Territory is too weak and located in a poor area, so it never takes the initiative to attack other territories. The only time they resorted to arms was to defend against an invasion from Red Leaf Territory. It is precisely because of this that, before the drought, people would occasionally flee to the territory. In chaotic times, being poor and suffering is still a way to survive. It's better than losing your life in the midst of war. Where is he? Outside. When Li Yuanji said outside, he wasn't referring to outside the study, but rather outside the main gate of the mansion. Without the approval of Lord Chen Qubing, no one else would dare to bring anyone outside the city lord's mansion into the city. About 15 minutes later, Chen Qubing saw the 3 carpenters that Li Yuanji had mentioned in front of the mansion gate. Of the 3, he was in his 40s and had a somewhat hunched posture. The other 2 were in their early 20s, neither particularly thin nor robust. Are the 3 of you skilled in carpentry? Chen Qubing looked him over for a while before asking. The 3 men looked rather nervous, wondering why they had been summoned from the mining team to meet the Lord. In reply to your question, my lord, my father and I do indeed know a little about carpentry. The one who spoke was the middle-aged man. Chen Qubing nodded, then asked, how many years of carpentry experience have you had? The middle-aged man replied, I have 30 years of carpentry experience, and my 2 sons have about 10 years of carpentry experience as well. Good. Chen Qubing nodded again. With decades of carpentry skills, he should be able to build a water wheel. He immediately asked, do you know what a water wheel is? The middle-aged man and the 2 young men behind him shook their heads in unison. May I ask, my lord, what is this water wheel? Don't you know? The 3 shook their heads again. Seeing this, Chen Qubing offered no explanation, but instead asked, are you willing to work for me? The 3 men looked at each other, And finally the middle-aged man spoke up. My lord, we are willing to work for you, but we are currently part of a mining team and need to mine enough stone every day. It's all right. Chen Qubing waved his hand. You don't need to mine stones for the time being. First, make what I need. If it's well made, I will reward you extra. The three hesitated. Seeing this, Li Yuanji spoke up. You bunch of clueless people. Do you think the Lord would harm you? Chen Qubing, however, could see the reason for the three men's hesitation. Don't worry. I will definitely not treat you unfairly if you work for me. I will still pay you work points every day, as usual.